I treated you like my best friend, and you slept with my boyfriend? Should I give you an award for China's best BFF? Half awake, a woman's angry voice pierced the air, followed by chaos shouting, tugging, and screams. Jiang Nian jolted awake, looking around in confusion. What met his eyes wasn't the suffocating hospital room he had last remembered, but a dim, narrow mud brick house, strangely familiar. The old furniture, the chipped teacup, the torn calendar hanging on the wall, everything was filled with memories. May 6th, 1983 lunar March 24th, start of summer. What the hell is going on? Did I get reborn? Through the window, morning sunlight poured onto Jiang Nian's face, making everything feel surreal. He turned his gaze to the corner of the room. A girl wrapped in a thin blanket buried her head into the floral quilt, sobbing uncontrollably. Two women angrily yanked at her hair, cursing words like slut and whore. The pain and helplessness in her eyes were heartbreaking. This scene was all too familiar, sending a shockwave through Jiang Nian's mind. It was her Lin Wan, the woman who haunted him with guilt for a lifetime. The two women beating and berating her were none other than his former wife, Tang Wanying, and her mother, Wang Lan. Memories flooded back. Because Tang Wanying's mother had demanded an exorbitant dowry, 3 major household appliances, a radio, 32 legs meaning furniture, and 500 yuan their wedding had fallen through when Jiang couldn't afford it. Soon after, he and Lin Wan started dating. Truth be told, he didn't even love Lin Wan then, she was just a substitute for Tang Wanying. When Tang Wanying and Wang Lan barged in and caught them in bed together, he didn't even try to stop them from attacking Lin Wan. Deep down, he was secretly happy, so she still can't let me go. Even worse, the next day, he broke up with Lin Wan. The humiliation from Tang Wanying's family, Jiang Nian's cold indifference and betrayal, and the villagers' gossip all drove Lin Wan to despair. She ended her rural assignment early. To his shock, 3 months later came the tragic news Lin Wan had committed suicide. 1 body, 3 lives lost. Only a month after returning to the county town, Lin Wan discovered she was pregnant, a scandalous situation in those days. Her parents disowned her, and desperate and alone, she drowned herself in the river. When he heard the news, Jiang Nian fell into deep regret and self-loathing. Even after he became a billionaire later in life, doing countless good deeds, he could never shake off the guilt that haunted him. You shameless bitch. Should drag you out and parade you through the village so everyone can see your slutty face. Biting, cruel words filled the entire room, drawing a growing crowd of curious villagers outside, whispering and gossiping nonstop. Enough! Jiang Nian roared, springing to his feet. His sudden outburst startled Tang Wanying and Wang Lan, who stumbled backward, staring at him in shock. You dare yell at me? Tang Wanying's eyes welled up with tears as she pointed accusingly at him. You cheated on me behind my back, and now you're yelling at me? You bastard wah. Exactly. Do you still want to marry my daughter or not? If you do, step aside and let me beat this shameless little tramp to death. Like a screeching hen, Wang Lan lunged forward, hand raised high only to have her wrist grabbed tightly by Jiang Nian. One sharp glare from him made her shiver involuntarily. Marry your daughter again? In his past life, because of her, he had betrayed such a kind-hearted girl. And what did he get in return? A cheating wife, a mistress colluding with her, and being swindled out of his fortune. If he ever married her again, he might as well jump into a septic tank and drown himself. He'll never marry your daughter, dream on. Let me make myself clear today. Even if you gave her to me for free, without any dowry, I wouldn't take her. Tang Wanying and Wang Lan were stunned. They never expected Jiang Nian, the man who once loved Tang Wanying madly, to say such things. Back then, at their canceled wedding, she had forced him to kneel and beg for hours just to meet her demands. If his family hadn't been poor, he would have never given up on her. Oomph. My daughter is beautiful, and she's even the announcer at Hongxing Commune. She could marry a university graduate. What are you? Just a poor farmer barely scraping by. Only a little tramp like her would look at you twice. Don't dream about getting her for free. Mom, please. Tang Wanying tugged at her mother's sleeve, her expression uneasy. Wang Lan rolled her eyes. Jiang Nian, I know you still love me. If you come back, they'll pretend nothing happened today. No dowry, no conditions. They'll devote myself entirely to building a life with you. Jiang Nian smirked inwardly. In his previous life, after marrying Tang Wanying, she gave birth before 8 months were up, claiming she was tired and had an early delivery. It wasn't until much later that he found out the child wasn't even his. Now, thinking back, the timing of their sudden visit, Tang Wanying's odd behavior, it was likely they had come here to trap him into marriage. No need. The past is gone. From now on, we each live our own lives, owing nothing to each other. Tang Wanying stood there, dumbfounded. Lin Wan, it must be you. I trusted you like a sister, and you seduced my man. Seeing how firm Jiang Nian was, Tang Wanying immediately shifted blame to Lin Wan. No, it's not like that, Lin Wan hurried to explain. We got together only after you two broke up. So what? You shouldn't have gotten involved with him at all. You knew I nearly married him. How could you sleep with him like this? Were you trying to humiliate me on purpose? Lin Wan had always been gentle and quiet, but not weak. She glanced at Jiang Nian, then lowered her voice. Wanying, don't be selfish. Jiang Nian is amazing. If you didn't want him, someone else will. I didn't break anything between you two. I truly love him. That's not something to be ashamed of. You dare talk back? Watch me rip that mouth of yours. Tang Wanying shouted furiously, raising her hand to slap her only for Jiang Nian to grab her wrist. Pain shot through her arm, twisting her expression. You bastard. Let go of me. Seeing her daughter suffer, Wang Lan rushed over, slapping Jiang Nian wildly. The commotion attracted more villagers outside, whispering excitedly. Country folks love gossip, and this drama was too juicy to miss. Within an hour, rumors were already flying in every direction. She's my current girlfriend, future wife, and the mother of my child. Try touching her again and see what happens. Jiang Nian shoved Tang Wanying's arm away, his fierce gaze making it clear he meant business. Fine. You won't regret this. Whores deserve dogs. May you too enjoy eternal happiness. Wang Lan spat curses at Jiang Nian, dragging her daughter away without looking back. Truthfully, she never liked him anyway. If not for her daughter's shallow taste, why would she endure this embarrassment? Thanks for the blessing, Jiang Nian called out loudly. We'll be happy forever. Just don't come crawling back. Our relationship has nothing to do with you anymore. After speaking, he locked the door quickly and returned inside. Inside, Lin Wan had dressed herself, though she still looked shaken, heartbreakingly fragile. I'm sorry. That single apology carried all the weight of his past sins, heavy, sincere. Lin Wan didn't respond with words. Instead, she threw herself into Jiang Nian's arms, sobbing. Is it true? Will you really marry me? Yes. If you'll have me, we'll get married tomorrow. I swear I'll spend my whole life making it up to you. Jiang Nian spoke from the depths of his soul. In a last life, he had wronged her terribly. This time he would make sure she never felt pain again. Chapter 2. Not a single thing will be lacking. Lin Wan could hardly believe the reality before her. Jiang Nian harbored profound feelings for Tang Wanying. In his pursuit of her, he consistently professed his love at precisely 6 o'clock every day. He would go to great lengths to procure anything that Tang Wanying desired. Although Lin Wan excelled in every aspect, in Jiang Nian's eyes, she seemed almost invisible. Had it not been for Tang Wanying's mother making an outrageous demand for 3 rounds of jingling coins along with 500 yuan at the wedding venue, Jiang Nian would undoubtedly have never ended up with her. She even felt that Jiang Nian's decision to be with her was somewhat impulsive and that her choice to be with him was akin to throwing stones at a wall. However, Jiang Nian's unwavering affirmation shattered her defenses, leading her to lean on his shoulder and weep, expressing the grievances that weighed heavily on her heart. Understanding her turmoil, Jiang Nian gently stroked her head in comfort. After a considerable time, Lin Wan finally regained her composure, wiping away her tears. Her gaze towards Jiang Nian became shy and tender. As long as he was willing to take responsibility for her, she feared nothing. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian's emotions were exceedingly complex. He vowed to ensure that Lin Wan would lead a life of luxury akin to that of a wealthy matron, promising himself to remain discerning and only bestow his affections upon those deserving. At that moment, Jiang Nian's parents returned home from their early morning labor, not entering but standing at the door, chiding him while peering through the window. To their surprise, they caught sight of Jiang Nian and Lin Wan embracing. "My goodness!" exclaimed his mother, Wang Hong, both astonished and delighted. She quickly pulled her bewildered husband away, fearing they might disrupt their son's budding romance. This boy, just days ago, was utterly distraught over that Wanying girl. Now, he is wrapped up with Lin Wan. Finally, he seems to have come to his senses. However, Jiang Nian's father, Jiang Dashan, remained skeptical. With an experienced demeanor, he slammed his iron pickaxe onto the ground, exclaiming, "You can still laugh? I fear your son might be merely toying with her. Lin Wan is such a fine girl. If he dares to mistreat her, I will break his legs." Wang Hong was taken aback. "Surely not. Our son is not that kind of person." "Step aside," Jiang Dashan retorted, glaring. "You know what kind of temperament your own son possesses? He was so infatuated with that Wanying girl, doing all sorts of foolish things. Do you really think he could forget so swiftly? Now he is with Lin Wan. And you think it's not just a game? No, I refuse to have such a disgrace in our family. I must confront him today. As he spoke, an agitated Jiang Nian hurriedly picked up the pickaxe from the ground, ready to storm in and give his son a stern lesson. Wang Hong, sensing her husband's fiery temper, broke into a cold sweat. Knowing his volatile nature, she rushed to embrace his waist, exclaiming, "You old fool, do you wish to harm our son? Surely you must clarify the situation first." Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and Jiang Nian emerged, holding Lin Wan's hand. Uncertain whether it was Wang Hong's words that had an effect or if it was the sight of his son that softened his heart. Jiang Nian set down the raised tool and glared fiercely at Jiang Nian. "You better explain yourself clearly. Utter a single incorrect word, and I will disown you as my son." Jiang Nian fell to his knees, acutely aware that despite his father's tempestuous temperament, he was fundamentally upright. In his previous life, due to his own despicable actions, he had caused Lin Wan's demise, which had enraged his father to the point of spitting blood. From that moment on, their father-son relationship was severed, with his father forbidding him from stepping foot in their home ever again. Consumed by guilt, he spiraled into depression and, on a stormy night, departed from this world forever. Upon learning of this tragic news, Jiang Nian was engulfed in profound regret. His mother had revealed that until his death, his father never forgave him, not even allowing him to bow in apology or light a stick of incense in remembrance. Time passed, and although he thrived amidst the winds of reform, amassing a fortune, the shadows of Lin Wan and his father loomed over him eternally. It could be said that his shameless behavior had directly led to Lin Wan's death, while indirectly causing his father's demise, resulting in the ruin of his family. He raised his gaze, meeting his father's furious countenance, and resolutely declared, "Father, I wish to marry Lin Wan. Strike me if you must." Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, then slowly lowered the tool, inquiring, "Is this truly how you feel?" "Indeed. You old fool, see, I told you our son is serious. You almost misjudged him." Upon hearing Jiang Nian's response, Wang Hong could hardly contain her laughter, releasing Jiang Nian and hastening to lift her son, her gaze inevitably drifting toward Lin Wan's face, her heart brimming with affection. Lin Wan was beautiful, possessing an admirable figure, knowledge, and refinement, with an excellent family background. Her parents were said to be high-ranking officials in the city. From any perspective, it was clear that she was far above their son's station. Nevertheless, this is merely a man's proclamation. Has Lin Wan even agreed to marry you? Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Jiang Nian's tone softened instantly. Wang Hong rolled her eyes in exasperation. At that moment, Lin Wan appeared bashful, her eyes filled with happiness and tenderness as she gazed at Jiang Nian, rendering any further inquiry superfluous. "Uncle, I am willing," Lin Wan shyly uttered, biting her lip. This response momentarily stunned Jiang Nian, who quickly replied, "My dear girl, are you certain? This rascal is no Jim. Do not compromise your happiness. Just say the word, and I shall take charge." "You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Hong scolded, pinching Jiang Nian from behind, then smilingly asked, "Lin Wan, do not heed your uncle's foolishness. I can see that you genuinely care for our Jiang Nian. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Lin Wan hesitated briefly before biting her lip and saying, "Auntie, I have no demands. I only wish for Jiang Nian to treat me well." "Very well, he must treat you well. If he dares to mistreat you, I will not spare him." At that moment, Wang Hong's heart was filled with joy. Originally, they had endured humiliation when Tang Wanying's mother made exorbitant demands at the wedding, resulting in their son's marriage falling through, tarnishing their family's reputation. Whenever Wang Lan recalled the words, "If you lack money, do not squander the virtues of another's daughter," she found herself filled with an indignant rage, as if her son were destined to remain a bachelor for eternity. But now, not only would he avoid this fate, but he would also require no dowry whatsoever. Most importantly, in every conceivable aspect, Lin Wan was 100 times superior to Tang Wanying. Was Wang Lan not the one who boasted to everyone that her daughter was a broadcaster while her son was merely a laborer? She believed that her daughter marrying her son was akin to smoke rising from their ancestral grave. How would she maintain her arrogance in the future? This simply could not stand. Without a dowry, the villagers might perceive a lack of respect towards Lin Wan. Although their reputation was of little consequence, it would not be favorable for Lin Wan to be thought of as someone who willingly demeaned herself. Words can be as deadly as water. A dowry must be provided. Jiang Nian, puffing on his pipe, spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, his wife Wang Hong angrily pinched Wang Nian's back. "Are you lacking in sense? What father says is true. Xiao Wan must be married with grandeur. She deserves nothing less than the finest offerings. 3 rounds, 1 sound, and 32 legs. Every item must be accounted for. What? At Jiang Nian's words, Wang Hong immediately grew anxious. Oh my. You might as well take our lives if you can procure 3 rounds, 1 sound, and 32 legs. If we could offer that, would the marriage with Wanying have fallen through? The Jiang family would not suffer such humiliation before the entire village. Jiang Nian's face also darkened with worry. Observing his parents' expressions, Jiang Nian felt a pang of discomfort. It was indeed his fault for not articulating his thoughts clearly. In his previous life, he had toiled relentlessly to provide Tang Wanying with a life of luxury, accumulating a fortune over decades. Now, having been granted a second chance, he believed that with the experience and knowledge from his past, earning money would be a breeze. Surely, the 3 rounds, 1 sound, and 36 legs were nothing to be concerned about? Having already exhausted their resources for Wanying's dowry, and with the marriage now nullified, there was no justification for them to retain it. They should retrieve it from her family. Wang Dashan, puffing his pipe, turned to Lin Wan earnestly, saying, "My dear, I possess little ability and have not amassed any wealth over my lifetime. If you are willing to join our family, it would be a blessing for the Jiang family across generations. Though our offerings may be modest, I hope you will not find them lacking." "Uncle, I do not mind," Lin Wan replied, her lips pressed together, touched by the understanding of such a considerate father-in-law. Jiang Nian then reassured his parents, "Do not worry. The dowry is not an issue. I will ensure that Lin Wan marries into our family with great honor. I will not allow anyone to speak ill of us." Hearing Jiang Nian's words, Lin Wan felt a warm glow in her heart. She did not care whether Jiang Nian's family was wealthy. What mattered was whether he held her in his heart. Regardless of his ability to gather the dowry, at the very least, he possessed the right attitude. First, retrieve the dowry. Remember, aside from 3 new garments, 2 bedding sets, and a bicycle, there is also the 50 yuan dowry, her mother Wang Hong urged. Then took Lin Wan's hand and led her into the house, her heart brimming with joy. Chapter 3. Retrieving the betrothal gifts, a fool's dream, you wretched girl. Why didn't you reveal your pregnancy sooner? Do you even know who the father of the child is? Wang Lan's eyes blazed with fury. How could she not be enraged? In this day and age, an unwed pregnancy is utterly unacceptable. The mere thought of being the subject of gossip is enough to crush one's spirit. No wonder this foolish girl had previously dismissed Jiang Nian's affections. Despite his relentless pursuit, she remained indifferent, only to suddenly agree to marry him within a matter of days. Had she known the circumstances, she would have eagerly relinquished the so-called betrothal gifts and pushed her daughter into Jiang Nian's arms. Where else could she find such a suitable match? Standing at 6 feet tall, with striking features and a demeanor that exuded charm, Jiang Nian was not only handsome but also utterly devoted to her daughter. Marrying him would ensure that, even after the child's arrival, any excuses could easily suffice to navigate the situation. As Wang Lan pondered the matter further, her frustration grew, and so did her regret. It was all because of her daughter's disdain for Jiang Nian's modest means, insisting on extravagant demands nowadays. Only affluent families in the city could afford such lavish betrothal gifts. Those of humble origins could only manage a few new garments, some bedding, and perhaps, if fortunate, a sewing machine or a bicycle, an achievement that would be considered quite respectable. Yet, her mother had boldly declared at the wedding that they expected the extravagant gifts along with an additional 500 yuan. Wasn't that an unbearable burden? Tang Wanying could no longer contain her sorrow, feeling increasingly wronged. If it had been for her mother's unreasonable demands at the wedding, they might have successfully secured the marriage by now. She regretted allowing herself to be swayed by Jiang Nian's affection, mistakenly believing that he would willingly acquiesce to her mother's demands. Little did she know, he had turned to her best friend instead. "You wretched girl. Now you blame me." Wang Lan felt a surge of anger, clutching her chest, as if struggling to breathe. "Enough of the tears. Since you don't know who the father is, Jiang Nian will have to bear the burden. Just assert that the child is his, and let us see if he dares to evade responsibility." Wang Lan's expression hardened as she noticed her daughter still sobbing, her irritation boiling over. With a swift motion, she smacked Tang Wanying on the backside. "Stop crying. If you continue, I won't care what happens to you. Mom, is this really the way to go about it?" Tang Wanying slowly rose, her voice trembling as she stifled her sobs. "Why wouldn't it work? He is bound to take responsibility," Wang Lan replied decisively. Just as they were deliberating, a figure entered the courtyard. Wang Lan, ever watchful, immediately recognized the tall and handsome Jiang Nian and hurriedly gestured to Tang Wanying. "Look, he is here. This lad still has you on his mind. Pull yourself together and don't show any signs of weakness." With that, Wang Lan stood up and stepped into the courtyard. At this moment, knowing that his daughter was pregnant, the previous confidence had dissipated. Yet her words still dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, now you remember the good things about my daughter. I suppose you were clever." Jiang Nian paid no heed to her expression, unwilling to engage in excessive conversation, aware that the more he spoke, the more venomous her tongue would become. "I'm here to reclaim the betrothal gifts," Jiang Nian stated irritably, his gaze scanning the yard. Soon, he noticed a permanent brand bicycle beneath the window and strode purposefully towards it. As soon as Wang Lan saw Jiang Nian attempting to push the bicycle, she grew anxious. Rushing over with a loud exclamation, grabbing hold of the bicycle's rear seat and asking, "Jiang Nian, what are you doing?" At that moment, she was utterly flustered. He wasn't here to seek forgiveness. He was here to demand a refund of the betrothal gifts. Wang Lan's reputation in the village was notoriously bad. She was unrelenting in her arguments, and when it came to the meat she had sunk her teeth into, it was more difficult to reclaim than ascending to the heavens. Seeing her precious bicycle about to be taken away was unacceptable. She clung to the back of the bike, plopping down on the ground, ready to throw a tantrum and hurl insults, fearful that her mother would speak words of finality once again. Tang Wanying suddenly pushed open the window, shouting, "Mom." This snapped Wang Lan back to reality, forcing her to suppress her fury, though she stubbornly held onto the bicycle. "Jiang Nian, I'll ask you one question. Do you still wish to marry me? If you do, I can forego the betrothal gifts." With her eyes still red from crying, Tang Wanying looked up at him through tear-filled eyes, her innocent face evoking sympathy from anyone who laid eyes upon her. Had it been Jiang Nian from a previous life, he would have likely succumbed in an instant. "I do not wish to," Jiang Nian replied decisively. As those words escaped his lips, Tang Wanying's tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour, and Jiang Nian's cold gaze rendered her almost unrecognizable to him. "You must marry me, even if you do not wish to." Jiang Nian's response ignited the suppressed anger within Wang Lan. "You defiled my daughter. You think you can evade responsibility? Is there such a good deal in the world?" Jiang Nian was taken aback. He glanced at Tang Wanying's belly. What did this signify? Was it a desperate attempt to force him into the role of the irresponsible party? One may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. "I have not even held your daughter's hand. I refuse to bear this blame. If you continue to create a scene, we shall summon the neighbors to hear our case. If you are not embarrassed, then I shall not hold back either." At this moment, Jiang Nian was filled with fury, genuinely believing he was being bullied. If they were to label him with such a stain, it would be intolerable. Seeing Jiang Nian fixate on her belly with such a firm demeanor, Tang Wanying felt a twinge of guilt, fearing her mother would reveal her pregnancy. At that point, regardless of whether the child was Jiang Nian's, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Mom, stop talking. Let him go. I never want to see him again." Wang Lan was not foolish. She instantly understood her daughter's intentions, but there was no way she would allow the betrothal gifts to be returned. "Go ahead. The door is over there, but if you dare to touch my bicycle, I will fight you to the death." Watching Wang Lan throw a tantrum, Jiang Nian was filled with utter disdain. At that moment, villagers nearby, drawn by the commotion, began to gather and murmur among themselves. "This old hag, how outrageous. She refuses to marry off her daughter and won't return the bride price. Isn't this akin to robbery? Who could argue otherwise? She was profiting off her daughter, yet what could one do?" Jiang Nian had no hope of reclaiming the bride price. How pitiful for his parents who had toiled their entire lives. A lifetime of hard work had not amassed such wealth, and they were in debt, uncertain of when they could repay it. Jiang Nian's anger gnawed at him. As the crowd swelled, he found himself powerless against Wang Lan. Given her nature, even the village head's presence would be futile. Continuing down this path would only serve as fodder for laughter. Outside, the village head of Min Tugu entered with a grim expression, his gaze falling upon Wang Lan, who was rolling on the ground in a fit of rage, causing him a headache. With an angry tone, he said, "Old Wang, since you refuse to marry off your daughter, you should return the bride price. This is hard-earned money. Who says I won't marry my daughter? I will. But he must take Wanying with him first. As for returning the bride price, that's out of the question. If he dares to move, I will end it all." Isn't that just acting like a rogue? Who is acting rogue? He offers the bride price. I marry my daughter. Isn't that entirely reasonable? At this, Jiang Nian's fury reached its peak, his clenched fists cracking audibly. The village head and the onlookers were bewildered by Wang Lan's words. She was clearly coercing Jiang Nian into marrying her daughter. "You expect me to give up the bride price and still wed your daughter? Dream on. Even if I forego the bride price, I will never marry your daughter. Consider it a charitable donation." Jiang Nian's voice boomed as he set down the bicycle. not even casting a glance at the weeping Tang Wanying inside, before turning and leaving the courtyard. The villagers were left in shock. What? This fellow has changed his tune? Wasn't he the one who cried, created a scene, and threatened to hang himself to marry Tang Wanying? Get lost, get lost. The farther, the better. I will not give you the bride price. Let us see how you manage to marry that little vixen. Wang Lan shouted angrily at Jiang Nian's retreating figure, yet internally, she seethed with frustration, pondering how this boy had become so unyielding, as if a different person altogether. Did he know that her daughter was pregnant? Rest assured, what are these bride prices to me? With my capability, I could easily manage the bride price. I will definitely bring Lin Wan into my home with great fanfare. Wait and see. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Tang Wanying's face turned pale as she instinctively placed a hand on her belly. Chapter 4. The possibility of working. How dare they hold on to the betrothal gifts without marrying? This is unacceptable. I shall confront them. Just because Wang Lan knows how to throw a tantrum, does she think she can get away with it? I refuse to believe that the betrothal gifts cannot be retrieved. Is there no law in this world? If she does not return them, I will sit on their Kong and refuse to leave. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's account, Mother Wang Hong was trembling with rage, her anger boiling over as she hastily donned her cloth shoes, dragging them on without even lifting the heels. Intent on confronting Wang Lan and her mother, Wang Hong was not one to shy away from trouble, given the unpleasantness at the wedding. Her visit could easily escalate into conflict. Stop. You mustn't go. Do you want to embarrass us further? Father Jiang Dashan, seated on the threshold, tapped the doorframe with his smoking pipe, his face etched with worry. His admonition nearly rendered Wang Hong breathless with indignation as she glared at him, her finger pointing accusingly at his nose. You care more about your pride than our hard-earned betrothal gifts. We scrimped and saved for a lifetime, and even borrowed from relatives and neighbors. Are we to just give them away without a fight? As she spoke, her voice began to choke with emotion. Wang Hong had always been strong-willed, never one to yield, and despite the hardships faced by the family, she had never cried. Yet, she could not bear to see her son bullied. The Tang family's refusal to return the betrothal gifts was an obvious attempt to hold them hostage, preventing her son from marrying Lin Wan. Was there anything more despicable than this? Moreover, the gifts they had given were substantial, a permanent brand bicycle costing 180 yuan, 3 new outfits, 2 sets of bedding, and an additional 50 yuan in betrothal gifts, totaling 250 yuan. In this era, an urban factory worker earned only 15 to 20 yuan a month. 250 yuan was equivalent to a full year's wages for such a worker. In rural areas, it would take years to save such an amount. It could be said that the Jiang family had exhausted their savings to secure a bride for their son, even borrowing significantly from relatives and neighbors. Now, with no bride to show for it and no money to reclaim, who could endure such a blow? At that moment, her son was timid, and the old man was concerned about his pride. The pent-up grievances became overwhelming, and tears streamed down her face, drawing the sympathy of Lin Wan, who stood behind Jiang Nian. Lin Wan hurried forward to offer comfort. Auntie, please do not worry. I love Jiang Nian for who he is. I would marry him even without the betrothal gifts. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong felt a measure of relief. All right, stop crying. It's embarrassing in front of the children. At that moment, Father Jiang Dashan rose to his feet, tapping the ashes from his pipe against the doorframe. I will seek out the village chief. He cannot ignore this matter. If you go, it will surely lead to a confrontation, and with your frail health, what if something happens to you? Do you expect Lin Wan, who has not yet joined our family, to care for you? With that, he tucked the pipe into his waistband, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode out with purpose. Seeing her husband take responsibility brought Wang Hong some solace, and she ceased her tears. As Jiang Nian watched his father's slightly hunched figure retreating towards the courtyard, a multitude of emotions surged within him, leaving an indelible sense of unease. He understood that even if his father departed, the bride price would likely remain elusive. If only the village chief's words held weight. It could have been reclaimed just moments ago. Gazing at his mother's graying hair and his father's frail silhouette, while considering Lin Wan's eager anticipation, Jiang Nian comprehended the imperative of earning money, substantial amounts of it. In truth, Jiang Nian felt a flicker of joy. The bride price was of little consequence to him. What mattered was having his parents and beloved by his side. Unlike in his previous life, where despite possessing immeasurable wealth, he squandered his sincerity on unworthy souls. Devoid of a single person who genuinely cared for him, ultimately resigning to donate all his fortune. Given that fate had bestowed upon him a second chance, he was determined to lead a life brimming with brilliance, ensuring his heart bore no regrets. At present, His priority was to provide a good life for his parents and Lin Wan. He must shoulder the ensuing responsibilities. Mother, you need not fret about finances. I shall devise a plan, he vowed, grasping his mother's hand firmly. I swear by the heavens that I will bring Lin Wan into our home with great ceremony and strive to present you with a healthy grandson by next year. Jiang Nian felt no anxiety regarding wealth, as memories from his past life rendered the pursuit of money an effortless endeavor. For instance, if his recollection served him correctly, the ravine behind the village had been discovered to contain an abundance of gold mines in 2008. A discreet excavation, followed by a clandestine sale, could instantaneously elevate him to affluence. However, Jiang Nian hesitated. The risks were daunting, and should he be caught, he would inevitably face dire consequences. As the old adage wisely states, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. A person cannot prosper without external wealth. Yet, what if he were to be discovered? After all, he had been granted an extraordinary opportunity to live again. To engage in illicit activities and end up in prison for decades would be a tragic irony, undermining his promise to provide a better life for his parents and to ensure Lin Wan's happiness. Think of a solution. What can you conceive? His mother, Wang Hong, interjected, rolling her eyes in exasperation. In this day and age, money is hard to come by. Do not present any fanciful notions. Lin Wan has mentioned that should you be willing, her father can secure you a respectable job in the city, be it at the building materials factory or the post office. The choice is yours. These positions are highly coveted, and you must express your gratitude to Lin Wan. Upon mentioning employment, Wang Hong's face lit up with excitement, her gaze toward Lin Wan radiating affection and approval. It is essential to recognize that securing a position in either the building materials factory or the post office during this era was no small feat. The most ordinary laborer could earn a monthly wage of 40 to 50 yuan, accompanied by various benefits. In the city, parents took immense pride in their children working in such establishments. Such fortuitous prospects falling upon her son filled her with elation, a testament to the excellent choice of daughter-in-law. Yet, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Lin Wan. He was aware that Lin Wan's family was well off, with her parents holding significant positions of power. Yet he had not anticipated the extent of their influence, suggesting they held considerable authority. However, the prospect of him working in a factory was utterly inconceivable. He could never resign himself to such a fate. Jiang Nian understood that since the onset of reforms in 1978, the winds of change had swept across the entire nation. In the span of these years, the most pivotal keywords remained two: transformation. The planned economy stubbornly clung to its old territories, while the tide of market economy surged from south to north. During this period, the economy in the north remained quite stagnant. Few ventured to set up stalls or engage in trade, as most preferred to cling to their iron rice bowls and enjoy life, oblivious to the monumental changes this spring breeze would eventually bring to the hearts of the Chinese people. This was Jiang Nian's opportunity. Mom, let's forget about the job. I have my own plans. I intend to embark on some small business ventures, Jiang Nian said with a smile. What? As soon as the words left his lips, his mother, Wang Hong, paled and exclaimed, "You foolish child, why would you forsake a stable job to pursue business? Have you lost your mind? If this were a couple of years ago, that would be considered speculation and could land you in prison. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wan also grew anxious and quickly interjected, "Yes, Jiang Nian, running a business is arduous, exposed to the elements and fraught with challenges. I've never heard of anyone achieving wealth through trade, and policies can change unpredictably. What if you get caught?" Jiang Nian promptly replied, "Policies cannot change on a whim. Even if they do, there will be a grace period." He continued, "The southern regions are undergoing tremendous development, especially in the Pearl River Delta, where the economy is thriving and the populace is becoming affluent. This indicates a correct direction, thus policies can only become increasingly favorable." Wang Hong, furrowing her brow, firmly stated, "That still does not suffice. I do not believe you possess the acumen for business. It is better to secure a stable job and live a steady life." Mom, how can you say I lack the aptitude without giving me a chance? Is that how a mother should speak to her son? Moreover, even if I am not suited for business, if I fail, I can always return to work. After all, with our connections, what is there to fear about Lin Wan abandoning me? Noticing Jiang Nian's gentle gaze, Lin Wan felt her heart flutter like a lovesick maiden. Auntie, why not let him give it a try? Regardless of his decision, the job will still be there. Then you may give it a try. But if it doesn't work out, you must return to me and take up factory work, leaving these fanciful notions behind," Wang Hong said. "All right, then your word is final. Observing Jiang Nian's confidence, Lin Wan couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity and asked, Jiang Nian, it seems you have already contemplated what you wish to do. Chapter 5. Starting with potatoes, we are in such dire financial straits that our pockets are emptier than our faces. I wonder what you intend to trade, sighing with worry. Clearly, Wang Hong remained skeptical about her son's prospects. After all, coming from a farming background, lacking education, and unable to muster even the smallest capital, can one truly expect to earn money solely through fervor? It seems more likely to be a fleeting enthusiasm. And only upon hitting a wall will one realize the need to turn back. In such circumstances, even if the family had wealth, it would be impossible to squander it. Don't worry, mother, I have it all figured out. There's no need for any capital, we only require potatoes. Seeing his mother's despondent demeanor, Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle. What? Just potatoes? Not only was Wang Hong taken aback, but Lin Wan also gaped in disbelief. What? Are you planning to sell potatoes? How much money can one make selling potatoes? Jiang Nian, if you lack capital, I still have 32 yuan. Take it for now. And you can repay me once you earn some. As she spoke, Lin Wan produced a wad of cash and handed it over without hesitation. At that moment, Jiang Nian was deeply moved by her unwavering support. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly, never receiving care, understanding, or support from Tang Wanying, who only ever demanded and exploited. Now, Lin Wan's simple gesture touched his heart profoundly, making his gaze towards her softer, which rendered Wang Hong beside them somewhat embarrassed. Goodness, you still have your mother here, and you're exchanging glances. This remark jolted Jiang Nian back to reality, prompting him to quickly grasp Lin Wan's fair hand and push the money back towards her. No, I truly don't need capital for this venture. We only need potatoes, and we have plenty of those. Is it really just potatoes? Lin Wan questioned, unable to fathom the idea. Potatoes, due to their ease of storage and high yield, were ubiquitous in the north during these challenging times, making them the least valuable commodity. How could one possibly make a profit from something so common? Mother, please fetch a few potatoes from the cellar. Allow me to demonstrate. And soon you will see if this can generate income. Jiang Nian revealed a mysterious smile, pulling Lin Wan into the kitchen. Wang Hong, still skeptical, ventured into the cellar to bring back several potatoes, her expression one of doubt, eager to witness what Jiang Nian had in store. Without further ado, Jiang Nian peeled the potatoes, washed them, and cut them into cubes, draining the excess water. Heat the oil. At this moment, Wang Hong and Lin Wan exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Jiang Nian's intentions, particularly Wang Hong, who knew her son all too well. He had never cooked in all these years, yet now he appeared quite adept, resembling a seasoned chef. Was this truly her son? Once the oil was heated to the right temperature, Jiang Nian added the drained potato cubes, frying them until they turned golden brown before setting them aside. A small amount of oil remained in the pan. I sought minced ginger, adding in red chili peppers to stir-fry until a vibrant red oil emerged, then set it aside. Next, I incorporated vinegar, fine salt, and monosodium glutamate, ensuring a harmonious blend. With Jiang Nian stirring, the soul of the sauce was perfected, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Subsequently, I poured the sauce over the drained potato pieces, mixing them thoroughly before garnishing with a sprinkle of scallions. When I presented the fragrant, spicy potato cubes to Wang Hong and Lin Wan, they were utterly astonished by the overwhelming aroma. Is this truly your creation? Jiang Nian nodded in affirmation. The potatoes before them exuded a tantalizing fragrance, and the spicy essence stimulated their appetites, causing them to swallow hard. They had consumed potatoes countless times. Yet this was a novel experience. How delightful, Jiang Nian. When did you acquire such culinary skills? Lin Wan gazed at the delectable dish, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed. You can cook. How was I unaware of this? Wang Hong, her mother, expressed astonishment as well. Had she known her son possessed such talents, she would have sent him to culinary school long ago. After all, a chef's skills would always ensure a steady livelihood. I possess many more culinary talents. This is merely a hidden gem. Enough of the staring, let us savor the dish. Jiang Nian urged with a smile, captivated by the aroma. The two immediately took a piece and placed it in their mouths. Instantly, the spicy flavor enveloped their palates. The potato cubes were crispy on the outside, yet tender within, providing an extraordinarily delightful sensation. This is simply exquisite. I never imagined potatoes could be enjoyed in such a manner, Lin Wan exclaimed, unable to maintain her composure. For the taste was overwhelmingly delightful. Even if offered meat in exchange, she would not consider it. Jiang Nian, after hearing you speak, my heart was racing. But now I wholeheartedly agree, this dish would undoubtedly be a hit in the city. Especially among us women, we have no resistance to such flavors. Upon hearing Lin Wan's enthusiastic endorsement, Jiang Nian smiled. His spicy potato cubes were indeed tailored to appeal to a feminine palate. After all, men, burdened with family responsibilities, must weigh taste against economic viability and purchasing power, unless they are exceptionally affluent. In contrast, women today hold half the sky as modern women. Their financial independence allows them to indulge without the concerns of marriage and children. With your endorsement, this venture is bound to succeed. Jiang Nian felt a surge of confidence. According to calculations, 1 pound of potatoes could yield at least 5 servings of such potato cubes. Currently, the market price for a pound of potatoes is merely 20 cents, and he planned to sell each serving for 50 cents. This would yield a profit of $2.30 per pound, a staggering profit margin. Moreover, he was certain there would be no shortage of customers. After all, this snack would not emerge in the market for another 20 years, for now. He was the sole purveyor, and competition was not a concern. As for future trends, he remained unconcerned. The winds of reform had already begun to blow. The currents of history would sweep across the land, leading to countless transformations. Seizing even a single opportunity could lead to abundant prosperity. At this moment, Lin Wan and Wang Hong had consumed a substantial portion of the spicy potato chunks, yet they were left with an insatiable desire for more. Despite the sweltering summer heat causing beads of sweat to form on their brows, they could not resist the temptation to indulge further. Lin Wan, you just mentioned that women have no defense against these spicy potato chunks. Being from the city, do you know which areas in the county have a higher female population? Ideally, those associated with factories or similar establishments, particularly among the higher income brackets, Jiang Nian inquired. Lin Wan pondered for a moment, and then her eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, there is the Hongxing garment factory in the county, where the majority of the workers are women and their earnings are quite respectable. Perfect. Let's head there, Jiang Nian declared with determination, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. In this lifetime, he aimed to commence his journey toward accumulating his first fortune, beginning with these humble potatoes and ultimately reconstructing his commercial empire. Chapter 6. Proactive measures. As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Nian stormed back into the courtyard, his face a portrait of frustration, revealing the outcome even before he spoke. Given Wang Lan's temperament, it was clear that, regardless of the village secretary's efforts, there would be no resolution. Even if the matter escalated to the county, the results would likely remain unchanged. Indeed, upon entering the house, Jiang Nian recounted the disheartening situation. No matter how the village secretary reasoned, Wang Lan stood resolute. Uttering a defiant ultimatum, either someone would marry her daughter or they could leave immediately. She threatened that if anyone dared to touch her daughter's bride price, she would smash her head against a pillar. Her dramatic display, complete with tears and threats, left the village secretary utterly powerless. Compounding the matter was the absence of any male figure in their household. It was said that Tang Wanying's father had fled from Wang Lan's domineering nature years ago and had never returned, leaving them without a voice of reason. The concept of a harmonious society had, ironically, spared her. Jiang Nian clenched his fist in frustration. This was utterly unacceptable. He was determined to reclaim the bride price. His mother, Wang Hong, was trembling with rage and poised to storm out, but Jiang Nian grasped her firmly. Mom, don't go. We'll let go of the bride price. Let us consider it a lost cause. It's merely a few hundred yuan, and I, Jiang Nian, am confident that I can earn it back in a matter of days. What? Have you lost your mind or taken some strange medicine? Jiang Nian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The freshly lit pipe paused at his lips as he gazed incredulously at his son. That bride price is the culmination of your mother and my lifetime savings, and we've borrowed heavily as well. You think you can just earn it back in days? How exactly? By robbing someone? Speak sensibly. Where did you learn such fanciful notions? As Jiang Nian observed his son's grandiose claims, he raised his foot to deliver a reprimanding kick. Yet, Jiang Nian found joy in this paternal affection, a sentiment he had not experienced in many years. He quickly reiterated his plan to his father, and after considerable persuasion, he finally managed to ease Jiang Nian's concerns. The mindset of rural folks is often rigid, failing to grasp the significance of reform and opening up, and having suffered from the repercussions of capitalism, they harbor a lingering fear. In truth, most individuals share this apprehension. They are acutely aware that engaging in small business ventures could enhance their lives, yet they remain paralyzed by fear, hesitant to take that crucial step. This reluctance inadvertently creates a lack of competition. There exists a market, yet no rivalries. If even this opportunity does not yield profit, one might as well find a piece of tofu and end it all. After finishing lunch, Jiang Nian commenced his preparations. He meticulously washed the potatoes and packed them into a wooden barrel. Given that potatoes oxidize and the spicy potato cubes are best when freshly made, there was no need to peel and cut them in advance. However, the seasoning needed to be prepared ahead of time, as it improves in flavor when allowed to sit. With the ingredients ready, the only remaining items were bowls and chopsticks. Typically, spicy potato cubes would be served in oil paper bags, but there was no means to procure such items at present. The few bowls at home were rather worn, and with frequent use, they had become unhygienic. In an effort to minimize costs, Jiang Nian turned his attention to corn husks. These husks, untainted by oil, were occasionally used at home for steaming buns or making cornmeal pancakes, serving as a protective layer to prevent sticking. Each year, his mother, Wang Hong, would dry a substantial quantity, hanging them beneath the eaves. When needed, they would be retrieved, boiled in a large pot of water, and would emerge smooth and sufficiently resilient. With a bit of stitching, they could rival oiled paper bags. Additionally, Jiang Nian had harvested numerous thorns from the prickly ash tree, selecting a few of manageable size to pack into a box, which he used to skewer potato chunks, proving quite convenient. After a busy afternoon, everything was finally prepared. With all in readiness, he awaited the right moment. With dreams of a bright future in his heart, Jiang Nian slipped into slumber. That night, he slept soundly, a level of rest he had not experienced in decades. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Nian arose. He harnessed the mule and loaded all the prepared items, setting off in haste towards the county town. The journey was long, requiring about 3 hours by cart, and he aimed to arrive before the Red Star garment factory opened, hoping to sell a good amount. As he neared the village entrance, he glanced toward a small courtyard, Lin Wan's home. The yard seemed somewhat small and dilapidated, and a large black dog barked loudly. Soon, a light turned on in the house, and Lin Wan joyfully emerged, plopping down onto the cart without waiting for Jiang Nian to speak. "I've been waiting for you. Let's go. Are you coming too?" he asked, surprised. "Of course. I want to see if you can handle it." "What? You don't want to take me along?" With a smile, Jiang Nian took her in his embrace, cracked the whip, and urged the mule onward. As they traversed the winding country roads, under the moonlit sky and twinkling stars, inhaling the freshest air from nature, they exchanged laughter and heartfelt confessions, filling the atmosphere with the essence of happiness. Their companionship felt effortless and blissful, a stark contrast to Jiang Nian's previous life. Reflecting on his past, he realized how he had lavished affection upon Tang Wanying, yet felt none in return. He came to understand that love requires mutual pursuit, rather than a one-sided devotion. At last, Jiang Nian grasped this truth. By 7 in the morning, the pair had finally arrived in the county town. With Lin Wan by his side, finding the Red Star garment factory proved uncomplicated, and soon they reached the factory's entrance, swiftly setting up their stall. At that moment, the crowd was sparse. The reform and opening up had only recently begun, and the northern economy lagged behind. The winds of market economy had yet to reach them. Thus, many passers-by glanced curiously at Jiang Nian's stall. He remained unhurried, quickly preparing a sample to display prominently, and began to call out energetically, "Spicy potato chunks. Delicious and savory. Don't miss out as you pass by, only 50 cents per serving. Try before you buy, you can't lose. And if it's not to your liking, it's free." As Jiang Nian's loud call resonated, it immediately attracted a crowd. The tantalizing aroma of spicy potato cubes wafting from the vehicle made many unable to suppress their salivary response, yet no one dared to voice their desire to purchase. Observing this, Jiang Nian resolved to take the initiative. Presenting a piece of the spicy potato cube before a plump woman adorned with cascading waves of hair and a floral dress, unmistakably possessing a certain purchasing power. "Madam, do indulge in a taste. It will undoubtedly tantalize your palate, and if it does not please, you owe me nothing." The woman, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of delight. Gazing at Jiang Nian's delicate features, rosy lips, and robust physique, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Encouraged by his warm invitation, she eagerly took the spicy potato cube into her mouth. Delicious. Her eyes widened in amazement, and with excitement, she inquired, "What is this?" "I would like 2 portions. "No, make it 5. "Absolutely. I shall prepare that for you right away. Please hold on." Jiang Nian replied with a smile, disregarding the expressions of the onlookers as he swiftly set to work. "Is it truly that delectable?" Who knows, why not give it a try? I'll have one, please. I want 2 portions. Chapter 7. She has a man. With the bold attempts of the plump lady, others began to muster their courage as well. After sampling the offerings, many eagerly pulled out their money to make purchases, leaving Jiang Nian quite overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lin Wan accompanied him. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled. This fervor lasted a full hour, only dissipating at the very last moment before work hours commenced, when the crowd finally dispersed. Gazing at the few remaining potatoes in his vehicle, Jiang Nian wore a satisfied smile. He had anticipated some success, but he had not imagined such a remarkable turnout today. He could close up shop early. On the cart, Lin Wan was still counting the money, her face unable to conceal her joy. It was hard to fathom that such a substantial amount had been sold in just one morning. No need to count further. I prepared a total of 120 portions, 5 of which were complimentary. This means we sold 115 portions at 50 cents each, totaling 75 yuan, Jiang Nian stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at the cash in her hands. Jiang Nian's calculations were impeccable. Not only was it the significant earnings that astonished her, but also the fact that Jiang Nian had maintained such clarity amidst the chaos. He truly was a business prodigy. Now, she firmly believed that he could earn back the betrothal money within mere days. The mere thought of Jiang Nian accumulating enough funds to propose and bring her into his home sent a delightful shiver through her. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Unable to contain herself, she stood and wrapped her arms around Jiang Nian's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Jiang Nian, momentarily taken aback, looked up just in time to meet Lin Wan's affectionate gaze. Embarrassed, she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, and shyly murmured, "Jiang Nian, would you marry me soon?" Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Nian then embraced her gently and replied earnestly, "Once I have earned enough for the betrothal, I will promptly go to your family to propose. Rest assured, given today's success, it won't be long before I acquire the necessary funds. By then, you will have no choice but to marry me." Jiang Nian brimmed with confidence. It was worth noting that the potatoes had cost approximately 24 jin, at 2 cents per jin, totaling 4 yuan and 80 cents. The oil, salt, and seasoning combined did not exceed 2 yuan, meaning he netted a profit of about 50 yuan that morning. Furthermore, most of the ingredients had come from his own home, effectively lowering the cost even further. Given the popularity of the spicy potato cubes today, he anticipated needing to prepare at least a few dozen daily to meet the workers' demand. This was merely the first day, and he had only sold throughout the morning. Tomorrow, his spicy potato cubes would surely gain even more traction within the Hongxing clothing factory. Thus, Jiang Nian planned to double his production for the following day. With 500 yuan for the betrothal, it would take no more than 10 days. "Shall we head home now?" Lin Wan inquired, her face glowing with happiness at Jiang Nian's promise. Jiang Nian smiled gently, shaking his head. "It's still early. After earning so much today, I must treat you to a nice meal and also buy some essentials. As you can see, I've nearly exhausted all the supplies at home. Purchasing rice, oil, and salt is acceptable. However, dining out in the county town can be quite costly. With that money, it would be wiser to buy some meat and prepare dumplings at home, thereby allowing uncle and aunt to enjoy an improved meal," Lin Wan suggested with a smile. "You always think ahead. Very well, I shall heed your advice." After their discussion, Jiang Nian drove the two of them to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county town. The county town is not particularly bustling. The streets are lined with low-rise houses, and the roads are riddled with potholes. When it doesn't rain, dust fills the air, and when it does rain, the ground becomes a quagmire. To put it bluntly, aside from a single bustling street in the central area, the rest resembles rural areas closely. The supply and marketing cooperative is the most frequented place in the county, bustling with people. Numerous bicycles are parked outside, and a few young men and women dance to passionate and spirited songs playing in the cooperative. Inside, the cooperative was packed with people. After much effort, Jiang Nian finally squeezed in, inquired about the prices from a salesperson, and purchased the essentials along with a piece of meat, exiting with enthusiasm. However, as he stepped outside, he was suddenly taken aback. In front of a mule cart, a man clad in jeans and a white shirt, his slick-back hair gleaming, was leering at Lin Wan, making crude advances that annoyed her, while the young dancers joined in the ruckus. It is no wonder. Lin Wan was exceptionally beautiful, with exquisite features, sparkling eyes that adorned her delicate oval face, slightly tousled hair, and a tempting cherry-red mouth. If it weren't for his previous folly, how could Jiang Nian have ever been enamored with Tang Wanying while overlooking such beauty as Lin Wan? However, Matters were not as straightforward as Jiang Nian had presumed. Lin Wan, I didn't expect it to be you. To be honest, you look quite lovely in that outfit. It has a unique flair, had I not looked closely. I truly wouldn't have recognized you, the man remarked, dragging out his words as he appraised her with a glint in his eyes. Please step aside. We are not acquainted, Lin Wan replied coldly, clearly disapproving of the man before her, turning her neck to avoid even glancing at him. Such words are truly hurtful. We were nearly married. Must you speak so harshly? I wonder if you have a boyfriend now. If you don't, I believe you should reconsider me, after all. We are quite the match, he continued, grinning foolishly. With disdain etched on her face, Lin Wan regarded the man before her. His name was Wang Hao. Although his parents were esteemed intellectuals, his character left much to be desired, relying on his family's background. He had run amok in the county town these past 2 years. The thought of marrying such a man was utterly preposterous. Apologies, but I already have a partner. Just as Lin Wan felt at a loss, Jiang Nian approached, placing the purchased items onto the mule cart. Under Wang Hao's watchful gaze, he took Lin Wan's hand, firmly asserting his claim over her. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hao was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting from pale to flushed as he scrutinized Jiang Nian's humble attire. Utterly perplexed as to how such a man dared to stand before him. Oh, Lin Wan, surely you jest. You refuse to marry me. Only to choose such a lowly fellow. He is but a mere peasant. Can he truly provide you with a life of happiness? Wang Hao scoffed. Indeed, I am but a commoner, yet she prefers to be with me, a humble man, rather than tie the knot with you. Perhaps it is time for some self-reflection. Jiang Nian replied with a faint smile, taking a seat in the car and casting a triumphant glance at Wang Hao before driving away. Wang Hao's face flushed with anger, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity, his discomfort far worse than tasting something vile. Inside the mule cart, Jiang Nian remained composed, while Lin Wan found no joy in the situation, her brows knitted tightly together. After a prolonged hesitation, she voiced her concern. Jiang Nian, you shouldn't have confronted him like that. He is a lawless man. Provoking him may lead to trouble for you. Chapter 8. Eating soft rice at such a young age? Jiang Nian cast a glance at Lin Wan, offering a faint smile. He was acquainted with Wang Hao. Both of his parents were officials at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and in his previous life, he often interacted with them due to business dealings. Describing Wang Hao as lawless would be an understatement at this point, for he had not yet reached that level. In another decade or so, he would epitomize lawlessness, indulging in drinking, gambling, and all manner of debauchery. His privileged family background rendered him untouchable, granting him a sense of impunity that would only grow with time. After a drunken driving incident resulting in a fatality, he faced the media and reporters devoid of any remorse, boldly proclaiming, "My father is Wang Gang." Not only did he end up in jail, but his parents were also implicated. In the online vernacular of his previous life, there existed a term for such individuals, aptly describing his character. By the time Jiang Nian and Lin Wan returned to the village, it was nearly noon, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Although it was the busy farming season, the villagers, having toiled in the fields all morning, habitually congregated beneath the large willow tree by the street to engage in leisurely conversation. The chatter about trivial matters filled the air with vibrant energy. Recently, the most animated topic of discussion revolved around the issue of Tang Wanying's family demanding a bride price from Jiang Nian. The old woman, Mrs. Wang, was truly insufferable. Why should she refuse to return the bride price if her daughter would not marry the man? It was only due to the benevolence of old brother Jiang that the situation hadn't escalated further. If it were me, I would have made her regret her actions. Indeed, refusing to return the bride price was indefensible, whose money came easily. The couple from the Jiang family had poured their life savings into this, and with debts looming over them, their future prospects were bleak. Only that foolish girl Lin Wan still wished to be with Jiang Nian. One might wonder how a city girl could endure such hardship. It wouldn't be long before she would abandon the notion. Whether she stays or goes is not my concern. Their family still owes me 10 yuan, which I must recover quickly, for our household is on the verge of starvation. Aunt Air rolled her eyes, forcefully tossing the discarded onion skins to the ground and preparing to rise to demand her money. Do not go. My brother's family is in distress. As his brother, I cannot add to his troubles. He is a man of integrity. Rest assured, we will not incur a loss. Jiang Dahai, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a deep voice, halting his wife's movements. This caused Aunt Wei Shuzhen's temper to flare. Yet the look in Jiang Dahai's eyes deterred her from causing a scene in front of so many people. Reluctantly, she sat back down to continue peeling onions. muttering under her breath, "You think yourself so noble, so concerned for brotherly ties, while our own home is barely scraping by. Perhaps your brother is feasting on delicacies at home while we struggle. I know your brother is a good man, but he must have the means to repay. Now that you prevent me from collecting what is owed, I shall see when you manage to get that money back." Jiang Dahai, hearing her words, took a drag from his cigarette, his face etched with worry. Deep down, he understood that his wife spoke the truth. Every penny was hard-earned. Farmers toil relentlessly, and after a year of labor, little remains. 10 yuan would take at least 2 years to accumulate. In preparation for his son's wedding, Jiang Dashan often found himself borrowing money from neighbors. Even when his finances eased slightly, he felt compelled to repay those debts. This thought filled him with concern for his elder brother and his wife. As they aged, their health deteriorated year by year, and Jiang Nian, their son, was irresponsible, contributing nothing and idling his days away. How could this continue? Jiang Dahai took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, resolutely deciding he must have a serious talk with his nephew. Just then, he spotted Jiang Nian driving a donkey cart, laughing and joking with Lin Wan. Their demeanor quite intimate. The cart was laden with vegetables, meat, eggs, and even cookies and date cakes. What did I say? You worry about your brother. Yet he seems to be doing quite well, Jiang Dahai mused, observing the cart overflowing with goods, fish, meat, eggs, things that likely cost a small fortune. Aunt Wei Shuzhen shot Jiang Dahai a fierce glare and snapped, "If you prevent me from asking for money again, I won't hold back." Her words left Jiang Dahai momentarily speechless. Nearby villagers, some reveling in his misfortune, and others who had lent money to Jiang Dashan, chimed in, eager for repayment. Aunt Wei Shuzhen feigned a smile and approached, asking, "Xiao Nian, are you heading to the county? Buying all these things?" "Indeed, Aunt," Jiang Nian replied. Seeing Aunt Wei Shuzhen circling the cart, Jiang Nian stopped it and produced 2 bags containing a slab of pork and 2 fish. "Just right, Aunt. This is for you and Uncle too." "For us?" Wei Shuzhen was momentarily taken aback, but her expression swiftly transformed into one of delight as she accepted the gifts, exclaiming, "Xiao Nian, you are so thoughtful. I won't be polite." At that moment, Uncle Jiang Dahai approached with a stern expression, questioning Jiang Nian. "Where did you get the money to buy all this? Your parents are struggling to support your wedding, and not to mention their advancing age. Can they really bear your burden?" Aunt Wei Shuzhen seized the opportunity to add, "Yes, Xiao Nian. Your parents even borrowed 10 yuan from us to fund your wedding with Tang Wanying. You need to be more mindful." The implications in her words were not lost on Jiang Nian. Aunt, I remember borrowing 10 yuan from your family. Here it is," he said, pulling out a 10 yuan bill and handing it to Aunt Wei Shuzhen. "Oh my," she exclaimed, excitement evident as she quickly took the money, glancing around before cautiously tucking it into her clothing. Curiosity piqued, someone asked, "Jiang Nian, where did you get this money?" "I earned it from doing business," Jiang Nian replied, also repaying a few debts. With a donkey cart in tow, he made his way directly homeward. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Engaging in commerce? What a jest! Could he actually venture into business? Such claims were met with skepticism. Most believed that Lin Guanhua had financed him, and Jiang Nian had become a mere gigolo, enjoying the fruits of another's labor at such a tender age. The whispers reached Jiang Nian's ears. Yet he chose not to offer any explanations. Let the rumors swirl. He had no need to concern himself with the opinions of others. Upon arriving home at midday, both of his parents were present. When they saw the bounty that Jiang Nian and Lin Guanhua had brought, his mother, Wang Hong, gaped in astonishment. Had they truly made a profit to afford such an abundance? Jiang Nian had left the house that morning with not a single coin. Yet he returned bearing a plethora of goods, meat, fish, and eggs. The sight of these items left her utterly speechless. In their village, opportunities to indulge in meat were rare, and fish was even more elusive. Only the more affluent families could afford such luxuries during festivals. For those of lesser means, such a notion was a distant dream. Their household had not seen meat in half a year, and the mere sight of it was tantalizing. Chapter 9. If you dare to bully my woman, you shall regret it. Mother Wang Hong was astounded. Her son's inaugural venture into business had yielded such impressive profits that she could hardly contain her joy. She hurried to assist in organizing and storing the earnings. Beside her, Jiang Dashan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his anxieties finally subsiding. He had feared that his son might lose interest after a fleeting moment of enthusiasm or encounter obstacles that would deter him from pursuing business. Uncle, Auntie, Jiang Nian truly possesses a remarkable talent for business. We only sold for a single morning, yet customers came in a steady stream, totaling 57.5 yuan. This amount is equivalent to the monthly wage of a skilled worker in a garment factory, Lin Wan exclaimed, her arm linked with Jiang Nian's. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as she shared the day's achievements. Really? Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong gasped in astonishment. My goodness, earning so much. There's hope for a brighter future. Wang Hong paused her tasks, staring in disbelief at Jiang Nian. Mom, this is just the beginning. I promise you. I will earn even more in the future and ensure you enjoy a life of comfort, Jiang Nian declared, retrieving some meat and placing it on the cutting board. Tonight, we shall make dumplings. Wonderful, wonderful. Wang Hong beamed with delight. Old man, our son has truly made something of himself. To celebrate his successful first day, we shall not only make dumplings but also prepare several additional dishes. Lin Guan, go fetch your aunt so we can all share in this joy, Wang Hong urged, hoping to seize the moment to discuss a potential union between their families. After all, Lin Guan's parents were city folk, and she had only her aunt as an elder in the village. It would be beneficial for both families to sit together and gauge sentiments. All right, auntie. I will return shortly to lend you a hand, Lin Guan replied without hesitation, happily making her way outside. A warm, sunlit feeling enveloped Lin Guan. It felt as though she was basking in sunlight, a sensation that was ineffable. This was true happiness. Jiang Nian, while your father and I prepare the dumplings, you should take charge of the cooking, as your culinary skills are commendable. When Lin Guan's aunt arrives, make sure to impress her. It is vital that she speaks favorably of you to Lin Guan's parents. They are well educated and hold influential positions. While our Jiang family has never been in their league, consider yourself fortunate, Wang Hong advised, her traditional mindset prompting her to caution Jiang Nian repeatedly, fearing he might say something amiss that could jeopardize the potential match. Understood, Mom, Jiang Nian answered with a smile. After a whirlwind of activity throughout the afternoon, they finally prepared all the dishes and set the table. The meal consisted of simple, home-cooked fare, featuring fish, meat, and dumplings. In the context of 1983, during the early reform era when everyone was tightening their belts, such a spread would be considered a luxury, even on festive occasions. Lin Guan has been gone for quite a while. Where could she be? Wang Hong pondered, a hint of concern etching her features. Jiang Nian, don't worry about the remaining tasks. Leave them to your mother and me. Hurry and check on her. If the food stays out much longer, it will get cold, she urged. Jiang Nian nodded and stepped outside. Upon arriving at Lin Guan's home, Jiang Nian was utterly astonished by the scene that greeted him. As soon as I arrived at the door, I was met with the sound of weeping from within, accompanied by Lin Wan's soothing voice. Alarmed that Lin Wan might be in distress, Jiang Nian forcefully pushed open the wooden door. The sight that greeted him was one of utter chaos. The table lay overturned, its contents scattered across the floor. The glass mirror hanging on the wall was shattered, shards of glass littering the ground, and the cupboard was in disarray. Lin Wan's aunt sat on the edge of the Kong, sobbing, her face ashen with evident terror, while Lin Wan, attempting to console her, trembled slightly, her expression one of heart-wrenching despair. The sound of Jiang Nian's entrance startled both women, causing them to jump in fright. Upon realizing it was Jiang Nian, they regained their composure. Jiang Nian was unaware of the situation's gravity, but it was evident that Lin Wan had suffered some injustice. As he approached her, Lin Wan could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Jiang Nian's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Once Lin Wan's emotions had somewhat stabilized, Jiang Nian turned to her aunt, Lin Qihua, and inquired, Aunt, what transpired? Lin Qihua rolled her eyes, about to respond, but Lin Wan grasped her hand, shaking her head in warning. Lin Wan's intent was clear. Given Jiang Nian's temperament, revealing the details would surely incite chaos. Nevertheless, Lin Qihua, unperturbed, retorted, Isn't it because of you? How dare you ask? Jiang Nian had already formed a rough hypothesis. This incident was undoubtedly linked to Tang Wanying and her daughter. His expression darkened as he stated, Aunt, who is the scoundrel behind this? I will not let this matter rest. Who else but Yang Wei? Lin Qihua replied. Yang Wei? Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, taken aback. The name conjured an image of a weaselly character from the 5th production team, a lad who often lingered around, persistently pursuing Lin Wan. Why would he vandalize this place? Isn't it obvious? He heard that Xiaowan was seeing you, she explained. What does that have to do with him? Jiang Nian retorted, his anger rising. What does it have to do with him? He has been pursuing Xiaowan, as you know. Now that she is with you, can he possibly not be furious? That scoundrel, unable to confront you directly, comes here to wreak havoc. Lin Qihua continued. Yang Wei has declared that Lin Wan is not to date you. If she continues her relationship with you, he will take action. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian's temper flared. That shameless wretch. Who does he think he is to dictate whom Lin Wan can date? If I don't teach him a lesson today, I am not Jiang Nian. Fueled by indignation, Jiang Nian immediately set off to confront Yang Wei at the 5th production team. Realizing the potential disaster, Lin Wan panicked. Jiang Nian was headstrong, and once he set his mind on something, nothing could deter him. If he went through with this, blood would surely be shed. With urgency, she dashed out, calling after him, "Jiang Nian, come back. Don't let this escalate into something dire." But Jiang Nian did not look back as he exited the courtyard. Lin Wan wished to pursue, but was stopped by Lin Qinghua, who refused to let go no matter what, causing great distress to Lin Wan. "Aunt, please release me. If Jiang Nian's temper flares, matters will escalate beyond control." "Let it escalate," Lin Qinghua retorted. "They've already bullied you, if he cannot protect you. What kind of man is he? If he does not stand up for you, he is nothing but a coward unworthy of marriage." "Oh dear, Aunt. Please do not dismiss the severity of the situation. What if it leads to dire consequences?" With that, Lin Wan forcefully shook off Lin Qinghua's grip and hurriedly rushed outside. From Jiang Nian's reaction upon learning the details of the incident, she had already concluded that he harbored feelings for her and was a man deserving of her trust. The disparaging remarks about cowardice held no weight for her. All she cared about was Jiang Nian's well-being. Chapter 10. A fierce confrontation with Yang Wei and the 5th production team. At Yang Wei's residence, he was currently enjoying a drink with his cousin. Born to elderly parents, Yang Wei, at 30, found himself bereft of both his parents and a spouse, living the solitary life of a bachelor. He often sought the company of good friends to share a drink, whether there was a reason or not. On the table before them lay a plate of peanuts. And as the liquor flowed, both men became increasingly animated, their faces flushed from the alcohol as they began to boast. "Brother, you've really got guts." The Lin family's house was demolished just like that, and his brother is a high-ranking official in the city. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" "Afraid of what?" Yang Wei scoffed dismissively. "A powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. How could he possibly come after me?" He continued, "Moreover, precisely because he is a high-ranking official, he would be even more reluctant to act. If he did, it would be a breach of discipline. But you must remain cautious. Even if Lin Wan's parents won't take action against you, you should still be wary of that scoundrel Jiang Nian. He is not one to be trifled with. And if he finds out, he will surely come after you." Upon hearing Jiang Nian's name, Yang Wei laughed derisively. "What is Jiang Nian? Just someone who is slightly more handsome. What good is that? In my opinion, he's utterly useless, unable to win over Tang Wanying. I truly don't understand what Lin Wan sees in him. Rest assured, as long as I am here, they will not succeed. Lin Wan can only be mine." Yang Wei declared confidently, raising his cup in a toast. He downed the drink in one go, emboldened by the liquor, ready to continue his bravado when suddenly a loud bang echoed through the room. The wooden door was forcefully kicked open. A tall figure, radiating fury, appeared in the doorway. Jiang Nian. Feeling a surge of guilt, Yang Wei dropped his cup with a clang upon meeting Jiang Nian's furious gaze, while his drinking companion instinctively shuddered. "Jiang Nian, what are you doing? If there's something to discuss, let's sit down and talk it over." "Get lost." Jiang Nian shot a fierce glare at Yang's cousin, pointing a finger at him as he warned, "This is none of your business. Stay out of my way, or I'll deal with you too." In an instant, Yang's cousin was so frightened that he scrambled away, leaving the room in haste. In the entire Min-to-go area, who did not know of Jiang Nian's notorious temper? There was no reasoning with this fellow. He was strong, ruthless, and held grudges, never hesitating to retaliate. Once provoked, he showed no mercy. Yang Wei stared at Jiang Nian, his eyes wide with shock, and instinctively swallowed hard. But then, recalling that the girl he pursued had fallen for this smooth-talking individual, his eyes turned red with rage. Blinded by fury, he smashed his cup and shouted at Jiang Nian, "What do you want, Jiang? Don't think I'm afraid of you." At that moment, Jiang Nian was seething with anger, and hearing Yang Wei's defiant tone only fueled his rage further. He was in no mood for idle chatter, and with a swift stride, he advanced, delivering a solid punch to Yang Wei's face, causing a tooth, accompanied by a spray of blood, to fly out. Following this, he unleashed a kick to Yang Wei's abdomen, the excruciating pain rendering Yang Wei utterly helpless as he clutched his stomach, unable to retaliate. "Damn it. You've crossed the line by threatening my woman. You are courting death." With Yang Wei pinned to the earth in bed, Jiang Nian unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, striking indiscriminately. Yang Wei, protecting his head, howled in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig. The commotion soon attracted nearby villagers, who rushed into the room to witness the scene. Without considering the circumstances, they intervened, eventually managing to pull Jiang Nian away from Yang Wei after a considerable struggle. At that moment, Yang Wei was left battered and bruised. His clothes drenched in spilled liquor, one nostril stuffed with a peanut while the other sported a green onion, epitomizing his disheveled state. Seeing Jiang Nian still seething with rage, several villagers attempted to restrain him, but to no avail, and they shouted in reprimand, "Jiang Nian, have you lost your mind? Can't anything be resolved through conversation? If you continue this violence, we will have to inform your parents." They insisted that this matter needed addressing. It was one thing for him to act recklessly in the 3rd Brigade, but to come to the 5th Brigade and assault someone was utterly unacceptable. However, Jiang Nian showed no regard for their admonishments, his gaze fierce as he coldly surveyed those attempting to intervene. "Whoever you want to find, go ahead. Even if the King of Hell himself appears today, I will knock him out." With that, Jiang Nian exerted his strength, breaking free from their grasp, and forcefully pinned Yang Wei back to the ground, resuming his onslaught. The villagers stood stunned, and as they tried once more to restrain Jiang Nian, they found it impossible. They had heard tales of Jiang Nian's formidable strength since childhood, but witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. They knew they had to intervene. If they did not, Yang Wei would surely be beaten to death. As Jiang Nian's blows intensified, he appeared to be in a frenzied state, and Yang Wei's legs were trembling with pain. Yet he stubbornly protested, "Damn it, Jiang Nian, if you don't kill me today, I will make sure to avenge myself later." The moment those words left his mouth, the villagers gripping Jiang Nian could not help but curse inwardly, "You fool, you're nearly beaten to a pulp. And yet you still insist on being defiant?" Upon hearing Yang Wei's fierce retort, Jiang Nian's fury escalated. Grabbing Yang Wei's hair, he landed several sharp slaps that left Yang Wei seeing stars. "So, you still have the audacity to be defiant? If you were truly brave, you wouldn't need to bully a woman. You should come directly for me. Dare to threaten my woman, and I will make sure your mother won't recognize you." By now, the uproar had drawn a crowd, both inside and outside the house, most spectating with a disinterested demeanor. At this moment, Lin Wan, accompanied by Jiang Dashan and the village secretary, hurried over. Upon seeing the chaotic scene within, Jiang Dashan's expression darkened, resembling a bruised eggplant, as he delivered a swift kick to Jiang Nian's rear, exclaiming, "You little rascal, cease this at once." Jiang Nian observed that his elderly father had arrived, and Yang Wei, who had been thoroughly beaten into a state resembling that of a pig's head, felt his anger dissipating significantly. Thus, he decided to release his grip. "Secretary, you are here at last. You must intercede on my behalf. Just look at what they have done to me. Oh dear," Yang Wei exclaimed, covering his face, immediately adopting the role of the wronged party. Upon witnessing this, the village secretary surveyed the scene and then fixed his gaze upon Jiang Nian, asking, "Jiang Nian, did you strike him?" "Indeed." Jiang Nian responded with a decisive clap of his hands, acknowledging the act without hesitation. "Why did you resort to violence? And to such an extent? Have you fallen back into your old habits?" The village secretary inquired with a stern expression. "Why did I not finish him off?" Jiang Nian replied without a hint of remorse. He pointed at Yang Wei's nose and insisted, "Ask him what he has done today. Let him explain whether I was justified in my actions." "Yang Wei, speak." Chapter 11. You deserve it. Upon hearing the village secretary's words, Yang Wei's expression immediately became awkward, stammering and reluctant to speak. In such a situation, who could fail to see that this young man harbored a guilty conscience? No wonder Jiang Nian was intent on giving him a good beating. "You better speak up. If you don't, I want to take responsibility for this." "If I hit you, it will be in vain," the village secretary questioned with a stern demeanor. From the road, Lin Wan had already recounted the entire incident, making this an obvious inquiry. If it were up to him, Jiang Nian's actions would be entirely justified. However, this was not a time for casualness. As village secretary, he had to handle the matter with impartiality. Mishandling the situation could easily draw the ire of the villagers. Yet, failing to address Yang Wei's behavior would leave his position as village secretary precarious. After all, Lin Guan's parents held a unique status. Although Lin Guan was understanding and would not disclose the matter, her aunt, Lin Qihua, was fully aware. And who was Lin Qihua? She was a person who could not tolerate even the slightest injustice. How could she endure this? Not daring to speak up? Coward. Jiang Nian shot a fierce glare at Yang Wei. He had gone to Lin Guan's home, wreaking havoc and threatening to return if Lin Guan continued her relationship with him. Wasn't that deserving of a beating? This shameless individual thought he had a right to interfere in Lin Guan's relationship with Jiang Nian. What kind of behavior was it to vandalize someone else's home? He deserved to be beaten into a pulp. If it were me, I would have done the same. Such audacity. If you have the ability, pursue her. If not, you have no right to disturb her. A few upright villagers, upon hearing Jiang Nian's account, regarded Yang Wei with altered expressions, voicing their disapproval. Several village girls cast disdainful looks at Yang Wei, criticizing him for not acting like a man. The villagers exchanged remarks, and Yang Wei's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shame. He lost his composure and shouted at Jiang Nian, "What's wrong with being angry? I pursued her for so long, and she didn't even glance my way. Why do you think you have the right to her heart? Just because you have a pretty face? If she won't be with me, she can't be with you either. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it myself." Before he could finish, Jiang Nian stepped forward and kicked him fiercely. The impact left Yang Wei hunched over, clutching his abdomen, speechless. As he fell to the ground, Jiang Nian spat on him, declaring, "If you can't have it, you'll destroy it? I'll destroy you first. Do you believe that?" At that moment, the onlooking villagers dismissed him completely. How could someone be so shameless? To destroy what one cannot possess, what kind of twisted mentality does that reveal? If you have any skill, compete fairly with Jiang Nian. If you feel wronged, have the courage to challenge him one-on-one. Bullying a girl is no accomplishment. This shameless scoundrel deserves to be beaten. No man with any sense of honor could tolerate such behavior. Then Jiang Nian turned to the village secretary, stating earnestly, "Secretary, this is the situation." And he has admitted to it himself. The relationship between Lin Wan and me is a matter solely between the two of us, founded on mutual affection. And it is not for others to meddle. Let me be clear. Should anyone dare to act inappropriately towards Lin Wan or spread malicious gossip, I shall not hesitate to break their legs. As Jiang Nian's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, everyone felt a shiver run down their spine, cold sweat nearly dripping from their brows. Having said this, he disregarded the onlookers' reactions, grasped Lin Wan's hand, and maneuvered through the throng, exiting the room amidst the collective gaze of the spectators. Remaining in the aftermath of such a confrontation would only invite further trouble. Jiang Nian was no fool. Lin Wan was taken aback by Jiang Nian's display of profound affection, which left her both astonished and delighted. Such fervor had previously been reserved for Tang Wanying, making this moment feel almost surreal. In that instant, she felt like a princess, with Jiang Nian as her valiant prince, bold enough to charge into battle and willing to sacrifice for her. Immersed in this blissful joy, a radiant flush graced her cheeks, and she yearned to nestle into Jiang Nian's embrace. "Secretary, you must uphold justice for me. He has treated me so harshly, he cannot be allowed to leave." With Jiang Nian walking away while still holding Lin Guan's hand, Yang Wei grew frantic, shouting at the village secretary, "Uphold justice? For what? You deserve the beating. Should you dare to engage in such shameless antics again, I would not hesitate to let him finish the job." The village secretary shot him a disdainful glare, filled with contempt and disgust. How could someone so devoid of merit resort to violence against a girl? What kind of disgraceful individual do we have in our village? The secretary, uninterested in further discourse, turned his gaze to the villagers. "All right, everyone, stop gawking and return to your homes to work." He then addressed Jiang Dashan, "Brother Jiang, you must speak to Jiang Nian. No matter the justification, he cannot resort to such excessive force. Look at the state of the poor fellow. This matter ends here. But should it happen again, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities." Jiang Dashan nodded gravely, assuring him of his intent to discipline Jiang Nian upon returning home. Upon hearing that Jiang Nian had beaten Yang Wei and his fifth squad, Tang Wanying could hardly believe it. Did he truly go so far? There was no doubt. Yang Wei bore the marks of a severe beating, and had it not been for the intervention of others, he might have been killed. Wang Lan exclaimed animatedly while serving herself a potato. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanying suddenly found the potato in her bowl less appealing. A wave of disappointment washing over her, it seemed he truly no longer held affection for her. He had once cared enough to act in such a manner on her behalf. With a sigh, she recalled last year when Erdeki from the second squad had informed Jiang Nian of her clandestine encounter in the cornfield. Jiang Nian had nearly beaten Erdeki to death over it, leading to the unraveling of their childhood friendship. The thought of Jiang Nian now serving as someone else's protector only deepened her discontent, prompting her to put down her chopsticks in frustration. Nearly sighing was futile. If she wished to win back Jiang Nian's heart, she would need to employ more cunning strategies. Upon witnessing her daughter's furrowed brow, Wang Lan cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Clearly, you sense the underlying implications of my words. Methods? What methods?" Tang Wanying questioned, feeling a twinge of foolishness. Wang Lan shot her a disapproving look. "What is our greatest asset as women? Undoubtedly, it is our beauty. Jiang Nian has harbored an infatuation for you for quite some time. If you approach him, offering yourself, do you not think he would be moved? Is that permissible? Tang Wanying felt a shiver run down her spine, clearly hesitant. What is the matter? Are you feeling bashful? Upon observing Tang Wanying's timid demeanor, Wang Lan's frustration mounted. If you were truly embarrassed, would you have allowed yourself to be in such a situation? I am providing you with a clear path forward. It's up to you to decide whether to tread it. I must warn you, your brother and your father will return from work by year end. If you are then burdened with a noticeable condition and cannot articulate a reasonable explanation, I cannot predict how your father's temper might manifest. At the mention of her father, Tang Wanying trembled slightly, biting her lip and nodding in response. Chapter 12. Are you giving yourself to me? After escorting Lin Wan back to her aunt's home, Jiang Nian assisted in tidying up the place before taking the two of them back to his residence for dinner. With Lin Guan's aunt present, there was little discussion about Jiang Nian's recent altercation with Yang Wei. Following this incident, Lin Chihua seemed quite pleased with Jiang Nian, constantly extolling his virtues. It was not until around 7 in the evening that Jiang Nian returned the two to their abode. At this time, dusk had just begun to settle, and Jiang Nian contemplated preparing the materials needed for his stall the following day. However, just after departing Lin Guan's residence, he spotted Tang Wanying waiting eagerly beneath a large willow tree by the roadside. Today, she looked exceptionally beautiful, adorned in a white dress. Her hair styled in 2 playful ponytails, her hands fiddling with the ends of her braids, her eyes gazing longingly, radiating charm. Setting aside all else, Tang Wanying was indeed striking. In the entire village, only Lin Guan could rival her beauty. In terms of demeanor, she resembled a stunning university student freshly emerged from the campus, perfectly encapsulated by the word innocent. The white gown, embellished with floral embroidery at the collar, accentuated her grace. A gift Jiang Nian had purchased last year for her birthday, with savings accumulated over 2 months. In the past, encountering such a lovely Tang Wanying would have compelled Jiang Nian to rush towards her, unable to resist. However, now he felt a wave of nausea at the sight. He chose to ignore her, calmly walking past, resolved to have no further interaction with her as long as she did not provoke him. Observing Jiang Nian's indifference, Tang Wanying's expression turned pained. Reflecting on Jiang Nian's past kindness towards her juxtaposed with his current coldness, an inexplicable sorrow welled up, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. In her mind, Jiang Nian stood as a paragon of virtue, a stark contrast to the irresponsible man who had left her with a child. Was such a good man truly destined to be out of her reach? Jiang Nian, did you not see me? As Jiang Nian passed by, she stamped her foot in frustration, calling out in grievance. Did not see you. Jiang Nian replied curtly without turning back. The straightforwardness of his response caught Tang Wanying off guard. Seeing him continue without a pause, she quickly chased after him. Jiang Nian, wait, I have something to say to you. Not interested. As Tang Wanying kept pace with him, Jiang Nian frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. He was determined to deny her any opportunity, quickening his steps. Just then, unexpectedly, Tang Wanying wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her face against his back. Despite his growing aversion towards her, the suddenness of her embrace left him momentarily flustered, and as a young man, he could not completely suppress the rush of blood that surged through him, causing his body to react involuntarily. Nonetheless, Jiang Nian remained composed. He could not betray Lin Wan. Forcefully prying Tang Wanying's hands away, he turned, frowning as he confronted her with a cold gaze. Tang Wanying, what are you doing? Ah, you're hurting me, she exclaimed. Tang Wanying's face contorted in pain, at which point Jiang Nian realized he was gripping her wrist a bit too tightly, causing it to redden. His strength had always been considerable, and it was only natural that she could not endure it. Upon witnessing her genuine discomfort, Jiang Nian finally released her. Please show some restraint. I am now in a relationship. Let this be the end of it. If you persist, I cannot guarantee that I will not take action against you. His words were as cold as ice, piercing through Tang Wanying's heart once more, leaving her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. In the past, Jiang Nian had treated her with kindness, and she had felt utterly at ease, never questioning the appropriateness of their bond. Yet now, he regarded her as a stranger, a reality she found difficult to accept. Jiang Nian, must you treat me this way? She murmured, rubbing her wrist, her voice slightly choked. As she raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, she implored, once, I was presented with a genuine love, yet I failed to cherish it. Only after its loss did I come to regret my negligence. If you could grant me another chance, I would devote the remainder of my life to loving you. Please, return to me. Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at her abdomen. A cold smile creeping into his heart. His intuition told him that this woman was merely acting. Yet her performance was so convincing that he could not help but scoff. The Oscars owe you a little gold statue. What? Tang Wanying was bewildered by his frosty words. In 1983, Hollywood films had yet to permeate the public consciousness, and few were aware that the Academy Awards represented the pinnacle of cinematic honor. Jiang Nian, I understand that you may not believe anything I say now, but I come to you with sincerity. Tang Wanying bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Haven't you always wanted me? If you desire me, I can give myself to you right now. I only ask that you cease your coldness towards me. Please. With that, she attempted to leap into Jiang Nian's embrace once more. Quick as lightning, Jiang Nian evaded her. At that moment, he felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind. Tang Wanying seemed utterly desperate, evidently left with no other options. Although dusk had fallen, shadows still lingered in the village. The townsfolk, finding little enjoyment in remaining indoors, preferred to gather beneath the trees along the street to cool off. If this tug-of-war continued, rumors were bound to circulate. Jiang Nian had resolved to sever ties with her completely, offering no further opportunities, especially knowing that Tang Wanying was pregnant. Engaging with her now could lead to complications that would be difficult to explain later. His demeanor grew cold as he spoke firmly. Tang Wanying, whether your feelings are genuine or feigned, I have no interest in you any longer. From this point forward, you shall pursue your own path while I walk mine. We shall coexist like two streams that do not cross. Should you insist on entangling our fates and making things awkward for both of us, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Wanying suddenly rose onto her toes, her delicate lips pressing against his, her slender hand resting firmly against his chest. In a state of bewilderment, Jiang Nian found himself vulnerable as Tang Wanying seized the opportunity to launch a more aggressive assault. His mind was buzzing, completely unprepared for Tang Wanying's sudden onslaught. To his astonishment, he perceived a shadowy figure not far away, staring at him in a daze. Lin Wan. A pang of anxiety surged through Jiang Nian's heart. As he witnessed Lin Wan running away, his mind instantly cleared. He forcefully pushed Tang Wanying aside and delivered a sharp slap to her face, pointing an accusatory finger at her as he erupted in anger. Tang Wanying. This was all premeditated, wasn't it? You are truly malicious. Let me warn you, if Lin Wan misunderstands this, I will not let this matter rest. With that, he sprinted after the direction Lin Wan had fled. Watching Jiang Nian dash away, Tang Wanying, thwarted in her attempts, covered her face and felt tears welling in her eyes, stomping her foot in frustration. Chapter 13. Not as you think. It remains a mystery how Lin Wan managed to flee so swiftly. Jiang Nian pursued her all the way to her aunt Lin Xinghua's residence but was unable to catch up. Upon arriving at Lin Xinghua's home, he could hear Lin Wan's muffled sobs from within, while Lin Xinghua stood resolutely at the door, having locked it and refusing to let Jiang Nian enter, which greatly distressed him. Lin Wan, you've misunderstood. Please allow me to explain. Jiang Nian pleaded, knocking on the door while anxiously peering inside. Aunt, please open the door. It's not as you think. What do you think we think? Lin Xinghua crossed her arms and scrutinized Jiang Nian with a critical gaze. TSK, Jiang Nian. I hadn't anticipated this side of you. You profess undying love to our Lin Wan while still entangled with Tang Wanying. What do you take our Lin Wan for? Aunt, it's not as you imagine, Jiang Nian insisted desperately. However, Lin Xinghua interrupted him sharply. Don't call me aunt. You're a Jiang, and I'm a Lin. There's a difference in our surnames. Misunderstanding? How can it be a misunderstanding when I see the sordid deeds you committed? Let me tell you, Jiang Nian. Our little one is a university student, well-educated and dignified. Her parents are respectable figures in the city. Why should she be with someone like you? Go away. Never come to our home again. Consider it a blessing that our Lin Wan has not lost her senses to be interested in you. Lin Xinghua rolled her eyes and retreated into the house, ignoring Jiang Nian's frantic calls and explanations. Once inside, she sat beside Lin Wan. Aunt, is this really wise? What if it's truly a misunderstanding? Lin Wan wiped her tears and glanced out the window. Outside, Jiang Nian was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, persistently explaining through the window, hoping Lin Wan would hear him and let him in. Yet, Lin Xinghua was adamant about not allowing that. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Lin Xinghua remarked, he deserves a lesson. Even if it's not intentional, he is still involved with you while remaining entangled with Tang Wanying. That's his fault as well. With that, Lin Xinghua climbed onto the bed, drew the curtains, tucked herself under the covers, and turned off the light. It's already past 9. If you're not afraid of the neighbors coming out to scold you, feel free to shout outside. Otherwise, I suggest you return home and reflect on your actions. Lin Xinghua's voice echoed from inside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian ceased his knocking, hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, Lin Wan, I understand that you're upset and feeling wronged. You may not believe anything I say right now. Since you're unwilling to come out and see me, I will wait here all night. Whenever you've calmed down and wish to speak with me, I will be ready to explain everything. With that, Jiang Nian settled down beneath the eaves. Inside the house, Lin Wan remained silent for a long time. But her feelings of grievance began to dissipate upon hearing that Jiang Nian would wait outside. Concern crept in, and she said, Aunt, he truly won't wait outside. Will he? It's quite chilly. I hope he doesn't catch a cold. Saying this, she reached for a piece of clothing to bring to Jiang Nian. In truth, when Jiang Nian was outside, explaining the circumstances, he had already placed his faith in Jiang Nian, feeling merely a sense of grievance. Now, upon hearing that Jiang Nian intended to wait outside for the night, anxiety surged within him. What illness might arise in this sweltering summer? If he wishes to wait, let him wait. Lin Xinhua immediately opposed, chiding, You, my dear girl, simply cannot remain calm. Whatever he says must be taken as truth. That scoundrel Jiang Nian has always been glib, with 100 tricks up his sleeve, leaving you utterly at his mercy. Lin Wan, her face etched with worry, exclaimed, Even if he doesn't fall ill, the mosquitoes outside are plentiful. No, I must go out and check on him. This obstinate girl. Lin Xinhua intended to offer further counsel, but Lin Wan had already tuned her out, hastily grabbing a piece of clothing and leaping out of bed. Lin Xinhua could only roll her eyes helplessly, lamenting the trials of raising a daughter. Creak. At that moment, beneath the eaves, Jiang Nian squatted on the ground, resignedly counting the stars above, surrounded by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes that frayed his nerves. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening caught his attention, and his heart leapt with joy. Turning his head, he saw Lin Wan, who had just moments ago been frowning, now beaming brightly. He stood up, brushing himself off and approaching the door. Hee, Lin Wan, I knew you wouldn't have the heart to leave me unseen. Upon seeing her, Jiang Nian felt a surge of confidence and joy, instinctively grasping Lin Wan's delicate fingers. I swear by the heavens, I have truly severed all ties with Tang Wanying. She came to plead for reconciliation, and I never anticipated she would suddenly kiss me. You must believe me. At that moment, as Jiang Nian held her hands and gazed deeply into her eyes, Lin Wan felt her heart melt, a blush rising on her cheeks. She nodded. I shall forgive you this time, but there must not be a next. I promise, there will be no next time, Jiang Nian vowed, raising his hand in assurance. If there is, let me be struck down by lightning. Before he could finish, Lin Wan's slender finger pressed against his lips, silencing his harsh oath. Before he could fully comprehend, he felt a warm softness against his lips as Lin Wan, eyes closed, pressed her mouth to his. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Nian gazed at Lin Wan's fair complexion, her long lashes, and her flowing hair, all utterly enchanting. Unbeknownst to him, he became entranced, his gaze dreamy, and his hands grew bolder. The warmth radiating from Lin Wan, along with her faint, alluring fragrance, captivated him completely. Oh dear, these two foolish children. Just as they were lost in each other's tender embrace, Lin Chihua's voice emerged from the doorway, startling them into separation. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, unsure where to place her hands. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. You should hurry back as well. With her head lowered, Lin Wan, blushing, scampered back inside. Jiang Nian, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. Hee, and I shall take my leave now. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. Stop right there. Lin Xinhua promptly called Jiang Nian to a halt, asserting that even if he had not been too timing, he was still at fault. Let me make this clear. If you wish to be with our beloved Guowan, you must sever all ties with that girl Tang Wanying. Yes, Jiang Nian quickly acquiesced. Following this incident, he realized he must remain vigilant against Tang Wanying, who was evidently willing to resort to any underhanded tactic to secure a father for her unborn child. He had every reason to believe that had he shown even the slightest hint of affection, she would have eagerly joined him for a game of poker. Furthermore, I must offer you a word of caution. As Jiang Nian pondered, Lin Chihua spoke again. Guowan is a treasure gem in my brother's palm. Marrying her will not be an easy feat when it comes to marrying a man. One must consider the practicalities of life, clothing, and sustenance. You must prove your ability to provide for her, ensuring that she will not suffer by your side. "Aunt, rest assured, I can take care of her and will never let her endure hardship," Jiang Nian pledged earnestly. He felt quite confident in this regard. However, mere words are insufficient. Action is required. Do not be deceived by the profits you made today at your stall, for it may merely be a stroke of luck. You must consistently earn to succeed. Well then, think it over carefully, and we shall retire for the night. Chapter 14. Such is fate on his way home. Jiang Nian felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that his father would confront him about the incident involving Yang Wei. However, to his surprise, upon arriving home, he found his father, Jiang Dashan, seated on the threshold of the yard, leisurely smoking a cigarette. As Jiang Nian approached, his father slowly rose and remarked, "You are now a grown man, soon to establish your own family. Henceforth, in all your endeavors, contemplate the rightness and wrongness before proceeding." With that, Jiang Dashan gradually retreated indoors, closing the door softly behind him. Watching his father's slender silhouette fade away, Jiang Nian stood momentarily stunned. His father's figure now appeared somewhat frail. The following morning, Jiang Nian rose early. He had already prepared all the materials for his stall and, harnessing the donkey cart, set off before dawn. In light of yesterday's fervor, he decided to increase the quantity of supplies and also planned a promotional buy two, get one free event. Regardless of the era, the majority of the populace relishes a good bargain, especially in a time when the concept of commercial strategy is still nascent. If executed well, this initiative would soon establish the reputation of Jiang Nian's spicy potato bites throughout the county, creating a brand effect that would make it difficult not to profit. Departing before the sun had risen, he arrived in the county town just after 7 o'clock, coinciding with the opening hours of the garment factory. However, a throng of women had already gathered at the factory's entrance, anxiously glancing around. "Oh, he won't return today, will he?" one woman lamented. "He promised yesterday that he would definitely come. I even brought my best friend along. I boasted about him for 2 hours yesterday. If he dares not show up today, I shall overturn his cart the next time he comes." This woman, slightly plump with permed hair, embodied the fashion of the time, which had recently gained popularity. "Look, he is here." Just as the plump woman finished her tirade, Jiang Nian appeared around the corner, driving his donkey cart. His excited demeanor was almost palpable, and with a swift stride, he approached the crowd. As soon as Jiang Nian halted his cart, he was instantly surrounded by eager customers. "I want one. Give me 2. I'll take 5. The crowd clamored, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Observing this scene, Jiang Nian could hardly contain his delight. He quickly set up his stall and called out, "Please, everyone, step back. I have prepared plenty for today, so there is no need to rush. Listen to me. In appreciation of your love for Jiang Nian's spicy potato bites, we are offering a buy 2, get 1 free promotion today." "Really? I'll take 2. I want 2 as well." The moment Jiang Nian made his announcement, the crowd's excitement intensified, with everyone scrambling to pay. Although Jiang Nian had anticipated such enthusiasm and had prepared abundantly, he still underestimated the public's affection for his spicy potato bites. Within a mere hour, he sold out of all the potatoes he had prepared, totaling 324 portions, not counting the complimentary ones. Moreover, many who arrived later were unable to make a purchase, each lamenting that Jiang Nian should have prepared a bit more. Jiang Nian, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, could only bow his head repeatedly in apology, assuring them that they would certainly be able to buy what they desired the following day before finally smiling as he closed up his stall. Alas, it was overwhelmingly busy. One person simply could not manage it all. Jiang Nian could not help but express his frustration. Yesterday, with Lin Wan's assistance, he had not felt the strain, but today, alone in the endeavor, selling the spicy potato chunks left him utterly fatigued and dripping with perspiration. This predicament led Jiang Nian to contemplate the idea of hiring help. Today, he had made a total of 162 yuan, but upon counting, he realized he was short by 2 yuan. In the midst of the rush, he had lost track of who had not paid. In this era, most people had not received formal education, and their manners were rather lacking. It was difficult to collect payment without a clear view of the transactions, a situation beyond his control. The profits were decent, prompting Jiang Nian to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. Having inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with Lin Wan the previous day, he intended to buy a gift to cheer her up. After much deliberation, he settled on a butterfly hairpin, a popular choice among young women. With Lin Wan's long, lustrous hair, she would undoubtedly look stunning wearing it. Additionally, he purchased a pair of old cloth shoes for his father, a vest for his mother, and some everyday necessities before hastily returning home with his donkey cart. Upon arriving in the village, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After bringing the purchased items inside, Jiang Nian eagerly took the hairpin and set off to find Lin Wan. His mind filled with visions of her beauty adorned with the accessory. However, upon reaching Lin Xinghua's house, he discovered that Lin Wan was not at home. The door was tightly shut, and Lin Xinghua was nowhere to be found. Anxious to see Lin Wan, Jiang Nian wished fervently for a smartphone at that moment. After searching the vicinity without success, he learned from a neighbor that just before he returned to the village, Tang Wanying had visited Lin Wan, and afterward, the two had left together, heading toward the riverside. Hearing Tang Wanying's name instantly set Jiang Nian on edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the riverbank. He was unaware of what trouble Tang Wanying might be stirring, but concern gnawed at him, for compared to Tang Wanying's assertiveness, Lin Wan's character was far too gentle. It was evident that in their interactions, Lin Wan would likely be the one to suffer. The riverside was not far, and Jiang Nian quickly arrived. Though the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and the towering cornfields on either side made searching quite challenging. At that moment, in a narrow passage between two cornfields, Lin Wan and Tang Wanying walked together. "Let us discuss it here," Lin Wan suddenly halted and said. Tang Wanying slowly turned around, casting a glance at Lin Wan, and asked, "Lin Wan, do you truly wish to be with Jiang Nian?" Lin Wan nodded and replied, "Yes, I love him very much, and he loves me as well. But have you considered that you two are fundamentally incompatible? You are from the city, a university student, your parents are influential, while he is a rural man, barely literate. A true country bumpkin. Do you not feel it would be a sacrifice to marry him?" Tang Wanying remarked, "There is no need for grievance. As long as we harbor each other in our hearts, I firmly believe we can confront any adversity." In that moment, Lin Wan did not hesitate. "And what of your parents? Do you think they would accept your choice of a rural man?" Upon hearing Tang Wanying's words, Lin Wan's expression dimmed slightly. Her father was relatively understanding, having come from a rural background himself, devoid of prejudice against those from the countryside. However, her mother presented a formidable obstacle. Having endured the hardships of marrying a rural man, she frequently urged her daughter to avoid such a path, insisting that marriage should align with social standing. Yet, Lin Wan found herself inexplicably drawn to a man from the countryside. Perhaps this was simply her fate. Chapter 15, Lin Wan. "You are truly beautiful." Observing Lin Wan's somewhat despondent expression, Tang Wanying grasped her hand earnestly and said, "As your close friend, I cannot bear to watch you leap into the abyss. It is true that Jiang Nian possesses striking looks and is quite tall, making him a suitable match in the eyes of our rural community. Yet, how can he possibly compare to the city dwellers? You still have time to reconsider. You are stunning, and countless exceptional men in the city would be enamored with you. Why must you contend with me over this? If you part ways with Jiang Nian now, we can remain the best of friends." In that moment, Tang Wanying spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "I genuinely adore brother Jiang Nian." "Adore? Can affection fill your stomach? At present, your feelings for him may seem insignificant, but marrying him means enduring life's hardships together. You, a city university student with delicate skin, can you withstand the toil of rural life, where the sun rises and sets over fields of dirt? You will soon face the mundane realities of life, and when even dining becomes a struggle, will your feelings for him remain unchanged?" Upon hearing Tang Wanying's words, Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated this before, always believing that mutual affection was sufficient. However, Tang Wanying's argument seemed to carry weight. Yet, the thought of Jiang Nian, who earned over 50 yuan in a single morning at his stall, reignited her confidence. "It's all right. I believe in brother Jiang Nian. When it comes to making money, no one excels like he does." Tang Wanying was utterly unprepared for Lin Wan's unwavering response, feeling exasperated by her obstinacy. She was tempted to slap Lin Wan in frustration, but restrained herself. "Are you truly willing to resign yourself to such a fate, jumping into the fire? Does your parents' experience not serve as a cautionary tale for you?" Having once been close friends, Tang Wanying was aware of Lin Wan's background. Lin Wan's mother had been a sent-down youth, and her father, Lin Yukai, had been her first love. Their romance had been the talk of the village. Despite family opposition, Lin Wan's mother had insisted on marrying Lin Yukai. Fortune smiled upon him as he became one of the first university students after the restoration of the college entrance examination, fulfilling her mother's dream. Yet, love has an expiration date. Shortly after their marriage, Lin Wan's mother discovered their vastly different lifestyles. The mundane challenges of daily life led to misunderstandings and conflict over trivial matters. In that era, divorce was stigmatized. Had it not been so, Lin Wan's mother would have left her father long ago. Wanying, please stop. This is fate. Who could have foreseen that I would fall for him? Tang Wanying felt an overwhelming frustration, realizing her efforts were in vain. It dawned on her that Lin Wan was utterly besotted, and no amount of persuasion would lead her to end her relationship with Jiang Nian at this juncture. After some contemplation, she thought, perhaps I should reveal my own pregnancy to her? Let's just say the child belongs to Jiang Nian. With Lin Wan's fragile heart, it will surely weigh heavily on her. Regardless, today I must ensure Lin Wan takes the initiative to withdraw. Just as Tang Wanying was about to voice this intention, she spotted a tall figure approaching them. Upon recognizing his countenance, that thought was immediately dismissed, and she could only purse her lips and say, all right, no more talking. Jiang Nian is here. Lin Wan turned around and, upon seeing Jiang Nian, her heart leaped with joy. Jiang Nian, over here, she exclaimed, waving excitedly. As Jiang Nian drew near, Tang Wanying, who had just been persuading Lin Wan, wore an awkward expression. P.S. here, I'll take my leave now. We'll talk later. Just keep my words in mind. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. What did she want with you? She didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Jiang Nian inquired, frowning slightly as he observed Tang Wanying's retreating figure. Lin Wan shook her head. No, she just wanted to chat. Chat. Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, asking, about what? Nothing. Nothing at all. Lin Wan's gaze flickered, prompting Jiang Nian to suspect that Tang Wanying's words were certainly not kind. She told me I should leave you. That we're not suited for each other, Lin Wan admitted candidly. That shameless person. I'll confront her. Jiang Nian's anger flared instantly. Last night, she had ambushed him, leading Lin Wan to misunderstand him, and now she was attempting to sow discord between them, an utterly despicable act. Is she trying to play both sides with me? Jiang Nian couldn't bear it any longer and immediately set off to confront Tang Wanying. No, stop. Just let it go. Lin Wan grasped Jiang Nian's arm, urging, since I didn't really hear what she said. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Wan's tranquil nature and kind disposition often led her to see the best in others, a virtue as much as a flaw, making her susceptible to manipulation and deceit. Lin Wan, listen to me. I, Jiang Nian, will marry you and cherish you as my one and only love for this lifetime. I will have no other intentions. So, whatever she tells you, whatever scheme she devises to undermine our bond, you must trust me, understand? Jiang Nian declared with unwavering conviction. Hearing Jiang Nian's earnest words, Lin Wan's heart surged with emotion as she nodded softly, her gaze tender. You can rest assured, I absolutely believe in you. At this, Jiang Nian exhaled. His spirits lifted. Now, close your eyes. I have a gift for you. A gift. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of gift is it, shrouded in such mystery? Just close your eyes. When I tell you to open them, you will see, Jiang Nian insisted, unable to resist Jiang Nian's enthusiasm. Lin Wan closed her eyes in eager anticipation while Jiang Nian retrieved a butterfly hairpin, cradling it in his palm. All right. You can open your eyes now. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's cue, Lin Wan opened her eyes and beheld the hairpin in his hand, gasping with delight. Wow. It's so beautiful. Do you like it? Yes. Lin Wan nodded joyfully, her eyes glued to the exquisite hairpin. May I put it in your hair? Jiang Nian gazed at Lin Wan, his eyes radiating a tenderness that was utterly irresistible. In that fleeting moment, Lin Wan felt an unprecedented wave of happiness. What a woman cherishes most is a man who remembers her, thinks of her, and cares for her. The value of gifts pales in comparison. Lin Wan. You are truly beautiful. After adorning Lin Wan with a butterfly hairpin, Jiang Nian found himself momentarily entranced. With such an embellishment, Lin Wan's pure sweetness appeared even more alluring. At that instant, Jiang Nian felt his lips parch, his throat dry, and his heart raced uncontrollably, as Jiang Nian lavished her with compliments. A delicate blush blossomed on Lin Wan's cheeks, and under his gaze, she appeared both bashful and irresistibly radiant. Jiang Nian Ge, what are you staring at? Of course, I'm admiring my future bride, he replied, pulling her into his embrace. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Lin Wan, promise me you will marry me. If I cannot make you my wife in this lifetime, my existence would hold no significance. Jiang Nian Ge, I promise you. Upon hearing Lin Wan's affirmation, Jiang Nian was instantly filled with exhilaration. He lifted her into his arms and ventured toward the cornfield. Jiang Nian, what are you doing? We aren't married yet. What is there to fear? You are my future bride. Indulging in a little advance is not a crime. Once this is done, I shall visit your family to propose. And we can settle our affairs early, to prevent any ill intentions from arising. Chapter 16. Proposal tomorrow in the cornfield, after a strenuous bout of labor. Lin Wan nestled in Jiang Nian's embrace, her eyes brimming with profound tenderness. She gently caressed Jiang Nian's chest, and, with a gaze filled with affection, whispered, Jiang Nian, I have completely surrendered myself to you. You must not abandon me. Gazing at Lin Guan's bashful, peach-like visage, Jiang Nian tenderly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, his eyes radiating adoration. Lin Guan, listen closely. In this lifetime, you are the only woman for me. Not only do I intend to marry you, but I also aspire to provide you with the best life, ensuring your everlasting happiness. His determination was palpable. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Lin Guan seemed to solidify her resolve. She locked her gaze with his and earnestly declared, I believe in you. And I promise to marry only you in this lifetime. Jiang Nian's spirit soared, and the two embraced, seated in the cornfield. Their eyes directed towards the gentle flow of the nearby river, which serenaded them with the most enchanting symphony of rural life, as they dreamed of the future together. Brother Jiang Nian, do you think we will conceive this time? Indeed. Jiang Nian replied almost instantaneously, not only will we conceive, but I also foresee twins, a boy and a girl. Do you believe me? Lin Guan chuckled lightly. You speak as if it's the absolute truth. It is the truth. It will certainly be twins, Jiang Nian asserted with utmost seriousness. Little did Lin Guan know that she was already pregnant, and Jiang Nian had known from the start that they were expecting twins. However, such matters were not to be disclosed to her just yet. If it were twins, that would be splendid, one go, and we'd have both a son and a daughter. I just worry about your ability to provide for them, Lin Guan jested. Who says I cannot provide? Jiang Nian retorted, slightly agitated. I could support not just one son and one daughter, but even 10 if necessary. Inwardly, Jiang Nian reflected on his past fortune, confident that he could sustain not just 10 children, but even 100. Yes, you might be able to support them. But it depends on how they are raised. If they are raised like rural children, then perhaps it is feasible, Lin Guan teased. In 1983, the 9-year compulsory education had yet to be implemented. Many children, whether from rural or urban areas, often lacked access to schooling. Most were unsupervised and roamed freely, akin to wildlings, spending their days fishing, foraging, and pilfering fruit. However, Lin Guan overlooked a significant issue. During this era, resources were scarce, and not every household could afford to feed even a few children. For an average family, raising 3 children could prove challenging. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian remained optimistic. Smiling as he proclaimed, our children must be raised in abundance, receiving a quality education. Rest assured, you can give birth freely. I will support however many you wish to have. Goodness. Lin Guan's face flushed crimson. Who would bear you so many? Do you take me for a sow? Just to produce at will? You must not speak of yourself in such a manner, Jiang Nian chided gently. Seeing Lin Guan's bashful demeanor, he teased her further before turning serious, placing his hands on her shoulders and earnestly stating, Lin Guan, I am serious. I wish to have children with you, many children. In an instant, Lin Guan's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. This is connected now. Please lower your voice. Lin Guan's cheeks flushed as she glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before turning to Jiang Nian and asking, by the way, when do you plan to come to my house to propose? If you wish, I could go tomorrow. Jiang Nian responded without a hint of hesitation. Such matters are best approached with urgency, especially since he was aware that Lin Guan was now carrying his child. It was imperative to wed before her pregnancy became apparent to avoid any gossip. I would indeed like that, Lin Guan sighed. However, after my recent conversation with Tang Wanying, she reminded me of something. My father is from the countryside, and my mother has suffered the hardships of marrying a rural man. She has always disapproved of me finding another man from the countryside. She believes that country folk lack education and that communication can be challenging. My father, despite having attended university and now holding a significant official position, still cannot shake off the bad habits of a farmer. Seeing Lin Guan's troubled expression, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile. You needn't worry about that at all. Firstly, your father's bad habits are his own and do not represent all rural individuals. Not all country folk are bound by such traits. Furthermore, I am quite cultured, so you needn't fret. Despite your university education, I can assure you that my knowledge far surpasses yours. Jiang Nian refrained from claiming to be exceptionally learned, but was confident in his broad understanding of various subjects. In his previous life, he amassed a considerable fortune, not merely due to luck but also through diligent effort and seizing opportunities while continually expanding his knowledge. Although he had not pursued formal education initially, he later earned a master's degree in economics from Stanford University through sheer determination. You are just boasting. Lin Wan was skeptical. She knew Jiang Nian had never attended school and couldn't read a single character. Instead of attempting to justify himself against her doubts, Jiang Nian merely smiled. You'll see soon enough. Rest assured, I will win over your mother. How about this? Tomorrow, you accompany me to my stall. After we finish, I will go to your house to propose. What do you think? Really? Lin Guan exclaimed with excitement, jumping up and throwing her arms around Jiang Nian's neck. Although she worried Jiang Nian might not pass her mother's scrutiny, she still eagerly anticipated his proposal. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, her heart had raced. And she knew she had fallen for this charming, cheerful man. Countless times, she had envisioned a blissful life with Jiang Nian, and now that day was finally approaching. However, this sudden happiness left her feeling a bit anxious. After all, it seemed almost surreal how swiftly joy had entered her life. As thoughts of a joyful existence with Jiang Nian filled her mind, an uncontrollable delight spread across her face. She had few grand aspirations. All she desired was to live happily with the one she loved, sharing life with him and their dog, enjoying meals across the seasons. All right. Tomorrow, make sure to wear clean clothes and dress handsomely to make a good impression on my mother. Lin Guan gazed at Jiang Nian and earnestly remarked, Oh dear. I must confess, I have yet to purchase any clothing. Jiang Nian, slapping his forehead, was instantly struck with an idea. How about this? After we finish our stall tomorrow, we shall go shopping directly. Your taste is impeccable. You can help me select an outfit. Very well, it is settled then. Lin Guan nodded in agreement. After escorting Lin Guan back, Jiang Nian finally returned home, only to find that his parents were still absent, presumably laboring in the fields. He did not wait long before venturing out again, locking the door behind him and instinctively heading towards the back fields in search of his parents. As they aged, their health had been declining, and Jiang Nian endeavored to lessen their burdens. However, having toiled all their lives, rural folk found it difficult to rest. If they refrained from work for 3 days, they would feel quite unwell. Upon arriving at the fields, Jiang Nian did not spot his parents but instead discovered 2 hoes resting beside the edge of the field. After calling out several times to no avail, he decided he had indeed come to the right place. He picked up a hoe and began to clear the weeds from the field. Chapter 17. The pace of earning money with a hoe in hand, sweat dripped onto the earth beneath the crops. After several hours of toil, the weeds in this plot had finally been largely cleared. Jiang Nian wiped the perspiration from his forehead, his mouth parched. Having once been idle and indulgent, he had never labored so intensely before. Coupled with the early morning's rise, fatigue was inevitable. Seeking respite from the sun, he found shade in the cornfield. Contemplating the arduous lives of the laborers, facing the soil and turning his back to the sky, one scarcely earned a living throughout the year. In these times, to be able to consume white steamed buns was akin to celebrating the new year. Yet, despite such hardships, every household harbored hope, for the land belonged to them, and the grains they produced were their own. In the days of the production team, when one earned points and grain tickets, a year of relentless toil yielded little, rendering life devoid of flavor. Now, as the Industrial Revolution had yet to flourish, with the nation's economy soaring, the pace of industrialization quickened, and various agricultural tools were introduced into farming, alleviating the burdens of the farmers. The sun began to set in the west. 5 or 6 figures emerged from the Jinsei forest on the back mountain, each carrying a bulging sack upon their shoulders, clearly filled with goods from the mountains. In the distance, Jiang Nian spotted his father, Jiang Dashan, and his mother, Wang Hong, and hurried to greet them, accepting the sack from his mother. Jiang Nian, look at all the hazelnuts we've gathered. Tomorrow, take some to Lin Wan. She lives in the city and seldom has the chance to enjoy them. Wang Hong exclaimed cheerfully upon their meeting. The mountains in their region were abundant with wild hazelnuts and walnuts, and every year around this time, the villagers would band together to forage. Upon returning home, they would expose the nuts to the blazing sun, shell them, and then dry them for storage, providing sustenance for the entire year. Presently, the villagers had yet to develop the awareness of selling agricultural products in the city. In a few years, with the development of the reform economy, these products would be taken to the county for sale. In the county, such items were considered rare treasures, fetching 30 cents per pound, and occasionally even 50 cents, with shelled nuts commanding an even higher price. As he gazed at the hazelnuts, Jiang Nian mused to himself, All right, I've agreed with Lin Guan. After setting up the stall tomorrow, I will visit her family to propose, and I'll bring some for her parents to taste. Jiang Nian responded, Really? Wang Hong exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clenched her fist. Then be sure to bring plenty. A while ago, I also gathered some mushrooms, which I just dried. You should take those too. Mother, there's plenty in the city. Lin Wan's parents are important figures. Will they even appreciate your offerings? It would be more practical to buy some chickens, ducks, fish, or eggs to bring along, reminded Old Man Song, who stood nearby. There's everything in the city. But nothing compares to the authentic produce from our countryside, Wang Hong remarked. Yet, you make a valid point. We can't just take these few items. We should also purchase some nutritional supplements from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and take Lin Guan along to see what her parents enjoy. Dinner is ready, Mother. Jiang Nian interjected. This trip will surely cost quite a bit, especially considering the bride price owed by Tang Wanying's family. Aunt Li, carrying a burlap sack, turned her head and, filled with curiosity, inquired. She was not alone in her inquisitiveness. Not a single soul present was devoid of curiosity. For the past couple of days, Jiang Nian had been venturing into the city, returning laden with purchases. Even if the bride price was to be reclaimed, surely money could not be squandered in such a manner. What could possibly be reclaimed from that shameless Wang Lan? The mere mention of this matter ignited a spark of irritation within Mother Wang Hong. The money had not been retrieved. Yet Jiang Nian had been indulging in fish and meat these past few days. All of that was earned by my son from his recent market endeavors. When she spoke of her son's ability to make money, pride illuminated Wang Hong's face. Selling goods at the market? Indeed. What did you think he had been doing in the city these past few days? He was earning quite a sum, over 50 yuan in a single day. Wang Hong's voice rose with a hint of pride. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. To earn over 50 yuan in a single day? That sum equated to the monthly wage of a factory worker in the county town. In their rural setting, income was virtually non-existent for a month. With only a modest amount, perhaps 100 or 200 yuan, to be expected at your end, some received even less. Averaging at 200 yuan. That amounted to merely 16 yuan a month, and that was for the entire household. The group pondered this revelation, their composure faltering as they gazed at Jiang Nian in astonishment. What could he possibly be selling to earn such a remarkable income? My goodness, that's astonishing. It's more lucrative than robbing a bank. At this rate, isn't your family destined to become a household with 10,000 yuan? In the 1970s, such households were the stuff of legend, symbols of prosperity and quality of life, with everyone striving to attain that status. Seeing the astonished and envious expressions of the crowd, Mother Wang Hong was elated. Father Wang Dashan, however, remained silent, harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction with his wife's boastfulness. Having lived his life in the village, he understood that the villagers might resent the wealthy while fearing the impoverished, should they truly become a household with 10,000 yuan. One could only imagine the gossip that would ensue. Hey, Jiang Nian, since selling at the market is so profitable, do you think we could sell hazelnuts in the county town and make a profit? Aunt Wu suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That is certainly feasible. This commodity is not widely cultivated and is only available at this time of year. City dwellers cannot easily acquire it. Bringing it to the county town will surely fetch a good price. Moreover, there is little to no cost involved, so every bit sold contributes to household expenses. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's response, interest sparked among the group. Given that, why don't you help us sell these hazelnuts, Jiang Nian? We certainly cannot consume this many. I agree. If we sell them for some cash, I could buy a few biscuits. My child has been clamoring for them daily, and it's driving me to despair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian recognized an opportunity. Arriving at the doorstep, he set down the burlap sack from his shoulder and looked at the group. I believe it would be simpler. If everyone wishes to sell, you can sell them directly to me at 1 jiao and 5 fun per jean. If you're interested in selling, we can weigh them. 1 jiao and 5 fun? At that rate, this sack must weigh over 40 jeans, netting 6 yuan. Yes, I will sell. Aunt Wu was the first to express her agreement. With an initial nod, others swiftly followed suit, eager to sell. After all, there was an abundance of hazelnuts on Hazelnut Mountain. A single trip could yield a decent 6 yuan. Though they were aware that selling in the county town might fetch a higher price, time was of the essence, and the avenues for such sales remained unclear. The arduous journey to the county town posed a risk. If their goods remained unsold, it would hardly be worthwhile. Father, please fetch our large scale, Jiang Nian instructed. Wang Dashan remained silent, turning to head indoors. His mother, Wang Hong, looked on with some confusion, tugging at Jiang Nian's sleeve. What do you need all this for? What if it doesn't sell and ends up being a burden? Jiang Nian smiled gently. Do not worry, mother. I have a plan that will ensure it does not go to waste. Chapter 18. Harvesting hazelnuts soon, my father brought home the only scale we owned. A large balance beam that required 2 people to carry it. In those days, electronic scales were non-existent. Every household relied on these antiquated devices, which, though cumbersome, could bear substantial weight. During the annual pig slaughter, they could even lift the animal itself. After securing a burlap sack with a hook, 2 individuals hoisted it, adjusting the weight, and swiftly determined the first bag's measurement, 54 pounds and 6 ounces, amounting to $8.19. "Aunt Will, I'll give you $8.20. As he spoke, Jiang Nian extracted a wad of cash from his pocket, counting out the bills and handing over the precise sum to Aunt Will. "Remarkable sales," Aunt Will exclaimed, her joy barely contained. With little income flowing in normally, receiving over $8 brought her immense satisfaction. "It's my turn now." Aunt Lee could hardly contain her eagerness, waving her hand as she observed others receiving their payments, her anticipation growing. 45 pounds, $6.75. "How is it only 40 pounds? My sack is much larger." Upon hearing the weight, Aunt Lee found it difficult to accept. She stepped forward to glance at the scale, her disappointment palpable. "Your sack may be large, but it was not packed efficiently. When I collected, I had to press down quite hard. Your load surely cannot match mine." "Rest assured, Jiang Nian wouldn't deceive you," others chimed in. With that, Aunt Lee accepted her payment. Shortly thereafter, the weights for the other 2 families were measured, one at 43 pounds, the other at 59 pounds. In total, the 4 families contributed to a combined weight of 201.6 pounds, costing Jiang Nian $30.30. With money in hand, their faces radiated joy. A crowd began to gather, drawn by the news of Jiang Nian's hazelnut collection, and many felt tempted to join in. After all, it was rare for anyone to earn even a few dollars. "Jiang Nian, will you be collecting hazelnuts tomorrow?" "Indeed. Why did you keep it so quiet?" "Had we known, we would have ventured into the mountains ourselves." "I will collect in abundance," Jiang Nian replied without hesitation. "Feel free to gather. I will buy everything at $1.15 per pound." "Very well, I shall head to the mountains tomorrow." Excitement filled the air, as thoughts of selling hazelnuts and buying meat for their children danced in their minds. Some even planned to rise early, recognizing that the mountains were limited, and the hazelnuts would only belong to those who gathered them first. After bidding farewell to the neighbors, Jiang Nian ascended to the rooftop, spreading the collected hazelnuts out to dry. The sun's heat would facilitate the shelling process. However, the greatest concern while drying hazelnuts was the threat of rain. If they became wet, they would mold and spoil. "I must purchase a tarpaulin tomorrow," Jiang Nian pondered. Meanwhile, his mother, Wang Hong, was feeling somewhat disheartened. The thought of spending over $30 made her heart ache, and she worried about whether the hazelnuts would sell. Her anxiety led her to mutter, "You, my child, have made quite a bit from your stall. It would suffice to simply sell there. What if you cannot sell all these hazelnuts?" "Just be quiet," Jiang Nian retorted. Perhaps it was the incessant murmurs of Wang Hong that had frayed his nerves, for Father Jiang Dashan, puffing on his pipe, remarked with a click of his tongue, "The child must have his own plans. Otherwise, how could he gather so much? Moreover, he is spending his own hard-earned money, not yours. What is there to fret about? If the child possesses a knack for business, we ought to support him and allow him to pursue his endeavors freely. Furthermore, in the future, whatever the child engages in or earns, refrain from clucking about like a hen. People resent the rich when they are poor, and you never know how others might perceive your words. And what if someone with ill intention seizes the opportunity to steal when the house is empty?" Jiang Dashan's earlier remarks had scarcely registered with Wang Hong, but the notion of potential theft sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to rush to Jiang Nian's side. "Your father is right. You must safeguard your money, ensuring it does not attract undue attention. Keeping it at home is decidedly unsafe. Here is an idea. I'll sew a pocket into your underwear, and you can keep your money there, guaranteed it won't go missing." Jiang Nian chuckled softly. "Mother, how much money can fit in an underwear pocket? Once our family is prosperous, can we still rely on that? And besides, while paper currency might suffice, what about coins? That would be rather cumbersome." Her words left Wang Hong in a quandary. Previously, with nearly 100 yuan in savings, she had sewn a pocket into her underwear to keep it safe from theft. Yet, the thought of having hundreds or even thousands had never crossed her mind. In this light, having wealth did not necessarily equate to happiness. It brought concerns about safety at home and the risk of loss when carried on one's person. "Mother, we do not yet possess such wealth. There is no need to worry so much." Jiang Nian, sensing his mother's turmoil, offered reassurance. "If we truly had so much money, we need not fret. There are banks in the city where we can store our funds. What is there to fear?" "Indeed. How could I forget about banks? Wang Hong's face brightened with a smile. In rural areas of this era, every household struggled to earn a living, and any surplus was held tightly in hand. The concept of saving in a bank was foreign, even if they had heard of such institutions. After all, making enough money to cover living expenses was commendable. Who had spare funds to deposit in a bank? Well, we haven't earned that much yet. Why ponder so deeply? Jiang Nian remarked, taking a drag from his pipe, glancing at Jiang Nian. I see you have amassed quite a few hazelnuts, but I do not know your intentions. Yet, it is evident you have a plan of your own. I shall not pry further, but you are aware of our situation at home. I cannot assist you. Everything lies upon your shoulders. Jiang Nian nodded, conveying his understanding. Observing his son, Jiang Nian hesitated, words unspoken. He sensed a transformation in his son. He had matured, developed his own ideas, and had become somewhat inscrutable. This change delighted him. His son was now capable, responsible, and able to shoulder the weight of a family. He had finally come to believe that a man's maturity can occur in an instant. A father's greatest joy lies in seeing his son surpass him in excellence. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Nian meticulously prepared the materials for his stall the following day, ensuring to gather all the hazelnuts to protect them from the rain. Sitting on the Kong, he counted the money in his possession. From the first day's sales, he had earned 57 yuan and 50 cents, spent over 10 yuan on purchases, and returned some debts, leaving him with little to spare. Today, after selling, he spent 15 yuan and 60 cents on supplies and 30 yuan and 3 cents to acquire hazelnuts, leaving him with a total of 114 yuan and 50 cents. After tallying the figures, Jiang Nian took out a small notebook to meticulously record each transaction of income and expenditure from the past few days. In business, one must be astute and frugal. This is the essence of commerce. Once he reconciled the business accounts, Jiang Nian took 50 yuan to the eastern room and handed it over to his father. Father, here is 50 yuan. I have repaid the debts to Aunt Air, Uncle Dong, and Uncle Lao Chao. Tomorrow, I will settle the accounts with the other families. If there is a shortfall, I will repay you after returning from the stall. Upon seeing the money handed to him, Jiang Nian hesitated for a moment. You need the funds for hazelnuts, which is a pressing matter. You also have to go propose tomorrow. Perhaps it would be best to hold on to this for now. The repayment can wait. Rest assured, Father, I sold quite a bit today, and I still have over 50 yuan in my pocket. Tomorrow, I will have enough for whatever I need. Chapter 19. Some individuals are like poison. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Jiang Nian was awakened by his mother, Wang Hong. Aware of the day's pressing matters and heavy responsibilities, he sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, hastily donned his clothing, and quickly consumed a morsel of food before immersing himself in his tasks. Today, he was to meet Lin Wan's parents, and it was preferable to arrive in the morning, thus he had prepared only half the amount of goods compared to yesterday. With Lin Wan assisting him, things would not likely go awry. He anticipated finishing his sales by 8 o'clock, after which he would head to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a few items and spruce himself up before making his way to Lin Wan's home. Meeting Lin Wan's parents for the first time, he certainly could not appear shabby. Hazelnuts, mushrooms, all these are ready for you. This is our old hen. She no longer lays eggs, so take her along as well. When you visit, you must present yourself well. We cannot let them think we are ill-mannered country folk. Wang Hong continued to pack the prepared items into the cart while incessantly advising him. If her parents disapprove or say something unpleasant, you must endure it. If you wish to marry their daughter, you must be able to withstand some discomfort. Should any issues arise, speak to Lin Wan later. She adores you and will surely find a way to persuade her parents, understand? Jiang Nian nodded repeatedly. Your mother is correct. Traditionally, suitors ought to engage in formal proposals. But we do not know how her parents feel. If they agree to your relationship, we can choose an auspicious day to officially propose. Jiang Nian remarked while puffing on his pipe. Mom and Dad, I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure they are satisfied. Confidence is commendable, but we must recognize that our circumstances differ from theirs. If they refuse, you must not act foolishly. Jiang Nian, well acquainted with his son, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, fearful of any rash actions from him. Your son is no longer a child. Do you still think of him as one? Wang Hong rolled her eyes at Jiang Nian and turned back to Jiang Nian, saying, Be cautious on the road. I have faith in you. I shall remain at home, awaiting your good news. All right. Jiang Nian mounted the cart, grasped the reins, and waved goodbye to his parents, his heart swelling with joy as he made his way to Lin Xinghua's residence. Lin Wan had completed her morning preparations early and stood at the door with her aunt. Lin Xinghua, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Hearing the cart's rhythmic clatter, she excitedly bounced on her toes, straining to catch a glimpse. Upon spotting Jiang Nian approaching with the cart, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Seeing Lin Wan standing by the roadside, Jiang Nian's heart soared, his gaze fixed upon her. Today, Lin Wan appeared extraordinarily beautiful, with twin ponytails, a floral dress, and a pair of small black shoes. Her soft, snow-white skin glistened delicately, and her rosy lips resembled cherries, exuding an irresistible allure. Clad in a sweet, natural style, she captivated him with her freshness and simplicity. The butterfly hairpin atop her head perfectly adorned her ensemble. At that moment, two words echoed in Jiang Nian's mind, utterly enchanting. Lin Wan was simply breathtaking. This pure, natural beauty, exuding freshness, captivates the gaze without evoking any sense of discord, nor does it become tiresome. In his past life, Jiang Nian had encountered numerous beauties, top-tier celebrities, international models, renowned streamers, yet, in comparison to Lin Wan, they appeared as if they belonged to different realms. What do you think? Our little one is beautiful, isn't she? You, my friend, are quite fortunate to have captured her affection. As Jiang Nian's donkey cart approached, his awestruck gaze left Lin Qiwa unable to suppress a chuckle. Beside him, Lin Wan, under the intense scrutiny of Jiang Nian's unwavering stare, felt her face flush deeply, her fingers fidgeting nervously. In a voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, Jiang Nian, what are you doing? You're making me feel shy. Lin Wan, you are stunning, truly a celestial being, Jiang Nian replied with a grin, unabashedly expressing his heartfelt admiration. Not at all as wonderful as you say, Lin Wan retorted, her cheeks ablaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. For reasons unknown, each encounter with Jiang Nian stirred a restlessness within her. The emotions that surged forth, coupled with her infatuation, made her long to rush into Jiang Nian's embrace, as if she were an inseparable part of him. This conviction solidified her belief that Jiang Nian was her Prince Charming, an inescapable fate in her life. She had read somewhere, some people are like poison. Once tasted, they become impossible to forsake. Jiang Nian was indeed that person for her. Oh dear, you too. I can hardly endure watching such displays of affection at my age, Lin Qiwa exclaimed, observing the tender exchange between Jiang Nian and Lin Wan. Their eyes filled with unspoken words. As a widow, how could she withstand such a sight? Get in the cart already. What are you doing? Exchanging glances. Save that for when it's just the two of you. With that, Lin Qiwa swiftly climbed into the donkey cart, reaching out to pull the blushing Lin Wan beside her. While playfully chiding, you two are so smitten with each other. If you were ever to be separated, it would be like the tragic tales of star-crossed lovers. She quickly slapped her mouth, scolding herself for uttering such morose thoughts on a joyous occasion. Rest assured, once we arrive at Lin Wan's home, I shall do my utmost to bring you two together. But Jiang Nian, you must treat our little Wan well. Should you ever let her suffer, I, as her aunt, will be the first to hold you accountable. Fear not, aunt, I promise to cherish Lin Wan. I could never bear to see such a beautiful bride endure hardship. Jiang Nian assured with a smile, cracking the whip as the cart rattled along the road. Hearing him call her bride made Lin Wan blush anew, playfully retorting, Who is your bride? You should focus on the present moment first. Jiang Nian remained unfazed by her protest. He considered himself quite thick-skinned, believing he could withstand whatever Lin Guo's mother might say, and he felt confident that he could earn her respect and persuade her to marry Lin Guo to him. However, Lin Guo harbored some concerns in her heart. Thus, she brought along her aunt, Lin Qiwa, hoping her aunt would speak favorably of Jiang Nian. The donkey cart rattled out of the village, carrying the fading moonlight and heading towards the soon-to-rise sun. Meanwhile, Wang Lan, who had risen early to use the restroom, saw Jiang Nian loaded with a plethora of items as he departed the village. After processing the overheard conversation, she felt a sudden jolt of realization. Oh dear. With so many belongings, and Lin Guo dressed so beautifully, accompanied by Lin Xinghua, were they not on their way to meet the parents? A wave of urgency surged through her, and she dashed home, even losing a shoe in her haste. This was serious. This was dire. That wretched girl. Are you still asleep? Wake up. Something big has happened. Tang Wanying, still bleary-eyed, turned over with annoyance. What could possibly be such a big deal? What big deal? Jiang Nian has gone with that little vixen Lin Guo to meet her parents. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Wanying jolted awake, all remnants of sleep vanishing. They're going to meet the parents? Is this an engagement? Most likely. Oh dear, what am I to do? Glancing at her slightly rounded belly, Tang Wanying felt as if the sky were about to fall. Chapter 20. Must marry him crying incessantly, all you do is weep. The sight of your pitiful demeanor infuriates me. Witnessing my daughter in tears, Wang Lan's frustration reached its peak. Look at you, so spineless. I've offered you advice. Yet you remain incapable. I refuse to believe that if you were just a bit bolder, you couldn't find your way into his embrace. Now, he has gone to meet his parents, and soon, he will propose. I am eager to see how you will handle this. Upon hearing Wang Lan's words, Tang Wanying felt even more despondent, unable to restrain herself as she shouted, "Stop it. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on a bride price at the wedding, would we be in this predicament? And now you blame me, you ungrateful girl." Wang Lan trembled with rage, her anger surging. Fine, if my insistence on a bride price was wrong, does that mean it's my fault that you ended up pregnant? Am I the one who led you to fool around with that man and become pregnant? This enrages me. Do you even know who the father of this child is? If I were you, I would rather throw myself against a wall to end this misery. After uttering these harsh words, Wang Lan felt remorse for her severity. Tang Wanying buried her face in the quilt, sobbing uncontrollably. Enough. Even if he is gone, it does not guarantee success. What kind of family does Lin Wan come from? Both parents are high-ranking officials and intellectuals. It is said that her grandfather's family is even more distinguished. And here you are, just a commoner. Managing to even approach them is an achievement in itself. Just wait and see. After he faces rejection at Lin Wan's home, he will undoubtedly return to find you. When that time comes, you must seize the opportunity and hold him tightly. Upon hearing Wang Lan's words, Tang Wanying seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, her head emerging from the quilt as she looked at Wang Lan with tear-filled eyes. Really? Of course. I assure you, he will not fare well there, Wang Lan declared resolutely. However, Tang Wanying remained anxious, questioning. But what if Lin Wan's parents agree to their union? Wang Lan pondered for a moment, her mind racing with various thoughts, and suddenly an idea struck her. Leaning closer to her daughter, she whispered a series of words. Can that really work? Tang Wanying exclaimed, her expression one of shock and trepidation. Wang Lan, filled with exasperation at her daughter's indecisiveness, thought to herself. How could I, Wang Lan, be so decisive in all my endeavors yet bear a daughter so hesitant? Listen, it is time to take drastic measures. If you do not act resolutely now, you will find yourself weeping after they are wed. Upon hearing Wang Lan's words, Tang Wanying's expression hardened with determination. Nodding in agreement. This is my daughter, Wang Lan thought. Remember, one must be ruthless to achieve sweetness. A woman should be a bit tougher on herself. Seeing her daughter stop crying, Wang Lan rose from the edge of the bed, dusted off her clothes, and stated, Now, I shall head to the street and await news from you. With that, she moved to another room, filled a scoop with food, and exited the courtyard to begin her vigil. Shortly after 7, Wang An and his companions arrived punctually at the entrance of the Red Star Garment Factory. As with yesterday, a considerable number of people gathered at the entrance, and upon the arrival of Wang An's donkey cart, they immediately surrounded it. My goodness! Witnessing this commotion, Lin Xinhua thought they were confronting bandits and couldn't help but inquire, Are all these people here to buy your spicy potato cubes? There are still not enough. Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Aunt, the spicy potato cubes Jiang Nian makes her truly delectable. You shall taste them shortly and understand why so many await to purchase them, Lin Goen added with a grin. As Wang An set up his stall in preparation for business, Lin Goen reached out to assist, only to be firmly restrained by Jiang Nian. Leave it. What's wrong? Lin Goen asked, puzzled. Today, you are my proud little princess. You are not to lift a finger, just accompany your aunt on the cart and be obedient. Jiang Nian said tenderly. Lin Goen glanced at her attire and then at Jiang Nian's earnest face, feeling a hint of regret. Had I known, I would not have worn this outfit. Jiang Nian chuckled, but the customers had already begun to shout, prompting him to smile and start his work without delay. Hey, buddy, is that your girlfriend? A tall man inquired while purchasing potato cubes, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the donkey cart. Not just him. Every man present seemed captivated by Lin Goen. Isn't she that stunning beauty from the first visit? Dressed like this, she's even more beautiful. You are indeed fortunate, my friend. Jiang Nian, still smiling and continuing his work, replied, That's my wife. TSK, it's over, no chance left. Why can't I find such a beautiful wife? The others joked, exchanging banter. The bustling Jiang Nian appeared less fatigued, especially with the anticipation of meeting Lin Goen's parents, invigorating him. Meanwhile, Lin Xinhua, watching Jiang Nian work diligently from the donkey cart, widened her eyes in astonishment, especially as she observed him collecting money. She had heard Lin Goen mention Jiang Nian's impressive speed in earning money from his stall, but witnessing it firsthand felt surreal. My heavens, the business is so booming. How much will he earn today? On our first day out, we made 57 yuan and 50 cents. I'm not sure about yesterday, but the fervor today surpasses the first day by at least double, Lin Goen replied with a smile. Lin Qiwa was utterly astonished. Double? That's 100 yuan. Just this morning? She glanced at Lin Goen, then at Jiang Nian, finding him increasingly appealing. My goodness, earning this much money in a single morning. How prosperous will life be? While others may not realize, Lin Qiwa was acutely aware. Her brother, despite being a director, earned a mere 40 yuan a month, while Jiang Nian's earnings in just one morning equated to her brother's 2-month salary. Xiao Goen, marry him. You'll live a life of luxury and indulgence. Aunt supports you. Lin Goen covered her mouth, laughing. Aunt, why the sudden change of heart? Weren't you previously skeptical about Jiang Nian? That was in the past. Lin Qiwa gazed at Jiang Nian and spoke slowly. He used to be lazy and indulgent. Apart from his decent appearance, he was utterly lacking in merit. Marrying him would be akin to courting suffering, wouldn't it? Who could have anticipated that he would prove to be so financially astute? When it comes to marrying a man, one seeks stability and sustenance. He possesses both intellect and capability, and he is eager to cherish you. Therefore, it is only natural to wed him. Lin Qiwa smiled broadly, genuinely acknowledging Jiang Nian at that moment. In her eyes, the primary consideration in selecting a partner is their family background, followed by physical appearance. As for love, she had long since become indifferent to that notion. Although Jiang Nian came from a modest background, he was undeniably a person of great potential. Earning 100 a day translates to 1,000 in 10 days and 3,000 in a month. If he continues his stall business for a few months, he will undoubtedly become a person of considerable wealth. How many individuals in the surrounding area can boast of such financial success? With such prospects, who would one choose to marry if not him? Chapter 21. The first meeting with the parents. As the clock approached 8 and the crowd dwindled, Jiang Nian hastily wrapped up his stall, having sold out of potato chunks. Today's sales were noticeably less than yesterday's, leaving him with a few leftovers, which he deemed a normal occurrence. Enthusiasm for any venture tends to wane over time, underscoring the necessity for commercial brands to continually refresh their offerings. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian felt no anxiety, for he had already devised a plan in his mind. With a few remnants left, he chose not to sell them, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Seeing Jiang Nian packing up, Lin Xinghua and Lin Guo approached to assist, with Lin Xinghua unable to restrain herself from inquiring about his earnings. I haven't calculated it yet, but I estimate around 180 yuan. Sales were lower today. Perhaps it's because of the promotional event yesterday, which led to people indulging a bit too much. Things should improve in a few days. Is that all? Lin Qiwa exclaimed in astonishment, her jaw dropping. Little did she know that Jiang Nian had made over 160 yuan the previous day. Her limited perspective constrained her imagination. Having swiftly tidied up the stall, Jiang Nian hurriedly drove his donkey cart towards the supply and marketing cooperative. At this hour, the cooperative offered a myriad of goods, albeit with a rather monotonous selection. After much deliberation, and with Lin Guo's assistance, he settled on a plaid shirt and a pair of bell-bottom trousers, trendy choices for the era. Although Jiang Nian was not particularly fond of them, he could find no more fashionable alternatives. Finding a secluded spot, he changed into the new attire, and the transformation was striking. Clad in fresh garments, he instantly appeared like a different person. Standing at an impressive height of 182 centimeters, with long legs and an enviable physique, Jiang Nian was undoubtedly a fine specimen. The adage clothes make the man rang true. Donned in this outfit, he would surely turn heads wherever he went. Lin Qiwa praised him from head to toe, unable to contain her admiration, though she believed that physical appearance should not be the primary concern in finding a partner. Who could resist the allure of a handsome man? Meanwhile, Lin Guo, witnessing Jiang Nian's transformation, felt warmth creeping up to her neck, her eyes darting shyly away. Torn between stealing glances and feeling bashful, as if her very soul had been captivated. Do I look good? Jiang Nian inquired. Why yes, you look great. Lin Guo stammered in response. You two are truly a match made in heaven. The cooperative owner could not help but praise. Jiang Nian, taking a moment to admire his reflection, also found himself quite appealing, albeit slightly youthful and naive, lacking the maturity one might expect. Yet, considering it was 1983 and he was merely 24 years old, he was in the prime of his spirited youth. What need had he for maturity? What is the total? He asked. The shirt is 5 yuan and 2 jiao, the bell-bottoms are 8 yuan and 5 jiao, and the belt is 3 yuan and 6 jiao. totaling 17 yuan and 3 jiao, the owner calculated mentally. Jiang Nian retrieved a considerable wad of cash from his pocket and settled the payment. Following this, he purchased some chicken, duck, fish, and meat, along with 2 cans and a box of flaky pastries. After loading everything onto the cart, he set off towards Lin Guo's home, guided by her directions. Lin Guo, your parents want to be out, will they? Jiang Nian asked, a hint of concern in his voice. After all, Lin Guo had been away for quite some time, and he was uncertain about the situation at her home. If they were not there, his visit would be in vain. No, my father is likely busy with work and may not be home. However, my mother has been at home recently, wearing a troubled expression, and I cannot fathom what occupies her mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured out to the countryside. Why the troubled expression? Jiang Nian inquired, somewhat astonished. I am not sure. It seems to be related to work, and I dare not speak of it or ask, came the reply. Jiang Nian nodded, choosing not to probe further. Lin Wan's residence is situated in the heart of the county, within a triangular alley that accommodates the passage of a donkey cart, making it relatively cleaner and more orderly compared to other areas. Those fortunate enough to reside here possess a certain status. Each small courtyard is meticulously maintained, adorned with flowers at the corners that emit a faint, sweet fragrance. Just up ahead, a turn will lead us there. Lin Wan, brimming with anticipation, eagerly wished to introduce the one she cherished to her mother. Wan. It seems someone is at home, Lin Xinghua remarked, standing up and glancing around. As Jiang Nian brought the donkey cart to a halt at the entrance, he noticed a Liberation brand bicycle parked in the courtyard, and it appeared there were figures moving inside. The courtyard, though not expansive, featured an old well on the eastern side, flanked by vegetable patches, with a jujube tree flourishing at the entrance, its lush branches extending outward. Jiang Nian paid no heed to the presence or identity of those within. After securing the cart, he began to unload his belongings. At that moment, it seemed the sounds had reached inside. Soon, 2 figures emerged. Lin Wan's mother appeared remarkably youthful, bearing a resemblance to Lin Wan, with a slender frame and an air of scholarly grace. The other figure, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, had a somewhat square visage, exuding a hint of authoritative presence. Ah, Wan has returned, looking ever more radiant, the man remarked with a smile upon seeing Lin Wan, even reaching to pinch her cheek, only to be swiftly intercepted by Jiang Nian. How could just anyone touch his beloved's face? Ah, and who might you be? Jiang Nian introduced himself. I am Jiang Nian, Lin Wan's boyfriend. Sir, you seem to have a respectable demeanor. Why then, do you lay hands on a young lady? Jiang Nian, disinclined to tolerate such behavior from the older man, spoke with a touch of coldness. Boyfriend? The revelation rendered the man momentarily speechless, and Lin Wan's mother was equally taken aback. After sizing up Jiang Nian, the man burst into hearty laughter. I see, Shuzhen, it appears we have a guest today. I shall take my leave. Do ponder over my words. When you come to a decision, I would appreciate a response. He cast a glance at Jiang Nian, smiled faintly, and pedaled his bicycle away from the courtyard. Lin Wan's mother escorted the man out, and upon returning, she regarded Jiang Nian with a silent acknowledgement, saying little else. Sister, please entertain our guest for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Wan. After exchanging polite greetings with Jiang Nian, she led Lin Wan to the back courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Xinghua patted Jiang Nian's shoulder, offering reassurance. She has taken her daughter to ascertain the situation. Do not worry. My sister-in-law is well-mannered and will not place you in an awkward position. Let us sit for a while. Jiang Nian, feeling no discomfort, complied. Very well. I shall begin moving the items in, Jiang Nian remarked, gesturing towards the belongings on the vehicle. The 2 of them proceeded to transport the items into the house. Lin Xinghua poured a glass of water for Jiang Nian, who settled into a chair, taking in the entirety of Lin Wan's home. Although it was also a bungalow, its interior exuded opulence. An antique mahogany piece of furniture showcased a radio, with a nearby box containing cassette tapes. This alone was a luxury beyond the reach of an average household, as acquiring such a thing now would cost at least 600 yuan, and it was particularly difficult to find in the northern regions. On the walls hung 2 picture frames, displaying a collection of black and white photographs, among which Jiang Nian discovered several images of Lin Wan in her childhood. Centrally positioned between the frames was a mechanical clock, its pendulum swinging rhythmically, while beneath it rested a miniature black and white television. A fan whirred gently, creating a refreshing and comfortable atmosphere throughout the room. To Jiang Nian's surprise, he even spotted a classic gaming console on the cabinet, a delightful novelty that revealed the family's considerable affluence. Chapter 22. A private conversation, it remains a mystery what Lin Wan's mother and her aunt discussed, as Wangan waited in the room for a full half-hour. Fortunately, Lin Qinghua was there to engage him in conversation, alleviating his boredom. Through their dialogue, Wangan learned that Lin Wan had 4 uncles. 2 of them ventured south for business, one in Wenzhou and the other in Shanghai. Their family was quite affluent and often brought back fresh, trendy items. Naturally, Lin Wan's family benefited from this prosperity. Jiang Nian admired that those who ventured into business during this era possessed foresight, as none among them would likely remain poor. Of course, the insightful perspectives of Lin Wan's uncles were closely tied to their family background, which afforded them access to invaluable information and resources, making it difficult not to succeed financially. However, the lengthy conversation between the 2 women left Jiang Nian feeling somewhat neglected. Wasn't Lin Qinghua supposed to be an educated young lady, well-versed in propriety? She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding her sister-in-law's disdain for rural folk, as she herself hailed from the countryside. After all, who among their ancestors was not a farmer? What stigma lay in being a farmer? Farmers are honorable. Calm down. Jiang Nian reassured her. After all, Lin Wan's mother is unaware of our situation and needs time to understand us. Let us be patient. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open broke the tension. The door swung wide to reveal Lin Wan's mother, followed closely by Lin Wan, her demeanor noticeably strained. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Nian promptly stood and greeted them with a smile. Lin Qinghua, eager to dispel the discomfort, exclaimed, "Ah, you have finally returned. What could have taken so long? We have been waiting for you." She turned to Shuzhen, adding, "Let me tell you, Jiang Nian is quite the young man. Just look at him. His looks are nearly star-like, and he stands at an impressive height of about 1.82 meters. Before she could finish, Lin Wan's mother interjected with a direct question. This caught Lin Qinghua off guard. "Yes, Auntie, I am Jiang Nian," he replied promptly, somewhat surprised by how youthful and beautiful she appeared. "Honestly, if I didn't know better, I would think you were Lin Wan's sister." Jiang Nian's flattery flowed freely. For what woman does not delight in hearing herself praised? Indeed, his compliment coaxed a smile from Wei Shuzhen, who touched her face and remarked, "Oh, you sweet child. You speak such nonsense. I am not as you describe." "Auntie, I assure you, I speak the truth," Jiang Nian replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to overindulge in compliments to avoid appearing insincere. "By the way, Auntie, I have a gift for you." He swiftly rummaged through a bag at his feet and produced 2 small boxes, lavender in hue, adorned with vibrant floral designs, and inscribed with the characters for brilliantly colorful. These were among the earliest skincare products, holding a significant place in the hearts of women. Initially priced at mere dimes, they now commanded a price of $1.50. Although not overly expensive, most women still find it unaffordable. After all, $1.50 can resolve significant issues within daily household expenses. It would be rather embarrassing. Earning money is not easy. So perhaps it is best to take it back for your mother. Wei Shuzhen thought to herself that this young man was quite astute, handsome, and articulate. Yet being a rural person, she instinctively felt inclined to decline. Jiang Nian was not willing to grant her that opportunity and promptly pressed the money into her hand, declaring, "Auntie, this is for you. I can buy another for my mother." Faced with Jiang Nian's insistence, Wei Shuzhen found it increasingly difficult to refuse and reluctantly accepted the money. When she addressed Jiang Nian again, her tone softened considerably and her form of address changed. "Little Jiang, I think quite highly of you. But I still believe that you and Xiaowan are not suited for each other. It is not that I harbor any prejudice against rural people. Rather, I have experienced the hardships of marrying one. Xiaowan's father has many flaws, and when I first fell in love with him, I was swept away by passion and failed to see the reality. However, living with him afterward proved to be something entirely different. You understand what I mean, don't you?" "Oh dear, Mom." Lin Wan suddenly grew anxious. Lin Qinghua, standing nearby, could not help but roll her eyes at this remark. "Auntie, I fully understand your concerns. You want the best for Lin Wan, and I hope she does not tread the same path as you. She deserves to marry someone who loves her dearly, someone with whom she can share a harmonious life. However, nothing is absolute. I am not Lin Wan's father, and I cannot believe that your life with him was devoid of happiness. Otherwise, you would have divorced long ago. In matters of love, I firmly believe that those who truly love each other can find happiness together. If that is not the case, how could one find joy with someone they do not love?" These words momentarily left Wei Shuzhen speechless. She regarded the young man before her, noting his eloquence, stature, and appearance, all of which were commendable. In fact, She perceived a maturity and confidence in Jiang Nian that one would not typically associate with his age. Shuzhen, this young man is correct. There is no such thing as a perfect man. The most important aspect of two people living together is comfort. Jiang Nian not only possesses good looks but also has the ability to earn money. He runs a stall and can make over $100 a day. With such earning potential, can he not provide for the life Xiaowan desires? A stall? Wei Shuzhen expressed surprise. Indeed, Auntie. The country's reform and opening up have given rise to an economic wave in the southern cities. I have also responded to the national call and set up a stall in the city, and business is quite good. Jiang Nian explained. Wei Shuzhen was left speechless, unable to comprehend that this young man possessed such insight. It is worth noting that this policy had been implemented in the north for quite some time. Yet the results had not been ideal. People clung to their stable factory jobs, fearing that any change in policy would label them as opportunists. In such an environment, the mere act of setting up a stall signifies a certain degree of courage. At this moment, she regarded the boy before her with renewed admiration, which inadvertently sparked her curiosity about him. Xiaowan, you and your aunt should head to the west room first. I will have a proper discussion with Xiaojiang, her mother instructed. Mom, is there something you cannot say in front of me? Lin Wan responded, somewhat reluctant, fearing her mother might put Jiang Nian in a difficult position. It's all right. I will speak with your aunt privately. You need not worry, Jiang Nian reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, and knowing that she could not change her mother's mind, Lin Wan could only maintain a stoic expression as she followed Lin Xinghua out. Aunt, do you think my mom will give Jiang Nian a hard time? As soon as they settled in the west room, Lin Wan could not help but voice her concerns. That is hard to say. With your mother's temperament, she is not easy to please. In any case, she never seems to heed my words. I'm merely here out of obligation. You must fend for yourself, Lin Xinghua replied, a hint of displeasure evident in her voice. This left Lin Wan in a state of agitation, clenching her fists, uncertain of what to do. If my mom disapproves, I'll just tell her that I'm pregnant. Chapter 23. The change in Lin Gua's mother's attitude. What? Upon hearing Lin Gua's words, Lin Xinghua was taken aback. Observing Lin Gua's earnest demeanor and recalling the exchanged glances between Lin Gua and Jiang Nian, an ominous premonition settled in her heart. Speak the truth to your aunt. You two wouldn't actually. As she spoke, Lin Xinghua found it increasingly difficult to continue. If they had truly crossed that line, what would become of them? A girl's virtue is more precious than mountains. If she were to lose it, which man would dare to pursue her? It would be impossible for her to avoid marrying Jiang Nian. Lin Gua lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, gently nodding. That scoundrel. Lin Xinghua muttered through gritted teeth, rising abruptly. I shall confront him. What a beast he is. Please don't. Lin Gua grasped Lin Xinghua's arm. Her eyes filled with distress. Aunt, don't go. It was my choice. Besides, Brother Jiang will take responsibility. He has even come to propose to my family. If we were on good terms, and you create a scene now, what if my mother objects? What will I do then? Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghua had no choice but to relent, though she could not help but scold Lin Gua. You foolish girl, by giving him your body, you've allowed him to hold you in his grasp. It will be impossible for you to escape marriage with him. That scoundrel is unworthy. With such a mindset, even after marriage, you may find it difficult to contend with him. If he treats you poorly, you will suffer greatly. Aunt, that won't happen. I trust Brother Jiang. Lin Gua replied, though a flicker of worry lingered in her heart. After all, people can change. She held dreams of marriage and aspirations for the future. Yet an undercurrent of fear also coursed through her. You. Lin Xinghua was at a loss for words. With a resigned sigh, she lightly tapped Lin Gua's forehead. I can only hope he treats you well, you silly girl. Feeling helpless, Lin Xinghua realized she must do all she could to facilitate the union between Lin Gua and Jiang Nian while ensuring that fewer people were aware of the situation, lest it jeopardize Lin Gua's reputation. When Jiang Nian comes out, even if your mother disagrees, you cannot disclose your pregnancy. With her temperament, she would never accept it, and who knows what chaos might ensue. What should I do then? Lin Gua asked anxiously. Don't worry, leave it to your aunt. I will discuss it with your father. He is most inclined to heed my counsel, Lin Xinghua assured her. Lin Gua nodded in agreement. Lin Gua's grandfather had passed away early, and her grandmother had long been in poor health. During those times of hardship, it was Lin Xinghua who toiled tirelessly to raise Lin Xiuxing. Even when Lin Xiuxing went to university, lacking financial means, Lin Xinghua had married a local bachelor for a mere $15, thus affording Lin Xiuxing the opportunity for higher education. Consequently, Lin Xinghua became a widow at a young age. Lin Qiuxing held deep affection for his sister and felt immense guilt. Thus he was likely to listen to Lin Xinghua's words. With her aunt's assurance, Lin Guo felt a measure of relief. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Guan harbored a sense of trepidation until the sound of the door opening reached her ears. The two individuals instantly perked up, anxious not to miss a single word. "Auntie, it's settled then. I'll head back today, and once we choose an auspicious date, I'll bring my parents to formally propose. All right, please send my regards to your parents." Upon overhearing this exchange, the two exchanged shocked glances. "What is going on? Your mother agreed?" "It seems so." Lin Guan could hardly contain her excitement. Just then, Wei Shuzhen's voice called out, "Xiao Guan, Xiao Jiang is leaving. Hurry out to see him off." Upon hearing this, Lin Guan immediately rushed out, eagerly asking, "Mom, did you agree?" Wei Shuzhen wore a smile and nodded. "Quickly see Xiao Jiang off. And you don't need to return with him. Just wait at home for him to come back to propose formally." At this, Lin Guan joyfully leaped into Wei Shuzhen's arms and couldn't help but plan a kiss on her mother's cheek. "Mom, I love you. All right, look at yourself. You're about to get married and still act like a child." Wei Shuzhen chuckled. "Sister, you don't need to return either. It's not easy for you to come here. Stay a few days before heading back." "Fine. I also want to enjoy the autumn," Lin Qinghua agreed happily. Lin Guan linked her arm with Jiang Nian's, spiritedly following behind him, still somewhat incredulous about her mother's sudden change in attitude towards Jiang Nian. It wasn't until they reached outside the courtyard and saw Jiang Nian harnessing the donkey cart that she curiously inquired, "What did you two talk about? Why did my mom agree so readily? Her previous stance was quite resolute." Jiang Nian chuckled. "Nothing much, just some casual conversation. Your mother isn't as difficult to persuade as you claimed." Lin Guan pouted. "I'm being serious. What exactly did you discuss?" She was growing impatient. Jiang Nian shrugged. "Honestly, we just talked about my plans and aspirations for the future. Isn't your mother currently studying economics? I took the opportunity to discuss some economic theories with her, as well as the economic development of China over the next 30 years. "What? You understand economics?" Lin Guan exclaimed in surprise. She was aware that Wei Shuzhen was studying economic theories, but given its complexity and her mother's lack of Western education, she often found it perplexing. This had caused her much worry. Jiang Nian nodded. "My master's degree in economics wasn't earned in vain. And being well-versed in the economic trajectory of New China's first 30 years, how could I not address your mother's concerns?" It was this knowledge that completely captivated Wei Shuzhen. However, Lin Guan remained skeptical of Jiang Nian's words. "You've never been educated. You can't even read. Yet you understand economics?" After bidding farewell to Jiang Nian, she returned to the courtyard where Wei Shuzhen immediately approached her, grasping Lin Guan's hand and asking, "Xiao Guan, tell me the truth. Is Xiao Jiang really from the countryside? How could that be false? The child has grown under my watchful eye, mischievous from an early age, often causing trouble by rolling in the fields and uprooting a sweet potato seedling, only to return home to receive a sound reprimand from Brother Jiang." Before Lin Wan could respond, Lin Qinghua interjected. Lin Wan nodded in agreement. "So, he has never attended school?" Lin Wan continued to shake her head. "How is that possible? His eloquence and demeanor undoubtedly reflect a higher education, particularly his grasp of economics. He could easily teach at a university," Wei Shuzhen pondered with great curiosity. "Mom, does he really discuss economics with you?" Lin Wan asked, slightly taken aback. Wei Shuzhen nodded, a smile gracing her face as she looked at her daughter. "Xiao Wan, regardless of anything else, this young Jiang is destined for success. Marrying him would be a wise choice. I would stake my life on it." Lin Wan's heart soared with joy, a thought she had never entertained before. "Mom, is Brother Jiang truly that remarkable?" Lin Wan blushed, gazing at Wei Shuzhen. Reflecting on her mother's previous stern inquiries upon her return home, feeling amused by the stark contrast. "Trust Mom, it will undoubtedly be correct." Chapter 24. At this moment, in Jiang Nian's home, the elderly couple sat in the courtyard, their hearts heavy with apprehension. After all, it was their first encounter with Lin Guan's parents. They were all too aware of their son's qualities, and the disparity between the two families' backgrounds only served to heighten their unease. According to plan, Jiang Nian was to visit Lin Guan's family after finishing his stall, and if all went well, he should have arrived by now. His mother, Wang Hong, paced nervously at the entrance of the courtyard, glancing anxiously down the village path. "Do you think Lin Guan's parents will disapprove?" Jiang Dehai, puffing on his cigarette, replied. "It wouldn't be surprising if they did. Just look at our family compared to theirs. If I were in their shoes, I would you want my daughter marrying into a family like ours, either. What nonsense is that? How could marrying into our family be considered hardship? Our son earns well. His future may well surpass hers. Besides, we are not like those wicked mothers-in-law or unreasonable fathers-in-law. Lin Wan will be treated like our own daughter. How could she suffer? Wang Hong cast another glance down the street, noting the persistent stillness. Frustrated with Jiang Dahai's stubbornness, she declared, I'm going to take a look. With that, she stepped out of the courtyard. Though she verbally rejected Jiang Dahai's sentiments, deep down, she understood the harsh reality. In this day and age, the notion of social standing still held sway. If their son were to marry Lin Guan, even if he were to falter in life, they would not face dire straits. Given Lin Guan's affluent background, thus, her fondness for Lin Guan was unwavering. Yet, this very affection intensified her fear that their son might face disappointment. As she moved a distance away, her son was nowhere in sight, but she spotted Wang Lan beneath the large willow tree on the street, casually cracking pumpkin seeds. Dressed in a floral short-sleeved top and rolled-up pants, she appeared utterly relaxed, occasionally glancing towards the village entrance. Upon seeing Wang Lan, Wang Hong's anger ignited. She thought of the bride price still unpaid and felt compelled to confront her. However, Wang Lan was quick to notice her approach. Before Wang Hong could reach her, Wang Lan recognized the impending confrontation and, with a sinking feeling, decided to feign ignorance and retreat to her own courtyard. Wang Lan, stop right there. As Wang Lan attempted to flee, Wang Hong swiftly closed the distance, grasping Wang Lan's wrist. You see me and run? You're aware of your misdeeds, aren't you? Spare me your excuses. Return the bride price. Bride price? What bride price? Wang Lan, employing her usual tactics, attempted to evade responsibility. Let go of me. I have a heart condition. If you provoke me, it'll cost you more than you know in medical bills. Don't even try that with me. Your tricks might work on Jiang Dahai, but not on me. I'll tell you this, even if you were to collapse before my eyes today, you will return the bride price. I shall not yield, and I am curious to see how you intend to compel me. Wang Lan retorted with a demeanor akin to a stubborn pig unperturbed by boiling water. Once again, I assert, unless your son Jiang Nian weds our Wanying, the return of the betrothal gifts is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong could scarcely contain her laughter and indignation. You shameless old hag. Have you lost your senses in your obsession to marry off your daughter? Was it not you who audaciously demanded an exorbitant sum at the wedding? Now you wish for our Jiang Nian to marry your Wanying, yet your stance has flipped 180 degrees. Could it be that your Wanying is with child by some unknown man, and you are hastily seeking a father for the unborn? These words were merely the result of Wang Hong's vexation, yet they struck a nerve, causing Wang Lan's face to contort with a mix of embarrassment and rage. How dare you speak such nonsense, you old witch? Do you wish for me to tear your mouth apart? As she spoke, she attempted to shake off Wang Hong's grip. However, standing at a height of 176 meters and possessing a robust physique from her agricultural toil, Wang Hong was no easy match for the indolent Wang Lan. In her futile struggle, Wang Lan's wrist throbbed with pain, and in a fit of irritation, she swung her hand towards Wang Hong's face. Yet, Wang Hong swiftly seized her wrist, and realizing she was outmatched, Wang Lan plopped down onto the ground, throwing a tantrum and wailing loudly. Help! Someone, please! The old witch is attacking me. Oh, my arm. Oh, my head. Oh, my dignity. Oh, heavens! I am being assaulted. Where is the law? Amidst her dramatic outcry, Wang Hong found herself torn between laughter and anger. Pointing at Wang Lan sprawled on the ground, she exclaimed, You shameless old hag. You have truly stooped to the lowest depths. Stay right there. I shall indeed strike you. If you do not return the betrothal gifts today, I shall make you pay. With that, she broke off a willow branch from the nearby tree and sat beside Wang Lan, ready to strike should she dare to rise. At that moment, remorse filled Wang Lan's heart. Among all the women in the village, she was the most notorious for her raucous behavior. While Wang Hong was renowned for her fierce disposition, Jiang Nian's fiery temperament was undoubtedly inherited from his mother. In recent years, however, due to her deteriorating health, Wang Hong had tempered her fiery spirit, allowing her to forget the depths of Wang Lan's treachery. Now, as she continued to wail, she prayed for anyone nearby to come to her rescue. Yet, at 3 in the afternoon, who among them would forsake their toil in the fields? Moreover, her reputation for being unruly had long soured her relationships with the villagers, leaving them disinclined to intervene. Old Lady Li from the eastern courtyard did venture out, and Wang Lan, clinging to a glimmer of hope, was dismayed to find the elderly woman offering her cane. Child, use this. Your willow branch isn't going to hurt her. This remark nearly sent Wang Lan into a fit of rage. Seeing Wang Hong reach for the cane, she scrambled to her feet and fled in haste. "You despicable old woman, how dare you betray me?" Unable to confront Wang Hong, she unleashed her fury upon old lady Li, hurling insults that were nothing short of vile. "You, a husband raised by your wife, how could you not meet a dire end? A calamity indeed, a contraption of misfortune in this lifetime. You shall not enjoy a feast of 4 dishes." The elderly woman, despite her physical limitations, unleashed a torrent of invective. Later turning her ire towards Wang Hong, "You ought to have dealt with her severely. Is it that your household lacks chickens? She comes daily to pilfer eggs, as if they were ambrosia. Why doesn't she lose a tooth in the process?" Old Lady Li, in her 80s, was a tempestuous spirit, and Wang Hong, fearing she might succumb to the strain of her anger, hastened to offer her comfort. Only then did the elderly woman, still grumbling, lean on her cane and make her way home. As for Wang Lan, she truly is a piece of work at such an advanced age. Old Lady Li's eggs are not safe from her grasp. Is there no decency left in you? Just as Wang Hong murmured her grievances, the sound of a clattering donkey cart caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Nian returning. Immediately, she wiped her hands, realizing she had nearly forgotten the matter at hand. Chapter 25. Choosing an auspicious day with a face full of urgency, Wang Hong rushed forward and inquired, "Son, how did it go?" "Mother, it's a success," Jiang Nian replied, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "Lin Wan's mother is quite pleased with me and has suggested we select a good date to formally propose." "Really?" Upon hearing Jiang Nian's response, Wang Hong's face broke into a wide smile, her excitement palpable. "My son is truly remarkable. Come on, let us hurry home and inform your father. We must deliberate on the date for the proposal. This matter should not be delayed." Wang Hong promptly seated herself on the donkey cart, eagerly urging Jiang Nian to recount the events of their visit to Lin Wan's home. As the cart approached their doorstep, Wang Lan stealthily peeked out from the courtyard, watching as the cart receded into the distance, her eyes darting with concern. "Oh no, it seems Jiang Nian has indeed caught the attention of Lin Wan's parents. This is dire. I must hasten back to inform Wanying." Upon their arrival at the courtyard, Wang Hong could no longer contain her joy, leaping down and exclaiming, old man, our son has returned. He says Lin Wan's family has agreed, and we can choose a favorable date to propose." As she entered the courtyard, she noticed that Jiang Dehai and his wife were also present. Upon hearing Wang Hong's jubilant announcement, Jiang Nian stepped inside, and they all stood up in unison. "What? They agreed? We must carefully select the date," exclaimed one of the relatives. "Oh dear, I always said it would be possible. Our little Nian is so handsome. Who wouldn't he be smitten?" Aunt Air approached with a beaming smile, tiptoeing to peer into the cart, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon finding it empty. However, she quickly reverted to her cheerful demeanor, stating, "Lin Wan's family is well off. With just a little arrangement for our Nian, his future will be bright. It's no wonder our Nian has such discernment and capability to win over such a splendid girl. Nian, you are destined for greatness. Do not forget your second uncle and aunt when that day comes, for we have cared for you dearly." Jiang Nian chuckled in response, "Of course not." He did not harbor particularly deep feelings for his second uncle and aunt, especially Aunt Air, who was always keen on seizing any advantage. Prior to their family separation, her household had been rife with chaos. After their grandparents passed, it was she who insisted on dividing the family, and only once separated did both households find stability. During their more challenging times, she rarely set foot in their home. Now, however, seeing that Jiang Nian was earning money and had found such an admirable girlfriend, she seemed eager to bask in their fortune. At that moment, Jiang Dashan stepped forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. What was said? If they truly consented, we must prepare accordingly. "Father, they truly agreed," Jiang Nian affirmed with a nod. "Lin Wan's mother mentioned that marriage should not be delayed and encouraged us to choose a good date for the proposal." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Jiang Dashan, not one to easily express emotion, repeated the word thrice, then inquired, "Did they mention how much the betrothal gifts would be? What are the 3 major items required?" Jiang Nian shook his head. "That matter has yet to be discussed. You must inquire clearly about this, my child. If they demand too much, how can we possibly meet their expectations?" Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Wang Hong couldn't help but express her grievances. "Oh, sister-in-law, we will provide whatever bride price they require. If you lack the means, I can ask his uncle for assistance. This is no trivial matter." And Air, displaying an air of generosity, shifted her tone and continued, "Moreover, the Lin family is quite affluent. What does a mere bride price mean to them? What they truly seek is our family's attitude. If we present a substantial bride price, it reflects well on them, and undoubtedly, Lin Wan will receive a considerable dowry as well. To put it bluntly, once Jiang Nian marries Lin Wan, they might even secure him a job. How could he not earn that back? After saying this, Aunt Heir turned to Jiang Nian with a smile, saying, "Little Nian, don't worry, I can certainly spare 100 yuan. If you find yourself short, just speak up. I would not hesitate for a moment." Jiang Nian smiled inwardly. He clearly recalled that during his previous marriage to Tang Wanying, his family was financially strained and unable to provide a bride price. His father, Jiang Dashan, was the first to approach Uncle Jiang Dahai, intending to borrow 50 yuan. As Uncle was about to offer assistance, Aunt Heir jumped in, begrudgingly presenting 10 yuan. One must admit, Aunt Heir's cleverness was quite remarkable. Jiang Nian chose not to dwell on it, responding with a smile, "Thank you, Aunt Heir, but I have enough money. There's no need for concern." Although he currently possessed just over 100 yuan, he estimated that with the earnings from his stall, he could amass 500 yuan within 3 to 5 days. A bride price of 500 yuan is considerable in the city. Most families would struggle to provide such an amount, and he believed the Lin family would not be overly particular. "That's splendid. You truly are capable," which reassures Aunt Heir. "Now, let us hasten to select an auspicious date for the proposal." Prompted by Aunt Heir's words, Mother Wang Hong immediately entered the house, retrieving a partially torn calendar from the wall and began to search through it. "I believe the day after tomorrow is quite suitable. Didn't Xiaowan's mother say that it's better to propose early rather than late? Shall we go for the day after tomorrow?" Wang Hong seemed anxious. "That's too soon." Jiang Dashan replied, puffing on his cigarette as he examined the calendar. "We must prepare adequately. You can't just meddle. The decision on when to propose rests solely with our family. You need to select a few dates and present them to the Lin family for their consideration, allowing them to choose before we proceed with the proposal." Realizing her oversight, she agreed. "All right then, let us select a few dates." Mother Wang Hong and Aunt Heir began to peruse the calendar. With nothing else to do, Jiang Nian secured the donkey cart, fed the animal, and climbed up to the rooftop, where his parents had already laid out hazelnuts to dry. Typically, drying takes 5 to 7 days, provided it doesn't rain afterward. They would shell the nuts. However, during this process, it was necessary to turn them over to prevent any signs of mold from developing, which could compromise the flavor of the nuts. This is all money. Grabbing a handful, Jiang Nian contemplated how to sell these hazelnuts and renovate his home. Currently, his dwelling was a mud brick structure, dusty, filled with smoke, somewhat gloomy, lacking glass, and merely covered with paper on the windows. He felt compelled to construct a spacious and bright bungalow for his family. As he pondered this thought, he was suddenly startled by a commotion, and saw Heir Lungzi sprinting into the courtyard. Jiang Nian, come quickly, we must go. Tang Wanying is in trouble." "In trouble? What has happened?" Jiang Nian was taken aback and quickly inquired. "Hurry, Tang Wanying has heard that you went to propose to Lin Wan, and she is in despair at home." Heir Lungzi's face was etched with urgency. This revelation stunned not only Jiang Nian, but also his parents and relatives present in the courtyard. "I won't go?" After a brief pause, Jiang Nian decisively replied. His intuition warned him that Tang Wanying was up to her tricks again. If he went, he could potentially invite more trouble. He had just gained the approval of Lin Wan's mother and was on the verge of formally proposing. He could not afford any unexpected complications now. "How can you be so heartless? You once had feelings for her, and now she is at home in such despair. You must go, or she might harm herself." Seeing Jiang Nian's indifference, Heir Lungzi grew increasingly anxious. Tang Wanying had injured herself severely, which was truly alarming. "Jiang Nian, perhaps you should go and check on her. We must ensure she is truly safe." Observing Heir Lungzi's earnest expression, Jiang Dashan, fearing that something dire might have occurred, quickly urged him. Reluctantly, Jiang Nian nodded and descended from the roof. His mother, Wang Hong, noticing his departure, expressed her concern and cautioned him. "You must be careful. Do not let her and her mother ensnare you. You are on the brink of proposing to Lin Wan. You cannot afford to be foolish." "Mother, do not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing." Chapter 26. The bewitching Tang Wanying. In the courtyard of Tang Wanying's home, a throng had gathered, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of chatter. "This girl has lost her mind," they lamented. "At such a blossoming age, why is she in such despair?" It was said that she could not let go of Jiang Nian, and today, whispers surfaced that Jiang Nian had gone to Lin Guan's home to discuss marriage with her parents, which had driven her to this state. What purpose does such despair serve? Back when the old matchmaker demanded a hefty bride price, Wanying had remained silent, tacitly accepting her mother's demands. Had she known how things would unfold? Would she have acted differently? As Jiang Nian approached the courtyard, he overheard the clamor and the anguished wails of Wang Lan emanating from within the house. The sound sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he sensed that the mother and daughter duo were causing a scene today, and he regretted coming. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The simpleton, seeing Jiang Nian's leisurely pace, felt a mix of urgency and frustration. He could not fathom why Jiang Nian, who had once adored Tang Wanying, now displayed such indifference. Even if the marriage was not to be, surely he need not be so cold-hearted. The villagers in the courtyard turned their gaze as Jiang Nian entered, parting to allow him passage. Inside, Wang Lan was seated on the ground, wailing, "Wanying, my Wanying. If anything befalls you, I shall not survive." Wang Lan's despair was palpable, while Wanying lay on the bed, softly sobbing, as the village's barefoot doctor tended to her. "Uncle Daquan, how is she?" Jiang Nian inquired, his heart heavy with unease. Despite his lack of affection, he did not wish for her to come to harm. Li Daquan, the village's only barefoot doctor, had come from the educated youth program years ago and chose to remain in the village to pursue his research on traditional medicine. His medical skills were highly regarded, as he treated the villagers' ailments with great respect. "She's fine, just a minor bump. A few days of rest and she'll be well," Li Daquan assured. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, Wang Lan's relief was short-lived. "What do you mean just a minor bump? Look at my daughter's head. It's swollen," she exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. "Do you even know how to treat an injury?" This remark turned Li Daquan's face crimson with indignation. "I'm merely speaking the truth," he retorted. "What truth? I see you don't know how to treat a patient." She shot back, pushing him toward the exit. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. How could Wang Lan expect her daughter to be truly injured? Jiang Nian, however, had grasped the underlying tension and, seeing Li Daquan being dismissed, felt no desire to linger. As he turned to leave, he heard Wanying's voice call out, "Jiang Nian, don't go." With tears in her eyes, she grasped his wrist. Lifting her brow slightly, her gaze filled with a mix of grievance and longing. In that moment, anyone who beheld her would find it impossible not to be moved. "Uncle Daquan reassured me that you were fine, which brought me some solace. Live well and refrain from foolish actions," Jiang Nian sighed softly. At that moment, Jiang Nian had no desire for idle chatter. He pushed aside Tang Wanying's hand and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Tang Wanying lunged forward, embracing Jiang Nian tightly. Her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Jiang Nian, please don't leave me. I truly cannot survive without you." "Let go of my hand," Jiang Nian said darkly. Glancing out the window at the villagers who had gathered, their eyes wide with curiosity. "What are you all staring at? Leave, just leave." Wang Lan, witnessing her daughter's success, felt a surge of joy. She thought to herself that such a prize could not slip away. She quickly assumed the demeanor of a shrew, shooing the villagers away from the courtyard. After driving them out, she bolted the door and returned to sit contentedly beneath the eaves, secretly listening to the commotion inside. "Just try to escape now. This father is yours to keep." Inside, Tang Wanying clung to Jiang Nian with all her might, her face pressed tightly against his back, desperately trying to convey her warmth. "Let go of me," Jiang Nian said, growing increasingly impatient. He had promised Lin Wan that he would never afford Tang Wanying such opportunities again, yet here he was, ensnared once more in less than 2 days. Observing Tang Wanying's strength, one would not suspect she was injured at all. "I want to let go." Tang Wanying's voice quivered. "Jiang Nian, I truly regret my past actions. Please don't treat me this way." Holding on to him tightly, Tang Wanying's complexion was pale, her heart a tumult of emotions. The thought of Jiang Nian and Lin Wan meeting her parents on the verge of an engagement filled her with unbearable sorrow. This man had knelt before her just a month ago, professing his sincerest vows, asking for her hand in marriage. Although she had not been entirely sincere then, it was only when faced with the prospect of loss that she recognized Jiang Nian's worth. Recalling how he had cherished her like a princess, lifting her high, she lamented her past foolishness in not preventing her mother Wang Lan's outrageous demands at the wedding. The stark contrast in Jiang Nian's demeanor left her feeling aggrieved, tears streaming down her cheeks, quickly soaking his garments. "Jiang Nian, I know you still hold feelings for me. In the past, you loved me dearly, unable to bear my slightest distress. How can you now be so indifferent? This must be a fade. Yet, you have succeeded. I find myself ensnared by your former sweet words. I am willing to lower my pride if you could treat me differently. Let us choose an auspicious day and marry. I will even return the dowry, asking for nothing in return." Tang Wanying's tone was exceedingly humble. I have made myself abundantly clear. My affections now lie with Lin Wan. We are not meant to be. Release my hand, or I shall forcefully pry you off, and you know my strength. If I hurt you, I shall not be held responsible. Jiang Nian stated with a deep voice. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Tang Wanying's eyes flickered with a hint of resoluteness. Slowly releasing her grip, she spoke with a tinge of despair. If that is the case, you may leave. In the future, when you find happiness, remember that there was once a girl who loved you deeply. What Jiang Nian did not anticipate was that immediately after Tang Wanying spoke, she charged toward the wall before him. Alarmed, Jiang Nian swiftly grasped her, delivering a sharp slap across her face as he bellowed, "What are you doing? Do you wish to die? If you must perish, do not do so in front of me." At that moment, Jiang Nian was genuinely taken aback. Tang Wanying's speed was astonishing, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Had he not reacted with alacrity, she would have indeed collided with the wall, whether it was due to her feelings of injustice or the sting from Jiang Nian's slap. Tang Wanying suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Whoa, let me die, then. Woo-woo." Chapter 27. You are not worthy of sharing my bed. As he watched Tang Wanying weep and wail, Jiang Nian felt increasingly agitated. With only the two of them remaining in the room, he feared what Tang Wanying might do if he left. Some matters, Tang Wanying, should remain unspoken. Otherwise, it becomes awkward for us both. I once held affection for you, but that feeling has faded. I sincerely hope you will cease your pursuit. Do not resort to desperate measures. Let us part amicably. Jiang Nian's words pierced Tang Wanying's heart deeply. Her gaze reflecting a profound sorrow as she looked at him and asked, "Is it because I did not share your bed?" Her unexpected question caught Jiang Nian off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is it merely about sharing a bed? I could do that. With that, Tang Wanying unbuttoned her clothing, revealing that she wore nothing beneath. The fabric slipped from her fair skin, unveiling a breathtaking silhouette before Jiang Nian's eyes. One could not deny that Tang Wanying possessed an exquisite figure. Her smooth back and slender waist sculpted an incredibly alluring curve, her skin as white as jade, captivating Jiang Nian, causing his face to flush and his throat to dry. He was a man. To claim he was unaffected would be a lie. Upon witnessing such perfection, his blood surged. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Lan watched with glee, thinking to herself, "That's my daughter. I refuse to believe that a figure like hers would not stir his heart. What are you doing? Have you no shame? Quickly, put your clothes back on." Jiang Nian's expression darkened as he spoke. Though he felt a stir of desire, his heart belonged solely to Lin Wan. He had resolved to love only her for the rest of his life. How could he falter now? What face would I have left after losing you? If you refuse to share my bed, I will scream for help until the villagers come to witness your predicament. Tang Wanying seemed to have found Jiang Nian's weak spot. Her gaze provocative, her alluring body pressing closer. Jiang Nian, tall and handsome, treated her well and was capable of providing a stable and happy life for her and their future child. Thus, she was determined to win him over. Jiang Nian felt overwhelmed. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Wanying would display such a lack of shame. Nevertheless, her beauty was undeniable. Her lustrous black hair, expressive eyes, and delicate fair skin would stir desire in anyone. In a previous life, he had been enchanted by her pure beauty and alluring figure. This time, he vowed not to repeat his mistakes. As Tang Wanying's enticing form drew near, Jiang Nian swiftly evaded her, causing her to stumble forward. "Please, have some self-respect," he admonished, his voice colder than before. "You are not worthy of sharing my bed. If you wish to shout for help, then by all means do so. I am not ashamed. Let me be clear. Even if you call others, and they accuse me of wrongdoing, I will not marry you. At that point, your reputation will be tarnished, and I shall see who would dare marry you." Tang Wanying was left utterly stunned. Jiang Nian, unwilling to engage in further conversation, turned to leave, only to discover the door was locked. Infuriated, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered the door completely. What a destructive scene. Upon witnessing Jiang Nian's forceful exit, Wang Lan was startled and rushed to obstruct him. However, a fierce glare from Jiang Nian caused her to retract her head, frozen in place. It was only after Jiang Nian exited the courtyard that he muttered in frustration, "Useless fool. My daughter has shown you affection, and yet you remain unmoved. Perhaps you lack capability in that regard? How dare you glare at me? If I weren't seeking a father figure for my daughter, who would even bother with you?" Outside the courtyard, on the street, Erlingzi was still waiting. As soon as he saw Jiang Nian storming out, he hurried over, anxious to inquire, "Jiang Nian, what happened? Are you all right?" Noticing the peculiar look in Erlingzi's eyes, Jiang Nian sensed an oddity. Was this fellow overly concerned? If you're so worried, go inside and see for yourself. Don't ask me. He then added, oh, and from now on, if anything happens with Tang Wanying, don't come looking for me. It's over between us. Her troubles are no longer my concern. Watching Jiang Nian depart, Lungzi stood dumbfounded for a moment before deciding to check on Tang Wanying. However, at that moment, Tang Wanying was still disheveled, and Wang Lan would certainly not allow him entry, blocking him at the courtyard gate with a scowl. Xiaonian, what is going on? As soon as he entered the courtyard, his mother, Wang Hong, approached him anxiously. Upon seeing her son's expression, she immediately deduced that it was yet another episode involving Wang Lan and her daughter. Honestly, we shouldn't have gotten involved. If she's intent on her own demise, let her be. How can you say such nonsense? Jiang Dashan, his father, rebuked. What if something truly happens to that girl? You need to watch your words and refrain from speaking carelessly. Wang Hong rolled her eyes, responding, oh, so you're the only one with compassion? Fine. I'll be the villain. I believe the 8th floor is simply resentful that our son is earning more than her daughter and is resorting to desperate measures. Son, you must not be foolish. In every aspect, Lin Wan is superior to Tang Wanying. Engagement is imminent. If you pursue Tang Wanying further, I will not forgive you. Fearful that her son might still be enchanted by Tang Wanying, Wang Hong hastily advised him to maintain his distance. Indeed, Lin Wan comes from a respectable family and can easily secure you a job for life, allowing you to bypass 2 decades of struggle. Whereas Tang Wanying, despite her beauty, hails from a rural background, lacking both wealth and influence. With her mother-esque character, if you marry her, she will surely bleed you dry for the rest of your life. An promptly joined in to plead with him. Her words struck a chord. In his previous life, marrying Tang Wanying had led to a relationship fraught with misery, largely due to Wang Lan, who resembled a vampire, incessantly demanding money. If he failed to comply, she would resort to tears and tantrums, even encouraging her daughter to confront him. It could be said that the misfortune of his marriage to Tang Wanying was predominantly her doing. Rest assured, mother. I have everything under control and will not let Lin Guan down, Jiang Nian assured. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's response, Wang Hong finally felt reassured. That's wonderful. Your second aunt and I have selected several auspicious dates. You should take a look as well. If you find them acceptable, please deliver them tomorrow so that they can finalize the date. Certainly, Jiang Nian replied. Upon entering the house, Jiang Nian glanced at the dates chosen by his mother. One of them was just 5 days away, marked as highly auspicious for weddings. The others were all imbued with the essence of the following month. Jiang Nian felt quite satisfied with the selections, finding no issues, and tucked them into his pocket, waiting to present them to Tang Wanying's mother the next day. Brother Lao Jiang, is Jiang Nian back? At that moment, a voice called out from the yard. Jiang Nian focused his gaze and discovered several villagers entering the courtyard. Carrying sacks, they were the ones who had gone out to gather hazelnuts. Chapter 28, Door-to-Door Sales. Uncle Zhang, Antly. You must have ventured up the mountain quite early today, having gathered so much. Jiang Nian remarked with a smile as he stepped forward to assist Antly in unloading the hazelnuts from her shoulder, placing them gently on the ground. By his estimation, the haul weighed approximately 100 g. Clearly, after a profitable sale yesterday, they had filled their bags to the brim today. These nuts were resilient to pressure, after all. And the more, the better. Indeed, after yesterday's good fortune, I bought some biscuits and bubble gum for the children, who were overjoyed. Today, we aim to gather more to buy some meat for dumplings, Antly replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, her face breaking into a simple, warm smile. Antly was known for her kindness, diligence, and humble nature, a capable woman who single-handedly raised 3 children. Her husband had tragically perished in a mining accident years ago, never to return. Among the casualties was a close friend of her husband, whose wife had succumbed to illness earlier, leaving behind a child whom Antly had also taken in to nurture. Life was exceedingly challenging for a single woman with 3 children. The villagers had often suggested that she remarry, but for the sake of her children, she had resolutely declined. You needn't buy meat, Antly. We still have a piece left from my last purchase. I'll take it home later to treat the children, Jiang Dashan interjected, urging Wang Hong to head to the kitchen. Wang Hong, quick on her feet, entered without hesitation to retrieve the meat. No, please don't. This is too generous. That piece of meat must cost quite a bit. You should keep it for yourselves. Earning money is no easy task for any family. Oh, Antly, please accept it. Last year, when we were overwhelmed with corn harvesting, you lent us a hand for several days without a word of thanks, Wang Hong insisted. pressing the meat into Aunt Leah's hands. Today, we are surely still swamped with corn, and I will need your help again. Jiang Nian knew that Aunt Lee would not accept the gift without reason, so his mother had crafted an excuse. Aunt Lee's children were conscientious and often assisted her with chores, making the work much more manageable. Yes, Aunt Lee, please take it. This year, when we are harvesting corn, bring your children along. I'll pay each of them 1 yuan a day and provide a hearty lunch, Jiang Nian added with a cheerful grin. All right. I shall not be too polite then, Aunt Lee said, swallowing hard as she looked at the piece of meat in her hands. She hadn't indulged in meat for over a year, and it was quite tempting. Oh, our little Nian is so generous. At that moment, Second Aunt's eyes brightened at the sight of the meat. You needn't worry about corn harvesting this year if your family can't manage. Uncle and I will gladly help out. Jiang Nian merely smiled silently. Second Aunt had a penchant for opportunism in past years when household tasks became overwhelming. She had offered to assist, leaving it to Uncle to help, only to return home and face her scolding for days. Second Aunt, you promised this, and I shall hold you to it. If you do not come to help, I will have words for you, Mother Wang Hong remarked pointedly. Why, sister-in-law? It sounds as though I've never helped you. Don't worry, I will certainly come this year, Aunt Air solemnly assured, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the meat. All right, let us get this weighed quickly. We wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting, Jiang Dashan urged. Puffing on his pipe, the crowd ceased their idle chatter, hoisting the large scale and suspending the entire sack of hazelnuts. 102 jin, totaling 15 yuan and 3 cents. After settling the accounts, Jiang Nian promptly produced a wad of cash, counted it meticulously, and handed it to Aunt Lee. Next was Uncle Wang, whose yield weighed 109 jin, amounting to 16 yuan and 35 cents. Jiang Nian rounded it up to a neat 16 yuan and 40 cents. Subsequently, one after another, more returns from the mountains arrived, all brimming with harvest. In the span of a single afternoon, he collected nearly 1,000 jin, spending 142 yuan and 30 cents. This left him feeling rather financially constrained. He needed to devise a plan to sell some of the goods. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gather enough for the betrothal gifts. Jiang Nian pondered. If he continued to harvest at this rate, his earnings would merely suffice to cover the cost of the goods, while ordinary days posed no significant expenses. He was preparing for marriage, needing to accumulate a proper dowry. He certainly did not wish for Lin Wan to face ridicule due to insufficient betrothal gifts. Early the next morning, Jiang Nian rose with purpose. Not only did he plan to set up a stall to sell potato chunks, but he also intended to sell hazelnuts, necessitating an early start. With practiced ease, he readied the potato chunks for sale, ensuring ample supplies before loading 2 sacks of unshelled hazelnuts onto his cart. Heading towards the county town, freshly harvested hazelnuts boast the best flavor and are plump in size. However, unsure of how long it would take to sell such a large quantity at a stall, Jiang Nian decided to promote them door to door. Despite the scarcity of goods in this era, townsfolk were still keen to spend on rural specialties, as such treats are savored only once a year. Those unable to forage in the mountains, particularly without relatives in the countryside, would simply have to watch helplessly. Following his plan, Jiang Nian first visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a small scale and a stack of plastic bags. He arrived punctually at the garment factory by 7 o'clock to begin selling potato chunks, with hazelnuts as a secondary offering. Many customers were drawn to his stall. At 50 cents per jin, he sold 94 jin for a total of 47 yuan that morning, nearly depleting one sack. This pleasantly surprised Jiang Nian and significantly boosted his confidence. Just from this single sack, he earned nearly 33 yuan, with a remarkable profit margin of 42%, and this was merely from unshelled hazelnuts. Once he sold out of potato chunks, he hurriedly drove his donkey cart directly to Tian Street in the county town, the most bustling thoroughfare in the area, where the residents enjoyed a higher standard of living. Even in the county town, most households resided in single-story homes, yet this street was orderly and well-maintained, characterized by many row houses. Jiang Nian navigated his cart down the street, knocking on doors one by one, and soon he reached the first house. A middle-aged woman opened the door, regarding Jiang Nian with cautious curiosity. With her hair styled in large waves and her fair complexion glowing even in midlife, it was evident she took excellent care of herself. Jiang Nian wore a radiant smile, exuding warmth and kindness. Hello, beautiful lady. I hope I'm not intruding. These are freshly picked hazelnuts from the mountain. Just look at how plump and aromatic they are. Would you care to purchase some to savor? Addressed as beautiful, the woman's heart soared. Her defenses softened significantly as she glanced into the burlap sack on Jiang Nian's donkey cart. Oh, these. I haven't indulged in them for years. The last time was a gift from a friend of my husband, she remarked. Since you enjoy them, why not buy a bit more? These hazelnuts simply fall off when ripe. They have a long shelf life, perfect for entertaining guests or sharing with friends during mahjong games. They certainly add a touch of prestige, Jiang Nian suggested, as he took a handful, opened the hazelnuts, and offered them to the woman for tasting. They truly are delightful, she replied, having sampled two. Her satisfaction prompted her to inquire further. You've come all this way to sell these. I imagine they aren't cheap? Not at all. They're just 5 dimes per pound. It's all about enjoying the freshness. Given your lovely location, I'm sure you can afford it, he flattered. The middle-aged woman beamed at the compliment. You, young man, are quite the charmer. Very well. Let me have a generous amount. My husband is currently on the rise in his career, and these would be perfect to share with his friends and superiors. Indeed, sir. You are fortunate to have such a wise and supportive partner, Jiang Nian chuckled, promptly starting to pack the order. The lady didn't hold back, requesting an impressive 40 pounds. Seeing her substantial purchase, Jiang Nian graciously added an extra 2 pounds, and she handed him the payment. The young man is quite handsome. In the future, send any fine products my way. I'm not lacking in funds. Chapter 29. Do you aspire to be Mrs. Jiang? With a playful glint in her eyes, the charming young woman cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nian. Being a wealthy patron, it was essential to maintain a good rapport. Jiang Nian promptly replied with a smile, no problem, as long as you don't find me bothersome. I'll be sure to think of you first whenever I come across quality mountain goods. How could I ever find you bothersome with such good looks? She teased. I've been craving wild mushrooms lately. Can you procure some? Certainly, but we must wait for the next rain. The heavier the rain, the more abundant they are. After it rains next time, I'll make sure to bring you some. Excellent. Please gather plenty. Money is no object, and I insist on quality. Jiang Nian was instantly elated. She was indeed a wealthy patroness. Rest assured, I guarantee the finest goods, he assured her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Nian continued on his donkey cart to the next household. Nowadays, door-to-door sales were quite rare. A refreshing change from the pervasive pushiness of the 1990s that left people with a bitter taste. Thus, as long as one could knock on the door and present quality goods with a friendly smile, people would generally make a purchase. However, upon reaching the 6th house, Jiang Nian encountered a predicament. The woman who answered the door appeared disheveled and poorly dressed, her initial smile quickly replaced by a look of alarm. Isn't it supposed to be a day off? She stammered. But upon realizing he was a stranger, her demeanor shifted drastically. She glared at Jiang Nian, her voice sharp. What do you want? Knocking on doors in broad daylight? Are you out of your mind? Unfazed, Jiang Nian noticed a figure inside, clearly anxious and trying to hide. This woman was engaged in an illicit affair. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, My, what a lovely lady you are. How about some freshly picked hazelnuts? He extended a handful from his sack, launching into his pitch. Yet, her mood soured at the interruption, and dismissively she snapped, No, just leave. And don't come back. If you do, I'll call the police. With that, she angrily attempted to shut the door. Seeing this, Jiang Nian would not relent easily. He quickly wedged his foot in the doorway. Come now, just buy a little. These hazelnuts are quite delightful. No, what's wrong with you? Let go. If you don't, I swear I'll call the police. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian remained composed, deliberately peering inside. Isn't that your man? He looks rather robust. Why is he hiding? He inquired with a knowing smirk. Perhaps you should ask him if he'd like to join the decision? The woman's face darkened, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Jiang Nian's insinuation was clear, and she realized she needed to contain the situation. If the neighbors overheard and caught her red-handed, how could she ever face them again? Fine, I'll buy. How much per pound? 2 yuan. What? 2 yuan? Why don't you go rob a bank? Don't think I'm naive. These are unpeeled. You think you can trick me? She retorted, visibly irritated. At that price? Why not let your man come out and ask? Jiang Nian suggested. Her expression shifted again. Reluctantly, she fished out 4 yuan and grumbled. Fine, I'll take 2 pounds. But you must never return. Jiang Nian chuckled and promptly weighed out 2 pounds of hazelnuts, handing them over with a grateful smile. Thank you, dear sister, for your support. I shall be selling here for the next few days. Enjoy, and do consider purchasing again. The woman, irked and grinding her teeth in annoyance, accepted the hazelnuts and slammed the door with a resounding thud. Jiang Nian had anticipated such reactions. Throughout the ages, door-to-door salesmen often evoked disdain. and it required a robust mental fortitude to succeed and earn a living. With individuals like this woman, polite words were unlikely to yield a sale. Although Jiang Nian's methods might be somewhat unscrupulous, one must do what it takes to make a profit. At worst, it was merely a one-off transaction. Thus, he continued on to the 7th and 8th households, selling until he had cleared his stock of hazelnuts. Most residents along the street were quite amiable and receptive to his sales pitch, many even complimenting Jiang Nian for his youthful ambition. He was adept at conversing with anyone, be it a person or a specter. In a past life, he had honed his oratory skills, and his discerning eyes could evaluate a person's intentions and financial status within moments of their arrival. This talent ensured his hazelnuts sold effortlessly. After visiting just a dozen homes, he had sold out completely. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the sun blazing overhead. He then tidied up and harnessed his donkey cart, making his way to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a box of Jianmin cigarettes for 5 yuan and 2 cans of preserved food for 3 yuan. Following his recollections, he set off towards Lin Wan's home. Tomorrow, he resolved to bring more stock. It was still early, and if he sold until the afternoon, he could likely clear all the goods he collected that day. From a distance, Jiang Nian spotted Lin Wan standing at her door, peering down the street. Upon seeing the donkey cart approach, with Jiang Nian's figure atop it, she eagerly rushed forward. "Why are you so late? Did sales go poorly? I thought you might not come today." According to past experiences, Jiang Nian typically closed up by 8, reaching her place no later than 8:30, so she had been waiting since then. Yet now it was nearly 10 o'clock, and she felt a twinge of curiosity. "No, sales went splendidly. I brought 2 large sacks of hazelnuts, and it took a bit longer to sell them all," Jiang Nian explained. "2 large sacks? And you sold them all in such a short time?" Lin Wan exclaimed, glancing at the cart, which now only held 2 bags of hazelnuts. She appeared astonished. Jiang Nian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, they all sold out. Good things sell themselves. You are truly remarkable," Lin Wan exclaimed, rising on her toes to assist Jiang Nian in unloading his goods. "We have enough at home. You needn't tea by so much next time. Save your money. It didn't tea cost much." "That may be so, but it is precisely the time to save. I'm about to propose, plan a wedding, and later raise children. Expenses will be plentiful." Hearing this, Jiang Nian laughed heartily. It seemed she was rather eager to become Mrs. Jiang. Lin Wan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she shyly averted her gaze and stammered, Who is in a hurry? Oh, you are incorrigible, absolutely vexing. Oh, Jiang Nian has arrived." At this moment, Lin Xinghua also emerged, and it was evident that he was thriving here, adorned in new attire from head to toe. "Come in quickly, how have things been? Have you chosen a date? Our family has selected a few auspicious dates for the occasion. Allow me to present them to Auntie for her approval. Once we have settled on a date, we shall formally propose," Jiang Nian replied. "Very well, come in swiftly. Mama Lingua has prepared a sumptuous feast, and we are merely awaiting your arrival." Jiang Nian, unpretentious, carried the gifts and followed Lingua and Lin Xinghua into the courtyard. In the kitchen, Mama Lingua busily orchestrated the preparations, the air filled with delightful aromas. Upon seeing Jiang Nian enter, she beamed, "Jiang Nian, do come in. You brought so many gifts, set them down quickly and come sit inside. We shall commence our meal shortly." Chapter 30. The date is set within the confines of the house. A grand round table was positioned atop the heated platform, adorned with 6 or 7 exquisite dishes, featuring fish, meat, chicken, and eggs. It was evident that Lin Wan's mother had put forth considerable effort in preparing this feast. "My mother's stewed chicken with mushrooms is unparalleled. You must savor it," Lin Wan said, gently tugging at Wang Yan's arm and offering a piece of chicken to Jiang Nian's lips. "Not yet. It would be inappropriate to eat before the meal is officially served," Jiang Nian remarked, casting a cautious glance toward the kitchen, apprehensive that Wei Shuzhen might observe him. The bustling individuals had not yet taken their seats, yet he felt compelled to indulge, a significant breach of dining etiquette. "Oh, it's fine. Treat it as if you were at home." "My mother is not particular about such matters," Lin Wan reassured him. Reluctantly succumbing to Lin Wan's persistent entreaties, Jiang Nian took a bite, and an explosion of fragrance filled the air. The chicken was succulent and substantial, undeniably sourced from a free-range hen. In this day and age, poultry is not inexpensive. With the absence of imported white-cut chicken, families predominantly consume their home-raised native chickens, which, though slower to grow and pricier, boast an authentic flavor. Coupled with the locally sourced shiitake mushrooms, the dish was simply divine. This culinary skill surpasses even that of a Michelin-starred chef. Jiang Nian exclaimed, marveling at the dish. Michelin. Lin Wan's face reflected astonishment, prompting Jiang Nian to chuckle. It's a renowned Western restaurant. You've been to a Western restaurant? Lin Wan's curiosity deepened. Indeed. Though that was many years ago. While it was an international establishment, I must confess, the taste was rather lackluster compared to our stewed chicken with mushrooms. Jiang Nian replied with a smile. His words were not mere exaggerations but rather an honest sentiment. In his previous life as a billionaire, he had frequented Michelin establishments, sampling their signature dishes, which often left him underwhelmed due to their average flavors and meager portions. Dining there was more about the status than the culinary experience. At Jiang Nian's level, he had come to regard status and identity with less importance, finding simplicity to be the true essence of life. Realizing that further explanations to Lin Wan would be futile, he swiftly shifted the topic. You ought to indulge in more of this stewed chicken with mushrooms. It's beneficial for the baby. Ugh, even before marriage, you're already talking about children? Lin Wan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. But truth be told, my monthly cycle typically arrives around the 15th, yet it has yet to materialize this month. Could it be that I'm actually? Her tone carried a note of worry, as the societal norms of their time did not favor premarital pregnancy. Despite their normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and imminent marriage, they could not escape the judgmental whispers of society. Don't let it trouble you. We are soon to be wed. What is there to fear? Jiang Nian grinned broadly. If you're anxious, when you consult with your mother about the wedding date, you could always encourage her to select an earlier date. In 5 days, we'll propose, and in 2 weeks, we shall marry. A child within a year. Everything will proceed smoothly. I'm inclined to follow your lead. Lin Wan pursed her lips, her face flushed like a crimson cloth, wishing to bury her head in her collar. Come, the last dish is ready, braised carp. I dare not boast about much, but my sister-in-law's culinary skills are unparalleled. She specifically learned from a master chef and acquired genuine expertise. Lin Chiwa held a plate, from which the steaming carp exuded an enticing aroma. A sight that was undeniably mouth-watering. Jiang Nian, come to the table. It's your first time dining here. Annie wants to sure of your preferences. So she prepared a little of everything. Be sure to eat well. Wei Shuzhen entered while drying her hands. Thank you, Auntie, Jiang Nian replied. After exchanging pleasantries, they settled at the table and began to engage in casual conversation. Jiang Nian, I forgot to ask you last time. How do you know so much? Did you study it specifically? Wei Shuzhen inquired. Since their previous conversation, she found it increasingly astonishing that someone who had never even attended elementary school could possess such extensive knowledge, even articulating the economic trajectory of China for the next 30 years with such clarity. I just read books. There's everything in them, Jiang Nian responded with a smile. This answer hardly stood up to scrutiny, for he had not had the privilege of education, growing up in the countryside with no access to books. However, he was not lying either. In his past life, he had earned a master's degree in economics and had read countless economic texts. Despite the implausibility of his response, Jiang Nian's mother believed him, as she could think of no other reasonable explanation. Knowledge changes destiny. You are diligent and eager to learn. You will surely achieve greatness. Wei Shuzhen's gaze was filled with admiration. This made Lin Wan's heart swell with joy. The man she cherished had gained her parents' approval, marking a significant step toward happiness. Auntie, my parents selected a few auspicious dates for marriage yesterday. Please take a look and see which day might be suitable, Jiang Nian said, respectfully presenting a piece of paper he had prepared in his pocket. All right, let me see. Oh, the first one is in 5 days. Isn't that a bit soon? Wei Shuzhen remarked after glancing at the dates. Not too soon. Mom, it's not too soon. Lin Wan interjected suddenly. Realizing her outburst, she quickly lowered her head and, in a hushed tone, added, I think 5 days from now is just right. Upon hearing this, Wei Shuzhen chuckled. Look at how anxious this child is. A daughter grows up and cannot be kept. She then turned to Jiang Nian, saying, Annie has no objections. But we must let your uncle have a look as well. When he returns tonight, we'll ask for his opinion and get back to you tomorrow. That's only proper, Jiang Nian responded. No need to ask. You will certainly agree. He said yesterday that as long as the child is happy, that's what matters. Lin Qinghua chimed in. Exactly. Didn't Dad say to let you make the decision? Lin Wan added, looking at Wei Shuzhen. Well then, let us set it for 5 days from now, the 22nd. Wei Shuzhen contemplated for a moment, confident that her husband would not object, and thus she agreed. How wonderful. Lin Wan could hardly conceal her joy. Jiang Nian was equally elated, as this matter was finally settled. He continued, Thank you, Auntie. Additionally, I would like to inquire about your expectations regarding the betrothal gifts, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate them. To be candid, Jiang Nian felt a twinge of anxiety while posing this question. After all, Lin Wan's family's financial standing was evident. Offering too little would surely be unsatisfactory, while offering too much might necessitate careful consideration on his part. As for the betrothal gifts, Annie stated that 200 yuan would suffice, which is considered a moderate amount in our city. She had heard from Xiaoguan that you earn quite well, so this should not pose a challenge for you. Rest assured, Annie will provide a dowry that is double the amount, ensuring a more comfortable life for you after marriage. Furthermore, Annie has one more request. You must purchase a house in the county. Chapter 31. The daughter grows up as soon as Wei Shuzhen's words left her lips. Lin Guan's expression immediately shifted, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Mom, what do you mean? Why are you suddenly asking for a house? How can Jiang Nian afford a property in the county town? Indeed, Shuzhen, Lin Qiwa interjected, a house in the county town costs at least 4,000 to 5,000. To purchase a somewhat decent one, a 4-room house with a yard would easily exceed 10,000. When will Jiang Nian ever be able to afford that? The two children are truly in love. You mustn't make things difficult for them. Lin Xinghua quickly spoke in defense, fearing that Wei Shuzhen's demands might drive Jiang Nian away. In her view, Jiang Nian could easily turn his back and seek another partner. The fate of Tang Wanying was a vivid reminder, and she certainly did not wish for Lin Guan to follow in her footsteps. After all, Lin Guan had already lost her innocence, relinquishing her greatest asset. Please, do not rush. Allow me to finish, Wei Shuzhen said calmly, observing Jiang Nian as she continued, and he is asking you to purchase a house primarily for your benefit. Once you are married, you will need your own little home and a life of your own. As someone who has experienced life, I understand that living with parents can lead to friction due to differing generational habits. Wouldn't you agree? But do not worry, Annie does not expect you to buy immediately. It is not that if you do not buy a house, you cannot marry Lin Guan. My intention is that, with your current earning potential, acquiring a house in the county town within a year or two could serve as motivation for your endeavors. Mom, this is not motivation, it is clearly pressure. Lin Guan replied, furrowing her brow. Hearing her mother's words, her expression softened slightly, as it did not directly impede her marriage to Jiang Nian. Had her mother made an unreasonable demand for an immediate purchase, she would have vehemently opposed it. Without pressure, there is no motivation, Wei Shuzhen stated, maintaining her composure as she gazed at Jiang Nian, continuing with a smile. Although Xiao Jiang has not received formal education, he possesses considerable knowledge and courage. What is a house to him, right, Xiao Jiang? Jiang Nian smiled in response. A house was indeed not a significant concern for him, with effort. It could be achieved in just a couple of months, not years. While housing prices were currently not low, they paled in comparison to the skyrocketing prices following the housing reform initiated in 1998. However, the most pressing issue was that real estate transactions were not legally sanctioned at present. If discovered, one could face fines or even imprisonment for severe violations. As someone well acquainted with the intricacies of governance, Wei Shuzhen could not possibly be unaware of this. So her insistence on Jiang Nian purchasing a house in the city could only serve one purpose, to test him. She sought to determine whether he was a speculative opportunist, worthy of entrusting her daughter to him. Upon realizing this, Jiang Nian smiled knowingly, looking into Wei Shuzhen's eyes, and sincerely said, Auntie, I understand your feelings. I, too, wish to provide Lin Guan with a warm and happy home. If possible, acquiring a house is a trivial matter, and I would be more than willing to buy one for Lin Guan. However, the issue is that the state does not permit it. We cannot engage in illegal activities. That is my bottom line. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's response, Wei Shuzhen instantly broke into a radiant smile, while Lin Xinghua and Lin Wan both exhaled in relief. Exchanging silent laughter, Jiang Nian feigned ignorance of their amusement and inquired, What is it that has you all laughing? Did I say something incorrect? Quite the contrary. You expressed yourself splendidly, Lin Xinghua exclaimed with hearty laughter. Jiang Nian, allow me to enlighten you. This was a test for my sister-in-law. Should you have readily acquiesced, it would have indicated that you are a silver-tongued opportunist, willing to do anything for profit. My sister-in-law would never permit Lin Wan to marry someone like that. However, your response was impeccable. You maintained your boundaries beautifully. Lin Qiwa gave Jiang Nian a thumbs up, then turned to Wei Shuzhen, saying, See, I have always asserted that this young man possesses commendable character. You can rest easy now. Wei Shuzhen nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she gazed at her future son-in-law. To her, Jiang Nian was not only handsome and tall, with a commendable physique, but he was also knowledgeable and courageous. Yet, she believed that while these attributes were admirable, the essence of one's character was paramount. Without integrity, all other virtues were rendered futile. Dear Jiang, my intentions in presenting this challenge were solely for Lin Wan's benefit. I hope you can forgive me, Wei Shuzhen expressed. Now aware of Jiang Nian's true nature, she promptly offered him a glass of premium liquor. Jiang Nian, already cognizant of her intentions, smiled gently and replied, "It is quite all right, Auntie. I fully understand your sentiments." With that, Jiang Nian raised his glass in a toast. Remarkably, Wei Shuzhen demonstrated impressive drinking prowess, downing the two-tail spirit in a single gulp. Observing this, Jiang Nian found himself at a loss, unsure whether to follow suit until Lin Wan gently urged him. "Just take a sip. It's merely a gesture. My mother can handle her liquor exceedingly well. Most cannot keep pace with her. Besides, you need to drive home this afternoon, and becoming inebriated is not advisable. Oh, should you happen to get tipsy, you might as well stay here," Lin Wan teased, casting a knowing glance at Lin Wan. This remark rendered Lin Wan's face a deep crimson. "I cannot stay. My parents are awaiting my return with good news, and I must prepare for tomorrow's market. With the engagement approaching, I cannot afford to take a day off work," Jiang Nian declared earnestly, his thoughts brimming with anticipation to marry Lin Wan. He was determined not to let financial matters delay his intentions. "Indeed, that makes sense," Lin Wan laughed heartily, seemingly more pleased than either Jiang Nian or Lin Wan, as she encouraged Jiang Nian to enjoy more of the meal. The conversation then meandered through casual topics, allowing both families to better understand one another, creating a relaxed atmosphere. By the time they departed from Lin Wan's home, the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon, though he had consumed little. The potency of the liquor left Jiang Nian with a flushed complexion and a slight dizziness. "Lin Wan, wait for me. In 5 days, I shall formally visit to propose," Jiang Nian declared, pulling Lin Wan into an embrace, his voice imbued with sincerity, albeit tinged with the lingering aroma of alcohol. The intoxicating scent of liquor, intertwined with Jiang Nian's body heat, rushed toward Lin Wan's cheeks, causing her breath to grow heavy. She couldn't help but recall the events shared by the riverside amidst the cornfields, her face instantly flushing crimson like an apple, a blend of shyness and joy prompting her to nod in agreement. As Jiang Nian settled onto the donkey cart, and Lin Wan watched his figure vanish around the corner, her gaze brimmed with yearning and anticipation, her heart racing alongside him. Wei Shuzhen observed her daughter's state and couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. Her daughter had grown up and was no longer to be kept close. Chapter 32. Heaven is on my side. Upon returning home, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The day still held some light. My father had yet to return, and my mother sat in the courtyard, massaging her leg. As she noticed Jiang Nian's arrival, she slowly rose, her expression somewhat grim. "Mother, what troubles you?" Jiang Nian hurried over to support her. "What could it be? My leg is cold and numb. It seems my old ailment is acting up again. It's quite peculiar, though, for it's the height of summer. How could my old leg pain flare up now?" Wang Hong lamented, accepting Jiang Nian's assistance into the house. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a spark of excitement, he exclaimed, "Could it be that rain is on the way? It is quite possible. This old leg of mine tends to throb severely when it's overcast or about to rain." "Ah, growing old indeed." Wang Hong shook her head and then inquired, "Did you visit Lin Wan's house today? Have the arrangements been made?" Jiang Nian nodded eagerly. "Yes. It's all set for 5 days from now. For the next few days, don't exert yourselves. You and father should prepare for the formal proposal." "Oh, how splendid." Wang Hong's face lit up with joy, and upon hearing the good news, it seemed her leg pain had vanished. After assisting his mother into the house, Jiang Nian made his way to the outer room, grabbed a handful of salt, examined it, and tasted it. So damp. It seems certain that rain will come tonight, and it won't be a light shower. Swiftly, Jiang Nian deduced the situation. In this era, televisions were a luxury few could afford. Their village had none, let alone access to weather forecasts. Whether rain would fall relied solely on experience. With this thought, Jiang Nian's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the heavens are aiding me. After this rain, there will surely be mushrooms. I can gather some to deliver to that wealthy woman. What a splendid opportunity to earn a little more. Thus, he felt he had taken another step closer to marrying Lin Wan. First, he carried the flour he had purchased into the house, securely stashing the money. Then fed the donkey some fodder, and retrieved the hazelnuts drying on the roof. Finally, he grabbed a bag of biscuits and rushed out of the house. By the riverside, the waters glimmered, clear and inviting. Even from a distance, the gentle murmur of the stream and the laughter of children playing in the water reached his ears. Approaching closer, he spotted 5 or 6 children, bare-bottomed, diving into the water one after another, soon surfacing from the other side. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, they instinctively covered themselves and giggled, their faces alight with mischief. These children were the village's young lads, all adept swimmers. On hot summer days, swimming and playing in the water was their greatest delight. And with no studies to occupy them, they would frolic for the entire day. Jiang Nian, what brings you here? Asked a slightly older boy. Recognizing him as he stopped at the shore, he was Xiaowen, a child from Aunt Li's family, with a decent appearance, albeit a bit sun-kissed. I have a matter to discuss with you all. Jiang Nian settled on a stone, smiling as he asked, do you all wish to earn some money? Earn money? At the mere mention of those words, the children's eyes sparkled, and they eagerly gathered around. These children, lacking in pocket money, do not share the same fortune as those who will come after them. Their limited exposure to wealth has only intensified their yearning for it. Observing these impoverished youngsters, Jiang Nian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. The children of destitute families, who have never experienced schooling or gained any knowledge, are likely to lead lives of mediocrity and poverty, much like their forebears. Among these children, he distinctly remembers a frail boy nicknamed Lu, who later fared better, opening a grain and oil shop in the county town and earning a considerable amount of money. Regrettably, as soon as the man acquired wealth, he succumbed to the vices of gambling, and within 2 years, he squandered all his hard-earned assets. To make matters worse, he lost 2 fingers in the process, leading his wife to flee with their children and his parents to cast him out. His later years were marked by abject misery. Jiang Nian, how can we make money? Xiaowen asked anxiously. Yes, recently you've been harvesting hazelnuts. Do you want us to go up the mountain to gather them? Gathering hazelnuts isn't feasible. Too many people have been there recently, and most of them have picked clean. Besides, we cannot venture too deep, as there are wolves. Jiang Nian chuckled and replied, I won't have you picking hazelnuts. I have other methods of earning money. I haven't told anyone else, so I came directly to you. Are you in or not? Who would want to earn money? Another child chimed in. Exactly. With the money, we could buy big white rabbit milk candies. I've longed to taste them. This was Chozi, 12 years old, the oldest among this group of children, apart from Xiaowan. Jiang Nian smiled slightly and said, I recall that after the last rain, you gathered quite a few mushrooms. If it rains tonight, will you be able to find more tomorrow? Absolutely. Every time it rains, we manage to gather a large basket each. Jiang Nian, we know of a spot where mushrooms sprout as soon as it rains. Not only mushrooms, but come autumn, there will also be black fungus. Jiang Nian's eyes brightened at this revelation. That is splendid. I want you to collect mushrooms. If it rains tonight, go gather them tomorrow and bring them straight to my house. I will pay you 10 cents per pound. How does that sound? 10 cents per pound? The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Typically, after a rain, each of them would collect 10 to 20 pounds. Based on previous experience, selling for a few yuan would not be an issue. Jiang Nian, do you really mean it? I truly do. Rest assured, would I deceive you little ones? With that, Jiang Nian gestured for them to come over and share in some biscuits. Upon seeing the biscuits in Jiang Nian's hand, the children's eyes lit up. As such treats were a rarity for them, only afforded during festive occasions by families with slightly better means. Consequently, they scrambled out of the water, disregarding their nakedness, and settled beside Jiang Nian, eagerly devouring the biscuits. Jiang Nian, how do you know it will rain tonight? If it doesn't the mushrooms won't appear. Xiaowen inquired between bites. Have no fear, it will certainly rain tonight. Such is the power of knowledge. Jiang Nian, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. Having never attended school, one wonders where you have acquired such vast knowledge. Surely, it must be imparted to you by Sister Lin Wan. My mother remarked that Sister Lin Wan hails from the city, having received an education, her mind filled with wisdom like ink. Alas, we are unable to attend school and thus cannot imbibe that essence of knowledge. Young Quan, merely 8 years of age, expressed this notion. Indeed, it must be so. The other children nodded in agreement. Jiang Nian, you are indeed fortunate to have one Sister Lin Guan's affection. Not only is she beautiful, but her heart is also kind. To marry her is a stroke of luck accrued over 8 lifetimes. My mother referred to this as a flower blooming amidst dung. Young Quan chimed in. At this remark, a wave of laughter erupted among the children. Young One, emboldened, inquired, Jiang Nian, that day I saw. What did you see? Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, sensing the mischievous glances exchanged among the children, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. That day, in that cornfield, You and Sister Lin Wan. Jiang Nian felt an overwhelming embarrassment. This matter is one that you may know, but you must not speak of it to others. Not even to your parents, understand? If anyone dares to utter a word, I shall not share my earnings with them, nor will I offer you any delightful treats. Chapter 33. The dowry is twice the bride price. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, the children erupted into laughter. Jiang Nian, that is quite underhanded. You aren't even married yet. My mother says that is akin to stealing a person, and in the old days, one would be taken out to the streets for it, Shaowen remarked. Jiang Nian, however, remained unperturbed. He recognized that Shaowen had often received care from Lin Wan, who would always think of him whenever she had delicious food to share, bringing books from home to teach them to read. To these children, who yearned for knowledge but lacked access to education, Lin Wan was nothing short of an angel. Therefore, they felt compelled to keep this matter a secret. Stealing a person? Jiang Nian rolled his eyes. You mustn't speak such nonsense. She is my fiancée, and in a few days, I will formally propose. How can it be stealing when I am merely sharing a moment with my own fiancée? Furthermore, you little rascals need to keep your mouths shut about this. It's not to be spoken of. Don't worry, Jiang Nian. I've already told them that no one is to say a word, Shaowen grinned. Sister Lin Wan is so kind to us, we cannot let anyone tarnish her reputation. But, Jiang Nian, you must treat Sister Lin Wan well. If you dare to bully her, she is so beautiful and wonderful. If I weren't just 12, I would surely compete for her affection. Exactly. If you mistreat her, I'll come and make a mess right at your doorstep. Xiao Quan chimed in while pinching his nose. The other children nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions serious. This made Jiang Nian chuckle in amusement. He playfully tapped Shaowen on the back of the head. You mischievous little rascals, threatening me now, are you? But rest assured, I, Jiang Nian, have already missed my chance in a past life. In this life, I am determined to treat Lin Wan well. I shall endure hardships and grievances, but I will never allow Lin Wan to suffer even a slight injustice. Shaowen immediately responded, as long as you treat Sister Lin Wan well, we would follow you to the ends of the earth. Jiang Nian laughed, ruffling Shaowen's hair. What do you mean by facing mountains of blades or pots of boiling oil? Just go gather some mushrooms. And make sure to return home early tonight for a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we shall see what you've brought back. Rest assured, if it rains tonight, I'll definitely gather mushrooms for you, Shaowen confidently promised, thumping his chest. Among the children, Shaowen was the leader, and the others heeded his words. With his assurance, Jiang Nian felt at ease. All right, distribute the cookies and take them home to enjoy. I have matters to attend to, so we shall meet again tomorrow. After giving clear instructions, Jiang Nian stood up, dusting off his pants as he prepared to leave. The children, however, did not head home immediately. They gathered around Shaowen, who seemed to be assigning tasks. By the time Jiang Nian returned home, several villagers had already come back from the mountains. But the hazelnuts they carried on their shoulders were noticeably fewer. This was not surprising. Although the mountains were abundant with hazelnuts, the villagers could only venture to nearby areas, and they had to travel in groups for safety. Encounters with wolves or wild beasts would spell trouble otherwise. The villagers weighed all the hazelnuts they had collected. Jiang Nian began to tidy up his clothes and gather firewood, preparing for the heavy rain expected tonight. If he did not make these arrangements, they might find themselves without food the following day. Meanwhile, his mother had already started the fire to cook, sitting by the stove to warm her legs. Once Jiang Nian finished his tasks, Wang Hong, stoking the fire, inquired, Xiao Nian, when you returned, did you remember to ask Lin Guan's mother how much the betrothal gift is? Jiang Nian chuckled and replied, she mentioned we could decide what to give. Oh dear. That is practically saying nothing. Wang Hong's face fell with worry. If we give too little, it might embarrass them, and they could think we don't value Shaoguan. But if we give too much, given our situation, we won't be able to afford much. Mother, don't fret. I have it all figured out, Jiang Nian reassured her. Moreover, Lin Guan's mother said that whatever we give will be half of the dowry they intend to provide for her. What? Wang Hong instantly stood up in excitement, casting aside the fire poker. Why do you only say half the story? If her family is willing to offer a double dowry, I will do everything I can to provide you with a generous betrothal gift. Wang Hong's heart swelled with joy. Such good fortune was unheard of in the 10 miles and 8 villages. Typically, families offered only a couple of cotton quilts as a mere token. And there were cases like Wang Lan's who received not even a single quilt. The notion of Lin Guan's family providing a double dowry was something she had never heard of before. Because of this, her pride in the village would soar. Who could rival her son? Mother, you seem quite pleased. Although they say this, we must not exploit their generosity, Jiang Nian chuckled. What do you mean by exploiting? You, my child, have no idea how costly living can be. Once you are married, every aspect requires expenditure. A little extra money could make your life more comfortable. If you care about me, after your wedding, just secretly give me some money, and everything will be fine. Wang Hong's spirits lifted further. From this alone, Lin Wan's family is 1,000 times better than the Tang family. I must go and share this news with the old lady Wang, she declared, eagerly stepping out of the house. Though Jiang Nian felt a sense of unease, he could not bear to dampen his mother's spirits. After all, when they had given a betrothal gift to Tang Wanying, she had been consumed with worry, even falling ill because of it. Perhaps speaking to her would help Tang Wanying move on completely. Under the great willow tree by the street, Wang Lan cracked sunflower seeds, animatedly chatting with the wife of old Zhang, spitting shells everywhere. Did she really lay hands on you? That is simply unacceptable, no matter what. One should never resort to violence. Indeed. Wang Lan rolled her eyes. Let me tell you, I am not like her. If I were to act as she does, she could never contend with me. I genuinely fear that if I were to strike, I might cause her serious harm. Do not boast about your mixed breed grass. You are on the verge of being beaten to a pulp, exclaimed old Lady Li as she suddenly popped her head out from the courtyard, her mouth spewing curses. You persistent old hack, why are you everywhere? Upon being publicly exposed, Wang Lan's face flushed with embarrassment. Chunlan, how could I possibly believe her over you? Lu Chunlan chuckled while cracking sunflower seeds, her amusement evident. Lu Chunlan had no particular hobbies except for indulging in gossip. She was well versed in the affairs of others, whether it be the trivial matters of the Li family or the happenings within a 10-mile radius. Her knowledge was extensive, and though her love for gossip was not inherently wrong, her retellings often distorted the facts. Consequently, the villagers found her quite bothersome. Chapter 34. Such talent. Upon hearing Lu Chunhua's words, Wang Lan immediately regained her composure and retorted, she came to demand a bride price from me that day. Just tell me, why should I provide her with anything when her son has been with my daughter for so long? Even if they do not marry, her son has already squandered a significant portion of my daughter's youth. I regard that bride price as compensation for the loss of her youth. Frankly, their family's Jiang Nian is hardly worth it. Even before our Wanying and he officially parted ways, he was already sharing a bed with that little vixen Lin Wan. Upon hearing this juicy tidbit, Lu Chunlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, is that true? Really? Wang Lan glanced around before leaning in closer and whispering, this is something I haven't shared with anyone else, just you. Dear aunt, please tell me more about it. Lu Chunlan urged, her anticipation palpable. Lin Wan seems so innocent. She doesn't strike me as the kind of woman who would betray her partner. Oh dear. How true it is that one should never judge by appearances, Wang Lan scoffed, her disdain evident as she tossed the sunflower seed shells aside. Let me tell you. I saw it with my own eyes. They were in the same bed. How shameless. Since you saw it, why didn't you confront her? Lu Chunlan exclaimed, her urgency rising. Confront her? I'd have throttled her if I could. Wang Lan raised her neck defiantly, resembling a hen preparing to crow. With my fiery temper, how could I let that little wretch off the hook? I would have pinned her down and given her a good thrashing. But alas, who do we tell about this? If it were up to me, I would ensure that the entire neighborhood knew about her duplicitous nature, revealing the seductress hidden beneath her innocent facade. How could we not be compassionate? Wang Lan cast aside the remnants of her sunflower seeds, her expression one of helplessness. It's my daughter who has suffered. Yet somehow she is the one being blamed. Where is the justice in that? Just the other day, they went home to meet the parents, claiming approval for their relationship. I suspect they are demanding an exorbitant bride price from us, but I refuse to believe that little enchantress's family would settle for anything less. What kind of family would be satisfied with a mere 300 to 500 yuan? I heard Jiang Nian has taken to street vending now and isn't making a dime, Lu Chunlan remarked. Humph, Wang Lan scoffed, her disdain unmistakable. Let him brag. I've watched that boy grow up. I know his character all too well. If he were capable of making money, my rooster would lay eggs. Just wait and see how he manages when the time comes to provide the bride price. I've heard our Wanying is still pining for Jiang Nian. Dear aunt, why does she persist in this folly? Are there truly no good men left in the world that she must cling to this one? Lu Chunlan inquired. Indeed. It vexes me to think upon it. Wang Lan feigned a troubled expression. She was acutely aware of Lu Chunlan's sharp tongue, fearing that a careless word might expose her family's misfortunes and cause them to spread like wildfire throughout the countryside. Thus, she hastily rose, brushing herself off and claiming she had matters to attend to, intending to leave. Look, isn't that Jiang Nian's mother? See how delighted she is." Upon hearing Wang Hong's name, Wang Lan's heart tightened, and she fled in panic, terrified that Wang Hong would seize her and deliver a beating. "Old Wang, stand right there. If you dare to run, I will chase you down to your home today," Wang Hong shouted defiantly. Wang Lan, however, was far from willing to listen. She lifted her leg to escape, only to be yanked back by Lu Chunlan. "An heir, why are you running? You can certainly take her on. If she dares to strike, you must retaliate and not indulge her bad habits." Wang Lan glared at Lu Chunlan, inwardly cursing, "You old hag, are you a tiger?" Yet, she had to maintain a facade of nonchalance. "Chunlan, let go. If an heir truly strikes, it will surely result in bloodshed, and that would not be good. You really can talk a big game. With Wang Hong here, let us see how you plan to make her bleed." The voice of old lady Li intruded at an inopportune moment as she hobbled to the doorway, beckoning to Wang Hong. "Wang Hong, come over here. Wang Lan said she would make you bleed. You old crone, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you eager for chaos?" Wang Lan's expression darkened as she attempted to flee, but Wang Hong had already approached. "Oh, you've gained some courage, planning to make me bleed? It would be you." Wang Hong laughed in exasperation. With someone like Wang Lan, if a fight ensued, she could easily handle two. "What are you doing? Stay away from me. There are witnesses today, and if you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll make sure you regret it." Wang Hong chuckled in disbelief. "Is that all you've got? Weren't you going to make me bleed? Rest assured, there's no need to be anxious. I won't strike you today. I'm here to inform you that my son is about to become engaged to Lin Wan. Lin Wan's mother is exceedingly pleased with my son and stated that no matter the bride price we offer, the most important thing is that they will provide a dowry that is double the bride price we give." "What? Double?" The revelation left Lu Chunhua astounded. In these 10 miles and 8 villages, which family does not seek to receive a bride price while giving as little dowry as possible? There were no families that offered double the dowry. "Oh, Aunt Wang, Jiang Nian is truly capable. He won't spend a penny yet will profit," Lu Chunhua remarked. Regardless of the era, securing a bride has always been a dilemma for families. If a family's son marries without spending money, they are viewed with envy by neighbors. That's right. Wang Hong, observing Wang Lan's ashen face, felt a surge of vindication. "What do you think, old Wang? I've always said my son would marry a wife 100 times better than your daughter. Do you think every family is like yours, treating their daughter as a commodity?" The more she watched Wang Lan's grimace, the more satisfaction it brought her. "Ah, what a delightful moment it is. Yet, I shall refrain from further discourse, for I must return to prepare the betrothal gifts for my future daughter-in-law. This time, I must ensure the presence of the 3 turns and 1 sound, along with 32 legs, each element indispensable." Having uttered this, I paid no heed to Wang Lan's expression and turned away. "Wang Hong, won't you give her a beating today? I have a stick here," as Wang Hong made to leave. Mrs. Li, with her hoarse voice, implored her. Wang Hong nearly succumbed to laughter at the old woman's words. Today, it seems, would be more arduous than striking her. What a boastful display. Only after Wang Hong had distanced herself did Wang Lan, filled with indignation, kick her leg in frustration. Chapter 35. The rain must fall after dinner. Mother Wang Hong remained in high spirits, a smile adorning her face as she incessantly discussed the topic of betrothal gifts with her second aunt. She had made a special trip to summon her uncle and aunt. Her intentions unmistakable, she sought to borrow additional funds from their household. Oh, how capable Jiang Nian is. By this calculation, not only did we not expend any funds on the betrothal gifts, but we also profited from it. Just consider. Which man in the 10-mile radius can compare to Jiang Nian? Upon hearing Wang Hong's recounting, her second aunt raised her voice, her eyes glancing towards the window where Wang An stood, brimming with admiration. "Indeed, you know, last time, when we prepared the betrothal gifts for him and Tang Wanying, I was so anxious that I could hardly sleep, my mouth filled with sores, and ultimately, the marriage did not materialize. But this time is different. Lin Wan's mother has promised that the dowry will be twice the betrothal gift. With such good fortune, how could we not generously contribute? This is a surefire investment." Her second aunt nodded vigorously, contemplating that if they did not invest wholeheartedly, it would be foolish. Look at the Lin family. They are indeed generous. Compared to them, Tang Wanying's family is but rubbish. I now feel fortunate that old Mrs. Wang caused such a commotion at the wedding, preventing the marriage from taking place. Otherwise, could Jiang Nian truly be with Lin Wan? With this sentiment, Mother Wang Hong expressed her agreement and then shifted her tone, directly stating, "Aunt, you know that last time we practically exhausted our savings for the betrothal gifts, and now old Mrs. Wang still refuses to return them. Given your status as my uncle and aunt, could you possibly lend us a few? What more is there to say? Of course, they would lend. Yuan. I recall we have about 200 yuan saved. Let us give it to your sister-in-law, declared Jiang Dahai, who was quick to voice his support. Uncle Jiang Dahai was a carpenter, skilled in his craft, earning a modest sum of 10 or 8 yuan for each week of work, thus providing a comfortable life with some savings. Among the families in the village, they were considered relatively affluent. Oh, nonsense. We don't have 200. It's just 100. My mother gave us over 30 yuan just a few days ago when she visited. Seeing how difficult our situation is, Aunt remarked, rolling her eyes at Uncle as she turned to Wang Hong, her face again beaming with a smile. Sister-in-law, you know our circumstances. We really don't have much money. Your nephew is in a growth spurt, and we are anxious to use it. Once they provide the dowry, you must return it to us promptly. Upon hearing this, it was clear to everyone that she harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Nian could not help but chuckle and said, Aunt, if funds are tight, let it be. Don't heed my mother's words. We will settle for 500 yuan for the betrothal gift, and I will ensure it is ready by the designated time. Settle for that? Absolutely not. And immediately shook her head, asserting, if we give 100, they'll expect 200 in return. Your mother is correct in this matter. That extra 100 may not mean much to the Lin family, but for us humble farmers, it is a substantial amount. Without technical skills or craftsmanship, where else could we earn that extra 100? After speaking, he turned his head to Wang Hong, smiling warmly. Sister-in-law, he is still young and unaware of the significance of financial matters in daily life. You should try to gather as much as you can. I only have 100 yuan at home, which I didn't bring today. I'll deliver it to you later. Isn't your money right in your underwear pocket? Jiang Dahai replied with a sullen expression, irritation evident in his tone. While he harbored discontent towards the second aunt, Jiang Dahai felt helpless to lead a harmonious life. He had to keep this woman at ease, or else chaos would ensue. The second aunt rolled her eyes, responding, You talk too much. It was in my underwear pocket before, but I washed them yesterday, didn't you know? I had to change them. Making it seem like I was unwilling to lend money to my sister-in-law. Noticing the tension between the couple, their mother, Wang Hong, swiftly intervened, saying, Let us not argue. Borrow whatever you need. I will consider it a favor. Once the celebrations for Little New Year are over, how could we forget you too, uncle and aunt? Oh, that's a reasonable point. Upon hearing that they wouldn't be forgotten, the second aunt's face brightened immediately. They then began to chat about everyday matters while discussing the upcoming engagement ceremony in 5 days, including what items to purchase, how many people to invite, and what etiquette to observe. Jiang Nian listened attentively while occasionally glancing out the window, feeling somewhat puzzled. Jiang Nian, I see you keep looking outside. Is someone coming? Uncle Jiang Dahai asked curiously. No one is coming. I'm just wondering why it hasn't rained yet. It should be raining today, Jiang Nian replied. Rain? The others exchanged glances and looked outside. The moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly. There was no sign of rain at all. With that bright moon, how could it possibly rain? Father Jiang Dashan remarked, taking a puff from his pipe and glancing outside. It should rain soon. It's been nearly a month since the last rainfall. Last time, it only drizzled for a short while. If it doesn't rain soon, the farmers will be in dire straits. Upon saying this, Father Jiang Dashan's expression turned somber. In these times, farmers relied on the heavens for their livelihood. If it didn't rain, there was no recourse. Although the river still carried water, transporting it to the fields required considerable effort, laboriously carried in buckets, which was exhausting. Indeed, I'm worried too. If it doesn't rain, we'll have to fetch water tomorrow. We'll irrigate as much as we can. Or else all our efforts this year will be in vain, Uncle sighed repeatedly. Seeing the two men frowning as they discussed the need to fetch water for irrigation, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile. You two needn't worry. It will rain tonight, and it certainly won't be a light shower. It will thoroughly soak the fields. Nonsense. With that bright moon, where would the rain come from? Father retorted. I'm not joking. Don't let the moon's brightness fool you. When it comes, it will come suddenly. Just wait and see, Jiang Nian declared confidently. If what you say is true, we won't have to toil so hard, Uncle replied, shaking his head in resignation, clearly skeptical of Jiang Nian's claims. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. At that moment, a howling wind swept through the air, overturning the lid of the jar on which my mother had placed it, creating a clattering sound. The wind was fierce, and in a short span, the sky suddenly darkened. The moon and stars vanished without a trace. This was soon followed by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as if the god of thunder himself were in a fit of rage. My goodness, it truly seems that rain is imminent. Dahai, hurry. The clothes at home are not gathered, the jar remains uncovered, and I have even laid out some dried beans. Aunt Air was instantly flustered, disregarding everything else, and dashed outside. Jiang Dahai hurried to follow, while my mother, Wang Hong, quickly joined them to secure the jar once more, placing a stone atop it. It's so dark, take care and don't trip, Wang Hong called out as she watched Uncle Air and Aunt Air race out of the yard. Just as her words faded, a torrential downpour began, with rain pouring down like it was free. Chapter 36. The thread in a loving mother's hand. The rain arrived with an unexpected ferocity. It seemed unlikely that the second couple would return in time to gather their belongings. Upon entering the house, Mother Wang Hong, while brushing off her clothes, expressed her joy. The rain, which fell upon her, brought her immense happiness, for it heralded the end of a prolonged drought. The diligent farmer toils from dawn till dusk, sowing in spring, weeding in summer, and harvesting in autumn, relying on the yields of his labor to sustain his family throughout the year. In times of famine, hunger becomes an inevitable companion. This rain came at just the right moment. Father Jiang Dashan, too, was filled with delight as he gazed out the window. Outside, the courtyard had transformed into a flowing stream, and the water cascading from the eaves resembled a waterfall. In just a short span, the ground had become thoroughly soaked. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The long-awaited rain needed to last several hours to sufficiently saturate the parched earth. What if it continues like this? Tomorrow we may face a deluge. Mother Wang Hong voiced her concerns. Indeed, it does appear somewhat perilous, Jiang Dashan concurred. Their worries were not unfounded. During the summer of 76, a similarly sudden downpour lasted for a day and night, resulting in a catastrophic flash flood that caused significant destruction and claimed lives. That great flood left an indelible scar on the hearts of the village elders. Let us remain vigilant tonight. Do not sleep too soundly. If necessary, we shall seek refuge at Ganlingzi, Father Jiang Dashan instructed. Ganlingzi, a high ground in the village, offered safety from floods due to its elevation and lack of nearby hills. In 76, the villagers had taken refuge there, escaping the disaster, while many who perished did so in their slumber, unaware of the impending flood. Consequently, the villagers were on high alert, even sacrificing sleep to remain cautious, for there were no televisions or weather forecasts to predict the rain's intensity or duration. However, Jiang Nian felt no trepidation. In his recollections, he had never experienced a flood, and as the wind outside began to calm and the rain softened, his confidence grew. Parents, do not worry. This rain is merely a brief downpour. It will pass soon, and there will certainly be no flood, Jiang Nian asserted with conviction. Are you certain? The elderly couple inquired, their concerns somewhat alleviated as they observed the rain becoming steadier. How do you know it would rain today? Father Jiang asked, curiosity piqued. Jiang Nian smiled slightly. My old cold leg aches whenever it rains, and I noticed that the salt in our container had begun to dissolve, indicating humidity in the air. Thus, I concluded it would indeed rain, he explained candidly. Jiang Dashan was taken aback. He understood his son's character well. When had he become so astute? While he accepted that Jiang Nian's sensitivity to his old ailment was plausible, the insight regarding the salt's moisture was beyond his expectations. His son had truly changed, even leaving him with a sense of inscrutability. Why are you staring at the sky, wondering if it will rain? Inquired his mother, Wang Hong. Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile. I intend to gather some mushrooms. Today, while selling hazelnuts, I encountered a wealthy woman who specifically requested mushrooms. Claiming she had no regard for money, Jiang Nian explained. Ah, we certainly have enough rain, yet finding mushrooms is no easy task. There are hardly any patches nearby the village. Who would dare venture into the mountains, where wolves and leopards roam? The forest is vast, and one could easily become lost. Wang Hong remarked. Not to worry, the children, including Xiaowan, know where to find them. I've made arrangements for them to gather and for me to collect. Jiang Nian reassured her. But if it's just those few, they must be extra cautious, his father, Jiang Dashan, chimed in, puffing on his pipe. They are merely children, lacking experience. If they ventured into the mountains and something unfortunate occurred, we would carry that burden for a lifetime. Jiang Nian chuckled. Relax, Dad. Do you think I would overlook such matters? I've already warned them. Well, that's good. It's always prudent to think things through, Jiang Dashan nodded, feeling reassured that his son had matured and was no longer so impetuous. Rest assured, those kids are quite astute, especially with Xiaowan leading them. He has always been steady and has never taken the children into the mountains, Wang Hong added. You, go and fetch the basket for me. Jiang Nian silently approached the cabinet and retrieved the basket from atop it. Inside, there were needles and threads, along with several shoe patterns, indicating that his mother intended to mend shoes. What's wrong? Did Dad's shoes wear out again? Didn't I buy him a new pair? He should just wear those. Jiang Nian inquired. I'm not mending your father's shoes. I'm making yours. Wang Hong began threading the needle, but her eyesight was evidently failing her. After several unsuccessful attempts, she handed the needle and thread to Jiang Nian for assistance, sighing repeatedly. I'm getting old. My eyes truly aren't what they used to be. Why are you making me shoes? Don't I already have some? Jiang Nian asked as he threaded the line. What else would I be doing? Of course. They are for you to wear on your wedding day. A groom must look presentable. Wang Hong replied while comparing shoe patterns. Tomorrow, find a piece of paper and trace Lin Wan's foot size. I'll make her a pair as well. Mom, don't bother with that. The pair you made for me last time was perfectly fine. Besides, we have money now. We can buy shoes that are far more fashionable, Jiang Nian advised. What good is fashion? The most important thing about shoes is comfort. Can anything you buy compare to what your mother can make for you? Furthermore, those store-bought ones wear out quickly. The pair I make for you will last for 2 or 3 years without falling apart. And let us not forget, spending money is no trivial matter. Money is hard-earned. You may feel prosperous now, but can you guarantee that fortune will always be in your favor? Save where you can. Money should be spent wisely. At that moment, Wang Hong had completed comparing the shoe patterns and began cutting the fabric, her movements remarkably skilled and nimble. Despite her impaired vision, Mother Wang Hong, whether crafting shoes or garments, always produced items that were both exquisite and well-fitted. Nowadays, one can still find shoes and clothes at the supply and marketing cooperative, but where could one purchase such items a few years ago? Most were fashioned from fabric. Having dedicated her life to the art of shoemaking and tailoring, her skills were remarkably refined. Mother, what about the pair you made for me previously? I can wear those. You needn't exert yourself, Jiang Nian suggested, observing the strands of gray in her hair, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. That won't do. Those were prepared for your wedding with Tang Wanying. You expect to wear them to your ceremony with Lin Wan? Setting aside the bad luck it portends. It shows a lack of respect for Lin Wan, she replied firmly. All right, let us not discuss this further. You ought to get some sleep, Jiang Dasha, his father, interjected. Fine, but don't stay up too late. Your eyesight is already poor, and being in the dark will only worsen it. Jiang Nian remarked as he slowly rose from his bed. Understood. When did you start becoming so nagging like your father? Mother Wang Hong retorted impatiently. With no choice left, Jiang Nian glanced for a moment longer before retreating to his room. Lying under the covers, he listened to the rain pattering outside. His mind consumed by the image of his mother hunched over in the glow of the lamp, the thread in her hands glaring like the silver strands in her hair. In this lifetime, I am determined to earn abundant wealth, allowing my parents to enjoy a life of ease, free from such burdens. Chapter 37. Beautiful aspirations. The rain had persisted throughout the night, though it had dwindled to a gentle patter by the early hours. The following day, the river swelled considerably, yet it was still far from flooding. As the rain continued unabated until 9 o'clock, the market stall was inevitably abandoned. Instead, I remained at home, assisting my parents with various chores until the skies cleared. A magnificent rainbow emerged in the southwestern horizon, heralding the arrival of melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Standing in the yard, Jiang Nian inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Before long, he spotted Xiaowen accompanied by a group of children, each carrying a basket as they ventured into the mountains. Xiaowen, take me along, Jiang Nian called out from a distance, waving his hand. His father had been right. These children were in the bloom of youth, and should anything untoward happen to them, he would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Since he had no plans to set up his stall today, he decided to accompany the children, ensuring their safety. Jiang Nian, are you coming too? Not going to the city today? Xiaowen inquired curiously as he approached. Jiang Nian nodded, explaining that the heavy rain had rendered the roads too muddy for travel. I have nothing else to do today, so I might as well join you. You won't mind my age, will you? Of course not. It's beneficial to have you along. There are places we cannot venture alone, but with you, we can surely gather plenty, Xiaowen replied with a smile. Let us collect as much as we can, but safety comes first, Jiang Nian added. With the children's enthusiastic agreement, Jiang Nian followed behind them. The group of children giggled and chattered, engaging in innocent banter that transported Jiang Nian back to his own childhood. In his youth, he too had often roamed the mountains with the other village children, foraging for wild vegetables, sought ing mushrooms, and catching crayfish. The nostalgia enveloped him in a sense of carefree joy. "We're headed to Xiaoxigo," Xiaowen exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby ravine. Upon seeing it, Jiang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Xiaoxigo was quite deep, it was the closest ravine to the village, dense with foliage. The recent rain had caused water to flow from the gorge, creating a soothing sound of trickling water. At that moment, the mountains were still adorned with dew. And not far along the path, the children's pant legs became soaked through. Xiaowen led the way, wielding a sickle to clear the underbrush and thorns. Clearly experienced in the endeavor, Jiang Nian had traversed this path in his youth as well, yet he had never found mushrooms, which piqued his curiosity. After all, mushrooms tend to flourish under specific environmental conditions. If they sprouted in one spot this year, it was likely they would reappear in the following years, while areas devoid of growth typically yielded no mushrooms at all. However, Jiang Nian soon noticed that the children had deviated from the original trail of Xiaoxigo, veering instead towards a hillside, ascending directly upwards. The dense foliage obscured the sky above, creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere within. The soft, loamy earth beneath my feet exuded the fragrant aroma of damp soil after the rain. Along the path, several children began to explore and gaze around. Witnessing such beauty, Jiang Nian could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the motherland. However, this picturesque forest would vanish within a decade or so. The nation's pursuit of development often came at a significant cost to the environment and its resources. In 10 years, these trees would likely be felled, leaving the mountains bare. Fortunately, after the nation's growth, considerable funds and energy were devoted to environmental restoration, leading to notable improvements. Xiao Wan and his companions were seasoned in their pursuits, seeking tree roots, decayed trunks, and even the towering trees themselves. Xiaowen, could it be that we found nothing? After a while without any discoveries, some began to harbor doubts. "Don't fret, we haven't reached our destination yet," Xiaowen replied, then instructed, "Erlingzi, go check if that stump has any growth. Taidan, take a look over there, and if you find nothing, return quickly. We'll head up the hill first." Like a strategist, Xiaowen guided them. The two children promptly set off, while the rest waited in anticipation. Before long, Erlingzi returned, triumphantly holding a large yellow mushroom in his basket, his spirits high. In contrast, Taidan returned empty-handed, a look of resignation on his face. "Don't worry. Once we get to the hillside, we'll surely find something," Xiaowen reassured them, and the group of children eagerly climbed towards the hill, with Jiang Nian quietly trailing behind. Soon, they reached the summit, almost jogging in their excitement, and Jiang Nian called out to them, anxious for their safety. "Mushrooms! A plethora of mushrooms!" Erlingzi shouted first, and the other children quickly joined in their exhilaration. Before them lay a fallen log, long decayed and covered in a vibrant yellow of clustered mushrooms, resembling umbrellas in a congregation. "There's more over there." Xiaowen pointed to another spot. Unlike the fallen log, this was a standing stump, radiant with yellow mushrooms, tempting enough to make one's mouth water just by looking. "Here are hazelnuts," Taidan exclaimed, making yet another discovery. Jiang Nian was overjoyed. Such an abundance of mushrooms promised a lucrative opportunity. "Stop dawdling. Let us get to work. We can sell them tomorrow, and everyone will earn some money," Jiang Nian urged. The children, like excited monkeys, began to gather their baskets. "Be careful not to bruise them. Poor presentation will diminish their value," Jiang Nian cautioned, recognizing that in any era, quality goods command higher prices. For mushrooms, both appearance and taste mattered. A pleasing result would ensure returning customers. "My mother said that mushrooms that look appealing might be poisonous." Xiaoquan suddenly piped up, pointing at the yellow mushrooms with a childlike innocence. "This is the delightful golden mushroom, a delectable treat that is entirely safe to consume. Hurry and gather it, for if you do not, the opportunity to sell it and earn money will slip away." As Jiang Nian cheerfully remarked, little Quan, timid by nature, was instantly frightened by Jiang Nian's words and scurried over to Xiaowen, exclaiming, "Brother Xiaowen, save some for me. I can't be left out." Observing the children's joyous expressions filled Jiang Nian's heart with warmth. He could not help but envision a future with Lin Wan, where he would be the provider and she, the epitome of beauty, while their two children played around them. This idyllic scene prompted a spontaneous smile to grace Jiang Nian's lips. The most exquisite aspect of life lies in the warmth of family, where one cherishes a loving wife and children and can honor both parents in their entirety. In this lifetime, he is determined to live vibrantly, ensuring that no regrets linger in his heart. Chapter 38. Does the wealthy lady have interest in me? After a busy morning, it was not until 12:30 that we had foraged all the nearby mushrooms. We filled 3 large baskets, which contained not only the prized elm mushrooms and true mushrooms, but also a variety of others that Jiang Nian did not fully recognize. He decided to take them home for his parents to identify. With a bountiful harvest, Jiang Nian was cautious not to linger on the mountain and hurriedly led the children back. Although this area was close to the village and devoid of large predators like wolves or leopards, wild boars often roamed the vicinity, and their aggressive nature posed a potential threat. Jiang Nian carried a hefty basket while the other two were hoisted by the children, descending the mountain in a jubilant procession. Upon returning home and entering the yard, the children could hardly contain their excitement as they eagerly watched Jiang Nian. Their minds danced with thoughts of white rabbit candies, biscuits, and lawn for toys. As Jiang Nian began to weigh the mushrooms, they crowded around him, anxious not to miss a single ounce. The first basket tipped the scales at an impressive 20 jin and 6 liang. The children's eyes sparkled with delight, although they would only earn 2 yuan from it. For these children who rarely had pocket money, it felt like a fortune. Soon, the second and third baskets were weighed, totaling 70 jin and 8 liang, which amounted to 7 yuan and 8 jiao. Here, I'll give you 8 yuan. You can divide it among yourselves, Jiang Nian said as he retrieved a stack of money and handed it to Xiaowen. Xiaowen scratched his head, happiness evident yet overshadowed by concern as he glanced at the others. How do we split 8 yuan among 6 of us? He pondered aloud. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback by this question. Just then, his father, Jiang Dashan, emerged from the house, puffing on his pipe. Give the children an extra 2 yuan. Let each have 2 yuan. They've worked hard all morning. Don't be stingy, he advised. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian complied, producing another 2 yuan to hand over. The children's faces lit up with joy. Jiang Nian, go. If there are more opportunities like this in the future, make sure to include us, they exclaimed, clutching their newfound wealth. This marked their first earnings, and their excitement was palpable. Absolutely, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Be sure to save your money. Don't lose it, or you'll be in tears later. I'll go home and give the money to my mom, so she can buy me a pair of shoes. I want to save up a lot of money, Xiaoquan chimed in, his voice sweet and innocent, a finger resting at the corner of his mouth as he looked earnestly at Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian could not help but chuckle at the child's earnest desire for white rabbit candies. You want white rabbit candies? Yes. Xiaoquan nodded vigorously. If you want some, there's no need to buy them. Jiang Nian Good is going to marry Sister Lin Wan soon, and there will be wedding candies, including white rabbits, Jiang Nian assured him, playfully ruffling his hair. Really? So will you and Sister Lin Wan be getting married tomorrow? Jiang Nian shook his head, expressing his desire to comply, but deemed it too soon. Just wait, rest assured, you will surely savor the delightful white rabbit milk candies. Everyone shall partake. Upon hearing this, the children erupted with excitement. After they departed, Jiang Nian brought the mushrooms into the house and began meticulously selecting them. With such an abundance of mushrooms, the wealthy lady could not possibly require them all. He carefully chose the finest specimens to present to her, anticipating a sale price of no less than 1 yuan per pound. In this manner, his investment would be recouped, and the remaining mushrooms could be sold at 8 jiao, attracting eager buyers. After all, for city dwellers, these were indeed treasures. The following morning, as was his custom, Jiang Nian ventured into the county town. After setting up his stall, he proceeded to the bustling market to sell hazelnuts. He first arrived at the wealthy lady's doorstep and knocked assertively. Who is it? Came a woman's voice from the courtyard. The door soon swung open to reveal a woman, dressed in a refreshing manner, her wavy hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, she flashed a sweet smile. Oh, it's you. I don't require hazelnuts today. They're quite good, but I haven't finished the last batch. Sister, I am not here to sell hazelnuts today. I have brought you mushrooms instead. You mentioned wanting to try wild mushrooms, and after the heavy rain the night before last, the mountains yielded quite a bounty. As he spoke, Jiang Nian revealed the mushrooms he had prepared in advance. A total of 25.5 pounds, the finest selection. Although there were still many, Jiang Nian doubted she would wish to purchase such a quantity. This wealthy lady required a gradual approach. One could not overwhelm her at once, for she would surely desire more in the future. Ah, you really brought them. Let me see. The woman squatted down, eagerly opening the bag to inspect its contents. What kind of mushrooms are these? They smell delightful. This is the elm yellow mushroom, and here is the hazel mushroom. I've gathered a bit of both for you. They are delicious whether sautéed or stewed with chicken. This is all I could manage to find after searching for quite some time, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Well, quite impressive. You are truly thoughtful, though it seems a bit scarce, the wealthy lady remarked, rising with a smile. How much per pound? I'll take it all. Next time, do bring more. I adore them. With a radiant smile, she threw several flirtatious glances at Jiang Nian, causing his heart to race. 1 yuan 50 per pound. I've already weighed it out. For 15 pounds, the total would normally be 22 yuan 50 jiao. But since you were so lovely and supportive of my business, let's make it 20. This young man certainly knows how to charm, the wealthy lady thought. Feeling pleased as she quickly retrieved the money to hand to him, Jiang Nian accepted the payment with a grin, sensing it wise to avoid lingering. His intuition suggested that the wealthy lady was interested in him. With a chuckle, he said, "Well then, sister, I shall take my leave. Should you desire any mountain goods in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. I will certainly procure them for you. Anything at all? What about eels?" The wealthy lady teased, covering her mouth, her eyes mischievously glancing towards Jiang Nian's lower half. Eels are indeed available, yet they are rather troublesome to handle, so slippery. If you truly wish to savor them, I shall endeavor to procure a few for you later. However, I must attend to my merchandise and refrain from engaging in idle chatter. With that, Jiang Nian promptly boarded his vehicle and departed. There was no other option. The intensity of that woman's gaze was too fervent. Engaging in business is one matter, but compromising oneself is not worth the risk. Subsequently, he meandered along the street, resuming his sales endeavors. This time, he offered not only hazelnuts but also mushrooms, selling the finest for 1 yuan, the mediocre for 80 cents, and the inferior for 50 cents. Yet, as he concluded his sales, the lower quality mushrooms had all been sold, while a considerable quantity of the superior ones remained. The common folk, burdened by financial constraints, opted for the less aesthetically pleasing options, reasoning that the taste remained unchanged. After much contemplation, Jiang Nian set his sights on the state-run hotel situated in the heart of the county town. There, he would encounter not only officials but also affluent patrons, individuals who hold wild mushrooms in high regard and are willing to spend generously. With this thought in mind, he hastily drove straight to the state-run hotel. Chapter 39. Encountering a benefactor upon arriving at the Guiyun restaurant, Jiang Nian carefully surveyed the surroundings, tethering his donkey cart to a sturdy tree. Clutching a bundle of mushrooms, he approached the entrance, only to be halted by 2 security guards. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" one of them inquired. Jiang Nian glanced at them, raising his chin defiantly as he fabricated a response. "I'm here to dine. Is entry not permitted?" The guards exchanged glances, scrutinizing Jiang Nian's attire and the items he held, which seemed ill-suited for a customer seeking a meal. Nevertheless, it would be unreasonable to bar someone from entering who claimed to be a patron. Thus, Jiang Nian nonchalantly stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a bustling dining area filled with patrons. The establishment featured numerous large round tables, each capable of seating a dozen or more individuals, with nearly every table occupied, a testament to the restaurant's thriving business. "Good day. Are you here to dine? How many in your party?" A waitress clad in a vibrant red qipao approached him. Jiang Nian quickly replied, "Greetings. I hail from a nearby village and heard that your esteemed restaurant is in search of mushrooms. I brought some to share." "Mushrooms? We aren't currently accepting any," the waitress responded, shaking her head in confusion. However, Jiang Nian's earnest demeanor piqued her uncertainty. "Well, I only heard rumors. Perhaps you could inquire within? It would only take a moment and wouldn't hinder your service." As he spoke, Jiang Nian discreetly offered her a hairpin. Upon seeing the hairpin, the waitress's expression brightened. She accepted it eagerly and said, "Very well, I shall ask, but if we do not accept them, you must leave promptly so as not to disrupt our guests." "Of course, I appreciate your assistance," Jiang Nian assured her with a smile. Indeed, money could move mountains, and a kind demeanor often yielded generous returns. The waitress, visibly pleased, hurried towards the kitchen, occasionally glancing at the hairpin in her hand, unable to suppress her delight. The hairpin was within her financial reach, yet she was a prudent girl, reluctant to spend on such luxuries, especially with a sick father and 2 younger brothers at home. Thus, Jiang Nian's gift resonated deeply with her, prompting her to feel obligated to assist. At that moment, Jiang Nian felt fortunate for having purchased the hairpin beforehand. After all, every girl appreciates beauty. As a former titan of commerce, he understood the significance of gift-giving well. He waited patiently, and soon, the girl reappeared, accompanied by a short, stout man who bore a large ladle in hand. Approaching him directly, the man inquired, "Brother, I am the head chef of Guiyun restaurant. You wish to sell mushrooms?" "Indeed. Take a look. These are authentic golden chanterelles and hazel mushrooms, freshly foraged from the mountains," Jiang Nian replied, promptly offering a cigarette as well. The chef, noting Jiang Nian's adeptness, accepted the cigarette, his demeanor noticeably more composed. Brother, our restaurant is not currently in need of mushrooms. Where did you hear such information? It is unimaginable. A childhood friend from our village returned and said, Boss, look at these mushrooms I've brought. Why don't you just buy them from me? Your restaurant has a high customer flow, and these mushrooms will surely sell quickly. When Jiang Nian addressed him as boss, the head chef's heart swelled with delight. Thinking that this young man had an eye for quality, he quickly stretched his neck and said, Let me take a look at your goods. I must inform you that our customers are affluent and discerning. We cannot accept inferior products. Not a problem, just take a look. As he spoke, Jiang Nian eagerly opened his pocket, revealing mushrooms that were of moderate size, vibrant in color, and exuding a rich aroma. The moment he unzipped the bag, the distinctive fragrance of the mushrooms wafted into the air. The chef was taken aback upon seeing the mushrooms, after years of experience. His discerning eyes could instantly tell the quality of the produce. These mushrooms were typically hard to come by, and Jiang Nian had meticulously selected them, ensuring they were clean and devoid of impurities or dirt, showcasing their pristine appearance. Brother, how much do you intend to sell them for? The chef inquired. What can you offer? Jiang Nian countered. Typically, we buy them for between 70 and 90 cents. However, given the uniformity and quality of your mushrooms and the lack of impurities, I can offer you 1 yuan. How does that sound? Jiang Nian, not one to be greedy, smiled and replied, 1 yuan it is. Thank you. Very well. Come with me to the kitchen to weigh them. With that, the chef picked up the mushrooms and began to lead the way. Wait. At that moment, a woman's voice interrupted. A woman clad in a Zhongshan suit with short hair, exuding a capable demeanor, stepped forward. She scrutinized the mushrooms in Jiang Nian's pocket, and her expression darkened immediately. Old Wang, this is not right. If you need mushrooms, you should have Xiao Jie deliver them. What is going on here? The one delivering the mushrooms was none other than her nephew. Due to her connections, many mountain goods in the Guiyun restaurant were also supplied by her nephew. The chef's face turned awkward as he attempted to explain. Director, these mushrooms are indeed exceptional, clean, and well prepared. It would be a shame not to accept them. Besides, such mountain goods are scarce. What Xiao Jie brings is hardly sufficient. And it wouldn't hinder him, would it? That won't do. There must be rules. Today, it's mushrooms. Tomorrow, carp. The day after, eels. Wouldn't that throw the restaurant into chaos? The director rolled her eyes and firmly ordered, do not accept them. Make him take them back. After glaring at Jiang Nian, she turned and walked away. Sighing, the chef said, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the director has spoken, and I am powerless. She holds the highest authority here. He shook his head in resignation, feeling truly disheartened. After all, these mushrooms were splendid, and he couldn't bear to let them go. Great dishes are rooted in quality ingredients. And as the head chef, he naturally wished for the best materials to create the most delectable dishes. Well, it's fine. I will take them elsewhere to sell. Jiang Nian remained unperturbed, neither angry nor annoyed, as he had encountered such situations numerous times before. After all, the produce he had initially offered had already been sold. Any that remained unsold posed no inconvenience. At worst, he could take them to Lin Wan's home to treat her parents, thereby leaving a favorable impression. With a bag in hand, Jiang Nian turned to depart. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he was halted by a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The man, bespectacled and exuding an air of refinement, bore a resemblance that struck Jiang Nian as oddly familiar, though he could not quite place it. This mushroom is quite splendid. If they do not want it, I shall take it. I happen to be inviting a few old friends for a meal, and I will have it sent to the kitchen for preparation, the man declared. Really? Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. That is wonderful, but it hasn't been weighed yet, so I am uncertain of its weight. Do not fret. Allow me to fetch the scales. Chef Wang, upon hearing this, promptly returned and soon reappeared with a scale in hand. My friend, you have encountered a benefactor, Chef Wang remarked while weighing the mushrooms. Indeed. I am grateful to this gentleman. Otherwise, I would have had to take these mushrooms back. Jiang Nian expressed his gratitude. The man waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is nothing. I have loved this delicacy since childhood, yet since moving to the city, I seldom have the opportunity to indulge. Altogether, it weighs 25 jin and 6 liang, Chef Wang announced after completing the weighing. Without further ado, the man retrieved money from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Nian before instructing Chef Wang to take the mushrooms to the kitchen and prepare several exquisite dishes. Chef Wang readily agreed, clearly recognizing the man's distinguished status suggesting that he was a frequent patron of this establishment. Chapter 40. Displaying affection after receiving the payment. Jiang Nian felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he exited the Guizhun restaurant. He harnessed his donkey cart and made his way directly to Lin Wan's home. The thought of Lin Wan, with her rosy complexion, stirred a tempest of emotions within him. He yearned to rush to her side and sweep her into his embrace. On the street, a group of young men, similar in age to Jiang Nian, clad in flared trousers and carrying a speaker blaring the melodious tune "I Just Like You" by Chan Baiqiang, filled the air with their exuberance. Caught in the moment, Jiang Nian found himself singing along to the lyrics. The melancholy lingers on, the despair won't dissipate. Why does my heart feel so empty when love has slipped away? When everything is lost, as he sang, he drove his cart, and before he knew it, he had arrived at Lin Wan's residence. Following his usual routine, he purchased some vegetables, leaving behind a few mushrooms, and entered the courtyard. "You've finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, that girl would have surely gone mad." Lin Qinghua greeted him with a beaming smile as she stepped out to receive the items from Jiang Nian's hands. "That girl has been peering out since 8 this morning, waiting until noon. Right now, she's busy helping her mother make dumplings." Peering through the window, Jiang Nian caught sight of Lin Wan. Her face aglow with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with a shy allure. The moment he looked at her, her cheeks flushed even deeper. However, he also noticed the presence of another individual, a man. He was round-faced, with slick-back hair that gleamed, dressed in a shirt and suspenders. His gaze toward Lin Wan seemed somewhat inappropriate, and as he observed the exchange between Jiang Nian and Lin Wan, he shot Jiang Nian a venomous glare. Maintaining his composure, Jiang Nian inquired, do you have a guest?" "Oh, Jinghua." Lin Qinghua chuckled, having entered the house to place the items down. Straightening her back, she appeared to be in some discomfort, and leaning closer to Jiang Nian, she lowered her voice. "That's Lin Wan's cousin from afar. He can be quite bothersome, always showing up uninvited. This time, he heard about the engagement and came running. Who knows what trouble he might stir, so be cautious." Understanding her implication, Jiang Nian quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, this young man harbored feelings for Lin Wan. It was no surprise. Lin Wan was beautiful, had a great figure, and came from a good family. It would be unnatural for such a woman not to attract admirers. Thus, Jiang Nian remained unruffled. As long as he and Lin Wan shared mutual affection, their hearts intertwined. No one could tear them apart. With an impassive demeanor, Jiang Nian entered the house, first greeting Wei Shuzhen, before politely directing his attention to Li Junxing. "Greetings, I am Jiang Nian, Lin Wan's fiancé. May I ask for your name?" Upon seeing Jiang Nian extend his hand, Li Junxing cast a disdainful glance, refusing to reciprocate the gesture. With a huff, he retorted, "So you're the country bumpkin? You don't seem impressive at all." After this, he raised his chin and addressed Wei Shuzhen. "Auntie, when selecting a son-in-law, one must be discerning. Not just anyone will do. With Lin Wan's beauty, she deserves someone distinguished, someone of equal standing. Look at him, reeking of sweat, utterly oblivious to the need for cleanliness. How could he ever be worthy of Lin Wan? Jiang Nian, this child, does he not possess the charm that attracts 100 admirers? Just look at his tall stature, his high nose, and his angular face. Anyone would proclaim him a handsome gentleman." As soon as Li Junxing finished his remark, Lin Qinghua seized the opportunity to extol Jiang Nian's virtues. It is said that comparisons can be deathly. Lin Qinghua had never thought highly of the unambitious Li Junxing, and now, standing beside Jiang Nian, her disdain for him only deepened. As for appearances, it is unnecessary to elaborate. Round face, puffy eyes, lips as thick as a catfish, and barely reaching 5 feet 3 inches. One could say he embodies every aspect of unattractiveness. Were one to be unaware, they might assume he was a potato come to life. If his looks were not enough of a deterrent, his lewd and lascivious behavior towards beautiful women is simply intolerable, his gaze nearly popping out of his head. The very thought of Li Junxing's gaze upon Lin Wan ignites Lin Qinghua's ire. In comparison, Jiang Nian is nothing short of perfection. Under no circumstances should this potato ruin the engagement. With this thought in mind, Lin Qinghua rolled her eyes and continued, "Indeed, Jiang Nian hails from a rural background. But what of it? My brother is also from the countryside. Do not let his current circumstances deter you. He possesses ambition, unlike some who waste their days idly." Upon realizing that Lin Qinghua spoke of him, Li Junxing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly retorted, "Aunt, why are you siding with an outsider?" "Oh, you have erred in your words. Jiang Nian is not an outsider," Lin Qinghua immediately countered. "He is about to become engaged to Xiao Wan." which makes him part of our family. One son-in-law is akin to half a son. Should I not defend him? Furthermore, as the old saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Jiang Nian has grown up before my eyes. How could he not surpass you? Lin Xinghua showed no signs of restraint, her words blunt and unapologetic. Li Junxing's face turned crimson, leaving him speechless. All right, enough of this chatter. Let us focus on making dumplings. Qiuxing will return shortly, and Jiang Nian will have the chance to meet Xiaowan's father. Wei Shuzhen quickly intervened, diffusing the tension in the air. Jiang Nian cast a glance at Li Junxing. At such a level, he dares to compete for Lin Wan? How utterly presumptuous. Witnessing Li Junxing's embarrassment, Jiang Nian chose not to intervene, instead smiling and saying, "Oh, I shall wash my hands and assist with the dumplings." After washing his hands, Jiang Nian promptly removed his shoes and sat down on the Kong, positioning himself directly between Lin Wan and Li Junxing, taking up the rolling pin to assume responsibility for rolling the dough. "Could you not sit over there? It's so cramped here," Li Junxing protested, frowning. Unfazed, Jiang Nian ignored him and turned to Lin Wan, saying, "My dear, this space is too confined. Shall we move over there?" Being addressed as my dear made Lin Wan's face flush a deep crimson, and with a shy nod, she shifted to the side, allowing Jiang Nian to move closer to her. "Dear, do you have a sample of the shoes? Your mother-in-law mentioned she would like to make you a pair. And if you do, please let me take them back today." "How troublesome. It is no bother at all for making a pair for my daughter-in-law." The two exchanged affectionate glances, their eyes reflecting their deep affection for one another. Lin Xinghua and Wei Shuzhen were naturally delighted, while Li Jun was seething with discomfort, fully aware that Jiang Nian was deliberately provoking him. He longed to leap forward and deliver a sound thrashing to Jiang Nian, yet he found himself lacking the courage. Especially upon seeing Jiang Nian's robust physique, he felt even more intimidated and could only respond with a sullen expression. "Could you two be a little more considerate? There are others present." "Jiangua, this is where you are in the wrong. The young couple is simply being affectionate in their own home, and there is nothing inappropriate about it. If you feel so uncomfortable, then perhaps you should leave. No one is stopping you," Lin Xinghua remarked while she continued to make dumplings. Upon hearing her words, Li Jun's face fell completely, and without uttering a single word, he stormed out, ignoring Wei Shuzhen's calls to him. As Li Jun exited the courtyard, the remaining four exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 41. Who is the suitable matchmaker? Upon returning to the village, the sun had already set. As Jiang Nian entered the house, both Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong stared at the empty baskets on the donkey cart, momentarily taken aback. The second aunt, who had been at home, tilted her head and peered curiously into the cart. "My goodness, did you sell all those mushrooms? How much could that possibly fetch?" Her tone hinted at envy, as if she were calculating something in her mind. "Oh, it wasn't that much, just around 60 or 70 yuan, Jiang Nian replied casually. Yet, the listener was more attentive than the speaker realized. Selling mushrooms alone brought in 60 or 70 yuan. He had also sold hazelnuts and some spicy potato chunks. The cart was entirely empty. How much must he have earned that day? The second aunt dared not imagine further. She had known Jiang Nian made money from his stall, but she had not anticipated such profitability. The earnings from that single day surpassed what most people would toil for in a factory for an entire month. Xiaonian, with such lucrative returns from your stall, don't you think I, your second aunt, could also venture out to sell? Upon hearing this, the second uncle couldn't contain himself and laughed heartily. You? Look at you. You get flustered just watching someone else. Xiaonian is eloquent and charming when he goes out. With that mouth of yours and your loud voice, can you handle the pressure? Better stay home and work. I earn enough in a month to support your needs. Don't go out and embarrass yourself. The second aunt was instantly displeased. Why would I be embarrassing? The more you doubt my abilities, the more I want to give it a shot. Once she was determined, no amount of persuasion could sway her. During the spring planting season, she had insisted on plowing the fields herself, despite having witnessed how obediently Heir's ox was. Ignoring others' warnings, she had taken the reins, only to be unceremoniously tossed off the ox's back. Fortunately, Li Heir was nearby and quickly restrained the animal. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. However, her enthusiasm was fleeting. She lacked endurance and would retreat at the first sign of hardship. Hence, hearing her plans to sell goods did not stir much concern in Jiang Nian's heart. Mom, Lin Wan's mother hardly makes shoes, so there are no samples. I've cut a few patterns from waste newspapers to fit Lin Wan's feet. Take a look and see if they work. As he spoke, Jiang Nian pulled out the cut newspaper patterns from his pocket and handed them over. Wang Hong examined them closely, nodding vigorously. Yes, these will do. Look at Lin Wan's feet. They are quite delicate and unlike our farmers' daughters, who often have large and broad feet. While sitting on the Kong, Jiang Nian meticulously counted the money he had earned. A total of 561. 6 yuan, sufficient for the bride price. Observing her son's substantial earnings, Wang Hong beamed with delight. Stitching shoes as she spoke. With your 500 and my 300 that I managed to gather, we'll have a total of 800, an auspicious number. Wang Hong felt elated. With an 800 yuan bride price, they would receive a dowry of 1,600 in return. While others might deplete their resources to marry off their daughters, their family would actually profit from the transaction. Where would one find logic in that? Mom, 500 is more than enough for the bride price. You should return the 300. It's not right for us to profit from marrying off a daughter. Jiang Nian smiled as he carefully wrapped the 500 yuan in newspaper. Who dares to mock? In this entire region, one could hardly find another like me. This is a skill, and they are envious beyond measure. His mother, Wang Hong, scoffed dismissively. You all don't know how old Wang's expression changed when I discussed this matter with her that day. It was as wretched as a frostbitten eggplant. Seated on the bench, Jiang Dashan furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. Holding his smoking pipe, he exhaled a puff of smoke and solemnly remarked, "The child speaks the truth. It is already a compromise for Lin Gui to marry into our family. To expect more from her dowry is unreasonable. 500 is a substantial amount, reflecting our family's regard for Lin Gui. As for the additional 300, let us not return it. We must invest in the betrothal gifts and the wedding feast. It is only fitting that we celebrate the occasion with great fanfare." Upon hearing the opinions of the two men, Wang Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her desire to extract more from the Lin family for the dowry mirrored her previous thoughts when Wang Lan married off her daughter, aiming for a more substantial bride price. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief. Her son was earning well. A sum of 1,000 to 1,800 could be amassed in just a few days. Look at me. I've become entrapped in the pursuit of wealth like old Wang. Wang Hong, coming to terms with her thoughts, smiled and said, "Very well. Let us proceed as you both suggest. A bride price of 500, and we shall reserve the remaining funds for the wedding banquet." At her agreement, both Jiang Nian and Jiang Dashan's faces brightened. Wang Hong, though occasionally befuddled, was reasonable and never faltered on significant matters, always open to counsel. In essence, she was a truly endearing individual. As Jiang Dashan filled his pipe with tobacco, he added, "The betrothal day approaches, and beyond the bride price, we must prepare gifts for the occasion. Items like tobacco, alcohol, tea, and sweets cannot be overlooked. We must not appear lacking in courtesy. Indeed, let us compile a list. After you set up your stall tomorrow, purchase everything," Wang Hong promptly suggested. "Very well," Jiang Dashan replied, turning to his wife. "We must also consider who will accompany us to propose. At least one respected elder from our Zhang family should join us. Tomorrow, let us bring some eggs and visit our third uncle. He is spry and enjoys a lively atmosphere, adept at conducting affairs with flair." "Agreed," Wang Hong responded with a smile. However, when the topic of the proposing party arose, Wang Hong suddenly thought of another matter and quickly remarked, "Regarding the individuals who will come to propose, I recall that since the two children are in a free romance, according to our custom, a matchmaker is essential. How shall we address this?" This question momentarily stumped Jiang Dashan. Jiang Nian and Lin Gui's romance was devoid of a matchmaker. Where could they possibly find one now? "What about your second aunt? Would she do?" Wang Hong inquired, noticing Jiang Dashan's silence. "Absolutely not," Jiang Nian immediately interjected. "Aunt Air is quite eloquent. Yet she possesses a multitude of schemes, so one must be cautious not to stir up any trouble." Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Mother Wang's face fell into a frown, and she found herself at a loss for a suitable candidate. In this era, people's thoughts remain rather futile. The dictates of parents and the matchmaking of intermediaries are of utmost importance and cannot be trifled with. How about letting Aunt Lin act as the matchmaker? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Nian's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration as he proposed the idea. "I believe that would work." Upon hearing Jiang Nian's suggestion, Wang Hong and Jiang Dashan also brightened up, expressing their agreement. Lin Qiwa has always enjoyed introducing people for marriage, having successfully facilitated the union between Hu Qingyou and Hao Qinghua in the village. She possesses a certain level of experience in this regard, and moreover, she is Aunt Lin's relative, which adds to the credibility of the matchmaking. "Very well, I shall go tomorrow and discuss it with her." Chapter 42. A desperate gamble by Tang Wanying on the second and third days. Wang resumed his usual routine of selling goods and sought Lin Xinghua's opinion at Lin Wan's residence. Upon learning that she was to act as a matchmaker, Lin Xinghua readily agreed, thus solidifying her role in the arrangement. Since the matchmaking required her presence during the proposal, that evening, Lin Xinghua accompanied Jiang Nian back to the village. Over the course of 2 days, with preparations underway and Lin Xinghua's assistance, everything began to proceed smoothly. All was set for the proposal the following day. That night, as Jiang Nian lay in bed, the thought of the impending proposal filled him with a fervent excitement that kept him awake for much of the night, until he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Due to his restless night, he was awakened early the next morning by his mother, Wang Hong, who impatiently pulled back the covers to rouse him. With the momentous occasion at hand, she was eager to begin preparations even before dawn. Wang said little as he quickly consumed a bite of breakfast before hastily loading items onto the donkey cart. After everything was loaded, he washed his face, donned a neat outfit, and spent some time in front of the mirror, styling his hair. In those days, men's hairstyles were quite uniform, most sported crew cuts, while longer styles were often left to fall naturally, exuding a certain Hong Kong-Taiwan flair, or were slicked back, appearing overly greasy. Jiang Nian, having returned from a rebirth filled with exposure to numerous contemporary hairstyles, knew that even a simple style could become a sensation in this era. However, creating a hairstyle was a laborious task without hair products or electric appliances. Therefore, he allowed his hair to dry naturally, achieving a slightly tousled yet fresh look. By the time he finished tidying himself, dawn had broken, and the courtyard began to buzz with activity. First to arrive were his uncle and aunt, followed by Lin Xinghua, the matchmaker. His parents, Wang Hong and Jiang Dashan, went to invite his third uncle, and soon everyone was beaming as they climbed onto the donkey cart, setting off from the village in high spirits. Ah, the Jiang family is off to propose. How swiftly they're moving. Just look at all that cargo. They must have spent quite a bit. Oh, Jiang Nian earns quite a handsome sum in a day. Surely, this haul is but a fraction of his earnings. Who would have thought that the formerly idle lad would possess such capability? If only we had a daughter, we would certainly see her wed to him. Indeed, the old Wang matron must be regretting her decisions deeply now. The news of the Jiang family's early departure to the city for the proposal quickly spread through the village, sparking a flurry of chatter, with voices expressing a mix of joy and lamentation. Tang Wanying sat beneath her own window, sulking with her head down, a slender vine in hand, rhythmically striking the ground as she muttered curses under her breath. That little wretch, those dog-like scoundrels, how could they treat me so? Consumed by jealousy and resentment, she found herself utterly devoid of any viable options. Jiang Nian was resolute in pursuing Lin Wan, and despite her efforts to lower her pride, he rejected her. Yet, what would become of her predicament? Upon contemplating this, she struck her abdomen fiercely twice, wishing she could expel the child growing within her. What purpose does it serve to inflict pain upon oneself? The only one who suffers is you. Just then, Wang Lan returned from outside and chanced upon this scene. Exclaiming in frustration, if you still possess any sense of shame, you must urgently devise a way to thwart their marriage. Mother, what else can I do? Tang Wanying replied despondently. Even if I were to kneel and plead with him, he would never deign to be with me. As she spoke, her countenance darkened, and her spirits plummeted. Lately, she had pondered extensively. She realized that Jiang Nian was truly exceptional, a tall figure with an admirable physique and handsome features, earning more in a day than an average worker does in 2. Most importantly, he approached love with sincerity and fidelity. Where in this world could she find such a remarkable man? In that moment, as she recalled Jiang Nian's virtues and contrasted them with the cowardly scoundrel who had caused her predicament, Jiang Nian appeared to be the epitome of a perfect gentleman. Thus, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Witnessing her daughter's despondency, Wang Lan's frustration reached a boiling point, and she scolded, "How is it that I, Wang Lan, so astute, could give birth to such a fool? Is it possible for a living person to be suffocated by their own urine? Did he not go to propose today? When he returns, you must confront him and reveal your pregnancy. Let us see how he responds." What? Tang Wanying's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, the child in my womb is not his. If I tell him, I might as well cease to exist. Her voice quivered with the threat of tears. If this had happened a couple of years earlier, being unwed and sharing a bed with someone would have been tantamount to adultery, a disgraceful act that could lead to legal repercussions. Although the scrutiny is lessened, the stigma could still ruin her life. Otherwise, she would not be so desperate to have Jiang Nian assume the role of this child's father. You truly are foolish, Wang Lan exclaimed, striking her lightly on the forehead. You must resolutely declare that the child is his. He cannot deny it. But we have never foolishness. Wang Lan interjected. Why can't you concoct a story? I refuse to believe that after all this time he pursued you, you never once found yourselves alone. If he is uncertain, simply assert that something inappropriate occurred that day, and he shall find it hard to refute. But Tang Wanying's expression soured at Wang Lan's words. She hesitated, torn between rejection and the realization that this might be a viable solution. It was the only idea she could conceive at that moment. What but? Wang Lan rolled her eyes. You've had countless suggestions, and not one has been successful. I tell you, they are on the verge of marriage. If you do not intervene, you can forget about marrying Jiang Nian. Without this convenient father to shield you, I will have no choice but to devise a means to take you to the county to terminate the pregnancy. At that point, do not blame me for being heartless. Your father, brother, and I cannot afford to lose our dignity. Seated on the threshold, Tang Wanying bit her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks, unbidden. One misstep leads to another, and now she finds herself with no path of retreat. She must either disrupt the marriage between Jiang Nian and Lin Wan, thereby stepping into the role of Jiang Nian's bride, or swiftly terminate her pregnancy while it remains inconspicuous. There exists no third option. Yet, the mere thought of aborting the child fills her with trepidation. Given her circumstances, even if she were to proceed with the termination, she would be subject to scorn. And the financial burden would be substantial, money that she does not possess. Furthermore, she has heard that abortion can inflict considerable harm on a woman's body. Since the previous year, the government has implemented family planning policies, and many women in the village have been taken for abortions due to issues of exceeding the birth limit, returning with various ailments. She is not yet married. What if complications arise? With these thoughts, her resolve solidifies. This is her last gamble. She must succeed. You can do it, Wanying. Keep pushing. She reassures herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian remains oblivious to Tang Wanying's intentions, merrily driving the donkey cart, his journey filled with laughter and the essence of happiness. However, shortly after entering the county, an elderly woman suddenly appears around a corner, collapsing to the ground from a distance, mumbling incoherently. Startled, Jiang Nian swiftly pulls the reins, bringing the cart to a halt. Everyone is taken aback. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian dismounts to investigate. Upon hearing the elderly woman's repetitive pleas for money, he is instantly filled with both anger and frustration. It seems he has encountered a scam. Chapter 43. Encountering a fraud. Lying on the ground was an elderly woman with graying hair, appearing to be in her 50s. Her eyes were tightly shut, one hand pressed against her lower back, and she was moaning incessantly. I've been hit. Oh, my elbow. Oh, my back. While she continued her lamentations, she stealthily opened her eyes to check if anyone was approaching. Upon seeing Jiang Nian by her side, she lowered her head and began to wail even louder. What is going on? What is the matter? At this moment, Jiang Nian's mother, Wang Hong, and others had caught up, and upon witnessing the woman sprawled on the ground, they were instantly alarmed. Why is she lying on the ground? Is this lady unwell? Why are we just standing here? Hurry, take her to the hospital. Don't move. As the crowd prepared to intervene, Jiang Nian quickly interjected. It was evident that this woman was attempting to defraud them. If they truly engaged with her, the consequences could be dire. His mother, Wang Hong, and the others were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nian's serious expression, bewildered by his reaction. What is wrong with you, child? This lady is clearly in discomfort. We should get her to the hospital, Wang Hong urged anxiously. Indeed. While we are here to propose a marriage, we cannot ignore someone in distress. You all proceed to the Lin family, and I will take her to the hospital myself. This is a matter of saving a life, and the in-laws will not hold it against us, Jiang Nian's father, Jiang Dashan, stated resolutely. With that, he tucked his pipe into his waist and stepped forward to assist the woman, while others nodded in agreement, preparing to help. Jiang Nian felt a surge of urgency. The issue of fraudulent claims was all too familiar from his past life, where countless happy families had fallen victim to such schemes. He remembered a friend who, although not wealthy, lived comfortably until he was ensnared in a fraud, ultimately trading his luxury vehicle for a bicycle. Though Jiang Nian had never personally encountered such a situation in his previous life, he never expected to face it again in 1983, during his rebirth. The elderly woman clearly appeared to be a habitual offender, and while it might seem manageable to settle with a few yuan now, a trip to the hospital could potentially lead to hundreds or even thousands of yuan in expenses. As he contemplated the impending financial burden, Jiang Nian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "Hey, I found 5 yuan. Whose is it?" The crowd paused, perplexed, as the 5 yuan in Jiang Nian's hand had clearly escaped from their own pockets. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was caught in a web of confusion. The old woman, upon seeing the 5 yuan in Jiang Nian's hand, immediately sprang to life, exclaiming, "That's mine." I dropped it. She leapt up, eager to snatch the money from Jiang Nian's grasp. However, Jiang Nian's reflexes were evidently quicker. With a swift motion, he withdrew the money, a smirk of derision upon his face. "Madam, you seem perfectly fine." Indeed, Wang Hong and the others echoed, their expressions bewildered as they exchanged glances, completely mystified by the unfolding scene. In this day and age, instances of deceitful schemes have become relatively rare. The older generation, having spent their lives in rural areas, is naturally unaware of such tactics, leaving them perplexed. Were they to learn about the various scams that have emerged in modern times, their astonishment would be palpable. Regardless of your situation, hand over the money. As Jiang Nian retracted the cash, the elderly woman immediately grew irate and attempted to snatch it from him. "What are you doing? Are you really trying to rob me? Just moments ago, you deliberately positioned yourself in front of our vehicle, wailing and lamenting as if you intended to extort us." It was Lin Chiwa who reacted swiftly, seizing the old woman's wrist and sternly declaring, "I must inform you that my brother is a police officer. You are committing a crime. Do you understand? Let her come and apprehend you." Upon hearing Lin Xinhua's words, the old woman's expression shifted, but she quickly resorted to defiance. "Who is attempting to extort you? What evidence do you possess? As for being arrested, let him come. I shall wait right here." Clearly a seasoned offender, the old woman possessed remarkable composure, and such trivial intimidation was akin to a mere tickle for her, instilling her with unwarranted confidence. "You are extorting others, and so brazenly." Lin Xinhua, usually eloquent, found herself momentarily speechless, her face flushed with indignation. However, it was the second aunt who suddenly became animated, stepping forward and shouting, "You old hag, do you truly think you have a right to extort us? I assure you, the people in this neighborhood are witnesses. We did not collide with you, so do not expect us to part with a single cent." "Enough, enough," Jiang Dashan interjected, furrowing his brow. "Today is a momentous occasion for our family. There is no need to engage with her. We must proceed, as our in-laws are awaiting us." His reminder stirred a collective realization, especially in their mother, Wang Hong, who urged, "Yes, yes, we cannot afford to miss the auspicious time. Everyone, to the carriage." The group promptly dismissed the old woman, heading towards the donkey cart. Yet, upon overhearing their conversation and casting a glance at the cart filled with valuables, the old woman, seasoned in the art of deception, immediately recognized that they were on their way to a betrothal. Such occasions presented the most lucrative opportunities for extortion, especially when individuals were pressed for time, making them more susceptible to her schemes. As Jiang Nian prepared to depart, she seized his wrist, exclaiming, "You shall not leave. You have wronged me, and now you intend to walk away? Furthermore, I dropped 5 yuan, which you pocketed. Hand it over. If you do not compensate me with 70 or 80 yuan for medical fees today, you shall not escape." "What? 70 or 80 yuan?" Wang Hong and the others were utterly astonished. Why not simply resort to robbery? If you intend to rob, I would at least respect you as a true bandit. The second aunt, known for never being at a loss, sprang into action, despite her petite stature. With a fiery temper, she charged at the old woman, stating, "You seek medical fees? Allow me to leave you with some bruises. I'll ensure you enjoy an extended stay at the hospital, without provoking trouble, yet unafraid of it." Mother Wang Hong also lost her temper, rolled up her sleeves, and joined in, exclaiming in exasperation, "Count me in. 70 or 80 yuan. I will insist on her staying in the hospital for at least 10 days or half a month." As for second aunt, the old lady was indeed not intimidated by her. However, the imposing stature of Mother Wang Hong genuinely frightened the elder woman, whose face turned pale, yet she feigned composure, declaring, "You dare to strike me? Go ahead. I will not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian burst into laughter. "Aunt, having lived for so many years, have you truly become as foolish as a dog? If you possessed any sense, you would refrain from uttering such nonsense. Did you not just hear? In our precinct, a beating would cost at most a couple of coins, yet you would be the one confined to the hospital. Only the one in pain knows their suffering. I see you can engage in this nonsense because, most likely, there are no lovely daughters at home to look after you, regardless of whether you have money. Without a child to care for you at the hospital, with your frail constitution, can you endure it? Let me tell you, My mother and second aunt are notorious throughout the village. They never consider the consequences when they strike someone, and no one can dissuade them. I advise you to be wise and quickly disengage and depart, or else you might find yourself with teeth scattered everywhere." Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words and gazing into the fierce eyes of Mother Wang Hong, the old lady immediately felt a pang of guilt. After contemplating for a moment, she hastily released her grip, muttering that it was her misfortune, and scuttled away, tail between her legs. As the elderly woman fled, Mother Wang Hong could no longer contain herself and burst into hearty laughter, clutching her belly. "That old hag. If she hadn't run away, I would have truly clawed at her," second aunt indignantly remarked. Chapter 44. The formal proposal resolving their troubles. The group hastily boarded the carriage. Uncle Jiang Dehai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Nian, did you suspect from the very beginning that she intended to deceive us?" Jiang Nian smiled faintly, guiding the donkey cart, and nodded. From a distance, I spotted the elderly woman seated by the roadside, her gaze scanning the passers-by. As our cart approached, she rushed out and fell dramatically, despite showing no signs of injury, her cries unmistakably revealing her intentions. The others nodded in agreement, having been engrossed in discussions about the proposal, oblivious to the happenings along the roadside. This incident illustrated Jiang Nian's meticulous nature. He had indeed matured, capable of shouldering familial responsibilities. "We must hurry. We've already delayed for too long. And the in-laws must be anxious," someone urged. "Indeed, we need to move swiftly." Thus, the family, filled with laughter and chatter, set off towards Lin Wan's residence. Meanwhile, at Lin Wan's home, a different scene unfolded. The house was crowded with visitors, including Lin Xiushan and his wife, Wei Shuzhen, along with relatives from Wei Shuzhen's side. The younger ones busied themselves with tidying up, while the elders engaged in conversation or sipped tea. Without exception, everyone was dressed elegantly, a clear indication of their affluence in that era. At that moment, Lin Wan felt like an ant on a hot skillet, restless and uneasy. According to the agreed-upon time, Jiang Nian was supposed to arrive by 9 o'clock, yet it was now evident that they were running late. A delay at such a significant occasion was not favorable. The elder members of the family, particularly those from her maternal side, were sticklers for tradition, fearing that a tardy arrival might provoke discontent among them. "Xiushan, why has the proposal party not yet arrived? Is it customary to be late for such matters?" Grandfather Wei Goen furrowed his brow and set down his teacup. "Indeed, they are clearly from a small town, lacking in manners," Aunt scolded, tossing her hair back. Upon hearing this, Wei Shuzhen, visibly anxious, replied, "Father, I'm sure Jiang Nian's family must have been delayed by some unforeseen circumstances. Let us be patient for a while longer." "Humph. What could be more important than a proposal? It's unacceptable. I fear they do not take this seriously." Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion erupted outside. The gathered crowd turned to look towards the yard, where a donkey cart adorned with bright red fabric had come to a halt, exuding an air of celebration. As the cart came to rest, Jiang Nian jumped down and promptly assisted his third uncle, while the rest of the family hurried to retrieve their belongings from the cart. Upon seeing Jiang Nian's family had arrived, Li Qiushan and Wei Shuzhen rushed out to greet them, with Lin Qihua leading the way. Noticing the influx of visitors from Wei Shuzhen's side, she greeted them with cheerful smiles. "Qinghua, this is where you went awry. How could you allow for any delay?" Wei Goen, arms crossed behind his back, assumed an authoritative demeanor, though his expression was stern. "Oh, do refrain from excessive criticism. They are merely a few minutes late." Lin Wan's grandmother, Songjia, gently tugged at his sleeve and then attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, Come, please step inside. My Guan is just a bit stubborn. I hope you won't take offense." Allow me to clarify." Although Lin Qinghua felt a twinge of displeasure, her expression remained unchanged. "On our way here, we encountered an elderly woman who had fallen and attempted to extort money from us. It caused quite the delay." Upon hearing Lin Qihua mention the time wasted by a scam, Wei Guan's expression did not soften in the slightest. He cast a glance at Wang An but refrained from further commentary. In his mind, this was a matter concerning the Jiang family. Knowing how significant today's events were, they ought to have prepared and set out earlier. Even if they faced unforeseen circumstances during the journey, they would not have been tardy. This incident alone was a testament to the family's inefficiency. His daughter had already endured considerable hardships by marrying a rural man, and now his granddaughter was also set to marry one. This brought him no small discomfort. Observing her husband's old habits resurfacing, Song Jia discreetly pinched him and whispered, "Do not cause a scene. remember what we discussed at home? As long as Wanner is willing and finds happiness, we must offer our blessings. As she spoke, she appraised Jiang Nian, and her eyes brightened instantly. A tall figure, well-built, with a clean and neat appearance, especially that hairstyle which accentuated Jiang Nian's features beautifully. It was no wonder that Lin Wan was smitten. Even this 60-something grandmother found him appealing. Just look at this child, so remarkable. No wonder he has captured our little one's heart. Seeing his wife extolling their granddaughter's fiancé, Wei Guan also scrutinized Jiang Nian. Though reluctant, he could not deny that Jiang Nian indeed possessed a handsome visage. At that moment, Lin Qihua stepped forward, introducing everyone in order of seniority. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian's gaze was almost entirely fixed on Lin Wan. Today, she was simply stunning, clad in a floral long dress and black leather shoes. With her hair styled in 2 ponytails and adorned with the butterfly hairpin he had gifted her, her complexion radiated with a subtle glow, enhanced by a delicate fragrance. In this era devoid of chaotic cosmetics, Lin Wan's beauty rivaled that of any internet celebrity or model. She exuded a clean, refreshing, and natural charm, particularly accentuated by her pair of expressive eyes that seemed capable of mesmerizing anyone. Jiang Nian, no matter how many times he gazed at her, found himself utterly captivated. As he stared at her intently, Lin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, though her eyes couldn't resist stealing glances at him. Today, Jiang Nian was exceptionally handsome, causing her heart to race like a startled deer, threatening to leap from her chest. After some conversation, the 2 families had become acquainted. With experience as a matchmaker, Lin Qihua stepped forward and said, "Xiao Wan, today, as your aunt, I come on behalf of the Jiang family to propose. Here are the carefully prepared garments, red envelopes, and red strings for you. If you are willing, please accept them." In the northern regions, the engagement process is remarkably straightforward. Initially, a matchmaker delivers the engagement attire, red envelopes, and red strings to the bride's family, signifying their willingness to proceed. This step is referred to as receiving the red string. Following this, both families gather for a meal, during which noodles are prepared for the neighbors, announcing the girl's engagement to the community. Once the engagement is concluded, the groom's family presents the prepared betrothal gifts to the bride's family, after which both families discuss the wedding date. Lin Guan has awaited this moment for a considerable time. Hearing Lin Qihua's words, she feels a blend of excitement and shyness, slowly nodding as she steps forward to accept the items, indicating her consent. The subsequent proceedings fall to the elders. The eldest among them, Uncle San, representing the Jiang family, is called upon, and the 2 families exchange tokens while the marriage certificate is read aloud. At this moment, both Jiang Nian and Lin Guan can only stand silently by, unable to utter a word. The entire process unfolds smoothly. After the reading of the marriage certificate, Lin Qihua proclaims loudly, "If there are no objections from anyone present, this engagement is hereby established. Let us take our seats and discuss the wedding date, allowing the newlyweds to marry soon and welcome offspring." Upon hearing these words in front of the assembled guests, Lin Guan's face flushes with embarrassment. Meanwhile, both families, filled with laughter and joy, begin to serve the dishes, enthusiastically engaging in discussions about the wedding arrangements. Chapter 45. Lin Guan's concerns. After dinner, Wei Shuzhen prepared a large bowl of noodles. Jiang Nian and Lin Guan, holding the noodles, knocked on the neighbor's door. The door was opened by a plump woman with a kind appearance, sporting short hair. For some unknown reason, her face bore several bruises, giving the impression that she had been struck. As Jiang Nian and Lin Guan stood at the door with the noodles, a hint of awkwardness adorned their expressions, as they attempted to mask her injuries. However, the multitude of bruises on her face made it nearly impossible to conceal, causing Lin Guan to feel a pang of sympathy. "Aunt Wang, are you all right?" Lin Guan inquired. I'm fine. Look at me being so careless, getting hurt while working, truly reckless." The plump woman made a concerted effort to divert the topic, saying, "Lin Guan, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she cast a glance at Jiang Nian, already having an inkling of the situation. Aunt Wang, I'm engaged. This is my fiancé, Jiang Nian," Lin Guan quickly introduced. And Jiang Nian greeted her with a smile. "Oh my, this young man is quite handsome, tall and dashing, like a movie star. Annie wishes you both a lifetime of happiness and early blessings with children." Aunt Wang surveyed Jiang Nian with delight. After all, Jiang Nian was indeed strikingly handsome, with an upright demeanor that immediately captured attention. Aunt Wang had 2 daughters, yet none of their suitors could compare to Jiang Nian, which sparked a tinge of envy within her. A good son-in-law would certainly enhance her standing in the community. "Aunt Wang, these are my engagement noodles. Please have a taste." As a witness to our union, Lin Wan said, her cheeks flushed. Having married off 2 daughters, Aunt Wang was well aware of the customs. Sending noodles to neighbors upon engagement served to inform them of the news and invite their blessings. Typically, the noodles were long, symbolizing longevity. Neighbors were expected to consume them in their entirety, representing enduring bonds. Furthermore, for the engaged girl to deliver noodles was a gesture of goodwill towards the neighborhood. All right, you are engaged, and he must have a taste of these noodles. Aunt Wang accepted the bowl and chopsticks, taking a generous bite. The noodles were indeed long, a testament to Lin Guan's mother's culinary skills. Aunt Wang savored them for quite a while without breaking them. After enjoying the noodles, Jiang Nian and Lin Wan expressed their gratitude and turned to leave. However, Jiang Nian distinctly sensed a shift in Lin Guan's emotions. She lowered her head, appearing somewhat despondent. He pondered that it was likely related to Aunt Wang. What's wrong? Why do you seem unhappy? Jiang Nian gently inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's concern, Lin Wan sighed, suddenly halting her steps. I am worried about Aunt Wang, she confessed. Unbeknownst to me, the wounds on Aunt Wang's body were inflicted by her husband. I could discern this at a glance. This was not the first occurrence. Aunt Wang, a diligent and kind-hearted woman, tirelessly manages her household, yet her husband. Although Jiang Nian had already perceived the situation in his heart, hearing it articulated by Lin Wan stirred a surge of anger within him. How could one lay a hand on such a wonderful woman? Nevertheless, Jiang Nian did not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment. After all, he had no right to meddle in others' affairs, and he lacked the full understanding of the circumstances, preferring to refrain from making a judgment. Could there be a misunderstanding? Jiang Nian inquired. What misunderstanding could there be? That man of hers is idly drifting through life, drinking himself into a stupor daily, and upon returning home, he resorts to beating his wife. All of us in the neighborhood are well aware of it. He is nothing but a beast. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Jiang Nian clenched his fists and turned to head towards Aunt Wang's residence. Although he had initially wished to avoid interference, such a man truly deserved a lesson. Did such a man even deserve a wife? Previously, Jiang Nian had refrained from intervening due to the possibility of unknown circumstances that might not solely implicate Aunt Wang's husband. Yet now, having learned the nature of her husband, he could no longer tolerate it. A man who spends his days intoxicated and resorts to violence against women is utterly worthless. Jiang Nian, where are you going? Lin Wan exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. Knowing Jiang Nian's temper, she feared that his anger would lead to trouble. Today was their auspicious engagement day, and she certainly did not wish for any unforeseen incidents. Hastily, she pursued him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Do not go. That is their private matter, and we cannot interfere. Today is a momentous occasion for us. You wouldn't want to see bloodshed, would you? This is the county town. If you were to harm someone, it wouldn't be like in the village. You would certainly be apprehended. Would our wedding still take place? With Lin Wan's embrace, Jiang Nian's fury began to dissipate. He sighed, indignantly saying, a harmonious society has saved him. Seeing Jiang Nian calm down, Lin Wan felt a sense of relief, yet she dared not release him, holding on tightly. The warmth of her body sent a rush through Jiang Nian, causing his heart to race. This innocent, naive, and pure love continuously stirred his thoughts. Fortunately, they were on the street. Otherwise, Jiang Nian would surely have succumbed to the urge to retreat with Lin Wan to a more private setting. Brother Jiang Nian, the reason I share this with you is that I harbor a certain fear. They say when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If a woman marries the wrong man, she may endure a lifetime of suffering. Just like Aunt Wang, who, despite being constantly beaten, must feign nonchalance in front of others. Her heart undoubtedly bleeds. Yet, even so, she can only endure this for a lifetime. I am truly frightened, terrified that I might encounter such a man myself, to the point where I might wish for death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian burst into laughter. What? Are you not at ease with me? Lin Wan nodded slightly, then shook her head, her heart in turmoil as she spoke. At present, I feel reassured about you. But my mother once said that people can change. Especially men. When men acquire wealth, they often turn corrupt. Who knows what you might become in the future? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nian slowly turned, supporting Lin Guan and gazing deeply into her eyes, his expression suddenly turning grave. Lin Guan, listen to me. In this lifetime, I shall love only you. I vow to treat you well, never to betray you. Your mother is right. Men can change, but some change for the better. I, Jiang Nian, am that kind of man. I have chosen you for life and will never harm you in any way. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's promise, Lin Guan's eyes instantly glimmered with tears. As long as you remain steadfast, I will stand by you through life and death. The two locked eyes, each feeling the sincerity and affection reflected in the other's gaze, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Unable to suppress their emotions any longer, they embraced passionately. What are you doing? Engaging in such behavior in broad daylight, have you no shame? Just as their emotions reached a nearly forgetful crescendo, an untimely voice interrupted, startling Lin Wan, who immediately released Jiang Nian and blushed deeply, retreating behind him. Chapter 46. Accusations of Infidelity. Jiang Nian raised his gaze to see a man in uniform standing opposite him. The man was somewhat portly, and though he wore a uniform, it was far from tidy, giving him the appearance of a ruffian. You too, do you still have any shame? Engaging in such disgraceful conduct? The man approached, casting a malevolent glance at Jiang Nian and Lin Wan. Lin Wan felt a twinge of fear. After all, this was her first encounter with such a situation. The label of infidelity was not one to be taken lightly. Years ago, the state had cracked down on such immoral behavior, with some individuals arrested and sentenced, even facing the death penalty in extreme cases. In recent years, despite the reforms and changes in society, people remained largely intolerant of such actions. The man before them resembled a patrol officer, which made Lin Guan's heart race with anxiety. She crouched behind Jiang Nian, her voice trembling. What are we going to do? Are we going to be arrested? Jiang Nian gently patted her forehead, offering a measure of comfort. Internally, he remained remarkably composed. As the man approached, he did not panic. Instead, he extended a cigarette towards him. Here, brother, have a smoke. Let's talk this over. Jiang Nian was adept at handling such matters. Observing the man's nonchalant demeanor, he even questioned his identity. A patrol officer should not behave in such a manner. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarette. In these times, cigarettes were sold by the stick, and few could afford a whole pack. With a grin, he glanced around before slipping a pack into his pocket. Clearing his throat, he said, let us consider this a warning this time. It must not happen again. Be sure to take heed. Jiang Nian assured him, of course. However, the notion of merely letting it slide felt absurd, given the serious nature of the accusation. Just when it seemed the matter was settled, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from around the corner. Short in stature, clad in overalls, and sporting a slick hairstyle, the individual was none other than Li Junxing. Cousin? Lin Guan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Nian realized that the patrol officer was likely in cahoots with this potato-like figure. So easily swayed by a pack of cigarettes, are we? Truly a case of incompetence. Li Junxing approached the man, lowering his voice to chastise him. Though his tone was hushed, Jiang Nian could hear every word clearly. Amused, Jiang Nian perceived the man was indeed no patrol officer but a fraud. Realizing their plan was unraveling, Li Junxing grew frustrated and raised his voice. Hey everyone, come and see. In broad daylight, engaging in such disgraceful conduct, this is utterly scandalous. Everyone, come witness this pair of shameless individuals. At this moment, Li Junxing had completely let go of any restraint. Ever since he had suffered humiliation at Lin Guan's home, he had been plotting revenge against Jiang Nian, adhering to the principle of destruction when he could not possess. This time, he had no intention of sparing Lin Guan either. Soon, amidst his loud shouts, a crowd gathered around Jiang Nian and Lin Guan, pointing fingers and gossiping. How shameless! Engaging in such scandalous behavior in public, in the past, they would have been apprehended immediately. Who could believe it? With such appearances, how could they engage in such disgraceful acts without regard for others? Now they had been caught red-handed. Let us see how they would carry on after this. Oh, isn't that the girl from the Lin family? She usually seems so demure. How could she stoop to such antics? The crowd murmured, many of whom recognized Lin Guan, shaking their heads in dismay. Inundated with a barrage of criticism, Lin Guan's face turned crimson as she cowered behind Jiang Nian, realizing for the first time the fearsome power of public opinion. No one should let these two shameless individuals off the hook. Such behavior is intolerable in our community. Li Junxing led the outcry, and mindless followers quickly fell in line. Posturing dramatically, fear not, I am here. Seeing Lin Guan so frightened, Jiang Nian offered her a slight comfort. However, when he turned back, his expression had darkened considerably. He held Li Junxing in utter disdain, but he could not tolerate the fear instilled in his beloved. You insolent wretch, who are you calling shameless? Li Junxing trembled at Jiang Nian's glare. Yet, upon surveying the crowd, he found his courage returning, lifting his chin defiantly. You all, embracing and kissing in public. Isn't that scandalous behavior? He challenged. What? You think your actions are justified? Mind your words. Lin Gowen is my wife. I embrace my own wife. How does that equate to scandalous behavior? Explain yourself. If you cannot, I shall make you regret it. What? Your wife? Don't be ridiculous. She has married you. I have been betrothed to Lin Gowen through our parents' arrangement. We formalized our engagement this very morning. If you doubt it, Lin Gowen's family is just ahead. Go and inquire. She is indeed my fiancée, and I am merely showing affection to my own wife. Nonsense. You're engaged? I don't believe you. Upon hearing that Lin Gowen and Jiang Nian were engaged, Li Junxing felt a twinge of panic. To ask her parents would be tantamount to courting disaster. He dared not. You truly are a troublemaker. They are engaged. I just had the noodles they served for their engagement celebration. Just then, Aunt Wang, bruised and battered, stepped forward, pointing at Li Junxing and berating him. As Li Junxing was about to retort, the crowd erupted in commotion. Hearing the noise, the Lin family emerged. Lin Xiaoxing worked at the local precinct. Everyone in the vicinity knew him and recognized the formidable relatives of Lin Gowen's maternal grandfather. But this was their first encounter. What is happening here? Lin Guan's grandfather wore a grim expression as he cast a glance at Jiang Nian and Lin Guan, then surveyed the surroundings, seemingly sensing something amiss. Today, my little Guan and Jiang Nian have officially become engaged. Is it too much for the young couple to display a little affection? Who dares to claim they are involved in illicit relations? Step forward. Lin Guan's grandfather glared, his eyes fierce and menacing. This fierce gaze sent a shiver down Li Junxing's spine, causing his legs to tremble. He was well aware of the formidable influence of Lin Guan's family. Even his own family would not dare to provoke them. He swiftly melted into the crowd, fleeing in disgrace. Mom, Dad, you finally arrived. It's all that scoundrel Li Junxing's fault. As soon as he saw you, he ran away. Lin Guan complained, feeling aggrieved. Enough, enough. Regardless of the situation, he is still somewhat of a relative, and considering their family's background, we cannot take any drastic measures. We shall inform his parents later, urging them to discipline him properly. Wei Shuzhen said resignedly. After speaking, Wei Shuzhen stepped forward and addressed the neighbors. Dear friends and neighbors, I apologize for the way you learned of my daughter's engagement. I hope it did not cause you any embarrassment. When my daughter marries, you all must come and celebrate with us. Oh, so it is a young couple. I thought as much. Little Guan has always been well-mannered and sensible. How could she possibly engage in such behavior? That wretched boy misled us. There are indeed bad apples among the masses. Next time we encounter him, we must not let him off lightly. The crowd collectively expressed their apologies for the earlier misunderstanding while also extending their best wishes to Jiang Nian and Lin Guan on their engagement. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, maintaining a composed demeanor in response to the well-wishes, was already devising a plan to give Li Junxing a thorough reprimanding. Chapter 47. The child is yours. After much commotion until 7 or 8 in the evening, Jiang Nian and the others finally returned to their respective homes. As Jiang Nian approached his doorstep, he spotted a figure standing at the nearby corner. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned the courage to step forward and called out, Jiang Nian, I need to speak with you. Upon recognizing Tang Wanying, both Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Tang Wanying was Jiang Nian's girlfriend, who had nearly crossed the threshold of their home to become their daughter-in-law. It was rather inappropriate for them to encounter his former girlfriend just after he had become engaged. Wanying, you should head back. Our Xiao Nian has just gotten engaged. It would not be suitable for you to meet him now, Jiang Dashan remarked, tapping his smoking pipe against the wall while replenishing it with tobacco. Indeed. You arrived just as Xiao Nian has become engaged. What will the Lin family think? Are you not doing this intentionally? Annie rolled her eyes, showing no kindness to Tang Wanying. At that moment, Tang Wanying's complexion turned pale, and her lips became chapped. With those words, tears began to cascade down her cheeks like raindrops. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hong, who had initially intended to speak harshly, felt her heart soften. With a sigh, she said, Dear, you should go home. Xiao Nian is engaged. The two of you are not meant to be. It's late, and it's unsafe out here. Auntie, I only wish to speak with Brother Jiang Nian for a moment, Tang Wanying said, her voice trembling with emotion. Speak? What could you possibly have to say? If you have something to say, do so in front of all of us. I would be very interested to hear your colorful words, Auntie retorted, showing no mercy. Yet, Tang Wanying remained rooted to the spot, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Jiang Dashan shook his head in resignation and sighed, addressing Jiang Nian, you may talk. But remember to handle your own affairs. It would be best for you, for her, and for Lin Guancher. Return home safely. We must not act recklessly. Hearing his father's words, Jiang Nian nodded with reluctance. Some matters needed resolution. It was better to clarify things, especially since he was to marry Lin Wan. He did not wish for Tang Wanying to linger and create complications. Come, I will walk you home, he said, leading the way. Tang Wanying wiped her tears and followed him. Are you truly letting him go with her? Annie expressed her concern. With Xiaonian recently engaged to Lin Wan, she felt unsettled by this reunion. Brother, are you really comfortable allowing Xiaonian to go with her? Jiang Dashan took a couple of puffs from his pipe. Watching the two depart, and sighed, what is to be done? We cannot allow her to linger at our doorstep indefinitely. Xiaonian is growing up. He can handle himself. He understands what should and should not be done. We must trust him. Indeed, I concur with your sentiment. Uncle Jiang Dahai nodded in agreement. A true hero finds it difficult to navigate the trials posed by a beautiful woman. If that little vixen resorts to any unscrupulous tactics, how could Xiaonian possibly hold her ground? If it were me, I would be quite uneasy, and exclaimed. Xiaonian is no longer the same as before. She has matured, exhibiting composure and method in her actions. Can you still fret over trifles? We ought to hurry and move our belongings. It is late, and we must return home soon. Uncle Jiang Dahai urged. Oh dear, my stomach aches. You all carry on without me. I need to find a restroom, and suddenly clutched her abdomen and dashed out. The restroom is in the yard. Where are you running off to? I can't hold it in at someone else's toilet. As Aunt ran further away, my mother, Wang Hong, wore a look of exasperation and remarked, there it is. Your spouse has certainly fled again. At the mere mention of work, she bolts faster than anyone. That's just how she is. Pay her no mind. Uncle's expression darkened, yet he bore this with resignation. The dirt roads of the village during the night felt exceptionally cool and tranquil. Jiang Nian walked ahead in silence while Tang Wanying, trailing behind, nervously fidgeted with her fingers, pondering how to articulate her thoughts so as not to startle Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, let us go to the riverside. Is there something you cannot say here? Jiang Nian frowned, noting the anxious expression on Tang Wanying's face, clearly concerned about passers-by. After all, in this era, the rural populace lacks leisure activities. With no television or mobile phones to occupy their time, they typically gather by the streets, engaging in idle chatter, while children chase and capture fireflies. Thus, throughout their walk, Tang Wanying found no appropriate moment to speak. This place is not suitable. Tang Wanying glanced around, visibly tense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian nodded. As they walked, they encountered several villagers who cast curious glances at the sight of the two walking in tandem. Upon reaching the riverside, Jiang Nian halted, turned to face Tang Wanying, and, with a serious countenance, said, there is no one here. Speak your mind. But let me be clear. I do not wish to hear you utter anything about not being able to let go of me, nor do I want any inappropriate actions from you. At Jiang Nian's words, Tang Wanying felt a sharp pang in her heart. After all, this man who stood before her had once cradled her in his palms, ready to do anything for her. The gentleness he once exuded had transformed into a profound indifference. The shift in his demeanor was stark. She pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and attempted to soften her voice. Jiang Nian, I need to tell you something. But please, do not react hastily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian furrowed his brow. Speak. The moment Tang Wanying phrased it this way, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Watching her stammer and struggle to find the right words, Jiang Nian grew impatient. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. I have no interest in what concerns you. Let us go. I will escort you home. No, I will speak. As Jiang Nian began to walk away, Tang Wanying, in a flurry of urgency, exclaimed, I am pregnant. Jiang Nian was instantly rendered speechless. He was not taken aback, as he had been aware of this from the very start. Rather, he was momentarily stunned by an ominous premonition that Tang Wanying would claim this child as his. Indeed, before Jiang Nian could respond, Tang Wanying eagerly proclaimed, It's yours. This left Jiang Nian both amused and exasperated. Such a tactic could only be described as insidious. Any man of responsibility, upon learning that a woman is with child, would naturally feel compelled to take responsibility. I understand that this may sound absurd to you, yet it is the truth. Observing Jiang Nian frozen in place, Tang Wanying continued, albeit with a tone laced with insecurity, her eyes averted from his, fearing that should he glance her way, she would falter. Tang Wanying, you truly have no shame left, Jiang Nian remarked, slowly turning, his gaze icy and fierce, nearly ablaze with fury. Our time together has scarcely exceeded 6 months. During this span, you have recoiled at even the lightest touch of my hand. let alone shared a kiss or engaged in anything more intimate. How could this child possibly be mine? Chapter 48. Stabilizing her upon hearing Jiang Nian's words. Tang Wanying's face flushed with embarrassment, and she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang Nian was indeed correct. Back then, her heart was entirely captivated by that scoundrel man, while Jiang Nian appeared to her as nothing more than a sycophant. Even holding his hand would provoke her disdain. So how could she possibly entertain the idea of playing cards with him? Yet, she found herself in a position where she could not voice such sentiments now. With Jiang Nian engaged to Lin Wan, on the verge of marriage, and her own belly growing day by day, if she did not ensnare Jiang Nian now, where else could she find such an accommodating father for her child? Moreover, she truly regretted her past choices. Now, gazing at Jiang Nian, tall and well-built, exuding masculinity, and most importantly, possessing the ability to earn, she could not fathom why she had overlooked such a fine man, instead setting her sights on that irresponsible rogue. It seemed she was paying the price for her ignorance, yet regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to seize this opportunity. With her heart steeling, she lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Nian's, feeling a newfound courage and allowing herself to abandon any lingering guilt. The child is yours, though you may not realize it, Tang Wanying said solemnly, recalling the film screening organized by the brigade 6 months prior. Do you remember that day? You were quite inebriated. Jiang Nian was taken aback. Indeed, 6 months ago, the brigade had arranged for a screening of the old stories of South City, in an era devoid of televisions. Attending a film once a year was a cherished dream for many, and thus the entire village gathered at the commune courtyard, sitting on small stools to watch in silence. After the film, a group of young villagers, including Jiang Nian, congregated at Li Ergu's home to drink and play cards. They had indulged a bit too much that night and ended up sleeping at Li Ergu's place. He could not recall any incident involving Tang Wanying that evening. Do not speak nonsense. Nothing happened between us that night. I remember it clearly, Jiang Nian replied, his expression darkening. While he had indeed consumed too much alcohol and may have confessed his feelings to Tang Wanying, she had rejected him, and the ensuing chaos led to her being struck twice before succumbing to sleep. Thus, the details of what transpired afterward remained murky to him, and he could only feign composure. Fortunately, he was certain that the child within Tang Wanying was not his, which bolstered his confidence. No matter what Tang Wanying asserted, he would simply refuse to acknowledge it. However, upon hearing his response, Tang Wanying clutched her mouth, stifling sobs. Jiang Nian, do you truly believe I would jest with my own virtue? Or is it that you are unwilling to shoulder responsibility? I have misjudged you. I once thought you a man of integrity and responsibility, but it seems I was mistaken. At that moment, Tang Wanying presented herself as a tragic figure, embodying the image of a virtuous woman. Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, silently observing her performance. That night, we indulged too much in drink, leading to such absurdity. I initially wished to remain silent, believing you cherished me and would take me as your wife. It seemed inconsequential whether I spoke or not. To my dismay, you swiftly turned your affections elsewhere, climbing into my friend's bed. I shall not bear this. It is you who have wronged me. Regardless of the circumstances, you must take responsibility. I present you with two choices. First, you can annul your engagement to Lin Wan and marry me, allowing us to pretend as if nothing has transpired, and we can live happily together. Second, I could disclose the truth about my pregnancy, inviting public scrutiny. Should Lin Wan learn of your irresponsibility, I wonder if she would still consider marrying you. If this were to unfold, you would find it impossible to remain in this village. Tang Wanying's demeanor grew resolute as she began to threaten Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian quivered with rage. Although he was aware that the child within Tang Wanying was not his own, he could not withstand her accusations. If she were to persist and claim the child was his, he would find himself unable to defend himself adequately. As the saying goes, it takes but a whisper to spread rumors, yet one must run tirelessly to dispel them. If this matter were not handled properly, his engagement to Lin Wan would likely falter. The most prudent course of action was to stabilize Tang Wanying and seek evidence that the child was not his. With this thought, Jiang Nian forcibly suppressed his rising anger, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Are you certain the child is mine?" Seeing Jiang Nian soften slightly, Tang Wanying felt a surge of hope and eagerly nodded. "It is yours. I am certain. What are your intentions?" After a moment's contemplation, he added, "If the child truly is mine, I shall take responsibility." "Really?" Tang Wanying beamed with joy, continuing, "Brother Jiang Nian, how could I deceive you? The child is indeed yours, and I have a feeling it will be twins. Rest assured, Once we are married, I will wholeheartedly care for our home and our children. I shall be the best wife in the world, ensuring you have no regrets. As Tang Wanying gracefully approached him, Jiang Nian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to swallowing a fly, yet he maintained a facade of calm. He grasped her hand and, in the gentlest tone possible, said, "Wanying, you present this matter so suddenly. I am not prepared to become a father just yet. And you are aware that I only just became engaged to Lin Wan today. If I were to annul our engagement immediately, it would greatly distress Lin Wan. Thus, I ask for your patience, allowing me time to devise a solution." Tang Wanying smiled, her demeanor radiant. She never anticipated that the typically hot-tempered Jiang Nian would so readily accept the news of her pregnancy. This was entirely unexpected. She had assumed that he would react with tumult before coming to terms with it. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for her? Quite possibly. All his previous indifference may have been a facade, aimed at inciting her jealousy and capturing her attention. With this realization, Tang Wanying felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In this manner, the once subservient and attentive Jiang Nian, who had always catered to her every whim, has returned. As long as she can successfully marry him and have him take on the role of a provider, what does a few days of delay matter? Very well. I shall grant you a fortnight. After all, my condition is quite advanced, and while I can wait, our child cannot. Tang Wanying's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief as she gazed up at Jiang Nian, her brow arching with playful provocation. She exhaled warm breaths that tantalizingly brushed against Jiang Nian's neck, her alluring presence pressing closer, akin to two soft, pliable fruits, bursting with vitality. Jiang Nian felt a surge of discomfort within. "Let us be clear," he stated, "if I fail to manage this situation, you must not breathe a word of it to anyone else. Otherwise, neither of us will find sanctuary in this village." Tang Wanying nodded in agreement. Her lips poised tantalizingly against Jiang Nian's. "Rest assured, I comprehend." As Tang Wanying's gaze brimmed with seduction and she delicately rose on her toes, preparing to close the distance, Jiang Nian could no longer contain himself and hastily pushed her away. "It's getting late. We should return. I will escort you home, and during this time, please refrain from wandering about. If you provoke any complications, it could endanger our child." Unaware of Jiang Nian's genuine concern, Tang Wanying, filled with delight, merely pursed her lips and nodded, striding ahead like a princess. Jiang Nian inhaled deeply, following her at a measured pace. What a predicament this is. I knew that this little vixen's arrival would spell trouble. I must hurry back and inform them. As the two moved further away, Aunt Air emerged from the cornfield and hurriedly made her way towards Jiang Nian's home. Chapter 49. The child is absolutely not mine. Wang Lan sat in the courtyard, fanning herself with a round fan, her eyes frequently darting towards the entrance, her heart laden with anxiety. The suggestion she had given to Tang Wanying was a double-edged sword. If Jiang Nian were to stubbornly deny the truth, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but Tang Wanying's would also suffer irreparable damage. Once her name was sullied, who among the respectable families would dare to take her in? Thus, she found herself in a state of restless anticipation. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open. Tang Wanying entered, a smile gracing her face, delicate like a flower in bloom. Through the slowly closing door, Wang Lan caught sight of a tall figure, none other than Jiang Nian. The two appeared to share a parting smile, which filled Wang Lan with elation. As the door closed behind them, she hurried forward and inquired, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" Noticing her mother's eager and excited gaze, Tang Wanying bit her lip and nodded. "Wonderful," Wang Lan exclaimed with unrestrained joy, tossing aside her fan and embracing her daughter. "Oh, this dear man has finally been secured. My silly daughter, I have been so anxious these past few days. But now I can finally breathe easy." Tang Wanying was equally overjoyed. "Mother, I never expected it to go so smoothly. I feel that he still holds feelings for me. But he mentioned that he has become engaged to Lin Wan today. He needs to find a way to annul that engagement, so we must wait for half a month." "Half a month is nothing. We can certainly wait," Wang Lan exclaimed, dancing with delight. "Oh, that vile woman Wang Hong, she was so proud last time, flaunting her son's engagement to that Lin Wan. It infuriated me. In the end, he still has to marry my daughter. I shall relish in her dismay. Last time, she refused to offer 500 as a betrothal gift, but this time, we shall demand 800. Let us see if she complies." Hearing this, Tang Wanying was immediately alarmed. "Mother, why are you still thinking about the betrothal gift? The last time, it was precisely because of that demand that the engagement fell through. No matter what, I must marry him, even without a betrothal gift. Please don't let this fall apart again." "Oh, you foolish girl, what do you know? Wang Lan rolled her eyes, gesturing towards Tang Wanying's belly. It's not just about you anymore. There's a child in there. Shouldn't we ask for a bit more? For the sake of Jiang's family heir, we are entitled to whatever we desire. But this child is not even Jiang Nian's flesh and blood. Tang Wanying protested. Foolish. Who would know if you don't speak of it? Wang Lan playfully ruffled Tang Wanying's hair. Right now, the child in your womb belongs to the Jiang family. Remember that. Tang Wanying nodded in agreement. Jiang Nian walked home, his mind in turmoil. Memories of the day 6 months prior when the entire village went to watch a movie flooded his thoughts. Pondering deeply, he was almost certain that nothing untoward had transpired between him and Tang Wanying. However, merely believing it wasn't enough. He needed to seek out a few people for confirmation, to establish witnesses for his own peace of mind. It appears that I must seek out Li Ergu and the others for a drink. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Nian found himself at his doorstep, silently shaking his head before striding inside. The room was brightly lit. His father sat on a stool, puffing away at a cigarette, while his mother busily stitched shoes. His uncle lounged in a chair, also smoking, and their expressions were somber, save for his aunt, whose eyes darted around, indicating an unsettling atmosphere. Xianyan has returned. His aunt was the first to break the silence. Jiang Dashan tapped his cigarette with a grim expression and sternly addressed Jiang Nian. Stand there. I have something to ask you. Is the child in Tang Wanying's womb yours? Jiang Nian's mind went blank. How do you know? He stammered in astonishment. Do not concern yourself with how we know. Simply answer. Is the child Tang Wanying carries yours? If so, what do you intend to do? It was his mother. Wang Hong, who spoke this time, trembling with rage, nearly pricking herself with the needle she held. Wang Hong held a deep admiration for Lin Wan, her prospective daughter-in-law, who was not only beautiful and well-mannered, but also kind and virtuous. She believed that if Lin Wan married into their family, it would be a blessing from their ancestors. Now, with Tang Wanying suddenly claiming to be pregnant with Jiang Nian's child, it felt like a death sentence to her. As this thought crossed her mind, Wang Hong's blood pressure surged, and in a fit of anger, she discarded her sewing and lay down, clutching her forehead. Look at how you've upset your mother. Seeing his wife becoming faint, Jiang Dashan could no longer contain his fury. He struck Jiang Nian on the back of the head, exclaiming in exasperation, You ungrateful wretch. I had thought you had matured and learned to act sensibly, yet here you are, unchanged. I could almost wish for your demise. Jiang Dashan stomped in frustration and quickly turned his attention back to Wang Hong. Xianyan, you have indeed erred in this matter. If the child is of our Jiang family, we cannot abandon it. We must take responsibility. Yet, this would betray the Lin family. Conversely, if the child is not ours, we cannot be made fools. Think carefully about whether you have done anything inappropriate with Tang Wanying, his uncle, Jiang Dahai, queried with a semblance of calmness. It is not mine. Jiang Nian replied immediately. What? Not yours? Did you acknowledge it by the riverbank? His aunt jumped down from the bed, only to realize she had inadvertently revealed her surveillance of them. She quickly covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment as she explained, Xianyan, your aunt was merely concerned for you, fearing that Tang Wanying might be playing tricks. That is why I followed. Do not hold it against me. Thankfully, I did follow. Otherwise, we would remain unaware of this unexpected situation. Speak honestly. Is the child in question yours? If not, we cannot accept it, she pressed. It is not. I swear to the heavens that the child in Tang Wanying's womb is not mine. I have never engaged in any inappropriate conduct with her, Jiang Nian declared, raising his hands in earnest vow. At this declaration, a collective sigh of relief escaped the family. Wang Hong abruptly sat up, anxiously inquiring. Why did you acknowledge it in front of Tang Wanying? You even mentioned wanting to annul your engagement with Lin Guanyi. Let me tell you. Lin Guanyi is the finest girl I have ever encountered, the one I have deemed as the only daughter-in-law in my heart. If you dare to wrong her, I shall disown you as my son. Mother, I speak sincerely. The child in Tang Wanying's womb is unequivocally not mine. My acknowledgement in her presence was solely to placate her. Otherwise, what if she spreads falsehoods claiming the child is mine? What will become of our Jiang family's reputation in the village? You still have the audacity to care about face? This is all your irresponsible entanglement. Jiang Dashan was seething with fury. What do you intend to do about it? Prolonging the situation is not a solution. I shudder to think of any unforeseen complications arising just as you are about to wed Lin Guanyi. With an exasperated huff, Jiang Dashan filled his pipe with tobacco. Father, I have devised a plan. Tomorrow, I shall invite Li Ergu and Sanxing, along with others, for a meal. They will all be present that night. And I am certain some will remain sober. If they are willing to testify on my behalf, I need not fear their accusations. However, this matter must remain confidential. Do not let it slip outside our circle. We are not yet senile. Jiang Nian, with a stern countenance, responded, upon your return tomorrow, procure some meat to entertain them. Only then will they be inclined to speak the truth. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of my course of action. Chapter 50. Revenge must be swift. The following day, due to numerous obligations, Jiang Nian prepared a meager amount of materials for his stall, barely half of what he usually brought, and he decided against selling hazelnuts that day. Upon arriving in the county town, he swiftly set up his stall and just as quickly dismantled it, then made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Finding a suitable spot to park his donkey cart. Having frequented the cooperative recently and made substantial purchases, the staff had nearly all become acquainted with him. He handed over 20 cents, and the elderly gatekeeper gladly agreed to watch over his cart. Inside the cooperative, he bought a burlap sack and tucked it under his arm before exiting. He first headed to a small noodle shop near Lin Wan's home, sitting down and ordering a bowl of beef noodles for 50 cents, all the while gazing outside. Brother, are you admiring the beauties? The owner remarked. That one SA professional. If you're willing to spend, it's quite easy. The proprietor then offered a complimentary dish of appetizers, and, noticing Jiang Nian's gaze wandering outside, added, look at that woman passing by, dressed modestly. Poor soul, she has 4 children. Her husband passed away last year. She is doing her best to support them. The owner shook his head in resignation, clearly misunderstanding Jiang Nian's intent. Jiang Nian merely smiled and inquired, do you know a ruffian in this area, round-faced, quite burly, with a mole on his cheek? Oh, you mean him? The owner responded immediately. His name is Xing Lao Lu, any ne'er-do-well around here. He spends his money on women. What do you need him for? Ah, it's nothing. I owe him a bit of money, but I haven't been able to locate him lately. Ha, you're in the right place then. Just wait here. If he has money, he'll surely come looking for that woman you just saw. You'll likely run into him. Encouraged by this, Jiang Nian continued to eat while he waited. After an hour had passed, he finally spotted Xing Lao Lu approaching, swaying slightly, his demeanor suggesting he was in high spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nian quickly settled his bill and hurried outside. Xing Lao Lu, he called out. At the sound of his name, Xing Lao Lu instinctively turned. And upon seeing Jiang Nian, his face fell, and he attempted to flee. Don't be ridiculous, Jiang Nian thought. Recognizing the pretense of a police officer might lead to unfounded accusations against him, which could spell disaster. Anticipating such a reaction, Jiang Nian swiftly closed the distance, seized his arm, and twisted it behind his back. With his considerable strength, he caused Xing Lao Lu to cry out in pain and kneel on the ground. Taking advantage of his position, Jiang Nian placed a foot on his back, firmly gripping his wrist. Let me go. I'm not a person. I want to dare again. Please don't hit me. Despite his imposing physique, Xing Lao Lu was nothing more than a coward, and he quickly pleaded for mercy, shifting the blame onto Li Junxing. Jiang Nian mused that such a character, if placed in the era of the War of Resistance, would likely have been a traitor or a lackey. Stop your wailing. I have questions for you, and if you answer honestly, I won't harm you, Jiang Nian stated. Honesty? Undoubtedly honesty, you ask. Xing Lao Lu wore a grim expression, trembling with fear, while Jiang Nian twisted his wrist, the pain piercing him as if it were on the verge of being broken. Where could one find Li Junxing, who was often lost in his own revelries? He was undoubtedly at Widow Li's residence, as his sole passion lay in beautiful women. Recently, he had fixated on the widow of a deceased man, persistently pursuing her day after day. If you go now, you are sure to catch him. At that moment, Xing Lao Lu was acutely aware of Jiang Nian's intentions. Without hesitation, he revealed the whereabouts of Li Junxing, eager to extricate himself from the situation. Upon learning of Li Junxing's location, Jiang Nian ceased to waste time on the cowardly Xing Lao Lu. With a swift kick to his backside, he sent him sprawling, and with a menacing warning declared, should you dare to betray me, I will deal with him in the same manner that I will deal with you. I wouldn't. I promise I won't say a word, Xing Lao Lu hastily assured him. After delivering his warning, Jiang Nian turned to leave, while Xing Lao Lu, tail between his legs, scurried away in haste. Widow Li was merely 23 years old this year. In this era, people married young. She had wed at 16. Although she was a mother of 2, her youth remained evident. At that moment, she was busy drying green beans. Summer's bounty of beans could not be left on the vine too long, lest they grow tough. Thus, some must be dried in preparation for the winter months when fresh vegetables would be scarce. She blanched the beans, placed them on a winnowing basket, and carried them to the yard. Her two children played beneath the eaves, and upon seeing them, she felt that despite her hardships, life was still worthwhile. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, followed by an utterly loathsome voice. Sui Hua, open the door. It's me, Junxing. I've brought meat for you and the children. The mere mention of meat made the two children, who had not tasted meat in ages, perk up with interest. The younger boy, filled with excitement, dashed toward the door. You must not go. The woman cried out in alarm, swiftly stepping forward to pull her son into her embrace. Mother has told you before, he is a bad man. But he has meat. The boy's longing was palpable, his eyes brimming with desire. Her heart ached at those words, feeling an unbearable guilt towards her children. Since their father's death, they had not seen any meat in their household. Yet she understood that the unscrupulous Li Junxing harbored ill intentions, and once the door was opened, the true nature of their encounter would be all too clear. Suehua, open the door. I know you are home. The sound of Li Junxing's voice outside made her tears flow freely. She felt the weight of her plight. They say that a widow attracts trouble, and though she had never believed it, now that she found herself in that very role, she experienced it firsthand. Mother, what is wrong? Please don't cry. We want to eat meat. The slightly older girl stepped forward, tenderly wiping her mother's tears. Yet, the more she faced such circumstances, the heavier her heart became. Lacking the means to provide for her two growing children, she felt powerless. Unable even to afford them a morsel of meat, while enduring the humiliation of others. However, witnessing her children's understanding nature filled her with sorrow. She had hoped that by keeping the door closed, she would ensure their safety, but at that moment, a head peeked over the wall, accompanied by a lewd grin. Suehua, it's me. Why aren't you opening the door? I could easily climb over the wall to get in, he taunted. Don't come in. If you do, I'll scream for help. Miao Suehua exclaimed, startled. Oh, come now. This isn't our first encounter. Who would you even call for help? Besides, you're a widow. If you scream, what will others think of you? He chuckled. I mean no harm. I simply wish to have a friendly chat. Why are you so agitated? Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, Li Junxing let out a shriek and fell from the wall. Instantly, the air was filled with sounds of punches and kicks, accompanied by anguished cries. You scoundrel, today I will end you. Let us see if you dare to provoke me again. Today, I shall ensure you learn a lasting lesson. Chapter 51. A toast to you. The wailing persisted for a full half hour. When Li Junxing finally emerged from the sack, he was battered and bruised. His visage unrecognizable, the pain coursing through his body rendering him unable to rise from the ground for an extended period. Who dares? Which scoundrel has the audacity to confront me? Show yourself. If you possess the courage to strike, do not hide behind a sack. Should I discover your identity, I will end you, he groaned. As he grimaced in agony, he searched the vicinity for any sign of his assailant but found none. The most infuriating part was that the piece of meat he had possessed was now lost, and with his current state, there was no way he could face the widow. He could only limp away. As he departed, two children peered at him from the doorway, their eyes following him until he was out of sight. Then turning to the man seated in the courtyard, he held a piece of meat, causing the children to drool in anticipation. Seeing this, Jiang Nian glanced at the meat in his hand, smiled gently, and handed it to Miao Suehua beside him, saying, Sister, you too witnessed the one who struck me. Did you not? Inform me, and this meat shall serve to appease the children's cravings. Setting down the pork, Jiang Nian slowly stood and prepared to leave. Striking someone was indeed a strenuous endeavor. At that moment, his clothes were nearly drenched, clinging to his frame and revealing enticing contours. Miao Suehua, observing this, felt her heart race as if it were a drum. Since the death of her husband, she had been strict with herself, never sharing a bed with another man. Yet, she was a woman, and like any woman, she yearned for affection. After a prolonged drought, seeing such a handsome man as Jiang Nian, with a splendid physique and exuding masculinity, how could she remain unmoved? Thank you. Miao Suehua's heart raced, and though she wished to express herself further, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately settling on a simple expression of gratitude. After all, Jiang Nian had indeed come to her rescue today. Had he not appeared and dealt a thorough beating to Li Junxing, she would have likely compromised herself for the sake of 2 liang of meat. No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial matter, Jiang Nian replied with a smile, glancing back as he exited the courtyard. As he left, Miao Suehua felt a profound sense of disappointment. After all, this man was remarkable. Since her husband's demise, she had not felt a stir of affection towards any man. And Jiang Nian was the first to evoke such feelings. Yet, the realization struck her that a man of his caliber, with such charisma and charm, surely attracted countless admirers. In contrast, she was merely a widow with 2 children, and the impractical thoughts that flitted through her mind were swiftly quelled. Jiang Nian, unaware of Miao Cuihua's musings, was in high spirits after releasing his pent-up frustration. Initially, he had not intended to confront Li Junsheng, but the latter had brought upon himself his own demise, slandering them in public. Adhering to the principle of retribution, Jiang Nian was not about to let him off the hook. However, he hoped that Li Junsheng would learn from this experience, as delivering such a thrashing was quite exhausting. He made his way to the supply cooperative, purchasing several bottles of Red Star Erguo, along with meat, peanuts, and ham, spending a total of 45.8 yuan, in a bid to prove his innocence. Jiang Nian was determined to invest considerable effort this time. Upon returning home in the afternoon, he hastily set down his purchases and dashed out once more. His first destination was Zhao Xia's abode. Zhao Xia was an ne'er-do-well, utterly indolent, neglecting any household chores and merely lounging around, living off others. A perfect embodiment of the term nepotism that would later come into vogue. At this hour, around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, he was undoubtedly indulging in a deep slumber, making him an easy target. Jiang Nian approached the window and peered inside, discovering Zhao Xia sprawled on the bed, bare-chested, in a state of utter disarray, with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Knocking loudly on the window, Jiang Nian roused Zhao Xia from his slumber, causing him to sit up abruptly, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Nian called out, knocking again until Zhao Xia finally recognized him. "Oh, it's you. You nearly scared me to death. Why are you banging so loudly?" Zhao Xia had a peculiar quirk. When in the throes of deep sleep, he would become irate if awakened. Knowing this flaw, Jiang Nian simply smiled and remarked, "No need for alarm, my friend. I have good news for you. Come to my house tonight at 8. I'm treating you, and dare go to a drink." "What? Drinks?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Disbelief etched across his face. "What good fortune is this? You're treating us to drinks? Is it not considered a good deed if I invite you to drink? I purchased meat, pig knuckles, and various delicacies that you seldom get to enjoy. So will you join us?" Jiang Nian inquired. "Of course. Why would I miss out on such fortune? I'm on my way right now." Zhao Xia exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The thought of such dishes, let alone those typically reserved for special occasions, was irresistible. "Before I go, I need to gather Li Ergo, Ma Zi, and Desheng as well. Will you help me find them? I'll prepare for their arrival," he proposed. "Absolutely, leave it to me," Zhao Xia responded eagerly. With Zhao Xia assisting in rounding up the others, Jiang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, the group lived at quite a distance from one another, and unlike Zhao Xia, they were not accustomed to idling at home, making the search a bit more challenging. However, he was confident that once he found them, their love for drink would ensure their attendance. These companions were notorious for their indulgence. Just the mention of drinks would make their eyes gleam, particularly Li Ergo, who had a voracious appetite and would never turn down an opportunity to imbibe, even without snacks to accompany the liquor. "I'll head back now. Make sure you all arrive on time. Don't delay," Jiang Nian instructed. "Don't worry. We won't be late." Zhao Xia chuckled, beaming as he dressed and eagerly stepped outside. After parting ways with Zhao Xia, Jiang Nian returned home and set about his preparations with great vigor. Given the significance of the occasion, he knew he needed to ensure everything was in place to impress these drinkers and secure their testimonies on his behalf. With his mother busy in the fields, the responsibility of organizing the gathering rested squarely on his shoulders. As the time was still early, Jiang Nian meticulously prepared all the ingredients and set them aside, only commencing his culinary endeavors around 4 or 5 o'clock. In his previous life, although he was a billionaire, his passion for gastronomy had never allowed him to neglect his culinary skills. Those who truly appreciate food possess a deeper understanding of its creation. With 8 exquisite dishes to prepare, Jiang Nian devoted himself wholeheartedly, selecting the finest ingredients and mastering both timing and technique with impeccable precision. Just as he was fervently engaged in his cooking, Zhao Xia, Li Ergu, and others arrived with great enthusiasm. "Wow, it smells incredible. Am I seeing this correctly? Jiang Nian, when did you learn to cook? This looks remarkably impressive. Indeed, you've been rather inconsiderate, quietly becoming exceptional and leaving the rest of us in the dust. Haven't you? Let me see what dishes you've prepared." The group eagerly drew back the curtains, only to be left astounded by the array of dishes laid out on the table. "My goodness, Jiang Nian, you've truly outdone yourself. This is even better than the New Year's Eve feast." Chapter 52. Lin Wan attended to me throughout the night. On the table lay an array of chicken, fish, and meat, splendidly prepared with a delightful balance of flavors and aromas that left us awestruck. My heavens, Jiang Nian, did you truly prepare all this? It's simply extraordinary. With such culinary skills, you could easily become a master chef. Indeed, I never realized you possessed such talent for cooking. Had I known, I would have enlisted your services for my wedding feast. The quality of the dishes is one thing, but the sheer volume of this spread must have cost at least 50 or 60. You must have struck it rich. Our eyes widened in disbelief. As we were all aware of Jiang Nian's ventures in the market, yet we found it hard to believe he was making such a fortune. Enough staring. Let us sit down and eat. Jiang Nian cheerfully urged, bringing over bowls and chopsticks. Tonight, we must indulge. No one is allowed to hold back. Who among us could possibly hold back? Li Erge chuckled. Without hesitation, he seized his chopsticks and eagerly helped himself to the grilled fish, overwhelmed by its delectable aroma. This is simply exquisite. One bite led to another, and he was utterly captivated. Jiang Nian smiled quietly, confident in his culinary prowess. The recipe for this Sichuan grilled fish had cost him 5,000 in his previous life, acquired from an exceptionally renowned establishment. Wait a moment. Shouldn't we wait for uncle and aunt to return before we dig in? Remarked Desheng, the most sensible among us. He then turned to Jiang Nian, inquiring, where have uncle and aunt gone? Should we not wait for them? Jiang Nian shook his head. No need to wait. They've gone to help second aunt with some work and likely won't be back until late. Let us eat first, and I'll save some for them. Last night, Jiang Nian had discussed the plan with his parents, knowing their presence might make Li Erge and the others feel restrained, preventing them from speaking freely. Jiang Nian, what prompted you to treat us to such a grand feast tonight? Surely, you must have some request of us? Li Erge asked with a mischievous grin. His long face and slightly protruding teeth made his smile a tad unsettling. Is it so unusual to invite you all for a drink without an ulterior motive? Jiang Nian replied, unfazed. He knew that with their minds still clear, they would likely not divulge anything. Only after a few drinks would they loosen up. What else could it be for? Zhao Si'er chimed in, eagerly anticipating the festivities. Jiang Nian has become engaged to Lin Wan. Their marriage is inevitable. And inviting us for a drink is hardly out of the ordinary. Indeed, with Lin Wan's well-off family, you've truly struck gold. It's commendable that you haven't forgotten your friends, another added. Come, let us raise our glasses. Here's to Jiang Nian and Lin Wan. May they find happiness and joy, and may their family grow swiftly. With laughter and cheer, we lifted our glasses and began to drink. The renowned Red Star Erguo that Jiang Nian purchased was a formidable 56 degrees. Initially, one might not perceive its potency, but as the evening progressed, the effects became undeniable, even for seasoned drinkers like Li Erge and Zhao Si'er. After several rounds, it became evident that the group was becoming increasingly inebriated, their conversations growing louder and more uninhibited, with a stream of boastful remarks flowing almost unconsciously. Jiang Nian recognized that the moment had arrived. Brothers, it has been quite some time since we last gathered for a drink, hasn't it? I recall our last rendezvous was half a year ago during the village screening. Jiang Nian intentionally broached the subject. Indeed, that occasion at my home, where you became thoroughly intoxicated, clinging to Tang Wanying's hand, crying and declaring your feelings, only to be met with rejection, one replied, laughter in his voice. When you all of a sudden decided to marry, we were all taken aback, struggling to comprehend how Tang Wanying, who clearly had no affection for you, could suddenly accept you. Li Erge chuckled at the recollection, remarking on the absurdity of their unfulfilled marriage. What is truly ludicrous is your drastic shift in attitude towards Tang Wanying. You were once nothing more than a sycophant. Honestly, seeing you then made me want to kick you. She may be beautiful, but you, as a man, shouldn't demean yourself so. There are countless flowers in the world. Why hang your hopes on a single tree? Zhao Si'er expressed disdain for the Jiang Nian of that time. They all loathed that version of themselves. Even Jiang Nian held contempt for his past self. A sycophant, indeed, but in the end, it yielded nothing. I was young and naive, believing that mere affection could lead to happiness. It was only later that I realized that true happiness stems from mutual love. Much like the bond one share with Lin Wan now, Jiang Nian reflected. Shifting the conversation, he turned to Li Erge and inquired, my friend. I was utterly inebriated that night and have no recollection of my actions. I woke up at your place the following morning. I didn't do anything inappropriate, did I? Jiang Nian posed the question indirectly. Li Erge, though slightly tipsy, remained lucid. Did you not behave inappropriately? His expression suddenly grew serious, causing a pang of anxiety in Jiang Nian's heart. You were sobbing like a child, clinging to my arm, insisting that I convince Tang Wanying to marry you. Your shamelessness prompted me to slap you twice. Upon hearing Li Erge's words, Jiang Nian felt an immense weight lift from his chest. And afterward, you did not seek out Tang Wanying again. He tentatively probed. Why pursue Tang Wanying? She left with Wang Mo. You were vomiting like a wretched dog. And it was Lin Wan who stayed the night to care for you. She left the next morning. Lin Wan took care of me throughout the night? Jiang Nian exclaimed. A mix of astonishment and joy washing over him. He had been blissfully unaware of this detail. In his drunken haze, he had only vaguely perceived a woman tending to him, wiping his sweat, and had assumed it was Tang Wanying. The revelation that it was Lin Wan filled him with warmth. At this juncture, further inquiries were unnecessary. Lin Wan had been present, tending to him throughout the night. Thus, any intimate encounter would have undoubtedly involved her, having no connection whatsoever to Tang Wanying. However, a troubling thought crossed Jiang Nian's mind. Just moments ago, Li Erge had mentioned that Tang Wanying had left with Wang Mo that very evening. Could it be? This was not entirely implausible. After all, Wang Mo had previously maintained a close rapport with Tang Wanying, yet his outward demeanor had always appeared rather respectable, which led Jiang Nian to overlook him as a possibility. Could it truly be him? Doubts began to stir within Jiang Nian, who knew where Wang Mo had vanished to. It had been half a year since they last laid eyes on him after that drinking bout. Jiang Nian took a sip of his drink, his face slightly flushed, and inquired, who knows? When he departed, he mentioned that a cousin from the south was to introduce him to a job. But now his family could no longer reach him, Disheng replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian ceased his questions. At this point, it sufficed to extricate himself from the situation. As for the identity of the father of Tang Wanying's child, he felt no obligation to uncover the truth. When Wang Mo returned, he would surely treat him to another round. Come, let us continue to drink. Chapter 53. Clarification. The following morning, Wang rose later than usual, his head feeling somewhat foggy and swollen. The antique wall clock swung erratically, emitting a persistent ticking sound. It was already 9:30, and he decided against opening his stall that day. However, he did not succumb to further slumber. Instead, he arose to feed the donkey some fodder. Over the past few days, the creature had been tirelessly traversing to the county town, and it certainly deserved some care. Alongside the fodder, he needed to ensure it received some corn to maintain its nourishment. This donkey was a source of pride for the Jiang family, awarded to them by the commune during a points-earning initiative. Although it had aged over the years, its resilience and hardiness had been steadfast, and the Jiang family had always treated it with kindness, considering it an integral member of their household. The weather was sweltering, and Jiang Nian fetched a bucket of water, using a brush to scrub the donkey's back. After finishing, he planned to venture to the county town in the afternoon to see Lin Wan. Perhaps it was time to purchase a bicycle, he mused, as his parents would find it much easier to work the fields with the donkey cart during this busy farming season. The temperature had soared in recent days, reaching a staggering 36 degrees at noon. Consequently, his parents rose at 4 or 5 in the morning to toil in the fields, returning with their hoes when the heat became unbearable. Xiaonian, have you managed to clarify the situation? Upon entering the courtyard, his mother, Wang Hong, could hardly contain her impatience. Throughout the morning, her heart had been in turmoil. Last night, when Jiang Nian returned inebriated, she could not glean any information from him, leaving her anxious while working in the fields, fearful that Tang Wanying's child might belong to Jiang Nian. Jiang Dashan wore a grave expression, holding his smoking pipe with a furrowed brow, clearly troubled. After all, he knew all too well his son's past indiscretions and feared that Jiang Nian might lie, potentially ruining the lives of 2 young women. At his age, he had never encountered such a predicament and was at a loss for how to proceed. If Jiang Nian were indeed the father of Tang Wanying's child, they would have to take responsibility. The child must carry the Jiang surname. Yet that would inevitably hurt the virtuous Lin Wan. The thought weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him speechless as he quietly scrutinized Jiang Nian, awaiting a response. I have clarified it. The child is definitely not mine. Seeing the concern etched on his parents' faces, Jiang Nian felt compelled to respond quickly. He recounted the events of the previous evening, detailing his drinking with Zhao Si and Li Erlang, along with their conversations. Consequently, Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong's expressions visibly lightened. Lin Wan took care of you all night. So it's truly wonderful that nothing transpired between you and Tang Wanying that day. His mother, Wang Hong, initially rejoiced, but her countenance quickly darkened as she could not restrain herself from exclaiming, that wretched girl, how could she be so vile? Is she not trying to tarnish our Xiaonian's reputation? I once thought her mother was a poor character, but I believed she was decent. Now I see. Like mother, like daughter, she is inherently wicked. Mother Wang Hongwei became increasingly agitated, feeling that she could not allow this injustice to pass unchallenged. No, I must confront them, she declared, her indignation boiling over. How can they be so malicious, bullying us to such an extent? Come back. Father Jiang Dashan seized her arm, his voice firm. If you go there in this state, it will surely lead to a fight. What will happen to Tang Wanying then? We cannot be so ruthless. Upon hearing her husband's words, Wang Hongyue's anger intensified. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, scolding, "Look at your pitiful self. Did you ever consider how her son would feel when she slanders him? If she succeeds, our son will be branded a scoundrel. And what will it matter whether she can conduct herself properly?" Despite her fierce words, Wang Hongwei ultimately stood down, recognizing the truth in Jiang Dashan's argument. In this era, if a girl lost her reputation, even if she did not perish, she would essentially face social death. Although she was furious and spoke harshly, she found it difficult to act on her wrath. This matter cannot simply be dismissed, otherwise, who knows what further troubles they might bring upon us. Wang Hongwei asserted. Mother, rest assured, I have already devised a plan for handling this situation, and I guarantee she will not bother me again, Jiang Nian stated confidently. What do you intend to do? Jiang Dashan inquired, casting a glance at his son. An eye for an eye, Jiang Nian replied with a slight smile. Neither Jiang Dashan nor Wang Hongwei, lacking formal education, comprehended their son's words. However, observing Jiang Nian's demeanor, they sensed his confidence and refrained from further questioning. If you can resolve it, that is good. Try not to escalate the situation. Though she has wronged us, we must not act unjustly. We should always leave a path for others, Jiang Dashan advised, puffing on his pipe. Wang Hongwei rolled her eyes, weary of Jiang Dashan's consistent demeanor as a peacemaker, often swallowing his own grievances. I do not care how you handle this, but you must clarify the situation with Lin Wan. You two are betrothed and on the verge of marriage. We cannot allow misunderstandings to arise from this incident, Wang Hongwei urged. Having lived a lifetime with Jiang Dashan, she spoke from experience, cautioning Jiang Nian. Many misunderstandings stem from concealment and deceit, ultimately affecting the bond between two people. Now, she had already accepted Lin Wan as her daughter-in-law and wished to avoid any further complications, for her heart could not endure additional turmoil. Mother, I understand. After lunch, I will head to the county to explain everything to Lin Wan, Jiang Nian assured her. Good, Wang Hongwei nodded. I hope this is the final act of this farce. If they continue to stir trouble, I shall expose that Tang Wanying is carrying an illegitimate child. Let us see how they manage their lives then. Wang Hongwei remained dissatisfied, expressing her frustration. That is a matter for the future. I believe it will not come to that, Jiang Nian confidently remarked. The pressing matter at hand is to keep a close watch on the second aunt's loose tongue. Otherwise, it won't be long before the entire village is aware of this incident. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Jiang Dashan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we ought to inform her. Otherwise, if it spreads, it would reflect poorly on our family. The fear of public opinion is palpable, and one can never predict how the tale may twist. Her tongue is of little use if you inform her. Others may already be in the know, Mother Wang Hong interjected. The second aunt cannot keep a secret. While she may refrain from speaking last night, today is another matter entirely. Wang Hong pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Very well. I shall go and have a word with her, but let it not interfere with my son's wedding. If necessary, I might even allow her to gain a little advantage. Mother Wang Hong was acutely aware of the second aunt's character. If there were benefits to be had, she would surely keep her lips tightly sealed if promised some rewards. With that, Mother Wang Hong made her way toward the second aunt's home. Jiang Nian glanced at the sky, contemplating that an early departure would ensure a swift return, and thus prepared to set out with the donkey cart. Chapter 54, The Complex Emotions of Lin Wan and Her Mother at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Nian parked the donkey cart at the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to purchase some items for Lin Wan. After all, it was imperative to express his thoughts, and one could not be certain that Lin Wan would not indulge in a bout of sulkiness. Once Jiang Nian completed his shopping and cheerfully harnessed the donkey cart to head to Lin Guan's home, he encountered an individual. To his surprise, it was none other than the chef from the Guayin restaurant. The chef, slightly corpulent with a round face and prominent ears, was quite conspicuous, making him easy for Jiang Nian to recognize at first glance. You are the one who sold mushrooms that day. Upon greeting him with a smile, the chef momentarily appeared dazed before he too recognized Jiang Nian. Aha, indeed, it is you. What a coincidence. he exclaimed. Thank you for that day. Jiang Nian smiled and offered him a cigarette. Although he did not smoke, past experiences had taught him that while one could refrain from smoking, it was essential to carry them. The nuances of social etiquette held significant weight. Come on, what else to thank? I didn't have any gains myself. The chef accepted the cigarette, and Jiang Nian politely lit it for him. In high spirits, the chef grew more conversational. Let me tell you, buddy, the mushrooms you had that day were exceptional. Normally, I would have bought them right away, but you know how things can be. Sometimes, the hierarchy can be quite oppressive. With her present, I simply couldn't proceed. To be honest, if I had the money, I would have purchased them myself. Fortunately, you encountered a benefactor, a gentleman by the surname of Liu, who works at the county government. He has a penchant for mountain delicacies. And that day, he was also hosting an old leader for a meal. He happened to spot your mushrooms and bought them. You wouldn't believe it. He raved about your mushrooms and even asked if we could locate you to procure more. I thought we would never find you again, but here you are. The chef appeared genuinely delighted, chattering unenthusiastically. Really? Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed the peak season for mushrooms, and as long as there was demand, he was not worried about supply. Ever since he received payment last time, the children had been eager, often approaching him to inquire about mushroom foraging. Some even ventured to the mountains to scout for spots, returning to inform Jiang Nian where mushrooms could be found. However, due to recent occurrences, he had not allowed them to gather any, as only fresh mushrooms were truly delectable. Now that he had a potential customer, Jiang Nian could hardly let this opportunity slip by. If he truly wants them, I can certainly procure some. Could you possibly facilitate a connection? As he spoke, Jiang Nian pulled out the remaining cigarettes from his pocket and pressed them into the chef's hand. Seeing Jiang Nian's courtesy, the chef promptly patted his chest in assurance. No problem at all. You can trust me. Once we gather them, I will personally deliver them to the Guayin restaurant. And what about your leader? Jiang Nian began, but the chef interrupted with a laugh. Of course, we must tread carefully. Nevertheless, seeing him should pose no issue, after all. These mushrooms are intended for him, and I cannot afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He climbed onto the donkey cart and said, All right then, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to. But we shall discuss further at the Guayin restaurant. Sure thing. The two exchanged courteous greetings before parting ways. From the chef's expression, it was evident that he was a person of many schemes, possibly skimming off some profits in the process. However, Jiang Nian was indifferent. For it was impossible to expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. He understood that a full stomach would fuel his ambitions. Jiang Nian contemplated that if he sold well this time, he would purchase a bicycle. Not only for the convenience of commuting to the city, but also as a betrothal gift for Lin Wan, which would enhance his stature. With a light heart, he drove towards Lin Wan's residence. In contrast, Lin Wan was feeling somewhat anxious. She sat by the window, her gaze fixed in anticipation, especially since Jiang Nian had not visited the previous day, leaving her with a sense of emptiness, as if something precious had slipped away. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Wei Shuzhen couldn't help but shake her head. Her daughter was growing up, and this feeling was reminiscent of her own youth. Would Jiang Nian not come today as well? Lin Guan sighed, displaying a lack of vitality. Was it merely one day apart that could evoke such feelings? Wei Shuzhen shook her head, sitting beside Lin Guan to offer comfort. You two are already engaged. You will be living together in the future. What is there to fear about not having time together? With a sigh, Wei Shuzhen expressed her own melancholy, admitting that the thought of her daughter starting a family left her unsettled. What will I do when I can't see you? I will miss you dearly. At this point, her voice trembled with emotion. The Lin family had only Lin Guan as their sole child, a situation not unlike the Jiang family. Before the family planning policies were instituted, households typically welcomed numerous children. It was common to have 5 to 7 offspring, as children were relatively easy to raise and the costs were low. In normal circumstances, the Lin family would not have only Lin Guan, but after her birth, Wei Shuzhen's health deteriorated, rendering her unfit for further pregnancies. Consequently, Lin Guan was cherished beyond measure. Now that Lin Guan was to be married, she felt joy intertwined with a bittersweet sentiment. Mother. Noticing her mother's emotional state, Lin Guan felt a pang in her heart and quickly embraced her shoulders to console her. Please don't be like this. I want to be far when I marry. If I miss you, I will come back to stay. Wei Shuzhen nodded, striving to suppress her emotions. Yet, she understood that once married, her daughter would be bound to her own life, unable to frequently return home. The whispers of the community could be daunting. If one returned to their parental home too often, Neighbors might speculate that she was being mistreated by her husband. Just then, the sound of wheels could be heard outside, followed by Jiang Nian's voice. "Yes, here." "Quickly, compose yourself," Wei Shuzhen said as she glanced out the window, rising promptly to greet him with a smile. "Auntie, I brought some food again. Look at you, always bringing things. Your presence is enough. No need for all these items." "Come inside," she said, laughing as she accepted the offerings and placed them on the floor before ushering Jiang Nian into the house. Upon entering, Jiang Nian noticed Lin Wan's slightly reddened eyes, which piqued his curiosity. "What's the matter? Why are your eyes so red?" "Hello. I felt a bit disheartened by your absence yesterday. Such a pitiful sight," Wei Shuzhen quickly explained. "Oh, I see. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, which is why I couldn't come. Don't be sad, for here I am now." Jiang Nian gently approached. As Lin Wan gazed into Jiang Nian's kind eyes, handsome visage, and soul-stirring voice, her cheeks flushed instantly, leaving no trace of her earlier emotions. "Next time you have something going on, you must inform me in advance. Otherwise, I would worry excessively." "All right, I promise," Jiang Nian replied with a slight smile. "In fact, I have something to confess to you. Shall we take a stroll?" "Confess?" Lin Guan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Nian nodded. "It's nothing serious. I'll tell you shortly, and you will understand." Chapter 55. Never deceive me. As Lin Guan walked down the street, she shyly lowered her head, appearing somewhat reserved. She had never felt this way when she was with Jiang Nian. Ever since their intimate encounter in the cornfield, every time she saw him, her face would flush, and her mind would involuntarily drift back to their shared moments. This recurring situation led her to question whether something was amiss with her, as she found herself preoccupied with these shameless thoughts. "Don't you have something to say to me? There aren't many people around. You can speak here," Lin Guan remarked, attempting to ease her inner embarrassment as she glanced around. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nian halted, slowly turning to face her, gently grasping her shoulders, and gazing deeply into her eyes. "Lin Guan, before we discuss anything, I must tell you that you are the sole love of my life. The moment I decided to be with you and marry you, you were destined to be my partner for life. Therefore, no matter what I say, you must not be angry." Hearing Jiang Nian's serious declaration, Lin Guan nodded. "Tang Wanying has contacted me again." Lin Guan's heart sank at once. She looked into Jiang Nian's eyes, biting her lip in silence. "She told me she is pregnant, and the child is mine." The moment those words escaped Jiang Nian's lips, Lin Guan's heart, though reassured by his earlier words, paled, and tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Nevertheless, she managed to hold herself together. "What do you want to say next? Are you going to break our engagement?" Lin Guan's voice trembled, if not for Jiang Nian's steadying presence. She feared she would collapse to the ground. She understood that if Tang Wanying truly bore Jiang Nian's child, there was little he could do, as the child was his flesh and blood. As long as Jiang Nian was a responsible man, he would undoubtedly choose his own child. Deep down, Lin Guan felt disheartened at the thought that if he chose otherwise, she would be profoundly disappointed. She did not wish to marry a man devoid of responsibility. This conflicting turmoil within her only intensified her distress, leaving her at a loss for what to do. "Please, do not be agitated. I have not finished speaking." Jiang Nian quickly reassured Lin Guan, his voice gentle. "In truth, when she first mentioned this to me, I was equally bewildered, as she claimed it happened 6 months ago when I was intoxicated. However, I found it hard to believe. I did not come yesterday because I sought out Li Ergu and the others to verify this matter. And the result? I confirmed that the child is not mine." Jiang Nian held Lin Guan's shoulders, his gaze unwavering, as the depth of his affection sent a shiver through her. "Because I know that on that night, the person I love most took care of me throughout, and even if something had transpired, it should have been with her." Lin Guan's heart quaked. Even if she was slow to react, she understood precisely which day he was referring to, and she trembled at the recollection of that night, when Jiang Nian had held her hand tightly, refusing to let go, causing her cheeks to flush. It was from that day forward that she began to confront her own feelings. She truly liked Jiang Nian. "Lin Wan, do you know? That day I was quite intoxicated. Yet I vaguely perceived the silhouette of a woman who held my hand and wiped my sweat, caring for me with meticulous attention. I had always believed that person to be Tang Wanying, and thus my thoughts were solely with her. Today, however, I discovered that I was mistaken. That person was you, the one I ought to fervently pursue. Fortunately, fate has not been unkind to me, and after much stumbling, I have ultimately found you." Gazing into Jiang Nian's sincere eyes and hearing his heartfelt words, Lin Wan felt a tumult of emotions within her, unsure of how to respond. "Lin Wan, I share this with you to prevent future heartache. I wish to convey that my feelings for you are utterly transparent, devoid of any hidden agendas. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan was instantly moved. She understood that in matters of the heart, the gravest missteps are secrecy, suspicion, and distrust. At that moment, she was even more convinced that she had chosen the right man. We are soon to be wed, and I will be your wife, regardless of what arises. You must be as forthright with me as you are today. I am not an unreasonable woman. As long as your actions are just, I shall support you. Yet, you must never deceive me, Lin Wan asserted. Absolutely, Jiang Nian replied solemnly. The two gazed into one another's eyes, discovering profound affection reflected in their mutual glances. Life is most fulfilling when spent with the one you love, built on a foundation of trust, free from doubt. Oh, by the way, Wanying mentioned she is pregnant. Is that true or false? Lin Wan suddenly recalled, her gaze on Jiang Nian becoming slightly uneasy. If Wanying truly is with child, and if the father is not Jiang Nian, then whose child could it be? She covered her mouth, unable to fathom the implications. After all, this is no trivial matter. Should it come to light, an unwed mother unaware of her child's father would be subject to scorn and derision. Noticing Lin Wan's expression, Jiang Nian reluctantly nodded. While I cannot ascertain the father, I am certain she is indeed pregnant and has been for some time. Lin Wan's eyes widened. Her mind raced back over the past 6 months, recalling the men who had been closely associated with Tang Wanying, but after much contemplation, she remained uncertain of the child's paternity. Tang Wanying, renowned for her beauty, was celebrated as the village flower, attracting numerous suitors. During that period, there were several men vying for her attention, and since Wanying often seemed to avoid her when in their company, Lin Wan remained oblivious to the child's true father. What should I do now? Lin Wan felt a surge of anxiety. After all, she regarded Wanying as her close friend and wished to shield her from disgrace. This predicament is of her own making. I will clarify matters with her. This situation bears no relation to us. If she had any sense of dignity, she would cease her pursuit of me, Jiang Nian declared. Following this incident, he resolved to no longer extend any leniency towards Tang Wanying. If she ceased her entanglement with him, he would assist in finding a clinic in the county to terminate the pregnancy. However, if she persists in her entanglement, he would not hesitate to reveal everything. Lin Wan was about to say something when she heard a commotion ahead, with a cacophony of shouts that, upon closer inspection, seemed to include cries of a child has been stolen, capture the trafficker, and stop him. Jiang Nian, upon hearing the familiar sounds, furrowed his brow. Before he could ponder further, he heard a child's wailing, soon followed by the sight of a man running frantically, cradling a boy in his arms, while a woman chased after him, crying out in desperation. Is it her? Chapter 56. The human trafficker. In an instant, Jiang Nian recognized the woman pursuing him from behind. She was the widow he had encountered during the brutal beating of Li Junshen. In her arms, she held her young son, who was evidently terrified, crying and reaching out for his mother. Witnessing this distressing scene, with numerous onlookers also in pursuit, the man accompanying the boy appeared frantic, darting towards Jiang Nian's direction. Following his gaze, Jiang Nian observed a woman standing not far from a corner. As Miao Tsui Hua closed in, this woman lunged forward, seizing the man's thigh in a desperate embrace. The woman stumbled, quickly emerging from her hiding place, hurling insults as she advanced to snatch the child. You shameless wretch. Stealing a child? I'll kill you. Don't listen to her nonsense. This is my grandson. Get lost. The woman, with a face full of disdain, kicked Miao Tsui Hua in the abdomen. Miao Tsui Hua's complexion turned pale, her stomach convulsing in pain, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to relinquish her hold, repeatedly shouting, Return my child. Give me back my child. The disdainful woman, experienced in such confrontations, realized that even with repeated kicks, Miao Tsui Hua would not let go. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly snatched the child from the man's arms and signaled to make her escape through the crowd. Stop right there. As she attempted to navigate through the throng, Jiang Nian seized her arm. Turning to face him, she found herself under his fierce glare, pain radiating from her wrist, causing her to grimace. Jiang Nian felt no obligation to show mercy to such a trafficker, exerting considerable force in his grip. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless children abducted by human traffickers, subjected to inhumane treatment at such tender ages. Being sold to other families was considered fortunate, some were even maimed, forced to beg on the streets, exploiting the goodwill of the populace. This dark underbelly of society had shattered countless families, leading to the madness of parents who lost their children, while others scoured the nation for decades in search of their loved ones. In Jiang Nian's view, all human traffickers deserved to face execution. What are you doing? As the pain in her wrist intensified, the disdainful woman grimaced and struggled to break free. However, Jiang Nian, naturally strong and intentionally applying pressure, rendered her efforts futile. Her face flushed with pain, she gasped for breath, desperation striking her with a sudden idea. She cried out, "Help! Help! He is harassing me! Look, in broad daylight, he wants to let go of my hand. How shameless! You're the shameless one. Attempting to abduct a child in public, and everyone is watching," Lin Wan rebuked. Her usual gentle demeanor replaced by fierce resolve as she stepped forward to wrest the child from the woman's grasp. She had always possessed a deep affection for children. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's accusation that these two were human traffickers, her heart surged with fury. In that moment, the typically gentle woman found an unexpected reservoir of courage. Resolutely determined that the children must not be taken away. As she observed Lin Wan attempting to seize the child, panic overtook her. She swiftly clasped the child to her chest, refusing to let go, and began to hurl insults. "Shameless! Mind your own business. This is my grandson." The crowd gathered, eager to weigh in. "That's my son, and that shameless woman is my daughter-in-law. She was caught red-handed trying to abduct people in our village. And in her fear of being punished, she fled, taking my grandson with her. My son and I have searched for her for over half a month." The woman's performance was remarkable. She collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. Had Jiang Nian not known that Miao Tsuehua was a widow struggling to raise 2 children, one might have believed her tale. As the onlookers absorbed her words, they began to point fingers at Miao Tsuehua, their expressions laced with disdain. "So that's how it is. She hardly seems like a woman of virtue." Disgusted murmurs circulated. "How shameless. If she has the audacity to steal a man, she should have the courage to face the consequences." Such women were the most detestable, presenting themselves as pitiful, yet secretly embodying a lascivious nature. They warned each other to keep a close eye on their husbands, lest this brazen woman take advantage of the situation. The confused bystanders chimed in, condemning Miao Tsuehua. The fact that she resided in the more remote western part of the county city, where few recognized her, only added to her isolation. Desperately, she shook her head, exclaiming, "No, what they are saying is false. I am not his woman, and the child is not his." At that moment, a resounding slap struck Miao Tsuehua's face, and the man, his anger palpable, jabbed a finger at her nose, glaring fiercely. "Say that again. Are you not my woman? How dare you deny it? I'll make you regret it." Though a woman is often perceived as weak, a mother's instinct can ignite fierce resolve. Faced with the imminent threat of her child being abducted, she steeled herself, unwilling to bow down or show weakness. "No. My husband passed away over a year ago. I do not know you." With that, Miao Tsuehua sank her teeth into the man's leg, causing him to howl in pain. As he raised his hand to strike her again, Jiang Nian swiftly intervened, seizing the man's arm and twisting it, delivering a powerful kick to his thigh. The man collapsed to his knees, cursing as he attempted to rise, only to find Jiang Nian's foot pressing down hard on his back. The sheer force of the blow astonished the onlookers. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian showed no mercy, twisting the wrist of the stout woman, who screeched in agony, her body trembling from the excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wan snatched the child from her grasp. "Help! Someone please! They're killing me!" The woman wailed, desperately trying to create confusion once more. Jiang Nian exhibited no tolerance for her faults. Before she could utter more than a few cries, he forcefully twisted her hand, causing her to scream in pain. "Stop your charade. I am not deceived by your ruse. You claim to be the child's grandmother, so tell me the child's name, age, and the location of their birthmark." The woman, with a face full of flesh, swiftly replied, "His name is Shirtu, he is 5 years old, and the birthmark is on his thigh." "You lie." Miao Siyu, having risen from the ground, hurriedly rushed forward to embrace her child, weeping as she vehemently retorted, "My son's name is Xiaohu, Wang Xiaohu, he is 4.5 years old, and he has no birthmark whatsoever." With that, in front of the gathered crowd, Miao Siyu forcibly removed her child's clothing to provide proof. "You two are the despicable human traffickers." A voice rang out, "Indeed, they are traffickers. Let us punish these wretches." The crowd, incensed, surged forward, their indignation palpable. Jiang Nian, sensing the escalating chaos, swiftly made his escape, while the 2 alleged traffickers found themselves trapped by the furious mob. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of fists and feet striking, mingled with the anguished cries and pleas from the assailants, along with the furious denunciations from the crowd. Chapter 57. The dream within every girl's heart in the brigade. Is this truly acceptable? Observing the agitated crowd, Lin Wan's heart brimmed with concern as she lowered her voice to inquire. Clearly, she feared for the potential loss of life. They have shattered countless blissful families. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their demise is warranted, and they deserve no sympathy, Jiang Nian remarked. This was his honest sentiment. Traffickers have existed since time immemorial, and in this era, where the internet is not yet fully developed, the public's awareness of safeguarding against such predators remains alarmingly limited. It is during these times that many traffickers tend to thrive. However, regardless of the age, society harbors a profound disdain for these criminals. As evidenced by the fervent reactions of the crowd, Jiang Nian was certainly aware that killing them was not an option. Yet he could not suppress his discomfort at the thought of not administering a beating. There is no need for compassion when dealing with such vile individuals. Even if they are not punished now, their lives within the confines of prison will be far from pleasant. For those like them, prison is a breeding ground for contempt. By the time the police arrived, the two traffickers bore battered and bruised faces nearly unrecognizable. In a desperate attempt to avoid further punishment, they pleaded with the officers to take them away. When Jiang Nian and his companions completed their testimonies, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Thank you so much. Had it not been for you, Shahu would surely have been taken today. You are our saviors, Miao Cuihua expressed, bowing deeply to Jiang Nian and Lin Wan. Oh, no need for such gratitude. It was our duty. Lin Wan quickly assisted her to her feet and glanced at the nearby boy, who appeared quite shaken. She promptly advised, "From now on, you must be more cautious. At such a tender age, it is best for children to remain within sight and refrain from accepting anything from strangers." Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Miao Cuihua's expression dimmed. As a widow tirelessly striving to support her 2 children, she was already overwhelmed and could scarcely dedicate her attention solely to them. In truth, it was not just widows like Miao Cuihua. Even ordinary families were constantly hustling for survival, often neglecting their children, thus providing an opportunity for traffickers to exploit. At present, this unfortunate reality seems unchangeable. After parting ways with Miao Cuihua and her child, Jiang Nian and Lin Wan returned home, noting that night had fallen. They wasted no time and quickly took the donkey cart back to the village. Meanwhile, in the village, a gentle rain fell as Tang Wanying sat by the window, gazing down the street, her thoughts drifting far away. Just then, Wang Lan returned from feeding the pigs, wiping the raindrops from her forehead while frowning. My right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. They say the left eye signifies fortune and the right eye signifies disaster. Could something ill be on the horizon? Quick! Tear me a piece of red paper to stick on my eyelid. Tang Wanying promptly stood and tore a corner from a couplet that had been affixed to the wall since last year, moistening it slightly before placing it on Wang Lan's eyelid. What could possibly happen? Perhaps father and brother are returning? Tang Wanying speculated, her face betraying a hint of alarm. Both her father and brother were individuals who valued their reputation highly. If they were to discover her pregnancy, they would undoubtedly react with extreme violence. The only viable solution now was to marry Jiang Nian before their return, thus turning raw rice into cooked. Even if they found out, there would be no recourse. Wang Lan felt this was quite feasible. The mere mention of her partner sent a shiver down her spine. To her, he was hardly a man. He indulged in drinking and gambling, was idle and gluttonous, and would return home inebriated, causing chaos. Over the past 2 years, since he had been away working, her life had indeed improved somewhat. In truth, she harbored a deep-seated wish that the 2 of them would not return. Could it be? After 2 years of silence, can they just show up? Wang Lan mused. Oh dear, you know what my father and brother are like. If they were enjoying themselves with money, they would certainly not return. But if they were broke or had stirred up trouble elsewhere, then it's not as simple as just coming back, is it? Tang Wanying's mind was surprisingly clear. You're right, you can't delay matters with Jiang Nian any longer. No, you must find him again tonight, Wang Lan insisted. Is that really a good idea? Tang Wanying hesitated, feeling uneasy. After all, she had promised him a fortnight to resolve her marriage with Lin Wan. And to change that agreement now seemed inappropriate. What is so bad about it? You silly girl, are you still worried about that? The situation is urgent. If your brother and that wretched father of yours return, I wonder how you'll handle it. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Tang Wanying's spine. If he truly wishes to marry you, he will find a way. If he does not, waiting another half-month will be futile. This afternoon, I clearly saw him driving a donkey cart out of the village. He must have gone to the county town to meet that little hussy. If they met, would they not clarify everything? Wang Lan exclaimed promptly. This matter needed to be resolved swiftly. Hesitation would only lead to greater chaos. After all, if her partner returned and learned of Tang Wanying's pregnancy, she would inevitably face severe consequences. Tang Wanying hesitated momentarily, biting her lip, before nodding in agreement. You should be returning now. You cannot just stand here waiting. Quickly, take an umbrella and position yourself on the street. When he sees you upon his return, he will stop immediately. Regardless of Tang Wanying's willingness, Wang Lan swiftly retrieved an umbrella from behind the water tank and propelled her daughter outside. The rain pattered against the umbrella, creating a rhythmic sound, while Tang Wanying's thoughts spiraled chaotically. Lately, she often recalled the man who had abandoned her. What if he had a change of heart and returned, only to find her wed to Jiang Nian? She recognized the folly in such thoughts, yet felt powerless to deceive her own heart. However, not marrying Jiang Nian was not an option. Moreover, Jiang Nian was indeed an exceptional man, handsome, tall, diligent, and most importantly, capable of earning a living and devoted in love. Such a man was truly a rare find. Recently, she often overheard the village women discussing Jiang Nian. The unmarried young ladies were all aflutter with springtime feelings. Had it not been for Jiang Nian's engagement to Lin Wan, they would surely have sought opportunities to marry him. Presently, Jiang Nian had become the dream of every girl in the entire brigade. Just as she pondered this, the sound of a cart suddenly broke through the rain, and Tang Wanying focused her gaze, catching a glimpse of Jiang Nian driving through the misty downpour. She bit her lip, her heart racing in response. The rain soaked Jiang Nian's clothing, clinging tightly to his muscular form, the angles and lines of his physique resembling a flawless work of art. Tang Wanying felt her cheeks flush, overwhelmed by the intoxicating wave of hormones, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. His physique was simply exquisite. How had she never noticed it before? Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Nian's cart approached and came to a halt before her. His rain-drenched hair appeared slightly unruly, droplets cascading down his chiseled features, imbuing him with an aura of irresistible allure. Tang Wanying was momentarily entranced. Chapter 58. The Confrontation. Is there something you wish to discuss? The cart came to a halt as Jiang Nian cast a glance at Tang Wanying, his gaze devoid of any emotion. At that moment, Tang Wanying remained oblivious to the tension, her eyes tracing the contours of Jiang Nian's rain-soaked figure, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her throat to involuntarily swallow dryly. Moments ago, she had contemplated marrying Jiang Nian, pondering the return of that scoundrel who had wronged her. Yet now, faced with the strikingly perfect and alluring Jiang Nian, she found herself utterly captivated. What does it matter? Marrying a man who possesses beauty, wealth, and an impressive physique is surely enticing. Let that wretched man go to hell. With this thought, Tang Wanying slightly lifted her gaze, glancing over Jiang Nian's handsome visage, her lips curling into a bashful smile as she adjusted the umbrella perched atop his head. I noticed it was raining, so I brought you an umbrella. Though she claimed to be gifting him an umbrella, she only held one for herself, which she was already using. It was evident that she had not come merely to offer shelter but was instead blocking his path, eager to inquire about the annulment with Lin Wan. I'm already drenched, if there's nothing else. I'll be on my way, Jiang Nian replied coldly, preparing to leave. Jiang Nian, as she witnessed his intent to depart, Tang Wanying grew anxious and hastily implored, don't rush off. I have something to say. Given this downpour, why not step inside to talk? It's more appropriate to converse here. Jiang Nian's voice remained frigid. Tang Wanying was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing something was amiss. Hesitantly, she asked, Jiang Nian, what's wrong? We are to live together in the future. What's inappropriate about visiting my home? Jiang Nian regarded the woman before him, a bitter smile creeping into his heart. Beneath her enchanting exterior lay a heart as venomous as a serpent's. The more he observed her, the more distasteful he found her, and his expression darkened. Who would want to live with you? Tang Wanying. Let me be clear. I shall not annul my engagement with Lin Wan. No matter what schemes you devise, you will never succeed in uniting us. Abandon any such hope. Buzz. Tang Wanying's mind went blank, her entire being frozen in shock. It took her a moment to regain her composure as she stammered in disbelief. What? Just 2 days ago, you expressed your desire to marry me. What has changed? Jiang Nian, you scoundrel, I carry your child. Though you claim to be with child, the identity of the father remains uncertain. Jiang Nian's gaze turned icy. Just yesterday, I dined with Zhao Seer and Li Ergu, and that night, nothing transpired between us. You left with someone else while I was inebriated beyond reason, and it was Lin Wan who cared for me through the night. Do you have anything else to say? Upon hearing this, Tang Wanying's face paled, panic seizing her. This Jiang Nian, let me explain. What further explanation could there be? Jiang Nian interjected. I never anticipated you would use a child as leverage. You have truly disappointed me. I now formally warn you once again. we will never be together. If you possess even a modicum of dignity, do not pursue me any longer. If you continue to entangle me, do not blame me for revealing the matter of your pregnancy." Jiang Nian, unwilling to engage further, simply got into his vehicle and drove away. As he sped off without casting a glance back, Tang Wanying collapsed in the rain, weeping uncontrollably. Upon returning home, the hour was quite late. His mother, Wang Hong, and father, Jiang Dashan, exhibited evident concern, having waited at the door. Seeing Jiang Nian return, they approached him with worried expressions. "Oh dear, this dreadful weather. The rain came out of nowhere. Look at you, drenched. Hurry inside and change. The food is warming on the stove," his mother urged. Meanwhile, his father took the donkey and unloaded the cart, leading the donkey into the shed. After changing his clothes, Jiang Nian emerged from the house to find his mother had already set the table with the reheated meal, stewed green beans, and leftover mixed vegetable soup from the previous day. "So, did you talk to Lin Wan? She isn't angry, is she?" Wang Hong inquired with concern. "I spoke to her. Lin Wan is not the type to hold grudges. I clarified everything, and she did not get upset." Jiang Nian replied as he began to eat. "Oh, that's a relief. I was quite anxious. As long as you explained it clearly, that's all that matters." Wang Hong exhaled in relief. She understood her son well. Previously, Jiang Nian was as stubborn as a mule, often dismissing advice. She genuinely feared he might hide the truth this time, as ultimately, one cannot conceal a fire beneath paper. Lin Guan's aunt, Lin Qinghua, resided in the same village and brigade. Surely, she would catch wind of any rumors. If inquiries were to arise, no amount of explanation would suffice, especially considering the meddlesome duo of Wang Lan and Tang Wanying, who were always keen to exploit any opportunity. Wang Hong did not wish to give them even the slightest opening. If Jiang Nian were to marry Tang Wanying, she could only expect conflict with Wang Lan daily. Even if Wang Lan could not best her in a fight, the constant strife would take a toll on her health. She wished to live for a few more years to hold her future grandchildren. "Do you think Tang Wanying will persist in her pursuit?" Wang Hong asked anxiously. "Unlikely. I encountered her on my way back and made it clear that if she continued to pester me, I would disclose the matter of her pregnancy. If she values her dignity, she will refrain from further entanglements," Jiang Nian asserted. Hearing this, Wang Hong was momentarily taken aback. If such were the case, it could ruin Tang Wanying for life. Although she felt anger and spoke harshly, the prospect of acting on it seemed troubling. "My son, there is no need to take it to such extremes. If it can be avoided, do not speak of it," Wang Hong sighed. Jiang Nian nodded but did not respond. This matter hinged on Tang Wanying's actions and not his own. Should she persist in her unwelcome advances, he resolved to be unyielding. Excessive tolerance would only be perceived as weakness. Jiang Nian did not wish to remain in such a state indefinitely. His patience had limits. Further forbearance would only result in torment for him and harm for Lin Wan. Thus, he must act decisively. "In my opinion, it should be disclosed now." At that moment, Aunt Air entered, her umbrella somewhat tattered and her clothes dampened by the rain. After closing the umbrella, she patted herself down a few times before taking a seat on the edge of the Kong. Aunt Air, known for her wisdom, believed in mercy. As long as others refrained from egregious actions, there was no need to drive a child to despair. Father Jiang Dashan also entered, puffing on his pipe, his expression grave as he spoke. Who pushed her to her doom? She walked the path herself. If she had been honest and proper, would she have become pregnant? If she hadn't harbored ill intentions and claimed the child as Jiang Nian's, who would have bothered with her? Aunt Air rolled her eyes and remarked, "In my opinion, they are merely taking advantage of your kindness. If it were me, I would have long since tarnished their reputation." Observing Aunt Air's growing indignation, Jiang Nian wished to divert her attention from the matter and quickly changed the subject. "Aunt Air, you braved the rain to come here, surely. There must be something on your mind?" Chapter 59. The hope for time to pass swiftly. "Look at me, engrossed in speaking of that little sprite. I completely forgot the matter at hand." Aunt Air suddenly smacked her forehead, then leaned closer to Jiang Nian, grasping both of her hands, and said, "Little Nian, did I not mention the last time I was at your house that I intend to set up a stall in the county town? I've made up my mind to go tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian immediately responded with a smile. "That's splendid news." Aunt Air beamed with delight. Indeed, however, she has no vehicle, so she thought to hitch a ride with you tomorrow morning. When you set off, could you call out to Aunt Air at her doorstep? Absolutely. Jiang Nian readily agreed. Aunt Air, with her eloquence, noted that in these times, setting up a stall requires no particular prerequisites. As long as one selects the right products and is willing to endure some hardships, success is assured. Frankly speaking, if Aunt Air could venture out to sell, Jiang Nian would wholeheartedly support her. After all, she often found herself merely going through the motions of farm work at home, and had it not been for Uncle, a carpenter, it's uncertain how their household would fare. By selling, regardless of the earnings, she could contribute to the household expenses. All right. Then Aunt Air will be up early to wait for you. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's affirmation, Aunt Air, brimming with enthusiasm, stood up to leave. I must return now. There's pig feed simmering in the large pot at home, and I can't linger here too long. Okay, Aunt Air, I'll call you tomorrow. You must be prepared ahead of time. Certainly, rest assured. As Aunt Air walked out of the courtyard under her umbrella, Jiang Daxian, Jiang Nian's father, tapped his pipe and lowered his voice. She truly intends to sell. Let us hope she doesn't lose interest after a mere 3 minutes. With her temperament, she cannot tolerate even the slightest setback and might end up in a scuffle. Keep an eye on her tomorrow. I understand, Dad. Jiang Nian nodded with a smile. Did you even inquire what she plans to sell, or where she intends to purchase her goods? You agreed rather readily. Mother Wang Hong retrieved her sewing basket, threading a needle as she spoke. I believe she has already contemplated it, or else she wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Let's not meddle. Aunt Air, if she earns, will speak well of it, but if she doesn't, she'll place all the blame on you. That's indeed the case. Mother Wang Hong nodded in agreement. After sitting at home for a while, Jiang Nian noticed it was still early. Informing her parents, she stepped out of the house. The village path was alive with the chirping of insects, and fireflies danced in the air, creating a dreamlike ambience. Only during such nights in the countryside does one feel the richness of rural life and the promise of nature. As time progresses and the economy flourishes, such enchanting rural nights will become increasingly rare. After walking a distance along the village path, Jiang Nian took a winding, rugged trail, eventually arriving at Aunt Li's doorstep. Aunt Li's home was somewhat secluded, with a small river flowing nearby, where the frogs began their nightly chorus, resembling a symphony. From the outside, the oil lamp still flickered, indicating that Aunt Li had not yet retired. Jiang Nian then knocked on the courtyard door and called out, Aunt Li, it's me, Jiang Nian. Before long, the sound of soft footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and the gate creaked open to reveal Aunt Li, draped in a garment with tousled hair. Upon seeing Jiang Nian, she greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, Xiaoyan, what brings you here so late? Is there something you need? Aunt Li, I have come to find Xiaowen. Jiang Nian replied. Oh dear, Xiaowen and the others have already fallen asleep. Come in, I shall wake them for you. Aunt Li exclaimed. Please, don't. Jiang Nian began, hoping to stop her, but Aunt Li's voice boomed as she called out, Xiaowen, wake up. Your brother Jiang Nian is here with something important to discuss. Brother Jiang Nian, perhaps still drifting in slumber, Xiaowen suddenly sprang from his bed, threw open the window, and upon seeing Jiang Nian at the gate, hurriedly dashed outside without even putting on his shoes. What's the matter, brother Jiang Nian? Are you here for mushrooms? Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The last time he sold mushrooms, the money he earned helped his mother immensely. Their household was nearly out of oil, leaving them unable to light their oil lamp. It had alleviated their pressing needs. From a young age, Xiaowen had been considerate. Aware of the struggles his mother faced raising 3 children alone, he constantly sought ways to assist her with household chores and farming tasks. Yet his tender age limited his capabilities. If he could earn more by selling mushrooms, it would be a blessing. Jiang Nian nodded. The quantity required this time is considerable. Do you think you can manage it? Absolutely, you can count on me. Xiaowen exclaimed, jumping with enthusiasm. Tomorrow I will gather a team to help you, and I promise you will be satisfied. Seeing Xiaowen's excitement brought joy to Jiang Nian's heart. Although he earned a decent sum, he only provided a fraction to Xiaowen and the others, yet it significantly eased their family burdens and improved their lives. Remember, just like last time, the mushrooms must be collected cleanly and efficiently. Safety is paramount. Under no circumstances should you venture deep into the mountains. Always prioritize safety above all. As Jiang Nian would not accompany them the following day, he felt compelled to reiterate his concerns. Children often possess a carefree spirit, sometimes neglecting safety for the sake of earning money. With this in mind, he turned his gaze towards Aunt Li. Aunt Li, I truly worry about that group of children. I must ask you to accompany them tomorrow. I will give you 2 coins as a token of my gratitude. What do you think? Oh, what do I need money for? If you are concerned, I will gladly go with them. Aunt Li replied generously, attempting to decline the offer. That won't do. I cannot let you miss out on your own work. Moreover, the children have money, but you do not. It's simply not fair, Jiang Nian insisted. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Aunt Li finally nodded in agreement. Very well, you can rest assured. I will keep a close watch over the children. With Aunt Li's assurance, Jiang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Shaowen tugged at his sleeve from behind and asked, Brother Jiang Nian, when will Sister Lin Wan return? We all miss her. Indeed, Xiaoya also misses Sister Lin Wan. She taught me how to write last time. And now I can do it all by myself. Look. Behind her, unbeknownst to her, Xiaoya emerged, picking up a branch from the ground and laboriously inscribing her name upon the earth. When would Sister Lin Wan return? Sister Lin Wan had promised that once Xiaoya learned to write her own name, she would teach her other characters. Jiang Nian smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Xiaoya's hair, and said, Good girl, in just a few days, Sister Lin Wan will be back. This time, she won't leave and will be able to teach you how to write. Really? That would be simply wonderful, Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement manifesting in joyous leaps. After leaving Aunt Li's house, Jiang Nian pondered within himself, hoping that time would hasten its passage, for he could hardly wait to bring Lin Wan home. Such a remarkable wife was worth the anticipation. The confident second aunt on the following day, Jiang Nian rose early. After preparing everything, he set off with a donkey cart. Upon arriving at his second aunt's doorstep, he found her already waiting, dressed in a charming blue checkered shirt, her hair meticulously styled, and wearing little black cloth shoes. A basket rested before her, enhancing her delightful appearance. Behind her, however, stood his uncle, visibly displeased and silent. Oh, here they come. Upon spotting Jiang Nian approaching, his second aunt waved excitedly. Xiaonian, everything is ready. Come, help your aunt lift the basket. Once he had securely parked the cart, Jiang Nian dismounted and grinned as he lifted the basket. But uncle is right here, so why not let him carry it? I don't need him. That grumpy old thing only brings me trouble. I refuse to believe that I can't manage without him. His second aunt rolled her eyes, ignoring her husband entirely, and hopped onto the cart with a haughty snort. Clearly, yet another quarrel had ensued between them. Xiaonian, your aunt has never traveled far or sold anything before. You must keep a close eye on her. Don't let her wander off and get lost, his uncle cautioned, placing the basket onto the cart with concern. Please stop being so bothersome. If I followed your advice, I'd be a complete failure. Xiaonian, hurry up and leave. I can't stand this nagging. Hearing his uncle's words, his second aunt rolled her eyes again, her expression slightly displeased as she urged him to depart. All right. Jiang Nian smiled slightly. Uncle, we are off now. You can head back. I will take care of aunt, and nothing will go amiss. Uncle Jiang Design nodded but remained rooted to the spot, only moving towards the house once Jiang Nian's cart had disappeared from sight, a worried expression on his face. With his second aunt accompanying him, Jiang Nian found the journey far from lonely. They chatted and laughed, but most of their conversation revolved around his impending marriage to Lin Wan and the warnings to steer clear of Tang Wanying. Xiaonian, where do you think I should sell these? His second aunt suddenly inquired. Jiang Nian chuckled. Aunt, your basket is covered quite tightly. I have no idea what you're selling, so how can I know where to sell it? The basket was shrouded with a floral cloth so securely that Jiang Nian couldn't discern its contents, nor did it emit any distinctive scent. With a mysterious smile, his second aunt replied, You would never guess what I have prepared. Trust me. Seeing her play coy, Jiang Nian remained unconvinced, given her nature. She would likely reveal her secrets eventually. Indeed, when he remained silent, her curiosity got the better of her. I made a large pot of cornmeal pancakes last night, and they are absolutely delicious. I plan to sell each one for 30 cents. There are over 40 of them. If I sell them all, that would be $12. What do you think? Will this venture be successful? His second aunt spoke with such enthusiasm, as if the $12 were already securely in her pocket. Jiang Nian was taken aback. What? You're selling cornmeal pancakes? For 30 cents each? Jiang Nian could hardly believe his ears. In this era of scarcity, maize was still abundant. It grew rapidly and yielded generously, becoming a staple on the dining tables of nearly every household. So much so that the phrase eaten from one meal to the next aptly described its prevalence. While cornmeal pancakes were indeed delicious, their frequent consumption diminished their allure. Who would spend money on something so commonly enjoyed at home? Thus, upon hearing that his second aunt's basket was filled with cornmeal pancakes, Jiang Nian knew her venture that day was destined for failure. What are you waiting for? Speak up, his second aunt urged, noticing his silence. Jiang Nian hesitated to be blunt and replied, You should give it a try first. Selling requires experimentation. Without trying, no one can know if it will succeed. I have a strong feeling it will work. This recipe for cornmeal pancakes is something I learned from my mother, and they taste delightful. They were my favorite as a child. His second aunt brimmed with confidence. Jiang Nian smiled faintly. If it were truly a unique skill, perhaps there was hope after all. Upon reaching the county town, Jiang Nian first escorted his second aunt to the most bustling street, ensuring they wouldn't compete for customers. This street was frequented by laborers who relied on their physical strength, most of whom were struggling financially and might be hesitant to spend money, perhaps opting to buy her pancakes to save costs. Aunt, you stay here to sell. Don't wander off. I'll return to pick you up once I finish my own stall. It would be troublesome if I couldn't find you later. Also, be cautious of any shady characters. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't worry, your second aunt is no fool. I won't be easily deceived, she responded dismissively. At that moment, watching the bustling crowd on the street, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to set up her small stall. Pancakes for sale. Cornmeal pancakes. Only 30 cents each. She called out excitedly, her voice ringing loudly. It seemed she was truly in her element. Whether her pancakes would sell remained to be seen after the market closed. Unlike before, Jiang Nian did not position himself at the entrance of the Hongxing garment factory. Instead, he set up his stall at the steel mill. After many days, while he had cultivated a loyal clientele at the garment factory, the reality was that even the most delicious offerings could not sustain continuous purchases. Therefore, Jiang Nian planned to shift his focus, selling at the steel mill for a few days before returning. This strategy would allow him to explore new markets while providing the garment factory customers a respite. In time, they would begin to crave his flavors once more. The steel mill employed more male workers than female, and while wages here were significantly higher than at the garment factory, their spending power was not necessarily stronger. Regardless of the era, men tended to be reluctant to spend money on themselves, burdened as they were with responsibilities, wives, children, and extended families to support. Consequently, it was until noon that Jiang Nian sold out of his prepared spicy potato chunks. Nonetheless, this left him feeling quite satisfied. After closing up for the day, Jiang Nian noticed that the sky was still bright. Reflecting on the fact that he had sold over 120 items today, he realized he had enough money in his pocket to purchase a bicycle. With this thought in mind, he covered his donkey cart and set off directly towards the Huaxing bicycle trading market in the county town. The Huaxing bicycle market is located in the southwest of the county, where one can find renowned brands such as Permanent, Phoenix, Flying Pigeon, Red Flag, and Golden Lion. The last time he was there, he had bought a Phoenix bicycle when he became engaged to Tang Wanying. Chapter 61 discusses the notion of poverty. The Xingxing bicycle shop is not bustling with activity, housing only a handful of individuals. However, one should not underestimate its profitability in this era. Those who can afford a bicycle undoubtedly come from affluent families. Just 2 years prior, acquiring a bicycle required not only financial means, but also the ability to obtain a bicycle voucher. Changes in economic policy have rendered life more convenient for the populace. Despite the shop's modest size, it boasts several popular bicycle brands of the time. Jiang Nian glanced around before making his way directly to the Phoenix brand bicycles. Inside the shop, the bicycles were neatly arranged, while a few elegantly dressed men and women meandered about, examining the offerings. The proprietor, a scruffy middle-aged man with a beard, leisurely sipped from a chipped teacup, seemingly indifferent to the customers entering in search of bicycles. In this era, being able to afford a bicycle is commendable. But those who sell them are even more remarkable. From their perspective, if one can afford it, there is no need for further discussion. If not, words hold no value. Hence, upon entering, Jiang Nian found himself largely ignored. The Phoenix brand bicycle is a renowned national name, celebrated for its excellent quality, durability, and stability, earning the affection of the masses. After surveying the options, Jiang Nian settled on a petite bicycle, mindful that it was a gift for Lin Wan, thus necessitating a more manageable size for her to ride. A grown man purchasing a women's bicycle might evoke unwarranted conclusions. As he became engrossed in his selection, he overheard 2 women behind him engaging in mockery. Jiang Nian turned to glance at them, pondering whether their remarks were directed at him or someone else. They scrutinized him with peculiar expressions. One woman, with a round face and a rather robust figure, appeared rather unappealing, exuding an air of acidity. The other woman, in stark contrast, was slender, with well-defined features and trendy hair, yet she radiated an ostentatious aura, adorned in flamboyant attire, suggesting she was not involved in legitimate business endeavors. Well, she is quite attractive, the more flamboyant woman remarked, her cheeks flushing with a coy demeanor as she cast furtive glances at Jiang Nian, her eyes glimmering with flirtation. But what good is beauty? It cannot be consumed as sustenance. Just look at his attire. It's evident he's not affluent enough to purchase a bicycle. Upon noticing the woman's lingering gaze on Jiang Nian, the stout woman rolled her eyes and shot him a disdainful look, exclaiming, "In comparison to my brother, he is lacking. My brother is industrious, a diligent provider. Look at you, intending to buy a bicycle without even making an effort. You simply agreed without hesitation." At this, the woman beside her nodded in agreement, affirming her words. Jiang Nian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although the woman possessed a certain allure, his years of experience led him to conclude that she was far from astute in business matters. Such a woman was not worth a second glance, let alone a pursuit. It seemed that the stout woman remained oblivious to the fact that she wished for her brother to marry someone like him. If that were to happen, her brother would undoubtedly find himself in a field of endless troubles. Unperturbed by the derogatory remarks of the overweight woman, he remained indifferent. Such a woman, upon hearing a single word from him, would undoubtedly pounce with claws bared, snarling like a wild dog and refusing to relent. He had no time to squander. He needed to maintain his good spirits as he had purchased a bicycle to meet Lin Wan. "Sir, how much for these bicycles?" Jiang Nian pondered, when suddenly, the plump woman pointed at the bicycle he had set his sights on and inquired loudly. The shopkeeper merely lifted his eyelids, took a sip of water, and without rising from his seat, replied, 184 yuan for the latest model. There's only that one, no bargaining. If you want it, pay up. We'll take it." Without a moment's hesitation, the overweight woman declared, "If you want it, then pay." The shopkeeper reiterated, "We'll take it. Just wait a moment. My brother will bring the money shortly," she insisted. That bicycle is the one I wanted," Jiang Nian interjected incredulously, pointing to the bike beside him. This woman was utterly outrageous, making snide remarks in his presence and then attempting to snatch the bicycle he had his eyes on. It was as if he were invisible to her. "Just because you want it doesn't mean it's yours," the overweight woman retorted, hands on her hips, adopting an obstinate demeanor. "Whoever pays for the bike owns it. You, a pauper, do you even have 184 yuan to spare?" "Who is calling him a pauper?" "I'm calling you a pauper. What is it to you? Are you going to hit me? Let me tell you, if you can't afford a bike, don't embarrass yourself here, just scram." As she spoke, she thrust her chest forward, advancing toward Jiang Nian in a provocative manner, clearly accustomed to such shameless behavior. Jiang Nian, refusing to engage with her, swiftly sidestepped and made his way toward the shopkeeper. "Pauper, and a useless coward." The overweight woman, reveling in her triumph as Jiang Nian retreated, wore a smug smile and turned to the heavily perfumed woman beside her, exclaiming, "Look at this bike. It's distinctly different from the others. The frame is much smaller, yet it appears more robust, perfect for us women to ride. It truly is nice. I like it." The two women excitedly inspected the bicycle, their eyes sparkling, soon forgetting about Jiang Nian altogether. 184 yuan isn't cheap, but it's worth it. "If you marry into our family, just wait for the good life," the overweight woman remarked. Her brother had a slight disability and had struggled for years to find a partner. Now that a beautiful woman showed interest, she was determined to seize this opportunity. "When will Wang Wu arrive?" "I can hardly wait," the heavily perfumed woman inquired, her heart brimming with joy, envisioning her catch. Once they purchased the bicycle and received the betrothal gifts, she planned to make her escape, anticipating a lucrative windfall. "Here he comes." At that moment, a man limped into the shop. The two women quickly approached him, leading him towards the bicycle while excitedly extolling the virtues of their chosen model. However, when they returned, they were momentarily stunned. They saw Jiang Nian walking out while pushing a bicycle. "What are you doing?" the plump woman exclaimed, blocking his path. Jiang Nian smiled. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm purchasing this bicycle. I have already bought it, so I must apologize. You may want to look at something else." With that, he continued to push the bicycle toward the exit. "Stop. What do you mean you bought it? We had an agreement. On what basis do you claim it as yours?" Jiang Nian chuckled. "So, what you have set your eyes upon is yours. Whoever spends the money owns it. That was your own assertion. I have paid for this bicycle. And look, the receipt is right here. If there is nothing else, kindly step aside." With that, Jiang Nian pushed the bicycle out of the shop, while the plump woman stormed toward the owner, raising a commotion. Chapter 62. Why did they start fighting again? Upon exiting the car dealership and placing the vehicle on the donkey cart, Jiang Nian made his way directly to seek out his second aunt. It was now past 1 in the afternoon, and if business was flourishing for her, she should have sold at least half of her goods by now. The donkey cart, laden with a bicycle, attracted the envious gazes of many passers-by. Being able to afford a bicycle was indicative of a modestly prosperous family. Moreover, Jiang Nian's handsome appearance captured the attention of several young maidens, igniting their youthful affections. Arriving at the spot where he had initially dropped off his second aunt, Jiang Nian suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. His second aunt was nowhere to be found, and a quick glance around yielded no sign of her presence, leaving him feeling unsettled. After all, before he left, his uncle had repeatedly urged him to keep a close watch on her. If she were truly to go missing, he would be at a loss for what to do. Just as Jiang Nian was becoming increasingly flustered and unsure, a cacophony of raised voices reached his ears from up ahead. The sounds were sharp and loud, seemingly filled with foul language. Someone was being viciously berated. Without a second thought, he hurriedly maneuvered the cart forward. In the center of the street, two women were entangled in a fierce struggle. One was clawing at the other's face while the other yanked at her hair, both hurling insults at one another. A crowd had gathered, pointing and murmuring, as a cornmeal pancake lay scattered on the ground. "You shameless hussy. I'll teach you a lesson for trying to seduce my man," one woman screamed. "You're the one without shame. Who do you think you are to accuse me? Your man is hardly a catch. He's as unattractive as they come. I wouldn't want him even if he were offered to me for free. If you can't keep your man in check, don't go blaming others for your failures." The second aunt was known for her sharp tongue and fierce temperament. She was not one to back down easily. As her opponent pulled her hair, she retaliated fiercely, clawing at the woman's face until it became a mess of bruises and tears. What on earth has transpired? Jiang Nian leapt off the donkey cart and rushed forward. With considerable effort, he managed to separate the two combatants. "What is going on with you, aunt?" he inquired, bewildered as to how this altercation had escalated. "Ask her." His second aunt, her face flushed with rage, retorted as she smoothed her disheveled hair. "I've been selling all morning, and just when I finally had a customer, this woman barged in, accusing me of seducing her man. The audacity! She came at me, grabbing my hair, without even bothering to learn who I am." Zhang Chunmei. Gazing at the bloodied and battered woman before her, Jiang Nian's aunt wore a triumphant expression, striking a victorious pose. "You are utterly shameless for attempting to seduce my man. And yet you still act so brazen." The woman trembled with rage, eager to retaliate against Jiang Nian's aunt, but was obstructed by Jiang Nian himself. "Excuse me, madam, but I believe you are mistaken. This is my aunt's first visit to the county town. How could she possibly be trying to seduce your man?" "What? Her first visit to the county town?" The woman was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Jiang Nian, who nodded affirmatively. "We hail from Mintugu, and this is the first time my second aunt has ventured beyond the village." "You must be mistaken." Upon hearing Jiang Nian's explanation, the woman glanced at my second aunt, clearly still unconvinced. "Then why was he exchanging glances with my husband?" "You're the one exchanging glances. Don't pressure your face. It was your husband who insisted on questioning me about my two flatbreads, looking like nothing good could come of it. And you, shameless creature, unable to manage your own man, running wild outside. Are you incapable of feeding him at home? Or perhaps he never touches you at all? Those two old relics of yours must be rusted by now. If that's the case, just sew them up with a needle and thread, as they're of no use anyway." My second aunt's insults were quite vulgar. When it came to cursing, she had never conceded to anyone. Yet, considering the crowd around, she refrained from using the foulest language, as otherwise, the woman would surely have been unable to withstand it. "Second aunt, perhaps you should say a little less," Jiang Nian advised, then turned to the woman and said, "Sister, this is all a misunderstanding. I think it would be best if you left." "Leave? Absolutely not." Upon hearing Jiang Nian suggest the woman depart, my second aunt immediately objected, stepping forward with her hands on her hips, declaring, "I won't even mention the slander. But look at my basket that you've overturned. Just see this mess of flatbreads scattered all over the ground. You must compensate me." The woman, upon hearing the word compensation, was immediately resistant. "Compensate? On what grounds? On what grounds? You wronged me and overturned my basket. If you want to compensate, who will? Everyone is watching. If you refuse to pay today, we shall go to the police to seek justice." The mention of the police made the woman's heart flutter with anxiety. If it truly was her misunderstanding, then indeed, she was at fault. Her tone lost its assertiveness. "But you've left my face in such a state." "Serves you right." My second aunt, hands on her hips and eyes glaring fiercely, threatened. "If you don't pay me, believe me, I'll strip you of your pants and make those two old relics of yours bleed." The crowd erupted into raucous laughter upon hearing this. How ruthless! That money cannot be compensated, no matter what. They urged, quickly, We've never seen old relics bleed before. The woman's face turned crimson. Observing my second aunt's ferocity, she stammered for a moment before pulling out 8 or 9 yuan from her pocket. This is all I have. My second aunt snatched it from her hand, counting it, exactly 9 yuan, which she promptly stuffed into her pocket, stating, "Go home and manage your husband properly. I don't want to see you again. If I do, I'll strike you every time." The woman hurriedly fled, thoroughly dejected. Who dares to challenge me? My second aunt strutted with pride, resembling a crowing hen, holding her head high in triumph. Jiang Nian gave her a thumbs up. 9 yuan today's yield was rather satisfactory. Upon returning home, let us see what your second uncle has to say. My second aunt, full of self-satisfaction, was utterly unconcerned about the manner in which she had acquired the 9 yuan. Jiang Nian picked up the overturned basket and cloth from the ground, placing them on the donkey cart with a resigned expression. "Dear aunt, let us hasten our departure, for I must pay a visit to Lin Wan's residence." Upon hearing this, aunt's eyes sparkled with delight, as she mused that it was just past noon and perhaps she could indulge in a meal at Lin Wan's. Ever since she accompanied Jiang Nian to propose to Lin Wan, she had been captivated by the allure of that household. The furnishings, the appliances, and various trendy items were all beyond her previous experience, and she often daydreamed of living such a life. Thus, she eagerly approached the cart. However, upon reaching the donkey cart, she let out a shriek. "Ah, a bicycle, and a Phoenix brand at that. Did you buy this, Xiao Nian?" Jiang Nian chuckled and nodded in affirmation. "Goodness, how much did this cost? It must be a gift for Lin Wan. Just look at this splendid little vehicle. Lin Wan is truly fortunate to marry you." The more she gazed at it, the more enamored she became, her eyes nearly glazing over. Jiang Nian merely smiled, took hold of the cart, and set off towards Lin Guan's home. Chapter 63. Are there wild men? Emerging from Lin Guan's residence, it was already past 3 o'clock. Along the way, my second aunt, brimming with excitement, retrieved the 9 yuan from her pocket, counting it repeatedly while beaming with joy. "Second aunt, there's no need to count it again. At this rate, the money will develop a patina," Jiang Nian remarked, urging the cart forward. Upon hearing this, my second aunt chuckled and tucked the money away once more, exclaiming, "Xiao Nian, do you think I have good fortune? I spent the entire morning without selling a single pancake, believing my day in business was a failure. Who would have thought that a fierce woman would rush out to gift me this money? Not only did I avoid a loss, but I can also consider my pancakes sold, although the earnings fell short of my expectations by a few yuan. Earning 9 yuan in a day is certainly better than working in a factory." Jiang Nian smiled. "Second aunt, today was merely an unexpected turn of events. Have you considered whether your pancakes would have sold if this surprise had not occurred?" At his words, my second aunt paused, letting out a sigh. "Oh, Xiao Nian. To be honest, I sensed trouble when I hadn't sold anything all afternoon. I thought my pancakes were quite good. Why weren't they selling? Was it the location I chose?" "Second aunt, that area has many workers. If they are reluctant to spend money on your pancakes, you won't sell them anywhere else either," Jiang Nian said as he navigated the cart. "Your pancakes are indeed well made, but cornmeal is a common staple on our tables, selling them for 30 cents. When those workers earn only a few dimes for a day's labor, who would buy?" After some contemplation, my second aunt realized the truth of his words, smacking her forehead in realization. "Oh dear, how could I have overlooked that? Xiao Nian, what do you think I should sell that would be more suitable? I can't let this venture languish, otherwise your second uncle will surely mock me. It must have a unique appeal. Don't you have a flock of ducks at home? Why not try selling duck eggs? In the commune, chicken eggs are abundant, but duck eggs are scarce and often pricey. If you sell them at a lower price, they will surely sell. If that fails, you could pickle the duck eggs in salt to make salted duck eggs, which would significantly increase your profit." Upon hearing this, my second aunt's eyes lit up. In the countryside, it's common for families to raise chickens and ducks, but in the county town, very few do. The demand is considerable. I have 20 ducks at home, and we have so many duck eggs that we can't consume them all. I've even pickled some to prevent spoilage. I currently have 2 jars. This plan seemed feasible. With this thought, my second aunt felt a surge of joy and quickly exclaimed, "It's thanks to your sharp mind. Xiao Nian, I should have consulted you sooner. I've taken so many unnecessary detours." Jiang Nian smiled. "Second aunt, taking a few detours is not a problem. What matters is perseverance. If you genuinely wish to thrive on this path, you must possess the determination to overcome all challenges. Events like today will undoubtedly recur in the future." My neck raised with resolve, my second aunt declared, "In matters of conflict, I fear no one. Whoever comes, It won't faze me. Listening to Second Aunt's unwavering confidence, Jiang Nian refrained from further comments. In this current era, as the economy gradually opens up, various societal issues inevitably arise, such as the emergence of local ruffians demanding protection fees. Jiang Nian recalled from his past life how their county had been plagued by two factions that wreaked havoc for a period. He remembered a scoundrel named Hongdan, a truly notorious figure who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, ultimately meeting a bloody end at the hands of both factions. Meanwhile, at the county police station's conference room, an urgent meeting was underway. The room was neatly arranged in 2 rows, the atmosphere tense. At the head of the long table, the director wore a grave expression as he addressed his colleagues. Comrades, the situation we are facing is extremely dire. I have received orders from above to ensure the apprehension of Liu Debao. Based on our current intelligence, it is highly likely that he is hiding in the mountains of the villages to the west of our county. Therefore, you must conduct thorough investigations and discreet visits to pinpoint Liu Debao's location. We must capture him within 5 days. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their voices resounding. Good. Wang Chuang, you will lead this case and be fully responsible. I cannot afford to be disappointed. Yes, Wang Chuang replied. The director then turned to a female officer standing nearby, lowering his voice significantly. Wang Lily, you are a high-achieving student, but your practical experience is limited. This time, accompany Comrade Wang Chuang to broaden your horizons and learn, aiming to become independent in the near future. Yes, rest assured. I will not betray the trust of the party and the expectations of the people. The female officer stood up, saluting seriously. All right, then it's up to you. Action. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian, events were unfolding at the police station. Upon returning to the village, he guided the donkey cart into the shed, harnessed the donkey, and fed it hay. He then removed the bicycle from the cart and brought it into the house. Jiang Nian initially intended to give the bicycle to Lin Wan, leaving it at her home, but she firmly declined. According to Lin Wan, her family already possessed a bicycle, making her outings convenient. Furthermore, given that Jiang Nian frequently traveled to the county, having a bicycle would be beneficial, so she insisted he take it back. As Jiang Nian returned to the village with the bicycle in tow, he naturally attracted considerable attention along the way, with various rumors circulating. Some claimed he had struck it rich in the county, while others suggested he had stolen the bicycle. There were even whispers that he had become a son-in-law of the Lin family, who had gifted him the bicycle. Among the rumors, the most rampant was that Jiang Nian had been engaged in dubious activities in the county. Jiang Nian found these rumors both amusing and infuriating, yet he felt powerless. Knowing he could not silence everyone, he headed directly to Aunt Li's home. At that moment, the gate to the courtyard stood ajar, revealing several baskets filled with mushrooms. However, the children did not exhibit the anticipated joy. Instead, they appeared somewhat peculiar, seemingly engrossed in a serious discussion. What could they possibly be conversing about with such gravity? After gathering an abundance of mushrooms, one would expect elation. As Jiang Nian entered the courtyard, he chuckled and remarked, Jiang Nian, you have arrived just in time. I have something to tell you. Shaowen promptly stood and approached Jiang Nian, his expression grave. Today, we ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms and encountered a person, a wild man. A wild man? Jiang Nian immediately burst into laughter. What nonsense! There are no wild men. Did you perhaps misinterpret what you saw? No, we certainly did not misinterpret. It was indeed a wild man. He darted into the underbrush and vanished in an instant, scaring me to death. Xiao Quan chimed in, his voice innocent and trembling. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. I must earn money to marry a wife. The words of the children were not to be trusted. The mountain was home to many wild beasts, and it was entirely possible that the children had misjudged the situation. Hearing their claims, Jiang Nian felt a wave of concern wash over him, fearing that they might have ventured too deep into the mountain or that the beast had descended upon them. Regardless of the scenario, he was resolute that the children must not ascend the mountain again. Auntie Jiang Nian turned his gaze towards Aunt Li, who, before he could finish his sentence, stood up with an air of mystery. She pulled him aside and lowered her voice, saying, Xiao Nian, the children did not missee. There indeed is a person up there, although he is not a wild man. As she spoke, Aunt Li's expression grew visibly uneasy, as if she were gripped by fear. After casting a cautious glance around, she continued in a hushed tone, he is a man, and he looks quite fierce. With a large scar on his face, he certainly does not appear to be a good person. A man? Jiang Nian was taken aback, questioning, are you certain? Absolutely. Aunt Li replied earnestly, though I am not young anymore. My eyesight remained sharp. I can see clearly. He was adorned with some wild grasses, which led the children to mistake him for a wild man. I even went to investigate and found this as she spoke. Aunt Lee retrieved a plastic bag from her pocket, revealing a packet of instant noodles. Look, this was found on the ground. Do you think a wild man would eat this? Aunt Lee's expression turned serious as she looked at Jiang Nian. Nian, it seems we may have some ill-intentioned individuals in our mountains. If that is the case, we must exercise caution, especially for the children who have all seen him. Might he sneak into the village at night? The children are so young, they cannot withstand such fright. Seeing that Aunt Lee was not speaking falsely, Jiang Nian furrowed his brow, pondering the matter for a moment before he said, "This is a serious issue. We must consult the village secretary. I will head to the brigade shortly to see what the village plans to do. I believe we should act swiftly. For any misfortune, we cannot afford," Aunt Lee replied. Jiang Nian nodded in agreement. He then handed some money to Aunt Lee and a few of the children. As there were too many mushrooms to carry, he planned to return with a donkey cart. After giving some instructions, he made his way home. The village committee was located at the brigade, which was not nearby. Upon reaching home, Jiang Nian mounted his newly purchased bicycle and set off towards the village committee. When he arrived, Brigade Secretary Feng Dequan was outside, leaning against an old tree, smoking. "Uncle Feng, I'm looking for you. I need to discuss something," Jiang Nian called out. Feng Dequan glanced at him and replied, "You're up to no good, aren't you? Speak honestly. Where did you get that bicycle? There are rumors swirling in the village that you've been up to mischief, and there is talk of you marrying into the Lin family as a son-in-law." Jiang Nian chuckled at the absurdity. "Uncle Feng, can you really believe such baseless gossip?" Feng Dequan tapped his cigarette and slowly rose, brushing off his pants. "Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Where did you get the money for a bicycle?" "I earned it." With a smile, Jiang Nian stepped forward, saying, "You have no idea how prosperous my business is in the county. I am contemplating that once the policies are further relaxed, I shall rent a storefront and expand this business into a grand enterprise. The nature of policies is capricious. You should tread carefully. If you were to be apprehended as an example, your parents would undoubtedly suffer humiliation alongside you." Feng Dequan replied solemnly. It must be noted that Jiang Nian had been raised under Feng's watchful eye, sharp and astute from a young age, yet he often misapplied his cleverness. Now that he had grown, he remained a source of concern. "Uncle Feng, rest assured, policies are indeed evolving, but they are progressing in a favorable direction. You need not worry. We shall not be mere examples, but rather celebrated entrepreneurs." The term celebrated entrepreneur was lost on Feng Dequan, whose expression remained grave as he inquired, "What brings you here? It is not about marriage, is it?" "Lin Wan, being a city girl, marrying into our Mentugu village would indeed be a blessing for us. You can be assured that the village will fully support you. However, with only 3 rooms in your home, accommodating Lin Guan and potential children would be cramped. The village permits you to build a new house, and we can assist with the timber required for construction." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian broke into a smile. Feng Dequan had assumed he had come to request housing, but this unexpected boon was truly delightful. "Uncle Feng, you must uphold your promise. You cannot backtrack on this." "Of course, when the village makes a promise, it has never been broken," Feng Dequan replied with a roll of his eyes, then added earnestly, "Lin Guan is a wonderful girl. You must treat her well. Do not act foolishly. If your father does not reprimand you, I certainly will." Jiang Nian chuckled. The bond between Feng Dequan and Jiang Dashan, his father, was that of comrades, deeply rooted, which led to Feng's special care for him. He assumed Jiang Nian's visit was about housing expansion, likely having been informed by his father beforehand. "Uncle Feng, my purpose for visiting you today is not related to building a house." "Oh, not that. Then what is it?" Feng Dequan asked, somewhat surprised. "I do not have any money to lend." "Ah, I am aware of your integrity. Since you have no money, I shall not borrow from you." Jiang Nian waved his hands dismissively before inquiring, "Uncle Feng, are you aware of any fugitives in the city recently? With all the matters in the village, I hardly have time to keep up with that." "Why do you ask? Is something amiss?" Feng Dequan pondered, sensing that Jiang Nian would not raise such a question without reason. Today, Aunt Lee and a few children went up the mountain and spotted someone unfamiliar, certainly not from our village. "I suspect he might be a fugitive," Jiang Nian explained. "Our mountains are vast and provide ample concealment. It is conceivable that a fugitive might evade capture within them." Feng Dequan was taken aback. This matter cannot be taken lightly. "What do you mean?" Aunt Air claimed she observed him closely. "Look, she even found a packet of instant noodles on the ground. I believe we should be cautious." It's better to be safe than sorry. What if he dares to hide in the mountains during the day but sneaks into the village at night? Who can ascertain whether he is a desperate criminal? Upon hearing these words, Secretary Feng Dequan appeared contemplative. Indeed, this is a significant matter. Better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks, for we cannot afford to gamble. Here is what you shall do. Gather a few young men from the village who are of your age, and during the night, toil to guard the paths leading down from the mountains into the village. Uncle Feng, may I opt out of this? Jiang Nian immediately inquired with a distressed expression. Why not? Jiang Nian, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied, I still need to earn money to marry. That won't do. Just because you wish to earn money for your marriage, does that mean others need not toil to support their families? The safety of the village is at stake. You can afford to sacrifice a little of your earnings. Moreover, you are strong, if it truly were a fugitive, and others are unable to apprehend him, wouldn't it fall upon you to do so? Since you put it that way, Uncle Feng, I suppose I can spare a day. Not merely a day. When will the individual be captured? When will you truly be free? Chapter 65. Preparing to discipline the child with a pained expression, Jiang Nian sighed helplessly, silently reflecting that the village would fall apart in his absence. After speaking with Feng Dequan, he mounted his bicycle and began to weave through the village, swiftly searching for a few close companions. Zhao Xie, Li Ergu, and Longzi were notably among them. These individuals, unafraid of chaos and filled with a spirit of adventure, immediately expressed their enthusiasm upon hearing of the plan. Readily agreeing to join, the group decided to convene at 5:30 in the evening. Li Ergu and Zhao Xie, with their appetites whetted, insisted that Jiang Nian bring along some liquor. Jiang Nian thought it prudent to comply, considering the long night ahead. A bit of alcohol could indeed invigorate him. However, he resolved to bring only a modest amount, wary of these two drinking enthusiasts, fearing that excessive indulgence might lead to complications. Once arrangements were finalized, Jiang Nian pedaled homeward, the fields flanking the village path alive with industrious figures. In the fields, Tang Wanying wielded a hoe, diligently weeding. The scorching heat rendered her breathless, despite her headscarf, which offered little protection from the sun's relentless rays. Rest for a moment. You insisted on coming despite my objections. Are you unaware of your current condition? If something were to happen to you, I could hardly manage the repercussions, Wang Lan remarked with irritation. Ever since discovering that the child in Tang Wanying's womb was not Jiang Nian's, she found herself at a loss, contemplating a swift trip to the county hospital for an abortion. The thought of spending money on medical procedures made her stomach churn. Money was hard to come by, and life was arduous. For years, their family had struggled financially, with the elder members succumbing to alcoholism and the younger ones to gambling. Their daughter, too, had proven to be a disappointment, becoming pregnant without even disclosing the identity of the father. Thankfully, the bride price from the Jiang family had not been returned. Otherwise, they would lack even the funds to terminate the pregnancy. As these thoughts weighed heavily upon her, Wang felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, sensing that life was becoming increasingly burdensome. Hey, are you working? At that moment, Feng Xia and her husband, also wielding hoes, descended from their fields. Their plots were adjacent, allowing for a friendly exchange. Feng Xia, look at the weeds in this field. If we don't clear them now, there won't be any grain left to harvest come autumn, Wang Lan remarked, snapping back to reality and plastering a smile across her face. Indeed, the weather is relentless, but we have no choice but to toil. Just think about it. When will the life of a humble farmer ever see an end? Feng Xia tied her headscarf securely, swinging her hoe to uproot the weeds as she spoke. There is never an end. We must just press on, or we'll find ourselves without food, Wang Lan sighed, as she observed Feng Xia's husband, drenched in sweat, diligently tending to their land. Her heart felt heavier. His strength and dedication to family stood in stark contrast to her own situation, which felt akin to widowhood. Frustrated, she attacked the weeds with renewed vigor. Amidst their labors, Li Fengxia suddenly pointed down the road and exclaimed, Look, isn't that Jiang Nian? He is riding a bicycle. Upon hearing those words, Wang Lan and Tang Wanying instinctively turned their gaze towards the road, and indeed, they spotted Jiang Nian racing past them on a bicycle. Has he bought another one? It is said that Jiang Nian has become quite successful lately, earning a considerable sum each day. It seems to be true. Li Fengxia, with a face full of envy, couldn't help but wish she had a daughter who could marry Jiang Nian immediately. Wanying, do you remember how fond Jiang Nian was of you back then? Why didn't you marry him? Alas, perhaps this is just fate. Upon hearing Li Fengxia's words, her husband tugged at her, admonishing her, "You foolish woman. Must you speak such nonsense? Get back to work instead of chattering away." Li Fingxia immediately noticed the expressions on Wang Lan and Tang Wanying's faces, offered an awkward smile, and fell silent, returning to her tasks. At that moment, Wang Lan and Tang Wanying had lost their motivation to work, dusting themselves off with gloomy expressions. Without exchanging a word, they pulled away from Li Fingxia, their minds filled with scorn for her. What should I do? Once on the road, Tang Wanying felt her heart tighten, unable to hold back her tears any longer. What should I do? I know what I should do. Wang Lan, irritated, glanced around and suppressed her anger, saying, "Marrying him is definitely out of the question now. We can't find another man either. If it comes to that, we should go to the hospital. Terminate the pregnancy. No one will know, and you can still be an innocent girl." "Mom, I'm scared," Tang Wanying exclaimed, her fear palpable. "Scared? So you know fear now?" Wang Lan was nearly beside herself with rage. "Did you not feel fear when you were having an affair? I tell you, even if it means dying in the hospital, you must go. If you bring this child into the world, who would ever want you?" Tang Wanying was already in tears. Seeing her daughter in such distress softened Wang Lan's heart. After a moment's pause, she lowered her voice. "Let us go and take care of this while we still can. Clean yourself up afterward, and then you can marry someone you truly love. You think I don't know? You've developed feelings for Jiang Nian, haven't you?" Though reluctant to admit it, Tang Wanying could not deny the truth and nodded, biting her lip. The more time she spent with Jiang Nian, the more her heart raced, and for reasons she could not comprehend. Her cheeks flushed, a sensation she had never experienced even with that scoundrel of a man in the past. Now, she found herself drowning in regret. She had once had a sincere love within her grasp and had failed to cherish it. Now that it was lost, she was left to lament her choices. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Let us tidy up when we get back and set off tomorrow. You should go see him once more. Before Wang Lan could finish her thought, Tang Wanying's face turned sour as she interjected, "Mom, why should we seek him out? How can we still show our faces?" "You stubborn girl, I haven't even finished speaking. Why are you in such a rush? I asked you to seek him out with the intention of having him take us to the county town tomorrow morning. The journey from the village to the county is quite extensive. If we were to walk, it would take us an eternity." Upon hearing this, Tang Wanying's expression lightened somewhat. "However, what if he declines? Just convey to him the purpose of our trip to the city. I refuse to believe he lacks even a trace of compassion. After all, it is a matter of convenience for him. Could he truly stand by and watch without offering assistance?" Despite expressing this, Wang Lan felt uncertain, as the two families had been at odds for some time. After a brief pause, she added, "If he is truly unwilling, we shall devise another plan." Tang Wanying nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 66. Who was playing both sides? As dusk fell over Shanglu Kou, Jiang Nian arrived at the designated mountain entrance, holding a bottle of wine, a plate of peanuts, and 2 dishes of appetizers. At this entry point, there stood an abandoned hut, once home to a valiant elder who had fought bravely during the war, but had passed away last year due to illness, leaving the dwelling vacant. Despite its abandonment, the interior was kept remarkably clean. The villagers held the old soldier in high regard and would occasionally send someone to tidy up the place. Jiang Nian contemplated that if a true fugitive were to hide in the mountains, they might sneak into this village at night and take refuge in this very house, given its proximity to the mountains, making escape easy even if discovered. Upon entering the hut, Jiang Nian moved an old table onto the bed and set out the food and drink, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his companions to share a few drinks before beginning their night watch. Just as he finished arranging the meal, he heard a noise and initially thought it was Zhao Seer and the others. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find not Zhao Seer, but the elegantly dressed Tang Wanying standing at the entrance. She stood there, noticing Jiang Nian's grim expression, her head bowed as she struggled to find the right words. "What brings you here?" Jiang Nian asked, his brow furrowing, his mood darkening instantly. He truly did not wish to see her. Her relentless pursuit of making him her scapegoat had stripped her of any sense of boundaries. She feigned ignorance, playing the victim. And despite having spent a lifetime with her in a past life, he had never realized the depths of her cunning. I need to talk to you about something." She hesitated, biting her lip. "I'm busy. I have no time for your nonsense. Please leave. The others will be here soon, and I don't want them to misunderstand," Jiang Nian replied, his face cold as he attempted to close the door. Seeing that Jiang Nian was unwilling to give her an inch, Tang Wanying grew anxious and instinctively reached out to block the door. In doing so, her finger got caught, causing her face to pale as tears streamed down her cheeks. Alarmed, Jiang Nian instinctively grasped her hand to check for injury. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? Don't you value your hand? Observing the blood mark on her delicate finger, Jiang Nian, without thinking, blew on it gently, which caused Tang Wanying to blush, reminiscent of the times he had cared for her in the past when she was injured. In that moment, she nearly forgot her pain. A rosy hue spreading across her cheeks, lending her an alluring charm. Jiang Nian, she called softly, causing him to snap back to reality and hastily release her hand, hastening to clarify, don't misunderstand. I get anxious when I see someone hurt. Tang Wanying thought to herself, what a man of contradictory words and intentions. She rubbed her hand, refraining from contradicting Jiang Nian. Adopting a demure demeanor, she softly replied, I understand. At this moment, Tang Wanying had already convinced herself that Jiang Nian was merely being disingenuous, harboring feelings for her deep down. She speculated whether if she were to terminate her pregnancy, he would once again acknowledge her. With this thought, her confidence was revitalized. Jiang Nian was now earning a substantial income daily, not only alleviating the financial burden from their wedding, but also readily purchasing a bicycle worth over 180. Such an exceptional man. Who could resist loving him? Being with him, she was certain to enjoy a life of abundance. Now that you understand, what do you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Nian's tone softened after their exchange. Hearing this, Tang Wanying pressed her lips together and replied, tomorrow. I would like to go to the county with my mother. Could you possibly give us a ride in the morning? Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Yet he breathed a sigh of relief. He had expected her to engage in trivial conversation, never anticipating her request for a lift. While I could certainly assist you, unfortunately, I won't be operating my stall tomorrow. In fact, I may refrain from doing so for the next few days. If you are in a hurry, you might need to consider alternative arrangements, Jiang Nian explained. Why the sudden change? Tang Wanying inquired, her face displaying concern. She had assumed that Jiang Nian and Tang Wanying were preparing for marriage, hence his recent behavior. However, his subsequent words eased her worries. There may be some unsavory characters in the village. Uncle Feng has asked me to keep an eye out these days, so I want to be going out. Jiang Nian clarified. Unsavory characters? Tang Wanying expressed her surprise. She recalled a few years back when a murderer had entered the village, hiding in the old cave behind the mountain, and Chichuan had nearly fallen victim during her ascent. And it took the village secretary and several villagers 3 days and nights to apprehend the criminal. That incident was known throughout the village, although Aunt Chichuan survived. She was left with a lasting disability that marred her life. Make sure to secure your doors and windows tonight. If you have any business in the county, it would be best not to return for a few days to avoid danger, Jiang Nian advised. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanying felt a warmth in her heart and nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Very well, please take care of yourself. I shall head back for now. She responded. After Jiang Nian nodded, she slowly turned and walked outside. Coincidentally, Zhao Xia mentioned that Li Erlang and his companions had just entered, laughing heartily. Tang Wanying merely smiled at them as she passed, leaving them in a state of astonishment, gazing at Jiang Nian with wide eyes. Once Tang Wanying's figure had vanished, they finally spoke up. Jiang Nian, what is going on here? Are you and Tang Wanying rekindling your relationship? You are supposed to marry Lin Wan, and juggling two relationships like this is beneath you. Jiang Nian was left speechless, yet it was evident that they were quite serious. What on earth is happening? I cannot fathom how she ended up here. She wishes to travel to the county tomorrow and hopes to catch a ride with me. What are you all thinking? Are you suggesting I am the kind of person who plays both sides? Well, you truly are that sort of person. Li Erlang was the first to object. I tell you, if you truly do play both sides, we can no longer consider ourselves brothers. I share the same sentiment. Zhao Xi also raised his hand and solemnly declared, if Lin Wan were to marry you, it would be akin to a beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. Do you realize how many eyes are watching her in our village? If you take advantage of this situation, it is a stroke of fortune from your ancestors' graves. If you betray her, do you still consider yourself a decent person? Enough, enough. You all claim I am not playing both sides. Must we resort to extreme measures to extract a confession? Hurry up, the food and drinks are ready. Let us indulge while there is still light, for we have important matters to attend to this evening. Jiang Nian rolled his eyes and impatiently urged them on. Chapter 67. He can afford me. A few individuals enjoyed a modest drink, yet due to pressing matters and the events from several years prior, they remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from indulging too much. As night fell, they stealthily made their way into the courtyard, concealing themselves by the wall. This courtyard was modest in size, adorned with two jujube trees in the corner. Jiang Nian climbed up, using the moonlight filtering through the leaves to clearly observe the entrance of the mountain. Their sole task was to keep watch here, as the village secretary was certainly rallying others, alleviating their concerns. Jiang Nian, do you truly believe there is an escaped convict? Let us not create a needless panic, causing everyone distress. Zhao Si, who had also climbed up, peered down the mountain path and whispered, better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the situation. Stay alert. This matter is no laughing matter, Jiang Nian replied. Tonight, we shall keep watch for any fugitives. And tomorrow we will assess the movements of the county police. But you're not going to the county tomorrow. Where will you observe? Zhao Si countered. Jiang Nian chuckled. Lin Wan will return tomorrow. At this, Zhao Si rolled his eyes. It's truly infuriating how some people fare better than others. He didn't consider himself inferior to Jiang Nian, yet he struggled to find a girlfriend. In their village, only Tang Wanying and Lin Wan were the most beautiful. One was pure and natural, while the other was graceful and refined. He cherished both, yet neither reciprocated his feelings. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, carefree and nonchalant, had won the affections of both. How unfair. Zhao Si shook his head, feeling a deep sense of resignation. As night enveloped them, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Nian's eyes widened in anticipation, while Zhao Si had succumbed to sleep, leaning against the tree trunk. The other three seemed equally weary, battling drowsiness. Even as the clock inched past 11, they had yet to witness any sign of disturbance. This led Jiang Nian to question whether Aunt Li and the children had misjudged the situation, or if the fugitive had no intention of descending the mountain at night. After all, if he were to descend, it would likely be around 8 or 9 o'clock, just as darkness fell, making it most suitable to rest in the small cabin. Any later, and Jiang Nian felt it would be unnecessary. Indeed, as the night wore on, they saw not a single shadow. When dawn broke, the others awoke with bleary eyes, quickly inquiring about the night's events upon realizing Jiang Nian had not slept. After learning he had remained vigilant, they exchanged sheepish smiles. All right, everyone should return to rest. Once Lin Wan returns today, we will see if there is any news from the county and then decide whether to keep watch tonight. Jiang Nian announced. Agreed, we shall await your news. They concurred before dispersing to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Jiang Nian found village chief Feng Dequan already waiting. Engaged in lively conversation with his father, Jiang Dashan. The two often reminisced about their days in the military whenever they gathered. A routine to which Jiang Nian had long since grown accustomed. Did you see anything noteworthy during the night? Feng Dequan inquired as soon as Jiang Nian stepped inside. Jiang Nian washed his face, and while drying it, he remarked, there is nothing unusual, not even a ghostly shadow. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the intruder has no intention of entering the village, so we must remain vigilant. Today, Lin Wan returns from the county town. As you know, her father is with the county police station, and he is likely to have some information. Feng Dequan nodded. All right, we shall wait for Lin Wan's return to inquire. If she is also unaware, we will send a few individuals into the mountains to investigate. Should the intruder have spent the night in the hills, it is highly probable that they would leave some traces behind, especially in the old mother cave, Feng Dequan stated. Uncle Feng, why must it always be me? I just endured an entire night without rest, and I am feeling quite unwell. Hearing Jiang Nian's complaint, his father, Jiang Dashan, who was puffing on a pipe, playfully kicked Jiang Nian's rear and reprimanded him. Just do as you're told without all this nonsense. You are trusted to complete this task, yet you hesitate. Young man, staying awake for a night or two won't kill you. At his father's words, Jiang Nian chuckled. I was merely concerned about delaying matters. Rest assured, you won't be facing the criminals alone. If you discover any clues, return immediately to report to the county. I will gather the villagers and secure the mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian felt reassured. Although he was strong, he was wise enough not to foolishly confront the criminals alone. If they were armed, it could spell disaster. Let us put aside our worries and get some sleep. We can discuss things further when Lin Wan returns. Exhausted, Jiang Nian nodded, returned to his room, shed his clothes, and nestled under the covers. Within moments, he was sound asleep, snoring loudly. Meanwhile, a Beijing Jeep 212 traversed the village road towards Mintugu. The spacious interior accommodated 3 passengers. Lin Wan sat in the back, observing Wang Chuang at the wheel. She could hardly suppress a smile as he frequently cast glances towards Wang Lily in the passenger seat. With her experience in romance, Lin Wan quickly discerned the underlying tension. Wang Chuang, I appreciate your help this time. We have a task, and I need you to drive me. Not a problem. Wang Chuang replied with a grin. The tasks have been delegated, and I will be notified of any developments. Besides, I am eager to visit Mentugu. It was there that the murderer of the wife in that gruesome case 3 years ago, Qin Yoji, was apprehended. It's quite possible that the current perpetrator is hiding there as well. Additionally, I am curious to see what your future husband is like, especially since he seems to have outshone me. At this remark, Lin Wan's face flushed. Wang Chuang, you jest. Others may be oblivious to your affections, but I can see quite clearly your eyes are constantly drawn to her, as if they might fall out. Lin Wan covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. As she glanced at the passenger seat, Wang Lily, overhearing this, felt her cheeks burn and turned her face toward the window, avoiding any eye contact. You're quite perceptive. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, Wang Chuang admitted with a hearty laugh. But honestly, marrying into Mentugu might be a hasty decision. The village life is vastly different from that of the county towns, toiling under the sun and facing the earth. Can a refined young lady like you endure such hardships? What is there to endure? Lin Wan retorted nonchalantly, the laboring people are the most honorable. In the past, many educated youths were sent to the countryside, and each one was a cultured individual from the city. They managed to cope, so why can't I? Moreover, my brother Jiang Nian has assured me that marrying him means I won't have to work. He can support me. At this point, Lin Wan's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Oh. My foolish sister, Wang Chuang interjected, a man's words can be deceiving. He may sweet-talk you into marrying him now, but after the wedding, it will be a different story. You should be more discerning. To put it bluntly, he is a farmer, tending to his modest plot of land year-round. If fortune smiles upon him, he might earn a little extra, but if the heavens are unkind, even having enough to eat could become a challenge. Can he truly support you? He absolutely can. Lin Wan immediately countered, he earns over 100 a day now, and he claims he will earn even more in the future, without worrying about food and drink. What? Over 100? Wang Chuang and Wang Lily exclaimed simultaneously, their faces a picture of disbelief. Chapter 68. The arrival of the police. A jeep appeared in the village. An unprecedented occurrence that instantly captivated the attention of numerous villagers. They stood along the street, observing the vehicle's trajectory, engaging in hushed whispers and lively discussions. Oh dear. Is that a police car? Who has gotten into trouble? One remarked. I haven't heard of anyone being in trouble, another responded. Look at you all. Living in this village day in and day out, yet you seem utterly indifferent to the happenings here. I wager they are here to apprehend that scoundrel Jiang Nian, declared Lu Chunlan, cracking sunflower seeds, her gaze fixed on the direction the police car had taken, her expression brimming with conviction. Apprehend Jiang Nian? Why? Questioned another. Why? You ask. It's because you women are so oblivious to village affairs. Let me enlighten you. That boy is no good. Just after breaking off his engagement with Tang Wanying, he has already crawled into bed with Lin Wan, Lu Chunlan continued, her excitement palpable as she relished the gossip, always animated when recounting the mischief of others. Is that really the case? Chunlan, be responsible with your words. Such matters should not be trifled with. Who is trifling? Lu Chunlan retorted, rolling her eyes and tossing the sunflower seed shells with greater force. This is what Wang Lan told me. She said both she and Tang Wanying witnessed it firsthand. Otherwise, why would Jiang Nian abandon Tang Wanying to marry Lin Wan? Did you not notice that Lin Wan was in the police car just now? They must have come to arrest him. Lu Chunlan's words were delivered with such conviction that it was as though they were irrefutable truths. In Mentugu village, her reputation for embellishing stories was well known. Anything that passed through her lips would inevitably be exaggerated, causing the nearby women to regard her with skepticism. Do spare us. Lin Wan would be overjoyed to marry Jiang Nian, wouldn't she? They seem quite enamored with each other lately. How could the police possibly be here to apprehend him? Someone countered. Even if they are entangled in a romantic affair, Lin Wan surely harbors affection for Jiang Nian. Otherwise, why would she forego her bride price? After expressing their doubts, the group of women cast disdainful glances at Lu Chunlan, uninterested in her continued fabrications, and scattered in disarray. You may not believe me. But wait and see. Lu Chunlan persisted, continuing to crack her seeds. With no one paying her mind, she scoffed, finished her seeds, dusted off her hands, and followed the direction in which the police car had vanished. The police vehicle halted before Jiang Nian's home. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the police, his mother, Wang Hong, was immediately filled with trepidation. Abandoning her task, she called out to Jiang Dahai, hurry, come look. What is a police car doing here? They can't be here to arrest our Jiang Nian, can they? What shall we do? At that moment, Wang Hong was utterly panicked. After all, Jiang Nian's South foray into street vending could easily be misconstrued as illicit speculation. Stay calm. Let us assess the situation first, Zhang Dehai advised, maintaining a level head as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, Wang Hong rushed into Jiang Nian's room, seizing him by the ear and yanking him from his bed. Young man, are you still asleep? Didn't you say you were going out to set up a stall? The police have come to our home. You must quickly exit through the back door and hide. Jiang Nian, bewildered, replied, Mom, what are you talking about? What police are at our house? Setting up a stall is perfectly fine. The government has sanctioned it. Sanctioned? Does that mean the police can come to our home? His mother, Wang Hong, pointed out the window and insisted. Jiang Nian glanced outside and immediately burst into laughter. Mom, don't be scared. That's just your daughter-in-law returning. Without a moment's hesitation, he excitedly donned his clothes and dashed outside, heedless of the shoes he had neglected to wear. Once outside, he disregarded the curious stares of others and joyfully enveloped Lin Wan in his arms, spinning her around. Wife, you're finally back. I've missed you terribly. At his words, Lin Wan's charming face flushed a deep crimson, and she bashfully lowered her gaze, whispering, Be mindful, there are others present. So what if there are? We are engaged, and we will be married next month. I can embrace my own wife without hesitation, Jiang Nian remarked nonchalantly. Ah, I know you miss me, but you should greet the others. It would be quite impolite otherwise. Oh, right. Jiang Nian hurriedly set Lin Wan down and turned to Wang Chuang and Wang Lili, extending his hand warmly. Officers, I am Jiang Nian, Lin Wan's fiancé. Indeed. Quite a handsome young man. No wonder Lin Wan has chosen you, Wang Lili said with a smile, shaking his hand. This was not mere flattery. She could discern that Jiang Nian possessed a favorable visage, indicative of future prosperity. I am Wang Chuang, he introduced himself, also extending his hand. He seemed concerned that Jiang Nian was holding Wang Lili's hand for too long. Please, come inside. What brings you both here? Jiang Dashan inquired cautiously. We're here to escort Lin Wan and to conduct a routine visit. There is a recent case we are investigating, Wang Chuang explained. Oh, you're not here to arrest our Jiang Nian, are you? You nearly gave me a fright, making me break into a cold sweat. Upon hearing Wang Chuang's words, Wang Hong breathed a sigh of relief, her tension visibly dissipating. Arrest Jiang Nian? Why would we do that? Wang Lili asked, her expression one of disbelief. This was a professional instinct. Well, you see, I set up my stall in the county, and my mother was worried I might be accused of speculation. When she saw you arrive, she was terrified you would take me away. It would be great if you could clarify this for her. So she won't be anxious in the future, Jiang Nian explained. Now I understand, Wang Lili said, her expression finally relaxing. Ma'am, times have changed. The government now encourages the development of street vending. In southern coastal cities, this economy has flourished and achieved remarkable success. You needn't worry about any accusations of speculation. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong's anxiety melted away, replaced by a warm smile. Oh, hearing you say that brings me immense relief. You cannot imagine that despite earning a considerable sum daily, my heart has always been heavy with worry. The government's policies are indeed favorable, providing us common folk with an additional avenue for survival. Haha, with the advent of reform and opening up, better days are surely ahead, Wang Chuang remarked. A group of individuals entered the room. Mother Wang Hong served a glass of water to each, and they sat together for a brief conversation. At that moment, Jiang Nian inquired, Officer Wang, are you apprehending someone? Upon hearing Jiang Nian's question, Wang Chuang and Wang Lili exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Have you discovered any suspicious individuals in your vicinity? Jiang Nian, prompted by the inquiry, recounted the incident involving Aunt Li and several children encountering a wild man in the mountains. He has a scar on his face. Without a doubt, it is him. He truly managed to escape here, he added. Wang Chuang's spirit was instantly invigorated. He stood up, ready to venture into the mountains to apprehend the individual, only to be halted by Jiang Nian. Officer Wang, the expanse of the Mentuga Mountains is vast and the forests are dense. Can you truly extract someone single-handedly? We must avoid alarming the prey and allowing them to flee. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chuang quickly grasped the situation. I see your concern. Very well. I shall return to gather reinforcements and seal off the mountain. Chapter 69. Lu Haizhu having pinpointed the location of the suspect. Wang Chuang felt compelled to act without delay. He immediately set off in his vehicle. However, Wang Lili chose to remain behind, eager to gather further information. Jiang Nian, on the other hand, followed Wang Chuang into the city. After all, the mushrooms the children had collected were not to be trifled with, having been left overnight. They would lose their freshness if not attended to soon, which represented a significant financial loss. After reaching an agreement with Wang Chuang, Jiang Nian exchanged a few words with Lin Wan before loading the mushrooms onto the vehicle in various baskets. Emboldened, he took a seat in the passenger seat beside Wang Chuang as they drove into the city. Meanwhile, Lin Wan took Wang Lily to Aunt Li's home to ascertain the specifics of the situation. In the car, Jiang Nian and Wang Chuang engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Nian was articulate, and Wang Chuang was quite sociable, making for a harmonious exchange. Are all these mushrooms for sale? How much do they fetch? Wang Chuang inquired. Not too much, perhaps around 100 or so, Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly. However, Wang Chuang was taken aback by this revelation. 100? They can sell for that much? Goodness. That's equivalent to 2 months' salary for me, and you've earned it in a single day. No wonder Lin Guan said you could support her. Hey, brother. If I ever find myself in a bind, I might just join you in your ventures. Please don't say that. Your job is a stable one. A lifelong pursuit that many aspire to attain. The community cannot do without dedicated police officers like you, Jiang Nian sincerely remarked. Though Wang Chuang had not crossed paths with Jiang Nian in a previous life, he was not entirely ignorant of him. Having seen numerous reports on his heroic deeds on television, eventually he rose to the position of director of the county police department. While society could afford to lose a wealthy merchant, it could never spare a devoted officer committed to serving the people. Oh, I'm just teasing you. Wang Chuang said with enthusiasm. I truly enjoy my work. Serving the people is paramount. My mother always said that the welfare of the populace surpasses all. And dedicating one's life to them is an honor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian felt a surge of admiration and respect. He believed himself not to be a bad person, yet compared to someone with such lofty ideals, he felt a sense of inadequacy. In this lifetime, his only aim was to earn more and give back to society and its people. By the way, brother, you and Lin Guan are in a relationship based on mutual affection, right? Wang Chuang suddenly asked after a brief pause. His demeanor slightly shy as he focused intently on the road ahead, avoiding Jiang Nian's gaze. Yes, what of it? Jiang Nian replied. Honestly, I must confess, I have taken a liking to that officer who accompanied me to the village earlier, but I am at a loss as to how to pursue her. Since you and Lin Guan share a romantic bond, you must have some experience, Wang Chuang admitted, his embarrassment palpable. Jiang Nian felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. In truth, his relationship with Lin Guan had not required any pursuit, it simply blossomed from mutual affection. They were two souls that found resonance with one another. If there were any method to it, it was merely the intimacy they shared. But how could he possibly convey such a thing to Wang Chuang? Jiang Nian smiled awkwardly, cleared his throat, and remarked, pursuing a girl is quite simple. For instance, one may offer flowers or gifts. However, the most crucial aspect is to boldly express one's feelings. If you do not speak up, how will she ever know of your affections? Yet, these are not the most significant points. Sincerity is paramount. Be the person you truly are, and present yourself honestly before her. That is the essence of attraction. If she is fond of you, she will naturally be drawn to you. If not, no amount of charming words will suffice to win her heart. Deceiving someone with sweet talk will not endure over time. Jiang Nian spoke with conviction, leaving Wang Chuang momentarily taken aback. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after escorting Jiang Nian to the entrance of the Guiyan Hotel, Wang Chuang hurriedly made his way to the bureau. Jiang Nian was also in a hurry after selling the mushrooms. He needed to catch a ride back to the village with Wang Chuang. According to their prior arrangement, he arrived at a bicycle repair stall adjacent to the hotel, seeking a man named Lu Haizhu to assist him in locating Chef Wang. After searching for a while, Jiang Nian finally spotted a bicycle repair stall tucked away in a corner, albeit devoid of any attendant. Nearby, a group of ruffians were teasing a child, who appeared to have some intellectual challenges. They mocked him, coaxing him to call them dad before offering him food, only to erupt in laughter, deriding him as a fool. Just as Jiang Nian could no longer bear the sight and was about to confront the ruffians, a sharp reprimand rang out from an alleyway. In an instant, the most boisterous of the tormentors found himself kicked to the ground. Who just kicked me? He snarled, turning around, only to fall silent upon seeing the man before him, his expression darkening. Clad in yellow rubber shoes and cropped pants, wielding a wrench, Lu Haizhu, despite his lean frame, possessed an intimidating glare that rendered the ruffian speechless. How dare you bully the fool? Aren't fools born of parents? You insolent lot. Do you dare to harass the innocent on my turf? Do you think I, Lu Haizhu, will tolerate such behavior? Brother Haizhu, It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Do you take me for blind? Lu Haizhu unleashed a few harsh kicks on the ruffian, pointing the wrench menacingly at his head as he declared, "Hurry and buy food for the child. If I catch you bullying him again, I will break your legs." The ruffians, suddenly cowed, scuttled away to fetch a meal. And Lu Haizhu finally allowed them to leave. Damn it, a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Watching them flee, Lu Haizhu spat on the ground and handed the food to the child, his demeanor softening. "Here, eat slowly, don't choke. If anyone dares to bully you again, come find me, Lu Haizhu, and I promise to put a stop to it." The child seemed to understand but remained silent. Lu Haizhu returned to his stall in silence, beginning to mend the bicycle tire before him. What a good man. Jiang Nian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Despite Lu Haizhu's fierce appearance, he possessed a kind heart. And Jiang Nian's first impression of him was that of a tough individual. "You still." "I am Jiang Nian." Jiang Nian stepped forward. But before he could complete his self-introduction, Lu Haizhu interrupted him without lifting his head. "Patching a tire costs 50 cents, repairing a chain 80 cents, and inflating a tire 10 cents. The hose is over there. You can handle it yourself." I don't fix bikes." Lu Haizhu's impatience flared as he stood abruptly, glaring with intensity. "What do you want, a pretty boy like you? I am Jiang Nian. Chef Wang from the Guojun restaurant across the street sent me to find you." Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhu glanced at the several baskets of mushrooms beside Jiang Nian, recalling that Chef Wang had mentioned a task for him, offering 20 cents for his trouble. Selling mushrooms, yet being so secretive about it. "Just wait, I'll go call him. But you are not to touch anything from my stall. If anything goes missing, I won't let you off easily. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on it. Nothing will go amiss," Jiang Nian assured him. Lu Haizhu cast a glance at him, and then strode towards the restaurant. Chapter 70. Hiding in the cellar as soon as Lu Haizhu departed, Jiang Nian settled quietly at the stall, awaiting customers. In this era, bicycle repair is a skilled trade, a rarity among the populace and theoretically lucrative. However, it seemed Lu Haizhu's stall had few customers, and given the modest fees for repairs, it was uncertain how much he could earn in a day. Nevertheless, with this skill, Lu Haizhu would not have to worry about sustenance for quite some time. After all, the demand for bicycles would only increase, with nearly every household owning one or two, making bicycle repair a burgeoning market. As Jiang Nian contemplated this, a figure suddenly appeared before him. He looked up to see a man clad in a crisp white shirt, tilting his head, a mole near his mouth, casting a glance at Jiang Nian before inquiring about Lu Haizhu's whereabouts. "He's gone to the restaurant across the street," Jiang Nian replied, stealing a glance at him. "Damn it. Is he avoiding me?" The man cursed, circling the stall and rummaging through Lu Haizhu's toolbox, muttering about worthless tools, before he kicked over a tire that Lu Haizhu had been repairing. "Hey, brother, let us keep it civil. I'm still here watching over things," Jiang Nian interjected, noting the man's aggression towards the stall, seemingly harboring a grudge against Lu Haizhu. He frowned, eager to intervene, for he had promised Lu Haizhu to look after his stall. If anything were to be damaged, he would have no explanation upon Lu Haizhu's return. "Get lost. This is none of your business. Don't bring trouble upon yourself." "I warn you," the man retorted, his eyes widening as he pointed a finger at Jiang Nian's nose. "Damn it, Wang Laonian, what is your game? Are you here to show off again? Did I not give you face last time?" Just then, Lu Haizhu's voice rang out from behind. Jiang Nian turned to see Lu Haizhu striding forward, his commanding voice instantly elevating the atmosphere as he confronted Wang Laonian. Jiang Nian intended to observe the unfolding situation but was pulled aside by Chef Wang. Pressed for time, he followed Chef Wang to a nearby spot. "Do you think they will come to blows?" Wang inquired. Chef Wang, inspecting the mushrooms on the ground, shook his head, seemingly unfazed. "Oh, it's nothing. Lu Haizhu is tough. That Wang Laonian is merely seeking trouble. After a few hits, he learned to behave." "Is Lu Haizhu really that formidable?" Jiang Nian glanced towards the two men, who appeared to be exchanging heated insults, their noses nearly touching in confrontation. "More than formidable, that lad is reckless. But his heart is good, and he values loyalty," Chef Wang remarked after observing for a moment. He then straightened up and addressed Jiang Nian. "Brother, while these mushrooms are indeed excellent, they seem to have been stored for an extra night." Chef Wang's expertise was evident, as he quickly discerned the situation. Jiang Nian readily acknowledged the observation. Indeed, it was left to rest for an additional night. Some events transpired in the village yesterday, thus it was not delivered promptly. However, only someone of your expertise could discern this. Could anyone else perceive it? Moreover, the taste remains unaffected, does it not? As he spoke, Jiang Nian extracted a cigarette and offered it. Complimented by Jiang Nian, Chef Wang beamed with delight. Very well, these mushrooms must stay with me for now. But I have no funds to pay you. I must wait for the leader to settle the payment before I can reimburse you. Can you trust me? Ah. What are you saying? If I couldn't trust you, I wouldn't have sought your assistance, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chef Wang patted his chest and said, All right then, come find me the day after tomorrow. Jiang Nian nodded in agreement. Trust in a person is essential for collaboration. Before leaving, Jiang Nian cast a glance towards Lu Haiju's direction. The two were still at an impasse, which made him feel uneasy. There was no time to dwell on it, nor could he afford to wait to see if the two would come to blows. He made his way directly to the agreed meeting spot with Wang Chuang at the county's postal station. He then hitched a ride back to the village. This time, nearly the entire police force of the county was dispatched, yet the manpower remained insufficient due to the vastness of the Mentugu Mountains, with its intricate network of hills connecting to other villages. Therefore, not only the police but also militia and armed police participated, quickly forming a cordon in the mountains of Mentugu, with the armed police even taking search dogs into the woods to conduct a thorough search. Oh dear. This is quite serious. With so many officers here, the fugitive must be a dangerous criminal, perhaps with several lives on his conscience. Regardless of how many, he surely cannot escape this time. Oh, let him be caught quickly. Otherwise, we won't sleep soundly tonight. The villagers murmured anxiously, each displaying visible signs of tension. Unbeknownst to them, the fugitive had not entered the village the previous night but had stealthily slipped in that morning, currently hiding in the cellar of Lin Wan's aunt, Lin Wan. Upon returning to the village, Jiang Nian observed the extensive search operation underway in the mountains but thought little of it. He reflected that Lin Wan had not returned for quite some time, and they had not enjoyed each other's company in ages. Thus, he eagerly proceeded to Lin Wan's home. Upon his arrival, Lin Wan greeted him with joy and inquired, How is it going over there? Is everything going smoothly? The mountains are vast. It is uncertain when they will apprehend him. Be cautious over the next few days. Ah, our mountains are large, and those with criminal intent tend to gravitate towards our area. It truly is nerve-wracking. Lin Wan emerged from the house, complaining while holding a basin, and remarked with a puzzled expression, It seems a weasel has entered the house. There were still 2 cornmeal pancakes left yesterday, and they vanished by morning. Aunt, are you mistaken? A weasel would steal your chickens, not come inside to pilfer your cornmeal pancakes, Lin Wan replied. Hearing this, Lin Wan slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Oh no, my chickens. She then dashed towards her chicken coop. Ah, 12 are just right, Lin Wan exclaimed, her heart racing. All the eggs at home depend on these little chicks. She sighed in relief. Wait, that's not right. The chickens are safe, but who has stolen the cornmeal pancakes? The three exchanged glances, and an unsettling sensation crept over Lin Wan. Given the commotion in the village over the fugitive, how could she remain oblivious? After all, fugitives require sustenance. The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, prompting Lin Wan to shrink her neck and hide behind Jiang Nian. You all wait outside. I will check inside, Jiang Nian declared, withdrawing a sturdy stick from the woodpile. He cautiously entered the house, searching every corner but finding nothing. Just as he began to relax, he inadvertently stepped on a wooden plank over the cellar, which creaked ominously. Jiang Nian immediately halted, sensing that someone might be hiding within. Chapter 71. The threat. Lin Wan and Lin Wan crouched by the window, intently observing Jiang Nian as he scrutinized the cellar below. An air of tension enveloped them, particularly Lin Wan. Earlier that morning, she had heard peculiar noises and had searched the vicinity, finding nothing amiss, initially dismissing it as mere rodent activity. She now felt a creeping unease. Could it be that someone was truly hiding in the cellar? Lin Wan's complexion paled. In this era, the cellars in the northern regions were typically located beneath the house, covered by a single layer of wooden boards. During winter, they served to store potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and radishes, keeping the interior warm and preventing frost, while the underground environment offered insulation against decay. The simplicity of the wooden cover made entry quite convenient. Jiang Nian raised a stick high, slowly lifting the first wooden board, followed by a second and a third. As light streamed into the cellar, he paused, peering into the dimness. Just as he leaned down to inspect a corner, a glint suddenly flashed before him. A gleaming knife lunged upwards toward Jiang Nian from below, prompting Lin Wan and Lin Wan outside to scream in alarm. With remarkable agility, Jiang Nian evaded the perilous thrust, swiftly countering with a powerful strike that resounded with a thud as it connected with the assailant's head. The intruder crashed to the ground. Yet, The encounter was far from over. The fierce individual immediately sprang back to his feet, scaling the ladder with a menacing glare that sent a chill through Jiang Nian. Get back. As the figure prepared to charge out, Jiang Nian swung his stick once more, but Lin Wan rushed in. Clutching a basin of water that was still bubbling with steam, clearly scalding hot. Startled, Jiang Nian instinctively recoiled. With a splash, the basin of hot water drenched the intruder, who shrieked in agony and tumbled back into the cellar, writhing on the ground. Yet, the man was undeterred. After a brief struggle, he regained his footing, intent on fighting back. Stop right there. If you make another move, we'll douse you again, Lin Qinghua shouted boldly. Beside her, Lin Guan appeared shaken, too frightened to speak. Yet she held the basin aloft, visibly terrified but unwilling to retreat. Seeing both women poised with boiling water, the intruder hesitated. The hot water had already left his skin blistered, and he could only imagine the pain of another 2 basins. Please, don't throw more, he pleaded, retreating into a corner of the cellar. You win this round, I won't come out. Let's negotiate, let me go, and I'll give you this watch and the money. As he spoke, the man removed a watch from his wrist and produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket, deliberately raising it into the light for Jiang Nian and the others to see. Judging by its heft, the money amounted to at least 200 or 300. And the watch was a Casio, though Jiang Nian was uncertain of its exact value. It was surely not inexpensive. Upon catching sight of the money, Lin Qinghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, she was acutely aware that the individual before her was undoubtedly a fugitive. Should she allow him to escape and word of it spread, she too would face arrest. While her love for wealth was undeniable, her affection for her brother, an official at the county police station, prevailed. She could not tarnish her brother's reputation, so she steeled her resolve and declared, "Put away your filthy money. We have no need for it. You will remain here quietly until the police arrive to apprehend you. Should you dare to move, I shall douse you with this bucket of water." Jiang Nian, wielding a stick, positioned himself advantageously, ready to strike should the man attempt to make a break for it. Without uttering a word, he discreetly signaled to Lin Wan. True to Jiang Nian's belief that she was his soulmate for life, Lin Wan understood instantly, retreating quietly before swiftly exiting the premises, unbeknownst to the man who had been hiding in the cellar. The police had already entered the village of Mintugu and were scouring the area in search of him. He cast a glance at Jiang Nian, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered him one. "Hey, brother, I'm Dong Hailong. The brothers on the street call me Long Go. Would you like to get rich? Join me, and I assure you a life of luxury and wealth," he proposed. Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Dong Hailong was indeed a familiar name. In his past life, he had heard of this man frequently. A notorious figure, he had spent over a decade in prison. And upon his release, he swiftly ascended to become the leader of the largest gang in the city, leveraging his ruthless methods and former notoriety. Following a national crackdown on organized crime, he returned to prison for several years, but upon his release, he capitalized on the burgeoning real estate market, establishing a property company and several lending and high-interest loan businesses, transforming himself into a prominent entrepreneur. Despite his facade as a businessman, he remained deeply entrenched in the underworld, ultimately falling victim to another governmental crackdown. "Spare me your schemes. I have no interest in your reckless pursuits," Jiang Nian scoffed. "I suggest you cease your antics. Your tactics hold no sway over me." Dong Hailong furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Jiang Nian. "Brother, that girl has fled to report to the police, hasn't she? Before they arrive, let us negotiate. If you let me go now, we shall part ways amicably. However, should I be captured, I assure you, I will not forget this." Dong Hailong's voice was frigid, his threat unmistakable. Jiang Nian frowned. He recognized that Dong Hailong was a desperate man, one who bore grudges deeply, and he understood that this was no idle threat. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian quickly regained his composure. According to his memories, Dong Hailong had spent a total of 12 years in prison during his first incarceration, and by the time he emerged, Jiang Nian had transformed beyond recognition. Whether or not Dong Hailong would still be relevant was uncertain. Furthermore, after 12 years, Jiang Nian could very well have found his own fortune elsewhere. With this thought, Jiang Nian smiled broadly. "Let us wait until you are free, then." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Hailong seemed poised to utter more, but at that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Suddenly, Wang Chuang and Wang Lili, accompanied by a contingent of officers, stormed into the room, brandishing their firearms and surrounding the entrance to the cellar. Upon witnessing this, Dong Hailong momentarily froze, but soon relinquished any thoughts of resistance, allowing the police to descend and affix handcuffs around his wrists. Brother, when the mountains do not yield, the waters shall shift. Remember my words. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Tread carefully in the future, he remarked, discarding the cigarette but from his fingers and casting a cryptic smile towards Jiang Nian before being escorted away by the officers. What does he mean by that? Lin Wan pondered aloud, her brows furrowing in confusion. He was just attempting to coerce Jiang Nian into releasing him, and when that was denied, he resorted to threats of vengeance. Lin Xinghua rolled her eyes as she watched Dong Hailong being taken away, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that Jiang Nian had acted justly. One must always act in accordance with their conscience. Should he have let Dong Hailong go? Who knows what calamities might have ensued? Chapter 72. How can I bear to let you lose? Upon hearing the threat, Lin Guan's complexion drained of color. Her grip on Jiang Nian tightened, and her face was etched with concern. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Jiang Nian inquired. What if he retaliates against you? He is a desperate man, Lin Guan replied, her voice trembling, clearly shaken by fear. Jiang Nian chuckled softly, gently ruffling her hair, and reassured her, do not be afraid, he has been incarcerated. How could he possibly take revenge on me? Do not frighten yourself. That's not it. I just heard from Sister Lily that Dong Hailong has considerable influence in the county, with several underlings at his command. If he seeks revenge, he wouldn't need to wait until he is released. Lin Guan's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. Her father was a police officer. Well aware of the dangers involved, these outlaws held grudges for years, and they would seek revenge even after decades. Upon hearing Lin Guan's words, Jiang Nian felt a chill run down his spine. If what she said were true, he indeed needed to be cautious. After all, not all of those underlings would be incarcerated. He was indifferent to any trouble they might bring him, but he feared for Lin Guan and his parents' safety. Oh dear, he has been locked away. Can his gang still follow him? Do not frighten yourself. Quickly tidy up. Look at this mess in the house. I didn't even realize a living person had entered. How alarming. Jiang Nian, tomorrow, go to the county and bring me a lock when you return. I will secure the cellar door, Lin Xinghua said, gathering the wooden boards, still shaken by the incident. This time, she was genuinely frightened and uncertain when the intruder had entered. Thankfully, Jiang Nian had arrived. Had she and Lin Guan been home alone, who knew what might have happened? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Aunt, do not be afraid. Such incidents occur infrequently, Jiang Nian quickly responded, noticing Lin Xinghua's distressed state. Besides, weren't you both quite brave today? That large pot of boiling water you threw, I was utterly astonished. Oh, that was my idea. It was Xiaoguan. She rushed in when she saw you in danger. I merely followed her lead, Lin Xinghua explained with a smile, glancing at Lin Guan. Our little Guan truly showed her heart this time. Usually, she jumps at the sight of a caterpillar, yet for the man she cares for, she fights against thugs without hesitation. Just think about this, Jiang Nian. If you ever mistreat her, you would not be a man. Lin Guan's delicate face instantly turned the color of a rosy dawn. Bowing her head, she gazed at her toes, her shyness making her cheeks burn. Fidgeting with her fingers, she finally managed to emit a soft voice. Aunt. Jiang Nian felt his heart warm. In his past life, he had never encountered a woman who would fight for him. This seemingly fragile woman, when faced with danger, could act without reservation. If he were to treat her poorly in this life, it would not only denote a lack of manhood, but would undoubtedly evoke divine retribution. Lin Guan. Jiang Nian tightly grasped Lin Wan's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. In this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to express his innermost feelings. The young couple exchanged tender glances, while Lin Xinghua observed with delight, subtly retreating from the room. Within the confines of the chamber, only Jiang Nian and Lin Wan remained, and the atmosphere shifted to one of exquisite tension. Lin Wan's delicate visage, her rosy lips, sparkling eyes, and long eyelashes captivated Jiang Nian's heart. He instinctively lifted her chin and pressed his lips against hers in a profound kiss. At that moment, Lin Wan's heart raced, and a blush spread across her cheeks, reminiscent of a soft blush. Lacking experience, she could only respond to Jiang Nian's playful advances with innocent eagerness. Enveloped by the warmth of Jiang Nian's sturdy chest, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, which allowed her to fully relax and surrender herself to him. After a lengthy embrace, they finally parted. Gazing at Lin Wan, who appeared shy yet radiant, Jiang Nian spoke earnestly. Lin Wan, thank you. Thank you for loving me. I vow to cherish you for a lifetime, and I will never go back on my word. I believe that your sentiments are genuine. However, in this world filled with temptation and beautiful women. Can you truly assure me that you will remain untouched? Lin Wan lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Nian's chiseled jawline and, with utmost seriousness, inquired. Jiang Nian paused, slightly taken aback. Lin Wan, being innocent, likely heard such words from someone else. He embraced her even tighter, his expression turning solemn. I cannot speak for other men, nor do I wish to, but I assure you, I am not a fickle man. I do not deny that I may encounter a variety of captivating women along my journey. Yet, I firmly believe in my love for you and my responsibilities as a husband and father, which will empower me to resist these temptations. Trust me. As Lin Wan looked into Jiang Nian's sincere eyes and listened to his gentle words, she felt a profound connection strike her heart. Jiang Nian was handsome, tall, and successful. Upon her return to the village, she had overheard many young women whispering about him. This filled her with a mix of joy and anxiety. She felt elated that her partner was so exceptional, adored by many, affirming that she had made the right choice. Yet, the attention he received also instilled a sense of unease within her. She could hardly bear to imagine the heartbreak if Jiang Nian were to choose another. Abandoning her, she feared she would lack the courage to carry on. However, upon hearing his heartfelt response, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Wrapping her arms around Jiang Nian's waist, her eyes shimmering with affection, she declared, If you do not abandon me, I shall stand by you through life and death. These words touched Jiang Nian deeply, prompting him to hold Lin Wan even closer, burying her head in his embrace. Silly girl, he thought. How could I let you lose when you wager your entire life on me? Outside the window, Lin Qiwa covered her mouth, struggling to contain her laughter as she witnessed the couple's affectionate embrace. At that moment, her heart was overflowing with joy. In the past, unions were often dictated by parental arrangements and matchmaking, leading most individuals to spend their lives with those they did not cherish, never having tasted the sweetness of love born from true freedom. Now, observing Jiang Nian and Lin Guan together, Lin Qiwa felt her heart stir. Akin to a parched land receiving a long-awaited rain, she mused how wonderful it would be to find a good man like that for herself. Just then, a knock echoed through the courtyard. Following this, her father, Jiang Dashan, called out, Qiwa, open the door, it's your brother Dashan. Lin Qiwa was abruptly pulled back to reality. Her face flushed with warmth, and she hastily retorted, Pa, what am I thinking at my age? Regaining her composure, she hurried to open the courtyard door. Chapter 73. The necessity of building a house. As the door swung open, Lin Qinghua's parents, Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong, stood at the threshold, their faces marked by concern. Upon seeing Lin Qinghua, Wang Hong immediately inquired with urgency, My dear girl, are you all right? You look quite shaken. How are Jiang Nian and Lin Wan? Are they unharmed? All is well, Lin Qinghua reassured them, noticing Wang Hong's flustered demeanor. They are both safe and sound, nestled together inside. Oh dear, it would be rather embarrassing for you to enter and interrupt their tender moment. Goodness. What nonsense are you speaking? Came Lin Wan's shy voice from behind. She hurriedly approached Lin Qinghua, tugging at her sleeve, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Hong. Aunt, please disregard my aunt's silly remarks. Come in and sit down. Look at this girl, still shy. Come, let us move inside, Lin Qiwa said, understanding Lin Wan's bashfulness, and promptly ushered Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong into the house. After a leisurely chat that touched upon their encounter with the assailants, Lin Qinghua animatedly recounted the events. Following a meal at Lin Qiwa's home, they returned to their own abode, the evening sun casting shadows as the clock neared 6 or 7 o'clock. As the family tidied up, Jiang Nian went up the mountain to gather a bundle of hay for the donkey before finally retreating indoors to rest. At that moment, his father, Jiang Dashan, suddenly addressed him, Xiaonian, hold on a moment before you sleep. We need to discuss something with you. Jiang Dashan knocked his large tobacco pipe on the ground, reloading it as he spoke. Today, I discussed your idea of building a house with your mother, but she disagrees. Why? Jiang Nian asked, astonished. He had been contemplating the need for a new house for several days. Their current living space comprised only 3 small rooms, 2 on either side and a kitchen, all rather cramped. The western room, where he slept, was cluttered with various items. And with Lin Wan potentially moving in and starting a family, the situation would only become more inconvenient. Lin Wan's family background was not one to be overlooked. They lived in single rooms that were always kept tidy and hygienic. It wasn't that Lin Wan couldn't endure hardship, but Jiang Nian simply did not wish for her to lower her standards of living after marriage. Furthermore, it was likely that Lin Wan was already expecting their child. And considering they were having twins, the necessity of a larger home became even more pressing. Wang Hong interjected, "What is the issue? Although our house is small, it can accommodate us. If necessary, after you and Lin Wan are married, your father and I can move to the western room, allowing you two to occupy the eastern room. Would that not work?" "Mother," Jiang Nian replied, "this isn't merely about the two of us. What about when Lin Wan has more children? At first, it may be manageable with a small child, but as they grow older, they will require their own space." Wang Hong rolled her eyes. "What personal space does a child need? In this region, every household's children sleep on the same large kong with their parents. I believe it is not the children who desire personal space, but rather you two who seek it." Jiang Nian could hardly suppress a smile at the words spoken. Nodding in agreement. "Mother, Lin Wan and I are merely in our 20s, at the prime of our lives. Is it not entirely reasonable to desire a bit of personal space? I understand your concerns. You fear that once we build our new house and move out, we might drift apart from you. But rest assured, even if we do construct a new home, it will be right beside this old one. We will not stray too far. I still rely on you both to help take care of the children in the future." "What? Take care of the children?" Mother Wang's eyes lit up, though her words belied her excitement. "You should go as far away as possible. I've already endured enough bringing you up. Now you want me to take care of your children? What, do you wish to take my old life as well?" In his youth, Jiang Nian's health was frail, often falling ill and crying for no reason. Thus, Mother Wang endured considerable hardship, while other children were allowed to roam free from a young age. Jiang Nian, however, required constant supervision until he reached his teenage years, when an old physician's prescription finally improved his health, allowing him to behave like other children. Consequently, Mother Wang frequently lamented the trials of raising children, cautioning Jiang Nian against expecting her to care for his future offspring. Yet, Jiang Nian knew this was merely her faade. When the day came that he had children, she would undoubtedly complain if those children did not come to her. "Mother, you simply must assist me. When Lin Wan is in confinement, I will need to earn a living for our family. How can I manage without your help?" Jiang Nian chuckled. "Ah, I must have owed you in my past life," Mother Wang replied reluctantly, her face suddenly breaking into a peculiar smile. "Son, speak truthfully. Does Lin Wan carry a child?" Jiang Nian paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. This revelation delighted Mother Wang immensely. "Oh my. I hear in your words the truth of it. Truly, you are my son, possessing such capability. Now that the rice is cooked, there is no turning back." At this, Jiang Dashan, who had remained silent until now, snorted and remarked, "What capability? This is merely poor conduct. In earlier times, you would have been taken to the streets for such behavior, and you rejoice in it? His reckless actions are partly your indulgence." "Bah, you old fool. What nonsense are you spouting?" Mother Wang rolled her eyes. "Our son is not irresponsible. They are about to wed, a match made in heaven. How can you call it poor conduct when it is a matter of mutual affection? Your archaic and conservative mindset should have long been discarded. Moreover, this is a family secret. If we do not speak of it, who shall know? The two of them will hold their wedding next month. And who would dare to utter a word against the child once it arrives? Mother, let us return to the subject of building a house. How did we stray so far?" Jiang Nian interjected. "Regardless, our current home is too small, and it offers no warmth in winter. I am determined to build a new house. Well, if you insist on building nearby, I have no objections, but I cannot help but feel reluctant to let you go." Mother Wang expressed, feeling somewhat reassured. "However, constructing a house will require a significant sum of money, and with your wedding expenses, there likely won't be much left for anything else. Please, enough of that." Father Jiang Dashan tapped his cigarette, somewhat irked, and remarked, "The Lin family is offering a dowry that is double the norm. Surely we are not lacking in funds? Moreover, with Xiaonian's substantial earnings, the finances for the house will undoubtedly not be a burden for you. Mother, let's not rush into the house construction. Lin Wan and I can manage for now. It will not be too late to build once we have saved enough money. However, I am confident that by the time Lin Wan and I exchange vows, we will have sufficient funds for the house." Jiang Nian reflected before continuing. "When the time comes to build, we will assess our finances, if we have enough. I would like to renovate our old house as well." "Very well, as long as you are aware of this," Jiang Dashan replied. "Your mother and I are getting on in years and cannot provide much assistance. It will largely fall upon you. Since you have a plan in mind, there is no need for us to intervene. This house is far preferable to squandering money frivolously. Do bring back a couple of bottles of wine to share with Uncle De Quan. Perhaps we can discuss the matter of the base's approval process," Jiang Dashan added. "Understood, Father." Chapter 74. not to be underestimated in the county town. Opposite the entrance of Guiyun Hotel, Jiang Nian arrived with his donkey cart. From a distance, he spotted Lu Haizhu, whose head was wrapped in a layer of gauze, yet his hands were busily at work, embodying a diligent demeanor. As Jiang Nian halted the cart and called out, "Whoa!" Lu Haizhu lifted his head for a brief glance. "What's up? Running errands again?" Jiang Nian smiled and nodded, teasingly observing Lu Haizhu's bandaged head. "What happened? Brother Haizhu? Did someone cook you up? Are you here just to amuse yourself?" Lu Haizhu sprang to his feet. Brandishing a wrench and pointing it at Jiang Nian's nose, his eyes wide with a fierce intensity. Sensing that Lu Haizhu might actually take action, Jiang Nian quickly chuckled, offering a cigarette. "Just kidding. Why are you so anxious? Here, have a smoke. You're quite the charmer. I won't hold this against you this time." Realizing Jiang Nian was merely joking, Lu Haizhu accepted the cigarette. After Jiang Nian lit it, Lu Haizhu took a deep drag and began to curse. "Let me tell you. Don't be deceived by my serious injuries. Zhao Laonian's condition is far worse. He is still bedridden and won't be up for at least another 2 weeks. He is lucky to be alive. Next time he tries to push me, he'll see what I can do." Jiang Nian chuckled. Lu Haizhu possessed an innate charm. And while Jiang Nian was unsure of his combat prowess, his verbal skills were undeniably formidable. "Brother Haizhu, I need you to run an errand for me," Jiang Nian said. "Not an issue. Just wait here. I'll fetch him right away." With that, Lu Haizhu headed straight to the Guiyun Hotel across the street. Before long, Chef Wang emerged. Following Lu Haizhu, Jiang Nian approached him eagerly. Chef Wang appeared quite excited, while Lu Haizhu, displaying a sense of propriety, returned to his repair station, leaving Jiang Nian and Wang to converse in private. "How is it going, brother?" Jiang Nian inquired. Your mushrooms caught someone's eye immediately. They're paying you the same price as last time, but this batch is substantial. It's sold for 84 yuan and 60 cents. They didn't have change. So here's 84 yuan. This is your money." Chef Wang pulled out the cash from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Nian, urging him to count it. "No need to count. I trust your integrity," Jiang Nian said, pulling out a 10 yuan note and returning it. "I appreciate your help with this. You must accept this money." "What are you doing?" "It's just a matter of words. It's unnecessary," Chef Wang insisted politely, though Jiang Nian could see through his pretense. Nevertheless, it was impossible to expect the horse to run without feeding it, so Jiang Nian insisted on giving him the 10 yuan. In the future, whenever he needed assistance, Wang would surely be more willing to help. Wang Dejuan, a skilled chef, earned a mere 60 yuan a month at the Guiyun restaurant. For him, 10 yuan was a considerable sum, and he was taken aback by Wang's generosity, which caused him to regard Wang with newfound respect. In truth, he had taken a small portion for himself, but he dared not take too much, only 5 yuan, as he feared Jiang Nian might notice. Although Jiang Nian was being exceedingly generous, Wang Dejuan felt a twinge of guilt. "You must accept this money, otherwise I shall have no means to enlist your services in the future," Jiang Nian insisted, firmly placing the money into Wang Dejuan's pocket. "Since my brother has spoken so, I shall not be impolite. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask," Wang Dejuan responded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian chuckled and said, "Actually, I do have a matter at hand. As the head chef at Guiyun restaurant, you encounter many influential individuals. I wonder if you are acquainted with someone named Dong Hailong." "Who?" Wang Dejuan inquired. "Dong Hailong." At the mention of this name, Wang Dejuan's expression suddenly shifted, and his gaze towards Jiang Nian transformed. When Jiang Nian repeated Dong Hailong's name, Wang Dejuan, incredulous, asked, "Brother, why do you bring him up? You haven't crossed him, have you? I've heard he was recently apprehended, and his followers have been restless, threatening to kill the one responsible for their leader's imprisonment." Jiang Nian's countenance grew somewhat awkward. "If all goes as expected, I am indeed the target of their wrath," he replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Dejuan swiftly covered Jiang Nian's mouth and glanced around cautiously. Once assured of their privacy, he sighed in relief and lowered his voice to ask, "Brother, what happened? How did you manage to provoke him?" Jiang Nian promptly recounted the entire affair. Wang Dejuan listened with a mix of sympathy and concern. In that case, there was little choice. Anyone in such a situation would have called the authorities, he mused, furrowing his brow. "However, you may have found yourself in a predicament. Do you know why Dong Hailong was arrested?" Jiang Nian shook his head. "It was over a petty thug who dared to leer at his woman. Dong Hailong dealt with him ruthlessly, even gouging out his eyes. His reputation is notoriously vile, and he harbors a deep-seated grudge. If he vows to retaliate, he undoubtedly will." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian replied anxiously, That is precisely what troubles me. What do you think I should do? I wish to inquire if there exists anyone on the streets capable of handling him. Wang Dajuan paused, taken aback by the question, before breaking into a mischievous grin. You, my friend, are no ordinary fool. It takes a clever mind to devise such a scheme. Jiang Nian chuckled in response. It is simply a matter of survival. Having lived through one life, I understand the complexities involved. To confront such individuals, one must demonstrate that they are not to be trifled with. The most effective approach is often to meet violence with violence. Certainly, Jiang Nian could not rise to prominence on his own. Thus, he contemplated seeking an adversary of equal stature to Dong Hailong. Even if it required a monetary sacrifice, it would be worth it, akin to spending wealth to avert disaster. If you truly wish to find such an individual, I happen to know of one. This person, let alone Dong Hailong, would pose a challenge to anyone. His philosophy is simply to confront and engage. You can't go wrong in seeking him. Who is it? Jiang Nian inquired eagerly. Wang Dajuan did not respond directly but exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Haizhu, who was repairing a bicycle across from them. Are you referring to him? Jiang Nian asked in disbelief. What? Do you look down on him? Wang Dajuan retorted. Let me put it this way. If Dong Hailong were not incarcerated, he might have held his own against him. Now that Dong Hailong is behind bars, even his subordinates would not stand a chance against this individual. If you can provoke him into action, Dong Hailong's followers will surely be subdued and will not dare to trouble you. If he is indeed that formidable, why is he here repairing bicycles? Jiang Nian questioned, perplexed. That's a question you must pose to him directly. I only know that he is genuinely ruthless, Wang Dajuan replied, patting Jiang Nian on the shoulder. Whether you choose to seek him out is up to your own judgment. I have been away for some time and must return. We shall meet again. Having said this, Wang Dajuan departed for the Guiyun Hotel, while Jiang Nian, after a moment of contemplation regarding Lu Haizhu, approached him. Chapter 75. He is my friend, what's up? Do you have something to discuss? As Jiang Nian's donkey cart came to a halt, Lu Haizhu remained engrossed in his work. Deftly repairing a tire, his enthusiasm for the task palpable. I would like to treat you to a meal once you're done, Jiang Nian remarked with a smile. What? Treat me to a meal? Lu Haizhu finally looked up, surprise etched on his face. You must need something from me. I won't go. As one who accepts favors is bound to oblige. Jiang Nian chuckled at his response. This fellow was undeniably unique, and such individuals often possess a strong sense of loyalty. They reciprocate respect tenfold. Building a friendship with someone like him requires no elaborate pretense. Straightforwardness is likely to win his favor. To be honest, my brother, I've encountered a bit of trouble and was hoping you could lend a hand, Jiang Nian continued. I won't help, Lu Haizhu retorted bluntly. We are not related, and we've only met a few times. Why should I assist you? That's precisely why I want to treat you to a meal. We can discuss the details. And you can state any conditions you may have, Jiang Nian proposed. Do you really think I care about that meal? Lu Haizhu scoffed. You ought to inquire about my principles. I would rather toil or starve than bow to anyone for mere coin. Is that why I'm here fixing bicycles? Taken aback, Jiang Nian found himself at a loss for words. Since Lu Haizhu was unwilling to become entangled in trouble, he decided not to press the issue further and sought an alternative solution. Just as he turned to leave, four individuals approached him, led by a young man with a shaved head who exuded an air of arrogance. He pushed Jiang Nian aside and, with hands on his hips, demanded, Are you Lu Haizhu? I am indeed Lu Haizhu. And you are? Lu Haizhu responded, equally unyielding, unfazed by the four armed with clubs. Well, aren't you quite the tough guy? You've been like this for quite some time, haven't you? Let's get to the point. If you have business, speak. If not, be on your way. Lu Haizhu said impatiently. Your brother owes me 80 yuan, and now that he has gone missing, what do you propose we do? The leader inquired. Why should I care? He owes me 5 yuan too, and I can't find him either. If you happen to locate him, let me know as well, Lu Haizhu replied. What do you mean by that? The leader asked, incredulously amused. Are you pretending not to understand? Do you intend to repay the debt or not? Why can't you comprehend simple words? Lu Haizhu stood up, holding a plank. Who owes you money should be sought out by you. I owe you nothing. So don't pressure me. If you continue, I won't hesitate to take action. Feel free to test me. Are you trying to play tough with me? You have no idea who I am. I realize I failed to introduce myself. My brothers on the street call me Little Rascal. If you give me the money today, we can call it even. If not, I'll break one of your legs. How dare you talk to me like that, you little punk? Lu Haizhu was immediately incensed. In all his years, he had never been threatened in such a manner. Today marked a novel experience for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, who had remained silent, was internally astonished. So this was the little scoundrel. This individual was infamous, renowned far and wide in his previous life. Unlike Lu Haizhu, who was principled and acted with a sense of justice, albeit with a foul mouth and a fierce disposition in fights, this little scoundrel operated devoid of any principles. He would stab you without hesitation if he fancied your watch while strolling down the street. If Jiang Nian's memory served him correctly in his past life, the scoundrel had once demanded a coat from someone, and despite receiving it, he still plunged a knife into the individual, ultimately leading to that person's demise. The deceased was of no ordinary stature, and subsequently, 3 major factions united to corner the scoundrel in an alley, resulting in a brutal beating that claimed his life. Nonetheless, it must be said that this little scoundrel was indeed a rogue, now accompanied by 3 henchmen. If a confrontation ensued, Lu Haizhu would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, Jiang Nian stepped forward without hesitation. Brothers, let us converse civilly, refrain from violence. Who do you think you are? The scoundrel, in a furious state, turned to strike Jiang Nian, but Jiang Nian was quick to react, seizing the scoundrel's wrist. With his innate strength, the scoundrel felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his gaze toward Jiang Nian shifted. What do you mean? Are you meddling? The scoundrel's face darkened, and his expression grew more menacing as Jiang Nian sensed a palpable aura of hostility. This little scoundrel was undoubtedly a formidable character. Yet, Jiang Nian was no pushover. He understood that when dealing with such individuals, one must maintain composure and display greater fortitude to earn their respect. Do not misunderstand me. Lu Haizhu is my friend, and it is inappropriate for you to assault him in my presence. Should you choose to engage in violence, I cannot simply stand by. However, I am a reasonable person. Debts must be repaid, and it is merely 80 yuan, a trivial matter. I will cover it on his behalf. Now, take the money and leave swiftly. With that, Jiang Nian released the scoundrel's wrist and slowly produced the money, counting out 80 yuan before offering it to them. This settles our business. Do not seek trouble with us again. Let me be clear, this is a one-time affair. Should you lend him money again and come looking for trouble, do not blame me for being ruthless. Though Jiang Nian spoke calmly, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. At that moment, he had already etched an impression of being formidable in the scoundrel's mind. Fine, you are indeed quite straightforward. Having received the money, the little scoundrel let out a derisive snort and remarked, why not learn from your friend? Once you have the money, shouldn't it all be over? Furious, Lu Haizhu shouted, return my money. Do you take me for a fool, flaunting your bravado before me? Just as he was about to take action, Jiang Nian swiftly stepped in front of Lu Haizhu, his expression icy as he addressed the scoundrel. Take the money and leave at once, lest you invite unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, the scoundrel glanced at Jiang Nian and then at Lu Haizhu behind him. After a brief nod, he gestured to his subordinates and turned to depart. Damn it, why did you give him the money? Does he think Lu Haizhu is a coward? Chapter 76. More formidable than Lu Haizhu? Upon hearing Lu Haizhu's grievances, Jiang Nian was not at all surprised and chuckled softly. What is the matter? If you're not satisfied, then why not confront them? You may not have noticed, but those few are concealing knives in their sleeves. If a real fight breaks out, do you honestly believe you would fare well? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. There will be ample opportunities in the future to settle scores with them. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Lu Haizhu was momentarily taken aback. He truly had not noticed the concealed weapons, being too engrossed in displaying bravado. However, he would not admit defeat verbally. Damn it. What is there to fear about knives? At worst, I might get stabbed a few times. Lu Yi, have faced worse before, just because they are numerous and armed. When it comes to a real confrontation, if I fall, I will ensure to take a few down with me. At least I won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Though he spoke defiantly, he knew that it was better to live than die. The pain of a knife wound is known only to the one who bears it. Since fate has brought me here, let it be settled as such. After Jiang Nian spoke, he pretended to leave. Wait. Lu Haizhu immediately called after Jiang Nian and continued. Lu Haizhu, do not favor being indebted to others. Just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my power, I will not delay. Hearing this, Jiang Nian turned around with a smile. Brother, I am not assisting you for this reason. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get to the point. I dislike beating around the bush. Lu Haizhu interrupted before Jiang Nian could finish. If that is the case, I shall speak plainly. Jiang Nian had intended to be courteous, but since Lu Haizhu was so straightforward, he refrained from further small talk and recounted the entire situation in detail. Brother, to be honest, I am not afraid of retaliation. However, my brother is about to marry, and I love her dearly. I fear those little rascals might target my family. You wish for me to take action and deal with Dong Hailong's underlings? Lu Haizhu inquired, lighting a cigarette with a heavy tone. Jiang Nian nodded. I heard from Wang Dejun that you possess the capability to do so. It would be ideal if you could make those rascals genuinely submit to you. This way, they would cease their misdeeds, and you would be performing a great act of virtue. Dong Hailong will be imprisoned for 12 years. When he emerges after that, I will no longer concern myself with him. As he spoke, Jiang Nian offered a light for Lu Haizhu's cigarette. Lu Haizhu lowered his head to ignite the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and remarked, if Dong Hailong hadn't been incarcerated, this would indeed be troublesome. However, now that he is, his subordinates are nothing but cowards. I, Lu Yi, can easily handle them. I do have one question, though. That little punk from earlier, he is also a man of means. Why didn't you approach him directly? Offer him $80 to eliminate Dong Hailong. Given his temperament, he could certainly pull it off. Jiang Nian couldn't help but laugh. I am aware of that individual. His reputation is quite unsavory, and his actions are far from principled. He is ruthless, and there is no morality to be found in his deeds. In the end, he will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. It is best to keep a distance from such people. Otherwise, when he meets his demise, his blood may splatter all over you. In comparison, I find myself preferring the company of someone like you, a brother who embodies loyalty. They say that like attracts like, and I believe that is the essence of our bond. Upon hearing these words, Lu Haizhu erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Jiang Nian on the shoulder. I am quite pleased with that response. As human beings, we must possess a certain demeanor. Although I may not have received a formal education, I understand that the essence of being human lies in loyalty and integrity. Given your answer, consider me your friend. I, Lu Haizhu, will take on your troubles. In the coming days, I shall seek out those little rascals for a discussion. Lu Haizhu agreed to this matter, yet Jiang Nian remained apprehensive. Lu Haizhu was not one to instigate trouble, nor did he fear it. However, when confronted, he would charge ahead without regard for his own safety. Thus, Jiang Nian felt compelled to offer further caution. Brother, above all else, prioritize safety. If possible, avoid conflict. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Lu Haizhu chuckled, extinguishing his half-smoked cigarette and tucking it behind his ear. Rest assured, I am not boasting. Those little rascals under Dong Hailong would not dare lay a finger on me when I am present. If you doubt it, accompany me tomorrow and witness for yourself. Very well, I shall join you to broaden my horizons, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. It was not that he genuinely wished to attend. Rather, he felt it inappropriate to decline at this juncture. Moreover, he sought to keep an eye on Lu Haizhu, hoping his presence might temper him. After finalizing their plans, the two exchanged pleasantries before Jiang Nian departed for the village. Meanwhile, the little rascals, eager for money, gathered in a dimly lit room with a few accomplices. Indulging in snacks and drinks, they reveled in their merriment, yet one among them, a particularly anxious character, sat with a cigarette pinched between his fingers. His mind preoccupied with the events of the day, his expression grave. Hey, what's wrong, brother? Aren't we supposed to reclaim our money? Why the long face? One of the ruffians noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, puzzled. Indeed, we only lent 8 yuan, and now we are set to reclaim 80, a windfall. He replied, truth be told, I am aware that Lu Haiba is Lu Haizhu's brother, and I never truly expected to get the money back without your intervention, brother. Otherwise, would Lu Haizhu remain so placid? However, I must say, the fellow who paid today is genuinely affluent, pulling out a wad of cash worth at least several hundred. How about we make a move against him? Upon hearing this, the anxious ruffian did not respond directly but instead shot a chilling glance, causing the proposer to shiver and retreat into silence. The others, sensing the tension, fell silent, and the room was engulfed in an eerie quiet. After a long pause, the anxious ruffian took a sip of his drink and remarked, he is no easy adversary, even more formidable than Lu Haizhu. Just look at the grip he has on his opponents. The little rascal rolled up his sleeves, placing his wrist upon the table, which bore a purplish hue, resembling a bruise. It was a testament to his grip, revealing astonishing strength. With just a bit more force, his wrist would surely shatter. After uttering these words, the little rascal took another drag from his cigarette, tilting his head in contemplation, lost in his own thoughts. The others, upon witnessing the state of his wrist, exhibited expressions of astonishment, particularly the one who had suggested robbing Jiang Nian, whose countenance darkened considerably. Brother rascal, can't we just avoid provoking him from now on? Let's drink, exclaimed a sycophantic fellow, quickly raising his glass, prompting the others to echo his sentiments. The little rascal raised his glass and took a sip of his drink, then spoke in a grave tone. Damn it, I have never suffered such a significant loss. To let him off the hook is out of the question. First, we must thoroughly investigate his background and seize an opportunity to take him down. No matter how skilled he is, he must fear the knife. If I do not make him bleed profusely, I shall no longer be called the little rascal. Chapter 77. Encountering Tang Wanying and her mother as Jiang Nian parted ways with Lu Haizhu, his spirits soared. He aided Lu Haizhu not only because of Lu's unwavering loyalty and commendable character, which made him a worthy acquaintance, but also due to the foresight that Lu would inevitably rise to prominence in the city. A shrewd businessman, Jiang Nian understood that for rapid and stable growth, one must cultivate connections. It was not about engaging in illicit activities, but rather about safeguarding oneself from treacherous individuals. Often, matters that could not be resolved through conventional means could be addressed with a mere phone call if one had the right contacts. Though there was a hint of self-interest in his motives, Jiang Nian genuinely wished to befriend Lu Haizhu, devoid of any deceit. Having been reborn, Jiang Nian's greatest aspiration was to alter the fates of Lin Wan and her unborn child, so that they could live a life filled with happiness and joy. Furthermore, he yearned to mend the emotional void left by his previous life. In his past existence, he had focused almost entirely on Tang Wanying and his career, navigating the treacherous waters of business with little sincerity, let alone camaraderie. He regarded Lu Haizhu as an admirable companion, the kind of brother who would stand by him through thick and thin, with a light heart. Jiang Nian urged his donkey cart towards the supply and marketing cooperative to procure supplies. The recent consumption had been substantial, yet the materials were inexpensive, requiring little expenditure. Additionally, he purchased 2 bottles of wine, intending to present them to the village secretary, Feng Dequan, upon his return. Feng Dequan had a penchant for drinking but seldom indulged in fine wine, typically settling for bulk liquor. This gift would surely delight him. Conventionally, Feng Dequan, being a comrade of Jiang Nian's father, Jiang Dashan, shared a profound bond. Even without gifts, Feng would undoubtedly assist. However, it was always deemed improper to arrive empty-handed, especially since Jiang Dashan had specifically instructed him to bring something. Having acquired all his necessities and completed his daily tasks, Jiang Nian steered his donkey cart out of the cooperative, setting off for the village. However, he had not traveled far when he spotted 2 individuals, burdened with packages, crouching in a disheveled state at the street corner. To his astonishment, he recognized Tang Wanying and Wang Lan amidst the county town. At that moment, Tang Wanying appeared pale, her head wrapped in a scarf as if to conceal her identity, sitting on the ground, clutching her abdomen, her face contorted with agony. "Mom, I'm hungry." Tang Wanying raised her eyelids to glance at Wang Lan, feebly uttering her plight. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan hesitated, rummaging through her pockets, but found no money, her face reflecting her distress. "I'm hungry too, but we have no money left. Let us endure a little longer. This is the only route back to the village. When Jiang Nian arrives, he can buy us something to eat." After offering her consolation, Wang Lan lifted her head and scanned the surroundings. Her gaze fell upon the bewildered Jiang Nian, and her expression instantly transformed into one of elation. "See, I told you he would come," she exclaimed, springing to her feet and positioning herself directly in front of Jiang Nian's donkey cart. "Little Nian, it's me, your Aunt Wang. Are you heading back to the village?" "Indeed, I was just planning to return." Jiang Nian glanced at the pale-faced Tang Wanying and replied with an impassive expression, observing Tang Wanying's demeanor and condition. It seemed that she had lost the child, although it appeared that the method was far from conventional. Otherwise, the process would not have been so swift, nor would they have been allowed to leave. "Perfect timing, Xiaoyan. We are counting on you to take us back, right?" Wang Lan greeted with a smile, though internally she felt somewhat awkward, as she had previously subjected Jiang Nian to humiliation over the bride price at the wedding. Now, to seek his assistance so soon was indeed a bit embarrassing. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nian did not elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Regardless of past grievances, he could not bear to see them left destitute on the streets. "Come aboard. The donkey cart will be rather bumpy, and in her current state, can she endure it?" Jiang Nian cast another glance at Tang Wanying. I can endure. Wang Lan's face lit up with joy at Jiang Nian's words, hastily assisting her daughter aboard, where they found a comfortable spot to sit securely. "Once settled, if it becomes too jarring, do let me know," Jiang Nian advised. In these times, losing a child could lead to severe complications, quite unlike the minor procedures of later eras. Thus he could not help but worry. Wait, don't rush. Wang Lan suddenly exclaimed, lowering her voice somewhat sheepishly, added, Jiang Nian, your aunt and Wanying have not eaten since last night and are very hungry. Could you possibly? Without hesitation, Jiang Nian disembarked to procure 2 youtiao, 2 honey-topped fried dough twists, and 2 bottles of water, which he promptly handed over. Wang Lan, clearly famished, wasted no time devouring the food, while Tang Wanying appeared quite unwell, her face pale, eating in small bites. Eat slowly, if it's not enough. There are jujube cakes in the cart, Jiang Nian remarked. The jujube cake was a favorite of his mother, Wang Hong. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Jiang Nian had fortuitously spotted new stock and purchased some to satisfy his mother's cravings. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's concern, Tang Wanying felt a pang of regret. The honey-topped fried dough twist lost all flavor in her mouth, and tears quickly brimmed in her eyes, which she valiantly fought to suppress. At that moment, she felt both remorse and anger, questioning why she had chosen a scoundrel and neglected such a good man right before her. Her present plight was entirely of her own making. She had reason to believe that had the father of her child been Jiang Nian, he would undoubtedly have taken responsibility. A mother knows her daughter best. Seeing her daughter with tears pooling in her eyes, Wang Lan could hardly be oblivious to her thoughts. You silly girl. Who are you putting on a pitiful display for? It has come to this point because of your own choices. Wang Lan rolled her eyes, then turned to Jiang Nian, who was driving the donkey cart, and sighed, Jiang Nian, I regret my actions. Why did I insist on demanding such a hefty bride price? If I hadn't caused such a commotion, wouldn't you and Wanying be living happily by now? With that, Wang Lan pretended to wipe away a tear. Jiang Nian remained silent, continuing to drive the carriage while silently observing her performance. Having spent an entire lifetime in the previous existence with this venomous mother-in-law, Jiang Nian was acutely aware of her ways. Any matter would inevitably succumb to her ironclad rule of weeping, wailing, and threats of self-harm. She would not relent until one acquiesced to her desires. However, they were no longer bound by any ties, and Jiang Nian had no intention of indulging her flaws. It is indeed our misfortune to have encountered someone of your caliber as a son-in-law. At the time when Wanying was to wed you, we were blissfully unaware of the seed of infidelity she carried within her. Please do not hold it against us. It must be said that Wanying is as beautiful as a blooming flower, which respectable man in the village could resist her allure. As her mother, I admit my shortcomings in guiding her, which allowed that nefarious man to ensnare her. Furthermore, this child, being timid, did not dare to speak out, leading to the misunderstandings that followed. I sincerely hope you can overlook these transgressions and grant forgiveness as a magnanimous adult. Chapter 78. No need for explanations. I trust you let the past remain in the past. Since the child has been lost, it is futile to dwell on such matters. Return and take good care of Lin Wan, striving for her swift recovery. One must always look forward. Those who cherish you are surely awaiting you in the future. Jiang Nian spoke with an expressionless demeanor. His words were clearly directed at Tang Wanying, intending to convey that he would not hold the past against her and that she should refrain from bothering him in the future. She ought to seek a new path for herself, allowing him and Lin Wan to enjoy their happiness unimpeded. Upon hearing these words, Tang Wanying's face paled further, her eyes brimming with tears that she could no longer contain, turning her head away to stifle her sobs. Witnessing this, Wang Lan silently scolded her daughter for her tears being unworthy, then turned to Jiang Nian, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she sighed, Isn't life about moving forward? If I were to die a good death, I would have done so long ago. I am still alive for the sake of this heartless girl. Jiang Nian, you are aware of our family's situation. Her father and brother are no good, unreasonable men. If they were to learn of this matter, both Wanying and I would be doomed. I know I shouldn't voice this, but I cannot help but feel that her father and brother will return soon. Could you perhaps allow Lin Wan to stay at your home for a while, until she regains her strength? If her father and brother do not return, that is for the best. If they do, we can simply say Wanying is at her grandmother's house. Wouldn't that suffice? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian frowned and outright refused. What would it mean for her to move into my home in her current state? If anyone were to find out, they might assume the child is mine. Besides, Lin Wan and I are set to marry next month. Having another woman in the house would surely raise suspicions. Are you deliberately trying to trap me? This is absolutely out of the question. Jiang Nian was acutely aware that Wang Lan was attempting to ensnare him. Once Tang Wanying resided in his home, the lines of clarity would blur. Moreover, should Tang Jigang and Tang Ming return, with their notorious tempers, they would likely storm into his home, demanding he take responsibility. The father-son duo was infamous in the village for their drunken rages and domestic violence. Despite Wang Lan's theatrical displays of distress in the village, she would become as docile as a lamb in front of them. Jiang Nian was certain that allowing those two to create a scene at his home would spell chaos. Ah, indeed. I have not considered this thoroughly, Wang Lan conceded, her heart sinking with disappointment as Jiang Nian's refusal dashed her hopes. A sense of bitterness lingered within her, compounded by her genuine fears. Setting aside whether Tang Jigang would return, their presence in the village, if it became known that they had undergone a procedure in the city, would invite scorn and ridicule. Yet, she found herself without alternatives. Their family was financially constrained, and the funds for the surgery were derived from the bride price that had been appropriated from Jiang Nian's family. Initially, they had around 20 or 30 yuan left, and Wang Lan contemplated whether they could rent a room in the county town, waiting for Tang Wanying to recover before returning to the village. However, their fortunes took a turn for the worse when they encountered a man who claimed he could find them accommodation. Instead, they were swindled out of their money. Given Lin Guan's predicament, Wang Lan felt powerless to pursue the matter. Ultimately, they spent a night on the streets, hungry, and the following day, they managed to reach the vicinity of the supply and marketing cooperative, waiting for Jiang Nian to return and offer them a ride. Reflecting on this, Wang Lan felt a pang of sorrow, and tears welled up as she recounted their experiences and grievances in the county town to Jiang Nian, hoping to elicit his sympathy. However, to her dismay, Jiang Nian remained unresponsive, refusing to engage or relent. Their suffering was not of his making, and he felt no obligation to intervene. In his previous life, he had endured considerable hardship due to marrying Tang Wanying, and in this lifetime, he was determined to avoid becoming entangled in their family's turmoil. On the journey back, Jiang Nian deliberately slowed his pace, prolonging Tang Wanying's discomfort. This transformed what would typically be a 2-hour journey into a 3-hour ordeal. By the time they reached Tang Wanying's doorstep, her eyes were swollen from crying, and she was desperate to conceal her condition from Jiang Nian. Yet, in truth, he did not direct his gaze towards her. Not far away, Lin Wan was walking alongside Zhang area from the village, who spotted Jiang Nian's donkey cart parked in front of Tang Wanying's home. Lin Wan, why is Jiang Nian still so close to Tang Wanying? Aren't you the least bit concerned? Zhang Area inquired, her voice laced with worry. Look at Tang Wanying. She appears as if she might not survive. It's clearly an act to elicit Jiang Nian's support. She's quite cunning. Lin Guan smiled softly. Don't jump to conclusions. It may not be as you think. Perhaps Wanying is genuinely unwell. Come on, let us go check on her. Observing Lin Guan's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Area furrowed her brow, linking arms with her and lowering her voice. Lin Guan, are you truly unconcerned? Let me tell you, Jiang Nian is quite the catch in our village, handsome, tall, and exceptionally successful. Which girl wouldn't he be enamored with him? Moreover, Tang Wanying is his ex-girlfriend. We should be wary of any rekindling of their romance. Lin Guan smiled again, casting a glance at Jiang Nian. What rekindling? That won't happen. I have faith in Jiang Nian. This was Lin Guan's heartfelt conviction. Since the last time Jiang Nian had embraced her and expressed his feelings, she had felt entirely secure in their relationship. Furthermore, she was aware of Tang Wanying's pregnancy. As long as the child was not Jiang Nian's, they would never reunite. Lin Guan, I truly envy the trust you share in your relationship, Zhang Area remarked, her tone shifting to one of admiration. Lin Guan smiled faintly. Soon, they arrived at Tang Wanying's doorstep and were taken aback by her pallid complexion. Lin Guan gasped, Wanying, what has happened to you? You appear unwell. Shall we visit a physician? I am perfectly fine. Thank you. Tang Wanying cast a glance at Lin Guan, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, before turning her face aside, fearful that Lin Guan might witness her current disheveled state. Go on, go on. Our Wanying is doing just fine. We do not require your feigned sympathy. There is nothing amiss. We shall be entering now. Upon seeing Lin Guan, Wang Lan's ire flared. In her opinion, if it were not for Lin Guan, her daughter and Jiang Nian would not have reached this juncture. Reconciliation would have been within reach. Were it not for Jiang Nian's presence, she would certainly not have bestowed him a favorable expression. Jiang Nian, thank you. Ani will take Wanying inside first. You and Wanying need not rush to respond to Ani. Take your time to contemplate. What? My affairs with Tang Wanying? Jiang Nian paused, slightly taken aback. Please clarify. I share no connection with her. However, Wang Lan flashed him a significant smile as she ushered Tang Wanying through the door, providing Jiang Nian no opportunity for explanation. Lin Guan, allow me to explain. This is entirely a misunderstanding. I encountered them in the county. Tang Wanying was unwell, so I brought them back. I had no idea. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wan's slender finger pressed gently against Jiang Nian's lips. With a delicate tiptoe and eyes brimming with affection, she softly uttered, "Hush, there is no need for explanation. I believe you." Chapter 79. Lin Wan is pregnant. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, a wave of warmth surged within Jiang Nian's heart. The essence of their relationship lay in trust, and it appeared that Lin Wan had taken his previous words to heart. This realization filled him with hope for their future together. Clearing her throat, Arya, who had been observing Jiang Nian and Lin Wan's tender exchange, interjected with mild discontent. "You two are being excessive. There are others present." At that moment, Arya felt a mix of envy and jealousy. She was not unattractive herself. She possessed a heart-shaped face, expressive eyes, and wore her hair in a long braid. Although her figure was not as slender as Lin Wan's, it was still pleasingly full, notably accentuated by her curvaceous hips. In their village, the saying went that a woman with generous hips was destined to bear healthy children, and she took pride in this notion. Yet, she could not fathom why. Despite her undeniable beauty, no man had pursued her thus far. Silently, she wished her boyfriend could be as remarkable as Jiang Nian. Arya, I need to spend some time alone with your sister Lin Wan. We'll take our leave now," Jiang Nian said with a chuckle. Feeling somewhat awkward with the third wheel present, ignoring Arya's feelings, he lifted Lin Wan into the cart and set off towards home. Upon their return, he secured the donkey and unloaded the cart. At that moment, with his parents away and his brother still working in the fields, Jiang Nian seized the opportunity to get closer to Lin Wan. "Don't be troublesome. I have something to ask you," Lin Wan said, pushing Jiang Nian's face away with her hand, her expression shifting to one of concern. "What is wrong with Wanying? She looks so weak. She has always been healthy. Has she fallen ill?" A series of questions prompted a disappointed sigh from Jiang Nian, who countered, "Did you not notice that Tang Wanying was clutching her abdomen?" Lin Wan paused, her eyes widening in realization, disbelief washing over her features. "What do you mean? What else could it mean?" "She terminated her pregnancy," Jiang Nian confirmed. Though Lin Wan had already suspected as much, hearing it articulated left her utterly astonished, her face reflecting her incredulity. How could she just do that? That was a life, she exclaimed. Would she prefer to carry it to term? Jiang Nian chuckled at Lin Wan's naive compassion, replying, "In our era, an unwed pregnancy would lead to public shaming. For her, terminating it before anyone discovered might be the best outcome." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully. But to cut it out must have been excruciating. Just look at her pale face. It's hard to imagine how she endured it. "If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have been able to bear it," she said, a look of sympathy crossing her features. After all, they had once been close friends. And seeing Tang Wanying in such a state stirred feelings of compassion and even a hint of guilt within Lin Wan. Had she not fallen in love with Jiang Nian, had she continued to suppress her feelings for him, and had she not shared the warmth of the bed with him, perhaps everything would have been different, and Tang Wanying would not have suffered so deeply. Observing Lin Wan's slightly despondent expression, Jiang Nian quickly grasped her hand in a gesture of consolation, saying, "Do not indulge in unfounded thoughts. Her mistakes are not your doing. It is permissible to feel compassion, but self-reproach is unwarranted. Our relationship began only after my separation from her. We owe her nothing." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan nodded in agreement. She possessed many admirable qualities: beauty, grace, and an alluring intellect, yet she often considered others' feelings, shouldering burdens that were not hers to bear, ultimately leading to her own heartache. Jiang Nian intended to say more, but before he could, Lin Wan suddenly stood up, covering her mouth, and hastily fled outside. Once in the courtyard, she could no longer contain herself and retched violently. This sight startled Jiang Nian, who hurriedly patted her back, remaining by her side until she had expelled most of her discomfort, before rushing indoors to fetch water. After she had finished, Lin Wan appeared pale, as if she might expel her very bile. "Are you all right?" Jiang Nian inquired, handing her the water. Lin Wan rinsed her mouth and shook her head, speaking weakly, "I don't know what's wrong lately. I can hardly eat, feeling nauseous. And anything I consume comes back up." At this revelation, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Then, a mixture of surprise and joy crossed his face as he seized Lin Wan's arm and asked, "How long has this been going on? Has your period arrived this month?" Lin Wan's face flushed crimson at his unabashed inquiry, her ears burning. "It's been several days. My period has yet to arrive, and I don't know why. Could it be that I'm ill?" The thought struck her, and her complexion paled further. They were not yet married, and she had dreams of a bright future. She certainly did not wish for her life to end. She envisioned marrying Jiang Nian, bearing a son and a daughter, nurturing them, and becoming the happiest woman in the world. The thought of dying was unbearable. Growing increasingly anxious, Lin Wan grasped Jiang Nian's arm tightly, nearly in tears, imploring. Jiang Nian, you must take me to the hospital. I don't want to die. I still wish to marry you, to have children with you, to build a life together. Her voice revealed the genuine fear that gripped her. These past few days of nausea had initially seemed trivial. The warm weather or perhaps something she had eaten might have been to blame. But never had the sensation been as overwhelming as it was today. And it was indeed distressing. Yet, Jiang Nian smiled. He held Lin Wan's hand, his face radiating joy, having experienced much in his previous life. He understood far more than Lin Wan, the innocent maiden. The absence of her period, coupled with dizziness and nausea, clearly indicated the onset of morning sickness. Furthermore, Jiang Nian had long suspected that Lin Wan was with child, and now his conviction was solidified. Indeed, we should go to the hospital, but not for an illness. We are going to see our child. What? Lin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a canvas of astonishment. Are you saying I am pregnant? Though I cannot assert with absolute certainty, it is highly likely that this is the stage of morning sickness, a phase that can be rather uncomfortable. I shall take you to the hospital for an examination tomorrow, and we will ascertain the truth, Jiang Nian said with excitement. All right. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Lin Wan's anxious heart instantly relaxed, and a trace of joy blossomed within her. Previously, Jiang Nian often jested about her pregnancy, which she dismissed as mere banter. Now that the reality was unfolding, her happiness was beyond measure. With the wedding approaching and a child on the way, a blissful future seemed imminent. Do you think others will gossip about my pregnancy? Lin Wan inquired anxiously. After all, with Tang Wanying's unfortunate experience as a cautionary tale, her apprehensions deepened, fearing a similar fate that would lead to a tragic outcome. Chapter 80. The birth of a child. Regardless of gender, Lin Wan's concerns caused Jiang Nian to pause momentarily. But he soon embraced her with a smile. Silly girl, you are unlike Tang Wanying. You have a man by your side. I will not neglect you. So what is there to fear? His words enveloped Lin Wan in an unprecedented sense of security. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Nian's chest, she realized at that moment that no challenge seemed insurmountable. This man was her staunchest support, empowering her to face the world without trepidation. I know you will always be by my side, she whispered, nestled against his chest, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Jiang Nian tenderly caressed her hair, the fragrant strands swirling from his fingertips as he spoke with utmost gentleness. Of course, we have yet to formalize our marriage. If word gets out about your pregnancy, there will inevitably be whispers. Thus, we must keep this under wraps until we are wed, then it will be rightful. At his words, Lin Wan nodded softly. Although Jiang Nian himself was untroubled by gossip, he was concerned about Lin Wan's sensitivity. After all, she was a refined young lady, well-versed in etiquette, with a strong sense of pride. The thought of being subjected to judgmental glances would surely weigh heavily on her heart. A pregnant woman's emotional state is vital. A positive disposition is beneficial for the child, while negativity can lead to complications during childbirth and even potential deformities. From any perspective, it was imperative to keep Lin Wan's pregnancy a secret for now. Since you're pregnant, you might as well move in with me. I will have the time to care for you, Jiang Nian suggested after some contemplation. However, Lin Wan promptly rejected the idea. That won't do. We haven't held our wedding yet. If I move in now, the villagers will certainly talk. Besides, I just became pregnant, and my health is precious. You'll be out selling goods every day, and I would feel guilty burdening your aunt. What is there to feel guilty about? Once the child is born, will I not have my mother care for you? Jiang Nian chuckled. If you bear her a grandson, she will treat you like royalty. But what if I have a daughter? Lin Wan suddenly pulled away from Jiang Nian, fixing him with a serious gaze. In this era, the preference for sons over daughters was deeply ingrained. Families prioritized having male heirs to carry on the family name. The notion of having a son was paramount, often disregarding the policies of family planning. For someone like Lin Wan, who was educated and aware of these truths, this mindset was unacceptable. Chairman Mao once said that women hold up half the sky. Why should we still cling to such antiquated beliefs regarding gender? Seeing Lin Wan's earnest expression, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile. He gently stroked her cheek and replied, I have already said, you are carrying twins, a boy and a girl. But I mean, if I were to have just a daughter? Lin Wan pressed, her tone serious. A daughter is just as wonderful, whether it is a son or a daughter. They are both my children, and I will cherish them equally, Jiang Nian responded without hesitation. This was his heartfelt truth. In living this life anew, What was there left to misunderstand? It is often said that raising children is a safeguard against old age, but one must consider the character of the child in question. A son who indulges in drinking, gambling, or other vices is unlikely to provide support in one's twilight years. They might even cast their parents aside in their time of need. Conversely, a well-raised daughter can be a source of warmth and comfort for her parents. Thus, the distinction between sons and daughters becomes trivial. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's response, Lin Wan felt an immediate sense of relief and nestled back into his embrace, saying, "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. You have no idea. I have a cousin who, after marrying, never bore a son. Her mother-in-law constantly belittles her, and she is unable to hold her head high in that household. I genuinely fear that I might end up like her." Jiang Nian chuckled, playfully brushing aside the strands of hair on her cheek, and teased, "Surely their family must possess a vast fortune to inherit, but our family does not have such wealth. We need not necessarily have a son." His words nearly made Lin Wan burst into laughter. What vast fortune? They were barely making ends meet. And her husband was notoriously lazy, making her cousin's situation all the more tragic. Jiang Nian shrugged, asserting, "I don't subscribe to the notion of valuing sons over daughters. You know my parents. Perhaps my mother secretly wishes for a grandson, but if none comes, she would never become that wicked mother-in-law." Lin Wan, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, replied, "Yet the preference for sons over daughters is a prevalent mindset. I wonder when society will shed such feudal beliefs. Change takes time. It's not something that can be resolved in a generation or two. However, as the nation progresses, the cultural and intellectual standards of the people will elevate, and such attitudes will gradually be discarded," Jiang Nian remarked. Lin Wan nodded, feeling reassured and nestled against him. She hadn't expected that despite Jiang Nian's lack of formal education, he could possess such enlightened views. Their communication flowed effortlessly, bolstering her confidence in their future together. Just then, her mother, Wang Hong, called out joyfully, "Oh, Lin Wan is here." Upon witnessing the affectionate display between the two, Wang Hong beamed with delight. Jiang Dashan, Lin Guan's father, stood behind, setting down the hoe he had been carrying and went to the well to wash his face. With keen eyes, Wang Hong noticed the remnants of vomit and, looking surprised, inquired, "What happened? Did one of you vomit? Are you both all right?" At that moment, Jiang Nian and Lin Guan had already separated. Lin Guan felt a bit bashful as she adjusted her clothing, while Jiang Nian walked over to whisper a few words to Wang Hong. Her smile widened, almost comically so. She quickly wiped her hands on her headscarf, her excitement palpable as she danced over to Lin Guan. "Oh, this is wonderful. Little Guan, would you like to eat? Tonight, Annie will cook for you. Come inside. The sun is still quite strong. Your health is precious now, and in the future, why not just stay at Andy's house? I'll cook whatever you desire." Wang Hong's exuberance surprised Jiang Dashan. "What did you tell your mother that has made her so jubilant?" Observing his mother, Wang Hong, ushering Lin Guan into the house. "Father," Jiang Dashan inquired, "is Lin Guan expecting?" Jiang Nian's response left Jiang Dashan momentarily speechless. "Are you certain?" "It's highly likely. I plan to take her to the hospital tomorrow for confirmation. Indeed, it is prudent to ascertain the truth." Jiang Dashan reflected for a moment and then remarked, "Given that she is indeed pregnant, should we not consider advancing the wedding date? It would be wise to marry sooner to prevent any gossip that might tarnish our family's reputation. The Jiang family may be resilient, but we must not allow Lin Guan to suffer any indignities." Jiang Nian grasped his father's intentions, yet he understood that altering the wedding plans was not a simple matter. He shook his head and replied, "Marriage is a date set by both families. A sudden change requires the consent of Lin Guan's family. If we approach them with the news of her pregnancy, how will they perceive our family? Even if her parents are understanding, how shall we explain this to their relatives? The wedding invitations have likely already been dispatched." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dashan pondered deeply. "If that is the case, we might as well obtain the marriage certificate first. The ceremony can occur at any later date." Jiang Nian's eyes brightened at this suggestion. "That is indeed an excellent idea." Chapter 81. Premature registration of marriage. Though this matter was considered, it was essential to seek Lin Guan's consent. Furthermore, to proceed with the marriage registration, one must possess a household registration booklet. Thus, it seemed inevitable that Lin Guan's parents would discover this. However, Lin Guan's parents were reasonable individuals, and Jiang Nian was confident that with a heartfelt explanation, they would surely comprehend the situation. After all, a marriage certificate represented the legitimate union of spouses, while a wedding was merely a customary formality. Therefore, with proper communication, their disapproval was unlikely. Let us first persuade Lin Gowen, and then approach the in-laws for a discussion," stated Jiang Dashan, the father. Jiang Nian nodded, and his beloved entered the room. At that moment, knowing of Lin Gowen's pregnancy, her mother, Wang Hong, remained by Lin Gowen's side, holding her hand and beaming with joy, continuously praising her and offering reminders to prioritize her safety and avoid overexertion. "Mother, you are being overly cautious. Lin Gowen has just conceived, and there is no need for such alarm," Jiang Nian remarked with a smile as he entered. Pregnancy lasts 10 months, and giving birth is akin to traversing the gates of hell. Therefore, one must always exercise caution. "When I carried you, I understood the hardships, and I cannot let Lin Gowen endure the same," Wang Hong replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Gowen felt warmth in her heart. It is often said that the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is fraught with challenges. Countless women have found themselves in tumultuous situations post-marriage due to such dynamics. Although Jiang Nian's mother appeared robust and her temper seemed fiery, her kindness was undeniable, reinforcing Lin Gowen's belief that she had chosen well. Yet, she was left pondering whether the child she carried was a grandson or granddaughter. Wang Hong's sudden inquiry caused a jolt in Jiang Nian's heart. Just moments prior, Lin Gowen had earnestly posed this very question, clearly indicating its significance to her at that moment. Realizing this, Jiang Nian swiftly intervened, anxious to prevent any further unwelcome comments from his mother. "Mother, does it truly matter whether it is a boy or girl? They are both my flesh and blood. You child, how can they be the same? A boy is preferable. Our Jiang family has only you as a descendant, and we cannot allow the lineage to end with you," Wang Hong replied with a serious demeanor. Coughing lightly, Wang Hong attempted to continue but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Dashan, who, with a stern expression, declared, "You old woman, at your age, you should refrain from such talk. Can you dictate whether it will be a boy or a girl? Our son is correct. Both are our children. And you must not utter such nonsense again." Wang Hong was momentarily taken aback but soon comprehended the implication. "Oh dear, I merely spoke in jest," she said quickly, grasping Lin Gowen's hand and gently explaining, "Little Gowen, I am simply one to speak my mind. My desire for a grandson is a heartfelt wish. But that does not imply any outdated biases. I would equally cherish a granddaughter without favoritism." Wang Hong's sincerity brought great comfort to Lin Gowen. She pressed her lips together and shyly remarked, "Jiang Nian said I am expecting twins. Oh dear, twins are splendid. This way, you will have both a son and a daughter, sparing you the trials of further childbirth. I assent it." Mother Wang Hong was positively beaming. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed, and her earlier awkwardness dissipated. After all, she understood that in this era, the bias towards sons over daughters was quite rare. Individuals like Wang Hong, who possessed such understanding and empathy, were indeed a rarity. If it were a harsh mother-in-law, not bearing a son would surely invite disdain. And there was even the possibility of her son casting aside his wife. "Xiaowan, your father and I have something to discuss with you," Father Jiang Dashan said as he prepared his cigarette. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that smoking while Lin Wan was pregnant was inappropriate, and promptly put it away. "Uncle, please go ahead," Lin Wan replied. "Well, given your pregnancy, Jiang Nian and I have been contemplating whether you two could officially register your marriage first. This way, you will have a formal recognition of your union, and even if others find out, it will not tarnish your reputation," he suggested. "Indeed, the wedding is still scheduled for next month. That remains unchanged. What do you think?" Jiang Nian asked, his face alight with anticipation. In his life, he took immense pride in marrying Lin Wan and vowed to ensure her happiness. Once they registered, he would be Lin Wan's rightful husband. Feeling a bit bashful upon hearing Jiang Dashan and Jiang Nian's words, Lin Wan lowered her head slightly and replied, "I have no objections. But I must consult with my parents first. That is only proper. If we are to register the marriage early, we must provide a rationale and show our intentions. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to clarify matters with your parents. They are reasonable people, and I trust they will agree," Jiang Dashan stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan silently nodded, indicating her agreement with Jiang Dashan as perspective. The following morning, the Jiang family arose early. As they needed to take Lin Wan to the hospital and discuss the marriage registration with her family, Jiang Nian decided to pause his stall business for the day. Arriving promptly at Lin Xinhua's doorstep, he found Lin Wan already prepared. Knowing the circumstances, Lin Xinhua felt uneasy and insisted on joining them in the car. In the back seat, she couldn't help but express her grievances towards Jiang Nian. "Old Jiang, I'm not criticizing him, but with the wedding just a month away, how could he not endure? Now that Lin Wan is visibly pregnant, if others find out, They will say our Lin family lacks discipline and proper decorum. Listening to Lin Qinghua's reproach, Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong remained silent. After all, this situation was indeed a fault of the Jiang family, and receiving a few words of admonishment was only fair. Qinghua, this predicament is on Jiang Nian. We have already given him a good scolding. However, now that the issue has arisen, it is imperative to resolve it swiftly. Allowing them to register their marriage early is the best course of action, as it would restore Xiao Wan's honor and help rectify our mistake. Moreover, the two children were destined to marry. They have merely obtained their marriage certificate ahead of time, with nothing else altered. Soon, we shall visit Lin Guan's home and meet her parents, so do lend us your support in our discussions. Aware of her shortcomings, Mother Wang Hong's tone softened considerably at this moment. What else can I do but offer my assistance? The two children are fond of each other. Can they truly be separated? Lin Qinghua sighed and remarked, this situation is partly Lin Guan's fault. She lacks self-respect. Oh, one cannot blame little Guan for that. Deep down, she has already recognized our Jiang Nian as her lifelong partner. Besides, their engagement merely signifies an early understanding, as she is not involved with any other man. Upon hearing Lin Qinghua's admonitions, Mother Wang Hong quickly enveloped Lin Guan in her embrace, treating her as if she were her own daughter. After all, both of them share some blame. Chapter 82 confirmed it. She was indeed pregnant. Upon entering the city, they made their way directly to Kangan Hospital. The hospital was modest in size, featuring a long corridor with not many people. Occasionally, a few patients could be seen waiting for their consultations. In this era, medical facilities were not particularly advanced, especially in such a small county. Naturally, there were fewer illnesses. Generally, minor ailments like headaches and colds could be adequately treated here. Before long, they arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department. The attending physician was a plump, middle-aged woman, exuding a nurturing demeanor, her smile radiating warmth. Upon noticing Jiang Nian supporting Lin Wan as they entered, she greeted them cheerfully, inquiring about their visit and any symptoms. Doctor, my wife has been experiencing persistent nausea, and her period is late. I thought she might be pregnant, so we came to check, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Ah, how observant of you, the doctor remarked, casting a approving glance at Jiang Nian. In most cases like this, pregnancy is indeed the likely culprit. However, it is not uncommon for men to be unaware of these signs. With that, the doctor turned to Lin Wan, smiling as she said, your husband must truly adore you. You are fortunate to have such a thoughtful partner. Now, please take a seat. I'll check your pulse. This thought reflected her genuine sentiment. In today's world, medical knowledge was not widely disseminated. Some women were unaware of the signs of pregnancy, and men were even less informed. Furthermore, in rural areas, where access to health care was limited, it was not uncommon for serious consequences, such as fainting or miscarriage, to arise due to the lack of proper medical guidance. Lin Wan's face flushed with embarrassment, a smile dancing on her lips as she settled into the chair and extended her delicate wrist. The doctor, smiling, began to take her pulse, and soon enough, she concluded her examination. Just as you suspected, you are indeed pregnant. Be sure to take good care of your wife. She is somewhat delicate and should have plenty of nutritious food, such as millet porridge and eggs. Moreover, it is crucial for expectant mothers to maintain a joyful disposition for the sake of the child. Understood, Jiang Nian responded with a grin. Although he had already surmised as much, hearing the doctor's confirmation filled him with uncontainable excitement. Were it not for the hospital setting and Lin Wan's delicate condition, he would have lifted her in celebration. Instead, he leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Lin Wan, thank you. Truly thank you. Lin Wan's face turned as red as an apple. Glancing at the smiling doctor beside her only intensified her embarrassment, and she softly admonished, what nonsense are you saying? I am your wife. Why thank me for bearing your child? Besides, you should be more mindful. We are in a hospital, and the doctor is right here. Ah, it's nothing to worry about. Your husband is simply overjoyed. With such a wonderful partner, you will surely find lasting happiness. Now off you go. The doctor replied. Thank you, doctor. Lin Wan rose, her heart finally lightened, for she was about to become a mother, a joy she could scarcely contain. This child was the culmination of her love with Jiang Nian and the beacon of their shared future. Oh, by the way, doctor, can you tell if I am having more than one? Lin Wan suddenly turned around, a hint of shyness in her voice as she said, my husband claims that I am carrying twins, a boy and a girl. Upon hearing this, the female doctor couldn't help but chuckle. You have just conceived, and the fetal condition is still unstable. I cannot ascertain anything yet. How can your husband be so certain that they are a boy and a girl? He must be quite remarkable. Perhaps he is simply eager for a pair of twins, she remarked with a grin. My wife is indeed expecting twins. Jiang Nian interjected. All right. If they truly are twins, then that is splendid. Having both a son and a daughter is a blessing, surely a reward for good deeds in a past life. You must treat your wife well, the doctor continued, her laughter brightening the room. Doctor, please forgive my husband. He spoke with such conviction that I found myself believing him. Lin Wan confessed. Haha, I can understand your husband's excitement. In this situation, I can only confirm that you are pregnant. As for the number and gender of the babies, I cannot determine that at this moment. If you are truly eager to know, you will need to visit a larger city. I have heard that hospitals there have acquired new equipment when expectant mothers lie down. The device reveals everything about the condition of the fetus, the doctor said, her enthusiasm palpable as she spoke of the advanced technology. If Jiang Nian was not mistaken, the doctor was referring to an ultrasound. For someone like Jiang Nian, who had already lived a previous life, this technology was familiar. Pregnant women typically undergo ultrasound examinations around 5 to 6 weeks to confirm the viability of the pregnancy and rule out ectopic pregnancies or molar pregnancies, greatly reducing the associated risks. In addition to ultrasounds, expectant mothers should also undergo sonograms and chorionic villus sampling. The former assesses the fetal condition and heartbeat to ensure health, while the latter is used to identify any hereditary diseases within the family, minimizing genetic risks. Of course, with the rapid development of China's economy, such technology would soon become commonplace domestically. Upon exiting the examination room, Lin Wan's parents and Lin Qinghua had been anxiously awaiting their return. As soon as they emerged, they rushed forward, inquiring, how did it go? Is it confirmed? Jiang Nian nodded with a smile. Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. Our Jiang family will have a new generation. Lin Wan, you are our family's great benefactor, exclaimed his mother, Wang Hong, as she clasped Lin Wan's hand, nearly jumping with excitement. All right, keep your voice down. We are in a hospital, Jiang Dasha, his father, reminded gently, then turned to Jiang Nian and asked, what did the doctor say? Is there anything we need to be cautious about? The doctor mentioned that Lin Wan has a delicate constitution. She should eat nutritious food for the benefit of the fetus's development, and it is essential to maintain a cheerful disposition and take good care of herself, Jiang Nian responded. Of course, we will ensure she eats well. We will give her the eggs from our old hen, Wang Hong said, beaming with joy. Since it had previously only been speculation, hearing confirmation from the doctor was like a soothing balm to her heart. How could she not be thrilled? Lin Wan, starting today, you should move in with your aunt. She will take care of you. Aunt, it's not necessary to be so pampered, Lin Wan replied modestly. In her view, being newly pregnant was of little concern. It was the busy farming season, and there was no need for Wang Hong to attend to her constantly. After spending several years in the countryside, she had long ceased to be the pampered young girl she once was. All right, whatever your aunt says goes. After you finish speaking with your parents, you too must head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain your marriage certificate. Since you are already married, what is the point of not living at his home? Lin Qihua remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan nodded in agreement. The family left the hospital and set off in a donkey cart, heading straight for Lin Wan's home. Unbeknownst to them, trailing behind the cart was an unseen presence, stealthily following them. Thus, Li Junxing quietly shadowed Jiang Nian and the others until they arrived at Lin Wan's doorstep. As he watched Jiang Nian skillfully maneuver the donkey cart, disembarking and unloading their belongings before entering the courtyard, a flicker of resentment and anger flashed in Li Junxing's eyes. Damn it, it seems she truly is pregnant. If I cannot possess her, I shall destroy her. Cousin, do not blame me. Chapter 83 Acknowledging Mistakes. As the donkey cart came to a halt at the entrance of the courtyard, Wei Shuzhen immediately sensed the commotion and stepped out to greet her guests. I apologize for the sudden visit, esteemed mother-in-law, Wang Hong, her mother, said with a smile. Our entire family has come unannounced. Not at all. We are soon to be in-laws, and you are always welcome here. Your presence brings me joy, especially as we can discuss the specifics regarding the wedding of our children, Wei Shuzhen replied with a warm smile, ushering them inside. Once inside, the guests settled into their seats, and Lin Wan poured a pot of tea before standing beside Jiang Nian at the back. The young ones felt it prudent to remain silent, allowing Jiang Dashan and Wang Hong to engage in conversation. Esteemed mother-in-law, is the father-in-law not home? Wang Hong inquired, scanning the room. Indeed, he is quite busy with no proper days off. Not to worry, please feel free to discuss any matters with me. I have his consent for Xiaoguan to marry Jiang Nian, As a man, he is not well versed in wedding details and has left the decisions entirely to me. At that moment, Wei Shuzhen assumed that Jiang Nian's unexpected visit was solely to discuss wedding arrangements. After all, a wedding is a significant event, and both families would be gathering, making it imperative that the celebration be well organized. Esteemed mother-in-law, we have indeed come to discuss the particulars of the wedding. Jiang Nian finally spoke up after a prolonged silence. After careful consideration, he felt that the most suitable approach was to express his thoughts directly. Esteemed mother-in-law, with the wedding approaching, it is customary for the couple to register at the Civil Affairs Bureau beforehand. We have reflected on this and realized that today is a particularly auspicious day, hence. Upon hearing this, Wei Shuzhen was momentarily taken aback. Father-in-law, while your point is valid, have we not already agreed upon the registration date for the 5th of next month? Why the sudden rush for a change? Wei Shuzhen pondered anxiously. Something felt amiss, and she sensed that there was more to the story. Why hide it? Esteemed mother-in-law, you are a knowledgeable and understanding person. You will surely grasp the situation, Wang Hong interjected, casting a glance at Jiang Nian. Let me be frank. Please do not hold Xiaowan responsible. This is all the doing of our son Jiang Nian. If there is to be any blame, let it fall upon him. Wang Hong's vague remarks only deepened Wei Shuzhen's unease, and she felt a wave of impatience wash over her. What is going on? Please, just tell me. I am on the verge of anxiety. Well, Lin Wan is pregnant, Wang Hong whispered, acutely aware of the delicate nature of the revelation. Pregnant? Wei Shuzhen was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her daughter. Esteemed mother-in-law, please do not be upset. This is entirely our Jiang family's fault. Feel free to scold or chastise us, but do not place blame on Lin Wan, Wang Hong pleaded, sensing Wei Shuzhen's rising agitation, and grasped her hand to comfort her. Yes, dear sister-in-law, please do not lose your temper. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lin Chiwa could no longer remain silent and promptly interjected. The two children were already betrothed. This cannot be deemed as an abduction. Moreover, brother Jiang and sister-in-law Wang have come with genuine intentions to apologize and have devised a solution. In order to preserve the children's reputations, they plan to register their marriage in advance. No one can object to that. At this moment, Wei Shuzhen was filled with both anger and concern. Although the children were indeed engaged, they had yet to marry. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise and the marriage not materialize, would not the girl's honor be irrevocably tarnished? In the future, which reputable family would dare to accept her? Jiang Nian. While I am educated and understand that times are changing, I am not an antiquated traditionalist. However, I must express my discontent with your actions. Did you ever consider the implications if your union with Lin Guan were to fail? I had thought you were a sensible child, capable of measured actions. Yet you have profoundly disappointed me. Auntie, I acknowledge my shortcomings and admit my mistakes. Jiang Nian immediately knelt, continuing, however. I vow that I shall marry no one but Lin Guan and will never abandon her. Seeing Jiang Nian's earnest demeanor, the Jiang family made a special visit to apologize, prompting a resigned sigh from Wei Shuzhen. Ultimately, the two children were in love and already engaged. They should not be separated. Well, the deed is done. What more can be done? After all, we are set to register our marriage next month, so doing it in advance is not an issue. Wei Shuzhen slowly rose and retrieved the household registration book from the cabinet where it had been stored. Here's the household registration book. Go and obtain your marriage certificate. Thank you, Auntie. You should now be calling me Mom. Observing Jiang Nian's jubilant expression, Wei Shuzhen felt much of her anger dissipate. Although she was still upset, it stemmed from the thoughtlessness of Jiang Nian and Lin Guan in their actions. Despite their engagement, they had yet to wed. If word got out, they could be branded with a scandalous reputation, which would be unbearable. In the past, such matters could lead to public humiliation or even imprisonment. Mom. Upon hearing Wei Shuzhen's words, Jiang Nian exclaimed, All right, if you are to register your marriage, do so quickly. The Civil Affairs Bureau is not far. You two go ahead while I discuss the wedding specifics with your father and mother, Wei Shuzhen instructed. Mom, thank you. Seeing her mother's acceptance, Lin Guan was moved to tears. She had anticipated a harsh reprimand from Wei Shuzhen, but was surprised by a few gentle admonishments followed by the provision of the household registration book. Silly child, why are you crying? You are about to become a mother yourself. Hurry and go register your marriage. Wei Shuzhen encouraged. She too felt a bittersweet pang. Once the marriage was registered, her daughter would leave home, and it felt as though something precious was missing. Lin Guan nodded and followed Jiang Nian outside. Having come specifically to register their marriage, Jiang Nian had brought the household registration book with him that morning, and now, as they headed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. His heart brimmed with excitement. The Civil Affairs Bureau was modest in size, with several couples seated inside, all awaiting the issuance of their marriage certificates. Their faces radiating with joy. Are you two here to tie the knot as well? Congratulations! As I settled into a spot to wait, a couple beside me took the initiative to greet me. Congratulations to you as well. The man, wearing glasses, exuded an air of intellect, while his girlfriend, with her chubby cheeks and sweet appearance, seemed to embody prosperity. Jiang Nian, Lin Wan? Upon their encounter, they exclaimed in delight and embraced each other, clearly demonstrating their close bond. Chapter 84. The scheming Li Junxing, is this your partner? After embracing, Zhang Xiaowai turned her gaze to Jiang Nian, scrutinizing him from head to toe. She then remarked, Lin Wan, impressive. Your partner is quite handsome. What does he do? I sell goods at a market and manage a small business, Lin Wan replied candidly. What? Selling goods at a market? Just moments ago. Zhang Xiaowai had been admiring Jiang Nian, but her interest swiftly waned. She looked proudly at her own partner and introduced, this is my boyfriend, Li Jinghao. He just returned from studying abroad and will be working at the Land Bureau. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Zhang Xiaowai's tone and expression radiated pride. Having known Lin Guan since childhood, she felt inferior in terms of beauty, figure, and family background. Lin Guan had always been regarded as the exemplary child in her parents' eyes, which fueled her desire to compete with Lin Guan. Now, on the same day they were obtaining their marriage certificates, she felt a surge of joy knowing that her boyfriend was superior to Lin Guan's. Congratulations. You finally found your ideal match, Lin Guan remarked with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrent of rivalry. Thank you. Your boyfriend is quite handsome as well, Zhang Xiaowai replied, eager to say more, but just then, she heard her name being called from inside. She quickly responded, saying to Lin Guan, it's our turn. Let's go. We'll catch up later. With that, she hurried towards the window. Rest assured, Lin Guan, although I may not be remarkable now, I promise to become someone you can be proud of in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's vow, Lin Guan smiled brightly. I believe in you, but I want to express that I cherish you as a person. Regardless of whether we encounter wealth or poverty, I will stand by your side. If we have money, we'll spend it. If not, we'll live modestly. We'll live our own lives, without comparing ourselves to others, finding contentment in our own happiness. Jiang Nian felt a warmth in his heart. To marry such a woman makes this life worthwhile. Jiang Nian, Lin Guan. After a brief wait, they finally heard their names called. Jiang Nian gently took Lin Guan's hand and walked towards the window. Did you bring the household registration book? Yes. He handed it over. And the staff asked a few simple questions before producing a small red book, instructing them to fill in their names. The marriage certificate from the 1980s featured a cover adorned with large red characters signifying joy, while the inner pages contained personal information about the couple. What made this certificate special were the exquisite decorative illustrations, showcasing beautiful flowers symbolizing a blissful life, and two magpies perched on a plum tree, signifying happiness and good fortune. Unlike future marriage certificates, this one did not require a photo. Once the official seal was pressed down, the marriage certificate became valid. As they stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they exchanged smiles, officially embarking on their journey together from that moment onward. What Jiang Nian and Lin Guan were unaware of was that in a dilapidated shack on the outskirts of the county town, Li Junxing stealthily entered. No sooner had he stepped inside than he was surrounded by two individuals wielding clubs. Do not cause a ruckus. I am one of you. I seek Li Ergong, he hastily declared, keenly aware that these men were no strangers to violence, and he had no desire to endure an assault. Ah, isn't this the esteemed young Master Li? What brings you here today? A mocking voice echoed, and moments later, several figures emerged, led by a burly man with a fierce countenance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. My visit is certainly for a favorable purpose, Li Junxing replied with a grin. I am aware that you are on the lookout for someone named Jiang Nian. I happen to know him, and can provide you with information about his whereabouts. What do you think? Quite advantageous, wouldn't you agree? A mischievous smile adorned his face. Who? Jiang Nian? Li Ergong paused momentarily, then confirmed, are you telling the truth? Would I dare to deceive you? Li Junxing responded earnestly. That fellow ventures into the city almost daily. I have thoroughly investigated his situation and routine. He typically sets up a stall at the Hongxing garment factory in the morning, then proceeds to sell hazelnuts on Eden Street around noon before heading back home. You need not search for him in the village, simply intercept him along his route. Upon hearing this, Li Ergong's excitement was palpable. Indeed, this is invaluable information. No need to venture into the village. That is splendid news. He stroked his chin, contemplating how to deal with Jiang Nian. After all, they could not let the grudge against their boss, Dong Hailong, go unavenged. Yet they were also wary of the village's solidarity. Should they attempt to confront Jiang Nian there, the villagers would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Moreover, I must inform you that I just spotted him in the county town. Not only him, but also his parents and fiancé are present. Should you wish to settle scores, do not miss this opportunity. Li Junxing chuckled before turning to leave. Brother, what do we do now? A subordinate inquired as soon as Li Junxing departed. What do you mean, what do we do? We must confront him, Li Ergong declared resolutely. The town is bustling, and we risk attracting the attention of the police. We shall ambush him on his way home, ensuring he understands the consequences of crossing us. Very well. I will instruct the brothers to arm themselves, the subordinate replied. Just then, a frantic individual rushed in, exclaiming, Brother, something serious has occurred. That little brat has sent a message. A little brat? What did he say? The mention of the term ignited Li Ergong's fury. He demands that you and your men immediately submit to him, or he will retaliate against us, the newcomer reported. How audacious! Li Ergong seethed. Let us pay him a visit. He shall learn the repercussions of defying us. Brother Gun, as for Jiang Nian, what Jiang Nian? Once I discern his route, it will only take a day to deal with him. However, I cannot bear to wait another moment for this little rascal. If I do not topple him soon, this county will inevitably fall under his control, leaving us with no stake in the matter. Let us go. With that, Li Ergun strode out with a group of people, brimming with determination. Not far behind, Li Junxing witnessed this scene, cursing the little scoundrel to the very roots of his ancestry. Damn it, he has spoiled my plans. May his family meet their doom. Li Junxing unleashed the most venomous of curses, though he still felt a tinge of resentment. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Just wait, and you shall all see. Chapter 85. Rescuing a life. When Jiang Nian returned from Lin Wan's home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and by the time he reached his own abode, it was 5. Jiang Nian and Lin Wan had officially registered their marriage, and the entire family was beaming with joy, preparing to cook a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. Wang Hong insisted on having Lin Wan stay at their home, claiming it would be more convenient for her care. Now, having truly become Jiang Nian's wife, Lin Wan no longer hesitated. Unbeknownst to them, their return that day had spared them from a grave disaster, a calamity a certain troublemaker had intended for Jiang Nian. Oblivious to this, Jiang Nian was still enveloped in the happiness of their marriage registration. Upon arriving home, he set about tidying his room, making it shine as if it were a brand new dwelling. However, he did not linger at home for long. After finishing his chores and informing Lin Wan, he took 2 bottles of wine and rode his bicycle to the village committee. Upon arrival, he learned that Feng Dequan was not there. He had gone to the pond on the western side of the village. Without further inquiry, Jiang Nian pedaled directly to the pond. As he approached, he noticed a crowd gathered, clamoring and animated, unaware of the unfolding events. It was only when he drew nearer that he saw a woman lying unconscious by the pond, her complexion pale, evidently having drowned. Jiang Nian quickly recognized her as Song Mei, who lived not far from the pond. Song Mei was just in her early 30s. Possessing a pleasant appearance, though not a stunning beauty, she could be described as a delicate flower. Unfortunately, her life had been fraught with hardship, as her parents had married her off to an ill-favored man. This man, an old bachelor and a cripple, was over 20 years her senior. They had been wed for several years without bearing children, which exacerbated his fury, leading him to berate her as a barren hen and subject her to physical abuse. The visible bruises on Song Mei suggested she had recently endured a beating before her fateful plunge into the water. What shall we do, old phone? It seems she might not survive. It would be a shame for such a fine girl to perish. If all else fails, we should find a suitable place to bury her, sighed an elder in the village. Feng Dequan's expression was grave, momentarily at a loss for words to convey the weight of his sorrow. After a long silence, he finally spoke. We cannot simply bury her without consulting Lu Dikun. That rascal has long since vanished. He deserves to remain a bachelor for life. The elder, filled with indignation, trembled with rage, his cane shaking in his grip. Jiang Nian began to piece together the grim reality. It appeared that Song Mei had once again been assaulted by her husband, unable to endure the torment. She chose to end her life by drowning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her husband had fled in fear of the consequences. That won't he do? Song Mei still has parents. Tomorrow, we must send someone to Shui Miao village to inform them before making any decisions. For now, let us carry her back home. Feng Dequan said with resignation. It's such a waste of a good girl. Truly a tragic fate. This is why they say men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women dread marrying the wrong man. Song Mei's misfortune led to her demise. If I were in her shoes, I would have run away rather than seek an end to my life. Seeking any man would be preferable to the rather unattractive fellow, after all. He is not particularly pleasing to the eye. As the villagers gathered, each voicing their opinions, Jiang Nian had already dismounted his bicycle and approached Song Mei, scrutinizing her closely and feeling her carotid artery. Do not move. There is still hope, he thought, startled. As he quickly instructed the villagers who were preparing to carry her away to step back, and commenced performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the words from Jiang Nian struck everyone with astonishment. Especially Feng Dequan, who immediately inquired, Jiang Nian, are you serious? Is there really a chance? While performing CPR, Jiang Nian replied, she has water in her stomach. If she expels it, she will be fine. In his previous life, the nation had made significant strides in disseminating medical knowledge and emergency life-saving techniques, with CPR and artificial respiration being the simplest and most common methods, which Jiang Nian executed with ease. However, at present, there were still too few who understood such techniques. Many had hastily concluded that Song Mei was already deceased without even checking her pulse. Oh my, how could this happen? Jiang Nian, what are you doing? With Song Mei in this state, you are violating her. The crowd gasped in dismay, criticizing Jiang Nian for his actions, as they had never witnessed such a thing and only understood that he was touching her chest and kissing her lips. Yet, Jiang Nian, engaged in a desperate battle against death, had no time to heed their remarks, his actions repeating tirelessly. You shameless boy, I will make you pay. An elder, unable to contain his indignation, raised his gnarled cane to strike Jiang Nian. Just as the cane was about to land on Jiang Nian's head, Secretary Feng Dequan seized it. His expression grave as he commanded, everyone, be silent. No one is to disturb him while he saves a life. Feng Dequan held considerable respect in the village. Upon hearing his words, the murmuring villagers fell silent, though they still harbored their doubts. Jiang Nian, if you manage to revive her, we shall speak of nothing else. But if you fail, given your actions, do not expect Uncle Dequan to overlook it. Uncle Dequan, do not worry, she will be fine. I promise to bring her back. Jiang Nian asserted confidently, resuming mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Suddenly, a fit of coughing erupted, followed by Song Mei expelling water from her mouth. She is awake. She is really awake. The crowd was incredulous. At that moment, Jiang Nian exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground and wiping the sweat from his brow. He was utterly exhausted. His clothes were soaked with perspiration. Indeed, she has been saved. How remarkable. Who would have thought that kissing and touching could bring someone back from the brink of death? I must try this with my wife when I return home. Jiang Nian has truly proven himself. Has he not become a miraculous healer? At that moment, the crowd gazed at Jiang Nian with an unusual expression, akin to the reverence one might show to a venerable fortune-teller, their eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Jiang Nian even harbored a worry that upon returning home that night, someone might elevate him to a pedestal. Song Mei, how do you feel? Upon witnessing Song Mei awaken, Feng Dequan swiftly approached to inquire. Song Mei glanced around in a daze, offering no response to Feng Dequan's question, before suddenly bursting into tears. Woe is me. I no longer wish to live. Why do you still attempt to save me? Just let me die. After all, if I do not perish now, that old scoundrel will eventually end my life anyway. Song Mei, let us converse calmly. There is no need to entertain thoughts of despair. Whatever grievances you bear, you should express them to the village. They will surely advocate on your behalf, will they not? Chapter 86, If It Cannot Be Resolved. Then divorce. Upon hearing Feng Dequan's words, Song Mei wept even more sorrowfully. The village's attempts to mediate, though well-intentioned, proved futile. They had previously sought assistance, yet the brute Erchozi had feigned compliance before them. As soon as they departed, his true nature was revealed, his violent tendencies were merely exacerbated, and the lash of a wet whip was mercilessly applied to her. It was also a lamentable truth that she lacked the ability to bear children. How could she endure such a life? As she sobbed, she recounted her grievances. What could she do, being married to such a man? They say that marrying a man ensures food and clothing. Yet her reality was far from that. Her attire was tattered, her meals insufficient, and all the burdens of agricultural labor fell solely upon her shoulders, compounded by his abuse. She had contemplated fleeing, but where could she possibly go? Her parents resided in the neighboring village of Shuemiao. If she were to escape, Erchozi would undoubtedly seek them out to cause trouble. Furthermore, even if she returned home, her parents might refuse to take her in. They had always favored their son, leaving her, the daughter, in a position of neglect. How could they possibly consider marrying her off to a crippled, older man like Chozi, with a father who showed no affection and a mother who offered no love? Marrying a husband with such brutish tendencies left Song Mei utterly disheartened. Living seemed devoid of purpose. Listening to Song Mei's lamentations, Feng Dequan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The village bore some responsibility for this situation. In previous instances when Song Mei had endured beatings, she had sought the village's intervention, yet they too found themselves in a precarious position that could not simply beat Chozi, after all. Ultimately, they could only attempt to educate him and encourage reform. Yet it was evident that such measures were superficial and ineffective, or else they would not have faced this predicament today. Chozi was indeed a despicable character, possessing only the capacity to harm his wife. Given his circumstances, merely acquiring a wife was a stroke of fortune, yet he failed to appreciate this blessing. Who could argue otherwise? Song Mei was not unattractive. At just over 30, she was still youthful. The inability to bear children was likely his own fault, yet he chose to lay blame upon her, a truly shameless act. The villagers began to voice their outrage, each person contributing to the chorus of condemnation directed at Chozi. They were neighbors, all residing in the same village. Everyone was aware of each other's character and disposition. Song Mei was known for her kindness and remarkable capabilities. She had consistently managed all household duties without fail, earning her a reputation for diligence. Even so, she still faced abuse. Who could remain calm in the face of such injustice? Perhaps divorce is the only solution. Jiang Nian's unexpected words pierced through the murmurs of the crowd. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly. In this era, divorces were rare, and women who sought them often faced disdain. The deeply ingrained feudal mentality still prevailed. What kind of statement was this? Marriage was a significant matter, one that could not be dissolved casually. You must not speak so recklessly. It is better to dismantle a temple than to break a marriage. Do you understand? Elder Lu San scolded, his voice thick with disapproval. Approaching 80 years of age, he viewed divorce as an abominable act, and Jiang Nian's suggestion revealed a lack of moral fiber. The matter of life and death is not to be trifled with, and Jiang Nian is unwilling to indulge in his elder's arrogance. He firmly believes that if Song Mei does not sever ties with Chozi, she is bound to seek a tragic end in the future. Third Master, given the current circumstances, why has no one intervened in this marriage? Must it take for Chozi to harm Sister Song Mei before this union is deemed concluded? We must adopt a pragmatic approach. Chozi is clearly the type who does not learn from his mistakes. At this rate, Sister Song Mei may find herself without a future. It would be wiser for her to divorce and seek a more virtuous partner. What sort of talk is this? You young one, what do you understand? Do not speak thoughtlessly. In our village, there has never been a divorce in all these years, only widowhood. Clearly, the villagers could not accept Jiang Nian's words. For many years, there had indeed been no reports of divorce in the village, regardless of whether life was bitter or sweet. People persevered through it all, stumbling through their lives together. Enough said, listen to Jiang Nian and leave. At that moment, Feng Dequan, who had remained silent, spoke up. His expression was grave as he turned to Song Mei and inquired, Song Mei, if you truly wish to divorce, the village will support you in dissolving your marriage with Chozi. Upon hearing this, Song Mei fell silent, momentarily at a loss. After all, living with Chozi at least provided her with a home. If she divorced, where would she go? How would she survive? Song Mei, think carefully, given Chozi's temperament. If you do not divorce him, you will inevitably suffer at his hands, Jiang Nian cautioned. His words served as a subtle reminder. Domestic violence does not occur just once. Song Mei simply could not comprehend this issue. Jiang Nian hoped she would free herself from a toxic relationship and seek a life of happiness anew. Yet he did not wish for her to regret her divorce and live in misery, resenting her own decisions. Being a good person is inherently challenging, a truth that Jiang Nian understood well. Divorce, if not, you will either be beaten to death or driven to despair by him. Even if I have to marry a fool from Shuimiao village, it would be preferable to enduring suffering here. After deliberating for a while, Song Mei made up her mind, wiping away her tears, and resolutely declared her decision. She too was a strong woman who believed that even if life were to be hard after the divorce, it would still be better than her current plight. Very well, the village shall support you, allowing you to divorce Chozi. Do not worry about your livelihood. The village will assist you in times of need. Focus on looking forward. You cannot continue to dwell on despair, Feng Dequan stated as he lit a cigarette, speaking with a sense of authority. Before anything else, we must find Chozi. That fool knows he has caused trouble and dares not show his face. Listen carefully. All of you present, Should you see him, compel him to come to the village and seek me out. When I find him, he will surely receive a few slaps as punishment." Feng Dequan's words were not taken lightly, and the crowd fell silent, refraining from further discussion. "All right, you may disperse. Song Mei, for the time being, go to my home and stay with your aunt. Once Heir Chozi reappears, we will finalize the matter." Hearing this, Song Mei ceased her tears and, with the assistance of several people, rose to her feet and followed Secretary Feng Dequan home, bringing this farcical episode to a close. "You brat, why are you still here? Go home." As Jiang Nian pedaled alongside, Feng Dequan cast a glance and inquired with a hint of irritation. Jiang Nian patted the bike's basket and said, "What do you see here? I bought a few bottles of rare wine for my father. He cherishes them dearly and refuses to drink, reminiscing about his old comrades. He insisted that I deliver a couple of bottles." Jiang Nian smiled, careful not to mention that it was directly for Feng Dequan. The latter, though outwardly stern, was unwaveringly principled. Had Jiang Nian revealed the truth and broached the subject of land approval for building, he would certainly have been compelled to return the wine and receive a stern reprimand. TSK, your father possesses a good heart. It's not for nothing that I saved his life on the battlefield all those years ago." Feng Dequan remarked with a trace of a smile. Jiang Nian had heard this tale from Jiang Dashan. During a fierce battle years ago, Jiang Dashan had been struck by a bullet, and it was Feng Dequan who carried him through the chaos, evading countless bullets to bring him to safety. Their bond was one forged in the crucible of life and death. Chapter 87. The Preparations for the Banquet. Dequan. "You share a bond of life and death with my father. Naturally, he would think of you when he has something good to offer. Now, regarding the wine." Before Jiang Nian could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Feng Dequan, who voiced the curiosity that lingered in his mind. "How could I possibly be ill? You claim you're not a doctor, yet you appeared so confident earlier, performing this and that." Feng Dequan gestured to Jiang Nian, mimicking the actions of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. However, recalling that Song Mei was right behind them, he lowered his voice. "Ah, those are merely the basics of medical knowledge." Jiang Nian quickly clarified, "I touched Sister Song Mei's neck because the carotid artery is there. It's akin to taking a pulse. I detected her heartbeat, so I had to administer first aid. As for those other actions, it's not what you think. They're known as CPR and artificial respiration, critical measures for resuscitation that our country will promote vigorously in the future, and soon everyone will be familiar with them." "I see," Feng Dequan replied, a look of realization dawning upon him. This time, it was Jiang Nian's turn to feel curious. "Dequan, why do you support me so resolutely when others label me a rogue?" "Because I have witnessed similar rescue scenarios on the battlefield. Though I never expected you to possess such knowledge." "Where did you learn it?" "From books. I taught myself. Don't play coy with me. I know how many characters you recognize. Surely, it was Lin Wan who instructed you." Jiang Nian chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. At that moment, he indeed recognized very few characters, having had no formal education. However, in his previous life, he had diligently enriched his knowledge. Explaining this to Feng Dequan was not feasible. If he believed Lin Wan had taught him, then so be it. Thus, the group engaged in light banter until they arrived at Feng Dequan's home. Aunt Feng Xia was a short, plump elderly woman, dressed simply. Upon seeing so many visitors, she came out to greet them from a distance. "Oh, Song Mei, let me see you. I heard you had an incident. I was so frightened. I'm relieved you're well. All right, let us keep it brief. For the next few days, Song Mei will be staying with us. So please tidy up the West room. Her clothes are soaked. Find her a clean outfit to change into. Don't let her catch a cold," Feng Dequan instructed. "Understood. I will prepare it right away," Aunt Feng Xia replied, then led Song Mei into the house. Jiang Nian and Feng Dequan settled in the courtyard. Feng Dequan lit a cigarette and inquired, "So, is this about the land approval matter?" "Hee, Dequan, nothing escapes your notice." Jiang Nian smiled faintly and then remarked, "Uncle Dequan, as you can see, our home consists of merely 3 rooms. It will undoubtedly be cramped once Lin Wan moves in. You mentioned previously that once Lin Wan marries, you would assist me in resolving the matter of the homestead. You also stated that the timber for building would be contracted by the village. Is that still the case?" "Of course, what I have promised holds true. But it must wait until you have married Lin Wan. Why the rush?" Jiang Nian chuckled, pulling out a small red booklet from his pocket, presenting it before Feng Dequan. "Can you guess what this is? A marriage certificate? Well done, you young rascal. You handle matters quite efficiently." Feng Dequan recognized the document with a mixture of surprise and joy. "Very well, since you two are married, I will expedite your affairs. The approval for the homestead is straightforward. Just follow the procedures. As for the timber, the old grove at Lao Yako is slated for logging. I will do my utmost to secure it for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian's smile broadened. "All right, your word is enough for me. I shall take my leave now." With a smile, Jiang Nian departed from Feng Dequan's home. Upon returning home, Jiang Nian found only his parents, Jiang Dashan, and his wife, along with Lin Hua. While his uncle and aunt were also present. Lin Wan, seated on the Kong, appeared somewhat bashful, and when she spotted Jiang Nian returning, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Your uncle and aunt are here. The meal is prepared. Why aren't you at the table? We've been waiting for you. Today, you and Lin Guan are the stars of the show. How can we eat without you?" His aunt laughed. In the past few days, Jiang Nian had been preoccupied and had not ventured out much, and his aunt had not accompanied him either. She had been thinking about him, feeling a growing fondness as he brought in money. "What stars? When it comes down to it, you are all my elders. Come, let us eat," Jiang Nian said. And everyone gathered around the table. To celebrate this auspicious occasion, his mother, Wang Hong, spared no expense, preparing braised pickled grass carp and slaughtering the large rooster kept for the new year, crafting a feast of 8 dishes, even more lavish than during the New Year festivities. Today was indeed a double celebration. Jiang Nian and Lin Guan had obtained their marriage certificate, and Lin Guan was with child, carrying the next generation of the Jiang family. Wang Hong insisted they celebrate in style. "So, how did Uncle Dequan address the matter of the homestead?" He said, "We can proceed according to the usual procedures. There shouldn't be any unexpected complications." "That's good to hear. In the coming days, we must begin preparations for the wedding. Lin Guan's family will be sending distinguished guests. We cannot afford to lose face. 8 hot dishes and 5 cold dishes are the bare minimum, and the hot dishes must be substantial, with plenty of meat. I roughly calculated that our village can accommodate about 10 tables for guests. My future mother-in-law mentioned that not many from their side will attend, estimating that 2 tables will suffice. If we consider 10 people per table, that makes 12 tables for a total of 120 guests. We must have enough tables and chairs, better to have too many than too few. Additionally, we need to finalize the menu swiftly. I recall that during Su Ming's wedding, each table cost around 15 yuan. We should budget higher, perhaps 20 to 25 yuan per table, totaling at least 300 yuan. Do you have that amount?" Jiang Nian nodded. "Rest assured, father, it is more than sufficient," Jiang Nian declared, noting that there remains ample time before the official wedding day. "Even if it costs 600 yuan, I can certainly earn that amount. As long as you are reassured, that is what matters." Father Jiang Dashan nodded with satisfaction. This time, his son required little financial assistance from him, which filled him with immense joy, had he been asked for money. Even selling his old bones would scarcely yield a fraction of the needed sum. Furthermore, we must find a skilled chef. You are aware that in the past, Uncle Lu Quan was the one to handle such affairs in the village, but regrettably, he suffered a stroke last year, leaving him with a crooked mouth and unsteady legs, rendering him incapable of preparing the dishes. If you have the time, please inquire around. If that proves unfruitful, we can seek out chefs from neighboring villages. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian nodded slightly. In our village, the chef for a banquet must possess considerable skill, as they must cater to the taste of the masses while ensuring that the feast is prepared punctually. Merely managing that large pot is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary cook. "Very well, I shall make some inquiries regarding this matter," Jiang Nian responded. Chapter 88, Society and My Brother Haiju in the ensuing 2 days. Jiang Nian devoted his mornings to setting up his stall and hurried back home in the afternoons to prepare for the wedding. Marriages in the 1980s, while less elaborate than those in subsequent years, still involved a myriad of details. Foremost among these was the preparation of red envelopes, a traditional dowry item, essential for the wedding, symbolizing the groom's commitment and responsibility. The envelopes could contain modest amounts, yet their presence was imperative, typically ranging from 8 to 10 cents, embodying a festive spirit. Additionally, he needed to procure wedding candies. Jiang Nian had promised a group of children, including Shaowen, that he would buy white rabbit milk candies for his wedding with Lin Guan, a vow he was determined to keep. Other necessities included wedding shoes, attire, invitations, cigarettes, matches, balloons, and bedding. The list seemed endless. During his previous wedding with Tang Wanying, his father, Jiang Dashan, had managed all these details, but this time, Jiang Nian insisted on taking charge of everything himself. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and he was destined for a blissful life with Lin Guan, growing old together. Though Jiang Nian returned home each day weary from his labors, his heart brimmed with joy. the thought of marrying Lin Wan, stepping into the joyful realm of matrimony before the witnesses of their village, fueled his determination. However, Lin Wan looked on with concern. Each evening, as he returned home, she would wash his feet, ensuring he could relax after a long day. Days passed, and everything progressed positively. One morning, as usual, Jiang Nian set up his stall at the entrance of the Hongxing garment factory, selling spicy potato chunks. He packed up at 8 o'clock and made his way to the bicycle repair shop opposite Guiyun restaurant. That day, he had arranged with Lu Haizhu to confront Dong Hailong's gang of subordinates. Finally, you're here. I was about to come looking for you, Lu Haizhu exclaimed, brushing off the dust from his hands and wiping his tools. What's wrong? Didn't we agree on today? Jiang Nian queried, puzzled. I didn't mean you were late. I just thought it would be better if you had come a couple of days earlier, Lu Haizhu retorted. What do you mean? Jiang Nian asked. Listen, about a week ago, Li Gun and his crew had a bloody clash with that gang of little rascals. Li Gun got himself into a real mess and is now lying low at home. As the saying goes, when your enemy is down, that's when you strike. If we had gone after him then, do you think he would have dared to refuse us? Jiang Nian was taken aback, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, it was fortuitous for him. Lu Haizhu was correct. One should seize the opportunity when an adversary is vulnerable. However, Jiang Nian couldn't recall such wisdom from the art of war. Just then, as he pondered, Lu Haizhu pulled a butcher's knife from his toolbox and struck it against the bicycle frame. My blade has been itching for action, he declared, startling Jiang Nian. Are you bringing a knife? We could just take a couple of sticks instead. Let us avoid any fatalities, Jiang Nian advised, concerned. Brother, are you feeling timid? Lu Haizhu wrapped his arm around Jiang Nian's neck and said, as for the knife, whether it is needed or not is secondary. What matters is that we must possess one. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Just observe how I, Lu Haizhu, handle them. He sheathed the knife at his waist and draped a dark towel over his shoulder, calling out into the alley, Sister Guixiang, keep an eye out for me. I'm stepping out for a bit. Without waiting for a response, he plopped himself onto Jiang Nian's donkey cart, saying, let us head to the ancient street in the west of the city. Jiang Nian had more to say but ultimately held his tongue. After all, he had sought Lu Haizhu's assistance. Lu Haizhu could have easily opted to avoid this turbulent affair, so Jiang Nian should not cower in fear. The ancient street was the original heart of the county town, yet after enduring a century and the ravages of war, it had lost its former glory. Now bearing the marks of desolation, once the economic center, it had begun to shift eastward. At that moment, in an old house, Li Ergong had his head wrapped in bandages, his eyes swollen and bruised, with his arm bandaged and slung around his neck. Those little bastards dared to scheme against me. I must reclaim my honor. As he uttered these fierce words, a sudden wave of pain surged through him, causing him to grimace. Damn it, be gentler. You can't even apply medicine properly. One of his subordinates, who was tending to his wounds, flinched in fear, retracting his neck. Second brother. Those two ruthless thugs that the little bastard found. If Brother Hailong doesn't intervene, we stand no chance. It's best if we avoid going out for now. It's not worth getting beaten up. Damn it, I would rather die than let them gain the upper hand, Li Ergong growled, attempting to strike. But the severity of his injuries prevented him from doing so. His wounds split slightly, causing him to grimace in pain. Second brother, it's not about me being intimidated. It's simply that we cannot provoke the little bastard right now. You don't know, but the few brothers who have gone out recently have all returned battered. And 2 were so frightened they fled back to their hometowns. Now, there are only 4 or 5 of us left, with the little bastard blocking our way. What good can we expect? A wise man does not rush into danger. Let us lie low for now, heal our wounds, and then return to settle the score. Upon hearing this, Li Ergong fell silent. The current situation was indeed unfavorable for them. The little bastard had also sustained some injuries. Otherwise, he would likely have stormed into Li Ergong's home by now. Second brother, it's bad, really bad. They come calling. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, causing Li Ergong to startle, and he quickly drew a knife from beneath the bedding. Damn it. The little bastard is pushing me to my limits. I'll fight him to the death. No, it's not the little bastard. Seeing Li Ergong in such a fluster, the subordinate quickly clarified. It's Lu Haizhu, along with an unfamiliar lad. Lu Haizhu? Li Ergong was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, damn it, what does he want? Is he here to mock me? It was a misunderstanding. I did not come here to witness your folly, but rather to address you directly. As the voice resonated, Jiang Nian and Lu Haizhu swaggered in with an air of confidence. Upon seeing Liu Gunzi, completely wrapped in bandages, Lu Haizhu erupted with laughter. Look at you. Reduced to such a pathetic state, it's truly disgraceful. If I were in your position, I would rather meet my end than endure this humiliation. Given your meager capabilities, my presence here today feels utterly superfluous. What does it mean? If you wish to fight, wait until I am ready. Taking advantage of someone in distress is hardly a mark of prowess. Liu Gunzi felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, yet he maintained a facade of bravado. Lu Haizhu was widely acknowledged as the pinnacle of fighting prowess within the entire county. It mattered not that the individuals present were injured, even in full health. They would not stand a chance against him. However, surrender was not an option for Liu Gunzi. If he yielded, how could he command the loyalty of his followers? I would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. You will not best me, regardless, Lu Haizhu scoffed. This is not a matter of brotherhood looking down upon you. I am merely offering you a chance. If you disagree, when you have recovered, we shall settle this matter between us. Nevertheless, Lu Haizhu had other intentions for his visit today. This is my brother, Jiang Nian. I have heard that you intend to find fault with him and seek vengeance against Dong Hailong. Let me make this clear. Should anyone dare to harm my brother, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. With that proclamation, Lu Haizhu drew the knife from his waist and slammed it onto the table, startling Liu Gunzi and the others, causing them to shudder in fear, drenched in cold sweat.